Hey, what's up? Welcome back to my channel. I hope all of you are doing well. I know it's been about 9 months since I've been posting consistently on this channel, and I apologize about that. It's kind of hard when Big Brother's not actually airing, but to compensate for that lack of uploads, and in honor of season 25 of Big Brother airing this summer, big quarter anniversary season, and because I'm a little insane, I figure I'd bring you this giant-ass video for you to enjoy while we wait through the preseason of Big Brother. As you all have read by the title, you know what I'm going to be doing in this video. I'm going to be going through every house guest that has played Big Brother US and ranking them in both a first list that's just going to be based on gameplay, how I think they are as players overall, and then a second one based on my opinion of them, like how I like them overall. Before we get into that though, I'm going to humbly request that you drop a like on this video and subscribe to my channel. This video has already taken me so much work, and all I've done is make the thumbnail and make the actual formatting for the ranking. I haven't even recorded the entire video, the entire ranking yet, or edited together, and it's already been freaking insane. Which, like, it's a good kind of work, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not complaining like, oh, it's so much work. Like, it's fun. Like, I enjoy doing this. I enjoy talking about Big Brother. I'm excited for this. But I would really appreciate it if you liked the video and subscribe to me. It'll help my channel to grow a lot. Also, share it on, like, Big Brother Twitter, Reddit, Discord, Instagram, whatever you want. Share it with your Big Brother mutuals, just so we could get more feedback, we could get more opinions flowing throughout this video. And feel free to drop a comment on your own on anything I discuss, any ranking in this video. But I do ask that if you disagree with something, which there's going to be a lot of people that disagree with a lot of what I say in this video, instead of being like, fuck you, you're a dumbass for this ranking, I would much rather you say, fuck you, you're a dumbass for this ranking, and here's why. Like, give me an explanation so that I can at least read it, be like, oh, maybe they're kind of right, or be like, absolutely not, you're an idiot, I'm Big Brother Boy, I know what I'm talking about, and here's why. Like, I could reply to you. So that's what I'm going to say. Please like the video, please subscribe to my channel. I'm trying to hit 10,000 subscribers by the end of season 25 airing, so in like September. Drop a comment, share it on any Big Brother social media, share it with your friends. And now let's get into all of the disclaimers and criterias for this ranking. So first up, we're going to be ranking all of the house guests based on gameplay. And my criteria for this is I'm not going to be necessarily ranking how or the game that they played in their season. I'm going to be more ranking their overall capability as a player, meaning how do I think they do in any randomly generated cast of people? Like, do I think they would do better most of the time? Do I think they would do worse? And also, I want to throw out there that somebody's ranking in Big Brother is not necessarily equivalent of how good of a game player they are. For example, I feel like there's a couple of winners who I think are horrible Big Brother players. There's some people that were pre-jury that I was like, oh, they're pretty decent players. There's a lot of people that got evicted in like Final 5 and 4 that I think are one of the best people or some of the best people that ever played the game. So I don't necessarily agree that rank equals quality of game. I know there's people that disagree with that and are like, oh, if you won, you're automatically the best player of your season. And to that, I say, that's your opinion. There's nothing I can do to change that opinion because that's more a factual type of basis. But I disagree. Also, how I feel or how I view the game in general, I like to split Big Brother players up into 3 different categories. Number one, their social game, how easy it is or how well they are at making connections with their house guests and real interpersonal connections to the point of their other housemates genuinely care about them and their well-being, that it then translates into a game relationship. The second aspect that I look at is strategic game, which I don't weight as heavily as social game. I like put a lot of value on somebody's social game in the game because at the end of the day, this is a social experiment, not this overly produced game that we see today. But strategic game, how emotionally intelligent they are, how they're able to read their house guests, different situations, how they're able to adapt, how malleable they are in the game. Do they have a lot of agency in the game? Are they the ones making the moves? Are they the proactive players that are kind of running the show, or are they more reactive in the sense that they shape themselves to the game around them? And then also the physical game, like winning competitions, which, spoiler alert, like, there's going to be different circumstances where I have to explain more in depth that won't necessarily follow this criteria. But the physical game overall, I put very, very little equity into. I don't think if you're winning a bunch of competitions, that will factor into how I view you as a game player. Overall, when it comes to competitions, I think that if you're winning a competition, you're in one of 2 boats. The first one, you fucked up somewhere socially and strategically, and now you're in a position where you need to win this like carnival-esque game to guarantee your safety in the game. So I think you have messed up in one of the 2 major aspects of Big Brother, or number two, you're in a good spot socially and strategically, and you just got bored and decided to win a competition and are putting unnecessarily blood on your hands and a target on your back and showing your house guests, oh, I can win competitions, I'm not just some person you could run over, which is bad because in Big Brother, typically you want to go under the radar, which piggybacking off that real quick, I put value more on house guests that don't get themselves into trouble and play a more consistent game. Like somebody like Azza in Big Brother 23, like she gets a lot of hate for not doing anything, but I put a lot of more value on her game of not getting herself into trouble than somebody like, let's say, a Jackson Mickey in season 21, not to compare Jackson and Azza, but a lot of people in his game are like, oh, in the beginning of the game, he really sucked and put himself into a lot of bad situations, but he's a great player because he got himself out of those situations. Me, Big Brother boy, I'm the opposite. I discredit a lot of people's games that get themselves into those bad situations to begin with. Do I think it's cool and sometimes good TV to see them get themselves out of the bad situation? Absolutely. But does it make them a good player for getting them into the situation? No, it's the opposite. Okay, last quick few notes here before we get into the video. Sorry for making a long intro, but I feel like it's important to explain how I'm viewing this, because if I don't, I'll get a lot of comments. The first thing, this is based on zero notes. I took zero notes for this. However, I've been watching Big Brother since I was 13. Like every single day, I rewatch it. I rewatch seasons on the regular. I rewatch montages, fights, random episodes, clips, podcasts, interviews, all since I was 13. I'm 22 now. That's 6 plus 2, 8 years, wait, no, 7 plus 2, 9 years, sorry. I literally went to bed at 3 a.m. because I was preparing this video last night, and then I woke up at 8 a.m. so I could film it because I know it's going to take hours to film. But I haven't made any notes for this video. I have seen every season multiple times except a couple, which I'll talk about when we get there. So this is all based pretty much on my thoughts in my head, which is like kind of one big giant note. So I mean, like, we're kind of fine. It's not like I'm necessarily winging it, but it's not going to be a formal like script being written. Like, it's going to be my real thoughts on the people. I haven't seen, the only season I've rewatched this year, in January I rewatched Big Brother 8, Big Brother 2, and Big Brother Canada 9, which we're not talking about Big Brother Canada. So in case you're curious, like, didn't do that much prep for this video, but like I've been doing prep for the past 9 years. And last thing I'm going to say, there are 294 different house guests that have played. Oh, I also didn't include Big Brother 1 because obviously that wasn't like the game. That was a whole different show, if you will. It was basically people living in a house and the public voting on them. It wasn't really the game or a social experiment, like kind of the social experiment. Also didn't include Celebrity Big Brothers or Big Brother Over the Top just because they're not mainstream seasons and are kind of different than the main seasons. And like, it just felt weird including them together when they're somewhat different games. But there's 294 different house guests, and I know I explained my logic and criteria for how I'm going to be ranking these people, but let me say I'm self-aware. I know that in this ranking, I'm going to be talking for many, many hours, and there will be inconsistencies, there will be hypocrisies. I might rank somebody badly for one reason, and then another house guest I might have higher, even though I discredited them for the same person I ranked lower. I'm going to try my absolute best not to do that. But I'm just going to preface it by saying that, like, it's inevitable to happen. There's 294 house guests. If you feel a huge problem with me doing that at any point in this video, you are welcome to make your own video, and I will promise you I will watch it and critique it myself, just like you do to mine, which I want critiques in this video, but keep it constructive, please. I'm tired of rambling, even though I'm going to be rambling for many more hours after this because I'm about to start recording the actual ranking. So that, with all that out of the way, remember to like the video, comment down below, subscribe, share it, just so I don't make this like long ass video only for it to get like 2 views. Anyway, I'm gonna go. See you in a couple of seconds with the actual ranking. So I decided to make it a tier list ranking just because it's going to be a lot easier for you guys to follow and also a lot easier for me to rank them than just numerically ranking them. But if you're somebody who wants a numerical ranking, I will be ranking them subcategorically in the tiers. Like, for example, if I have 5 people in the highest tier, the one that's all the way in the top right here will be who I say is the best, and the one in the bottom of the row is worse. So ideally, I will try my best to have, this person will be the best player, and the person in the lowest category will be the worst player overall, and then it'll go numerically like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, if that makes sense. So here we go. Here's all of the house guests that I had to go through manually and place in order by season because the tier maker uploaded them in the wrong order, even though I went through and had to save all of them to my computer and upload them. Here's my Twitter. Also, you can follow my Twitter, Michael BB Boy. I'll have it linked in the description. So here's the categories, here's the tiers. The highest tier, Master Big Brother. These are the best of the best players. Good players, they're pretty good overall, but they're just not good enough to be in the highest tier. The above average players, I don't necessarily think they're just your run of the mill general house guests. I think they're a little better, but they do have some mistakes that hold them back. Entry level player, there's some good things about them, there's some bad things about them. They don't stand out as being generally good at the game or generally bad. They're just kind of middle of the line. Below average player, similar to above average, they're kind of like entry level players, except they have more hindrances to their abilities than I think to make them just an entry level player, bad player. Like, they're like, do not really need to explain these bad players. They're just bad at the game. They're probably brain dead players. These are going to be the people that I'm like, what the fuck did you just do in this season? Like, what is wrong with you? You are horrible, and I don't know how you even got cast or not got cast, but we'll get there. We'll see. So, first off, we have Justin Seabick. We're going to start off with Big Brother 2. He has to go, I think, in Brain Dead Player. Now, for just general statements, the earlier seasons of Big Brother weren't as much of a developed game. In season 2, there wasn't even a power veto. I'm going to try not to be as hard on them as I would be for Houseguests down the line who have played in a more developed game. But Justin, as we all remember, held a knife up to Chris's throat and said, "No, seriously, would you get mad if I killed you?" and was expelled. Do I necessarily think that's what makes him a bad player? No, but why I think he's a bad player is he played really hard really quickly. We saw him goofing off in the beginning before being expelled. He did form like brief connections. He kind of got the guys together with like Ken, Hardy, and Will, but at the same time, he then got into lots of fights and confrontations with people like Ken. So I feel like in any given season, he would do pretty bad overall. I feel like he just makes too many waves and is honestly psychotic. How I think he'd do strategically, not sure. We didn't get to really see. All we really saw is him kind of overplay and then get in fights with the people he's overplaying with. So that's Justin. Next, we're moving on to Cheryl. Cheryl is hard because she was infamously the first pawn to go home. We saw all of her houseguests saying how much they loved her even after she was evicted. But the reason she got evicted was because Mike, Will, and Shannon, who infamously isolated themselves, used her as a pawn to try to get somebody else out that we'll talk about in a second. And then they all evicted her to spite Mike, Boogie, and Shannon, who isolated themselves. So honestly, she didn't do anything bad herself. And if anything, she was able to integrate herself really well with the house. Being the older house guest of the time, that was really impressive to get along with all of the younger people. Like, we saw her in the hot tub making those like funny videos, like the at home Big Brother videos. So I think she was able to integrate herself really well with the house. How she would do strategically, or if that would carry on to the weeks to come, we're not really sure because she got evicted so early. So it's very hard to rank Cheryl. So I feel comfortable putting her an entry level player just because we don't really know, and that is a kind of a question mark. But she didn't do anything counterproductive. Next, we have Autumn. Oh man, I love Autumn, and like obviously, I said this is only based on games, so my personal feelings are irrelevant in this ranking. We'll get to the personal feelings one. Somebody like Autumn, I liked a lot, but I'm gonna say she was a bad Big Brother player. She tried to play all different sides of the house. She tried to play with Hardy and Nicole and the top people, the other people, as they call themselves. She did try to get in with Mike Boogie in Chilltown, which backfired on her. Infamously, Mike Boogie went around saying that Autumn's trying to sleep with him for a vote, led to a huge fight. We also saw her get into numerous fights with Shannon. Even saw the people that she really tried to form social games or social connections with, that she was in a so-called alliance with, like Hardy and Nicole. They really didn't like her and kind of saw her as needy and somebody they had to almost like babysit. So I feel like She was bad strategically and socially, so I have to put her in bad player. Next, we have literally my second favorite player overall, Shannon Dragu. However, to prove to you I'm not biased at all, put her in brain dead player. She was an emotional monstrosity in season two. She isolated herself with Will and Boogie. She wasn't able to make connections with the other side of the house. We did see, I feel like people are going to say you're insane for this next take, but I feel like she is self aware to a degree. Like she was able to say, yeah, I'm kind of a bitch. Yeah, I'm kind of isolating myself. And she did actively try to then integrate herself with the other side of the house. But she is so bad socially that we literally saw diary room sessions of them being like, Shannon is so awkward. She's trying to get along with us, but she really has no social capabilities. Like, it didn't work. Even when she did try to save herself and to get in good with the other people of the house, it just, she couldn't. She's just not that capable of a player. In addition to that, when we saw her get nominated by Hardy with Will, she attacked him and relentlessly went after him the entire week. She went after Kent too. She wasn't afraid to call them out, which is why I love her. But in terms of playing Big Brother, it makes her a horrible player. She literally said to Will, like, I'm self evicting pretty much. I'm going home. I'm going to self sabotage. I'm going to make sure they evict me over you. And that's what she did. So Shannon, she was just bad socially and strategically. Like, horrible, horrible. Mike Boogie. So here's what I want to say. There's people that have played multiple times, and those people I'm only going to be ranking once, but I'm going to be basing it on all of their appearances on the show. So Mike Boogie, I'm going to put him above average, I would say. So on season two, it's weird. Mike Boogie's weird because he did make social connections with the house. Like they all liked him, they got along with him, but at the same time they hated him and he wasn't able to convert that personal relationship that he formed with them into a game relationship. Like they all knew he's the opposition, he's on the other side of the house, we can't trust him. So he's one of those people that yes, he can make social connections, but he's not able to translate it or convert it into social or strategic currency in the game to forward himself and better himself. Um, Strategically, also, I feel like he lacks. In season two, we saw Hardy try to make a deal with him, and he was just not willing to throw his alliance under the bus and make the deal, and even told his alliance about the deal, which it could have saved him. Like, he really could have thrown Will and Shannon more under the bus and distance himself from them, which he was aware of, but just wasn't really ready to do, at least in his season two appearance. Obviously, he came back for Big Brother All Stars, and I think he played a much more well rounded game. He is very confrontational, though. He has gotten into fights in season two, season seven, and his final appearance in season 14, which I'll talk about briefly. I feel like what he suffered from in 14, which it's always hard to rank casts with returnees or even all star seasons because there's variables and factors in them being the returning players that we don't typically see in an all new cast. So it's weirder and more difficult to rank them. But even in season 14, he suffers from his personality. There's people just in Big Brother, you just have a not likable or a bad personality. And as petty as it sounds, that will hinder you in the game. Like somebody like Mike Boogie, each and every time he played, he comes off as super slimy and shady, and that's just his personality. He can't really change it. And that's a hindrance to his game. So that's why he's not higher. I know a lot of people are very high on him as a player. And I definitely don't think he's just entry level. I think he's a little bit above, but once I start adding more people here, he will definitely be at the bottom of above average. Like I don't really think he's that much above being an entry level player, but we talked about him enough. Next is Ken. And Ken, do I put him in Brain Dead or also Shannon is better than Justin? Nah, Shannon's not better than Justin. Like, even though Justin was evicted for trying to kill somebody, I feel like Shannon's still worse. And I'm gonna put him I'm gonna put him in Brain Dead player too, but I'm gonna put him above Justin. He was a monster in the house as well. He got into confrontations or into fights with people. He wasn't able to smooth things out with people. He's not very good at damage control. Even with the people that he did have good relationships with, he turned them sour very quickly. Like somebody like Nicole, who also soured her relationships, which we'll get to. She was able to sort of smooth it over, at least attempt to smooth them over. Kent didn't do that. He went after Mike and Will, and he kind of was. I don't want to say a martyr, but he was fighting for his alliance, the other people that weren't Chilltown, and then they did kind of turn on him the first chance they got. But he did that to himself because he isolated himself with Bunky. They were the two targets of the house, and they knew that they were the targets. And instead of trying to be good players and try to talk to these people and regroup with their former alliance, they kind of just sat in the kitchen and made petty comments to people like Monica and Nicole and got into fights with them and didn't try to do anything to better their position. So I have to put him in brain dead player. Krista, I'm gonna put in bad player. I think she's better than Autumn. I don't think she's brain dead. A lot of people loved Krista, both fans and in the house. I fucking hate Krista, but we'll get there in the personal ranking. She in the beginning of the game, everybody loved her. She was even one of the people that was able to play ball with Chilltown while simultaneously being in good with the other people. So she was kind of covered at all angles. She even had that final three deal with Hardy and Monica. So she was in a really good spot, but it quickly turned really bad for her. We saw people like Nicole and Hardy saying, "We need to evict you. Like, your mental health is kind of bad. Like, you're turning into a person that we didn't know or we didn't meet when we first came in here. Like, the Krista we got to know is not the Krista you're becoming." I didn't watch live feeds, obviously. It was in 2001. I wasn't even a year old yet. I tried to go back and find, like, read forums of what really happened with her, and I think she was just very psychologically damaged. I know post show, she honestly was kind of chasing fame in the house, and post show, and she got into a lot of trouble with that. I read that her daughter was taken away from her, which doesn't have to do with that, but I'm kind of explaining what I think happened with her in the house. I think she kind of went a little insane. Like, she was a victim of the house, and then she got really messy with things with her final three deal with Hardy and Monica when it was exposed by, I think she exposed it to Will, and then Will exposed it to Nicole, and it led to the whole confrontation in the house. She wasn't able to come back from that really. She kind of let it kill her game. We saw people like Hardy and Monica, it didn't affect them as much. But for Krista, that mixed with her declining mental health in the game, she just was not a very good player. And I feel like if she came back, she just doesn't have a lot of agency in the game. She's not a very proactive player. She's not going to be the one making moves. She kind of just goes with the flow, which can be fine, but at the same time, I don't think she's strong enough of a game player to do well. So that's why I have her placed right bad player. I mean, I could place her below average. I guess, yeah, I'll put her below average. I feel like bad player. She's not as bad as Autumn. That might change. Unky, I'm gonna put bad player. Honestly, same thing as Ken. He was fine with his alliance. He was good socially, but his social game was not enough to carry him through the house. Similar to Mike Boogie, he made the social connections, but it wasn't enough to translate into game relationships with these people. He then isolated himself with Ken, got into fights with Monica and Nicole, infamously yelling at them for being too loud while he was trying to sleep. And even with Hardy poking fun at him about working out, and even their like bartering system with the protein bars and the cigarettes, he unnecessarily puts target on his back. He isolates himself with other people. He's not able to form social connections deeply enough to carry him throughout this game strategically. Another thing I was gonna say another. Oh yeah, in Big Brother 2, when we had that infamous "Will you sell out your house guests for money and put them on PB&J?" He won the money at 5 grand, I believe, or 7,500, and he couldn't take the pressure. He literally broke down, cried, and apologized for that. So that was a little bit of his undoing as well. A lot of people did think he would have been an endgame threat and that he would have won the jury over, but I honestly feel like that's a false narrative painted in the season. I don't think the jury would have liked him that much. I don't think a lot of them respected him as much as the show and he liked to paint it out to be. Like, yeah, they were like, "Oh, that's Bunky, he cries a lot," but he was honestly a fucking dick. Like, don't let the edit fool you. He was a fucking dick. Hardy, I'm gonna put above average. I honestly think we can only judge him based on the one season. I do like Hardy. He was somebody that was able, he was kind of like the ringleader with Nicole leading the other side, the opposition against Will and Boogie and Shannon. But at the same time, he did get in good with Will, or Will got in good with him. Him and Shannon were enemies, obviously. They had their screaming matches and their fights. He got into screaming matches with Ken. So I feel like there are things bad about his game for sure, but he is good. He's just a very charming guy. I feel like how Mike Boogie kind of is a victim of his personality. Hardy is somebody who benefits just from his physical appearance. He's obviously a very attractive person, and traditionally in Big Brother, just being a very attractive alpha male, you will more often than not do good. So I feel like he benefits just from his dynamic. But I feel like he also, like I said, was able to make those social connections, did run the show with Nicole, which a lot of people might say it's because they won HOHs. Had they not, they would have got nominated, which I agree with. But I don't think as early on as people say, I feel like they would have still run the game had they not won their early HOHs, maybe towards the end, which we did see them flop in the end or not win that HOH in the final four, and that's what his undoing was. Um, I just don't think he's an entry level player. I think he's just benefits, like I said, from his appearance, and he's also pretty good socially. Monica, I honestly, Monica is one of, I'm putting her a good player, which a lot of people I feel like will agree with, a lot of people won't. Why I have Monica in a good player category is she is one of those people, a lot of times in Big Brother, your social game is not enough to carry you to a win. Yes, you can convert it into game relationships, but some people at the end of the game might be like, oh, you were good socially, but you didn't do enough backstabbing, you might not have made enough moves, you might not have won enough competitions. But Monica is one of those instances where she is just so good socially. Her house guests love her so much. Take a shot every time I say fucking socially in this video or social. I feel like I've said it so many times already, but Monica is just somebody. She's fantastic. Like her house guests all loved her. Like they genuinely, each and every one of them, even like Shannon, who wasn't close with her, like really liked her. She was able to play ball, or not even play ball, but she doesn't isolate herself from people that are playing the game against her. She's still able to make people laugh, able to get along with people. And strategically, I honestly don't think she was very good. She was just kind of there. She was kind of with Krista. I feel like she had a very big vendetta against Nicole. And as somebody who, like Nicole, who was puppeting the house, I feel like it was bad for her to butt heads with Nicole as often as she did. But at the same time, she was just, nobody saw her as wanting to get rid of her. Ultimately, Nicole did cut her at Final Three because Nicole is an amazing player. I was strategic enough to know that there's no way anybody would win sitting next to Monica Bailey. Like Monica's somebody who you put her in any season, she is gonna repeatedly be able to be in good with the house and get everybody to love her, and that's just how she is. So I feel like as somebody who puts a lot of value into the social game of Big Brother, Monica has to be in good player. Like she was one of the best players we've seen socially. Nicole Scaffrich Nilsson, one of my favorite players ever. She is an amazing player. She is the original Vanessa Russo before we had Vanessa Russo. I feel like she is very good socially, which is going to be a controversial take because a lot of her house guests were bitter to her in the end and didn't vote for her, and she did butt heads with a lot of them. Like, I looked through this. She butted heads with Shannon. She butted heads with Ken. Autumn, kind of. With Bunky, she did. Krista, she did. Boogie was on the opposite side. Will, she did. Even Hardy, they got into little tiffs. Monica, she got into fights with. But at the same time, they all respected her. She's somebody that reminds me a lot of me, where it's like in the beginning of the game, we saw her get targeted for her loud, boisterous personality. Not that I'm loud and boisterous, but she's kind of misunderstood at first. And I feel like a lot of times we'll get targeted early on as the house guests don't know her, but the longer you keep her in the game, the longer she's able to sink her claws into, like, socially. And we saw her being able to develop closer relationships with these people, and then she literally just took those relationships and dominated this entire season. Like most of these evictions were because of Nicole. She called the shots. Her and Hardy were the duo that ran this season. And I think she's just an amazing player. She's somebody that she kind of runs the game just with brute force. Just she's like, my name's Nicole. Here's what I want to happen. Here's what's gonna happen because I'm fucking Nicole, and what I say goes. And it's I love watching that kind of gameplay, and it was just very refreshing to watch. We saw that she wasn't able to win the game, but I feel like that's more a victim of her playing the game and overplaying a game that wasn't as developed or as respected as it is now. I feel like if you saw her play today, I feel like there will be more people in her corner campaigning for her to win because she did play the fuck out of this game. But I feel like in her time, a lot of these players, they didn't respect that and were like, she backstabbed us. And Will is somebody who said he would backstab people, but Nicole was our friend and backstabbed us, which is the point of Big Brother. But back then, it wasn't, you know what I mean? Like she just was a victim of playing in an undeveloped season, you know? So I love Nicole. I think she does have a lot of errors. I feel like her confrontation, her fights is a big hindrance to her game, but she is able to make it up strategically, like just dominating her house guests. And I feel like she's underrated socially. But anyway, let's move on. Will. So if I was basing this just on Will's season two game, I'd put him in bad player. But I feel like I have to put him in good player for his season seven game. So I'm gonna put him in the middle of Nicole and Monica. In season two, he was horrible. Like he isolated himself with Shannon and Boogie, and honestly, he was worse than both of them. Like Shannon, I feel like he wasn't worse than Shannon, but if Shannon didn't self sabotage and self evict pretty much, he would have been worse than her. He was not able to form social connections with his house guests. Strategically, he isolated himself. He would have been evicted fourth. Like after Justin, Autumn, and Cheryl, it would have been Will if it wasn't for Shannon literally self evicting for him, which I've tweeted about, I've talked about. A lot of people say you're wrong. Like he's so good that he got her to self evict for him, which it's like, no, he didn't at all. It wasn't his idea. He didn't want to be there either. But Shannon was literally like, I'm leaving. Like, I don't want to be here. Peace out. Like, bye, fuckers. Like, it was nothing he did. A lot of people also like have revisionist history when it comes to Will in season two. They said, "Oh, he was amazing because he was lying to Nicole and Hardy the whole time, saying that he's gonna evict them in the diary room, like he's lying to them." And it's like, sure, he can say that, but he never won a competition to be able to turn on Nicole and Hardy. And the only time we saw him ever turn on them was when Monica was HOH and he was left off the block. And the only option was to get rid of Nicole and Hardy. I don't think if he got power early on, he would ever come after Nicole. I think he recognized that Nicole, and he talks about this openly. And during the season too, he recognized that Nicole was the power of the house. She was the ringleader, and he did attach himself to her, which I give him a lot of credit for, was very good. However, he wouldn't have gotten the opportunity to do that if it wasn't for Shannon self evicting. So I feel like was based just on season two, he would be put in bad player. However, he came back for All Stars and he was the only winner and he did really well. He dominated that season. That was his season. Season seven, we all remember Will, and that's why he I brought him up to good player. Like it's one of the better games of Big Brother, but I am not purposely not putting him in Master of Big Brother, which people are going to be mad about, but I can't with his season two game. I think in season seven he did well because it was an all-star game. I think there was a lot of pre-gaming, a lot of preseason relationships that he benefited from. But I feel like in any random season where people don't know who Will is, he will struggle a lot of the time. I think also in season seven, a lot of people overrate his game, saying he's like this puppet master, very strategic person who used reverse psychology on his house guest, which again, revisionist history, he was the only winner in season seven, in season All Star. So I feel like it wasn't reverse psychology at all. I feel like it's a lot of self preservation, meaning he obviously went around saying, "Evict me, I hate you all," just in the sense that if he was evicted, he could say, "Oh, I didn't want to be there. I literally told them to evict me." But in the event, which is the dimension or the multiverse we live in, we saw where it actually he stayed in the game after saying that, which everybody's now like, oh, Will's a mastermind. He killed it. He asked them to be evicted, and he still was managed to stay in the house. Like he's this great player, but no, it's just on his end, in his mind, he's saying this because then he won't be able to lose. Like if he gets evicted, like I said, he can just say, oh, like I asked him to be evict me. I don't care. Like it's Big Brother. I wanted to leave, but if he stays in the house from saying that, then it makes him look very smart. But in all reality, it wasn't really a gameplay. It was just self-preservation so that he didn't look like an ass, so that he couldn't, it's like he couldn't lose. It was like a win-win either way. So first we have Lori Olson, brain dead player. I feel like I need to not talk about the house guests that were evicted early on as long as I am, but like I understand that this is going to be a long video, but I feel like I can realistically or ideally not have to talk about like the people that were relevant for as long as I do. Like obviously I could do a deep dive on most of these players. Like I could make a 30-minute video just talking about them. So I'm going to try to like not talk about it for that long because it's going to be long nonetheless. Anyway, Corey Olson, I'm going to put her in brain dead player. She was horrible. She literally she's suffers from being the older house guest in the house, which a lot of times we see the older house guests aren't able to integrate themselves with the younger crowd. So I feel like she was a victim of just her age. But at the same time, she did herself no favors. She defended Jerry in the whole like hand washing thing. She literally attacked Danielle for being concerned at somebody not washing their hands that was cooking food for the house. like unnecessary waves made by her. I just don't see her ever doing well. She's kind of terrifying. We didn't see her make those social connections. She just kind of fucking rolled over and died after defending Jerry. So I'm gonna put Lori Olson in Brain Dead Player. Like there's not I don't need to talk more about her. Tanya, honestly, literally copy and paste what I said from Lori. I guess we did see I don't know if she'd be brain dead. Maybe bad. Do I think she's better? I Okay, I'm gonna put Tanya here. But Ken can't be there. Uh, mm, okay, I'm gonna move Ken. So Tanya, I feel like is the same thing as Lori Olson, except we did see her able to make social connections a tiny bit. We saw her do like the peanut butter bikinis with Kiara and Lisa, so she was able to integrate herself a tiny bit. But then at the same time, unnecessary fights with like Marcellus and Amy. She just wasn't able to do anything really. Like she was evicted very early on. She was evicted second, and we just saw her fight, put on a peanut butter bikini, and peace out. Like that's her. Eric, Ole. I honestly don't remember much about him at all. I've seen Big Brother 3 like 3 times, and I could not tell you about him. He had a showmance with Lisa, obviously. He was in the majority alliance in the beginning of the season. But I feel like he's like Hardy, where he benefits by just being like the alpha jock archetype. Like I feel like they automatically do well, except he was evicted third, so never mind. Um, I'm gonna put him below average. He was just kind of irrelevant. He just kind of like wasn't able to. You see somebody like Roddy, who was kind of a better Eric. Like Roddy was able to make these connections and strategically maneuver throughout the game. Eric was kind of laid in bed with Lisa, and Lisa kind of benefited from that because she was somebody who was more proactive in the game than Eric, who just didn't really do much. Eric is below average. I don't think he. I feel like he's fine. I'm gonna put him above Krista in the sense that he didn't make all of the mistakes as the people below him, so I feel like he's fine. And more often than not, he's just gonna still be that irrelevant kind of person. So I'm putting him higher just because he doesn't make those errors as all the rest of the people. Josh is bad. I don't know if I'll put him brain dead because we did see him understand the game. Like he was one of the people who gave respect to Danielle just because he mutually understood how to play this game and what this game is and respected it for that. But he was a fucking monster in the house. He literally like was a fucking pervert. Like there was a whole segment of him sexually touching people, going around touching people. He was loud, he was boisterous, he was annoying. A lot of people didn't like him. A lot of fans didn't like him. He just ruffles way too many feathers. He's somebody like Boogie. It's just his personality. Like he's just kind of a fucking annoying little gremlin looking fucker. Like he looks like Chuck E. Cheese, kind of. Like he's just that annoying thing. What's that term that's like annoying thing in your pocket? Like, I don't know. He's just bad. Very bad. Very bad socially, very bad strategically. We did see him try to make moves, but he like nobody liked him. Like everybody knew he's just this like weird guy. Chiara Berti, my favorite player of all time, going to Master of Big Brother. Just kidding. I'm not biased. I love her. But I'm gonna have to put her in. It kills me to put her in below average. Kiara is somebody who's amazing strategically. Like she was in the majority of the lines. She was able to make real friendships with all of the people except Amy, who jealousy going on there. Which what was that? I hope you guys can't see that hot bar. That's weird. She was somebody that butted heads with Amy, but that was more Amy's kind of jealousy of her. But on Kiara's end, she wasn't able to smooth out that relationship in the house. The reason that I'm putting her below average, I feel like it was just based on her social game. She would definitely be an above average. When I watched, I was like, why don't people talk about this woman more? Like, she's amazing. Like, strategically, how did she not go farther than she did? But then we saw she fucking talked with Lisa and Danielle. She was good with Lisa, Danielle, and Jason. Talked with them about how they need to keep the women together, but then let Josh get into her ear and voted Lisa out. Or was it Lisa? Yeah, I think it was Lisa. And they kind of knew she was lying and she wouldn't own up to it. And then she also nominated Roddy, her showmance, because she didn't want Roddy to be a vote for Josh, which I guess you could say is sort of strategic, but at the same time, it's like put Josh up next to like anybody else, like Jerry or like just Nah, because Jerry was a target, that would make too much sense. Like, it just didn't make sense to nominate Roddy, like one of the people that wouldn't have gone after Kiara. So I don't know. She just fucks up a lot of places strategically. My legs are starting to hurt, and I'm only on the second season or third season, but second season in this ranking. Jerry, I'm gonna put him brain dead. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna put him brain dead. He's very fucking bizarre. Like, this is one of the most bizarre house guests to ever play the game. He had a target on his back just from his personality. Like, he was somebody who I think in his head thinks like, oh, I'm killing it. Like, all of my house guests love me, and in all actuality, they all fucking hate him. Like, he's not a smart person. Like, he's not a smart player. He wasn't good socially. We saw people grossed out by him, in fact, which I think he, again, somebody like Hardy, he just struggles with his appearance. He kind of comes off as like the creepy older dude, which no offense to him, but he did himself no favors by cooking with unwashed hands. But he also made very big unnecessary waves. Like, we saw Marcellus nominated in the early weeks, or I think week 1, and Jerry was like, I'm not cool with that. Like, they're targeting you because you're black and you're gay. And there was no real basis to go off it, at least based on the edited show. Maybe on the live feeds there was, but even somebody like Marcellus was like, I'm very uncomfortable with this. I feel like he's weaponizing my own sexuality and race against me. So even somebody Jerry thought he was being a martyr for Marcellus, the person who was doing it for was kind of like uncomfortable, and he couldn't even secure that relationship. Like, he just did very strange things, and I feel like he just never does well in any scenario ever. So that's why I'm gonna have him there. Roddy Mancuso, I honestly I'm gonna put Roddy good. I feel like Roddy was very good at this game. Like I said, a much better Eric. He benefits from being just the traditionally attractive male, alpha male in the house. And a lot of people loved him. Like, he was able to just charm his way through the house. He understood the game. He understood life in general. A very intelligent person overall. I think what his undoing was being tasked with fucking amazing mastermind being Danielle Reyes. Like, if Danielle was not on this cast, this would be Roddy's game to win. He would have won this game easily. But Danny, he literally just got outsmarted by a better player, so I feel like he was just a victim of that. I feel like if Danielle's not on the cast, Roddy wins easily. Just very likable guy, very smart guy, but he just got outplayed by one of the best players we've seen to ever play this game. Marcellus, I'm gonna put above average. I'm not sure. I like Marcellus. I think he does kind of come off very mean, or what's the word that means like abrupt, kind of like brash. Like, even with Amy, who was his best friend, he kind of called her an alcoholic and fought about that. He fought with Tanya, so he's not somebody that's like very good at smoothing out rough edges. He kind of contributes to them, which like I love. Like, I love Marcellus. It's entertaining, but in terms of playing a good game of Big Brother, not the best. We kind of saw him in Big Brother All Stars also gets steamrolled. I'm gonna put him entry level. I'm not gonna put him above average. I think he's better than Cheryl. I think he's like good. I feel like he has his faults, like I mentioned, but I feel like he is good. He understands the game, and I feel like he's very emotionally intelligent. Like, he understands dynamics, he understands relationships, and I feel like he's able to shift himself based on the needs of the house or the dynamics of the house. I know a lot of people are going to want me to put him in Brain Dead Player because he didn't use the veto on himself in Big Brother 3. However, I'm not going to do that because, like I said about Big Brother 2, it was an early version of the game. It was the first time we ever saw the power of veto being used. But at the same time, it wasn't like, yes, it was dumb. You could have guaranteed your safety, took yourself off the block because it was the first time they converted the silver veto to the golden veto. But he just, like, again, same with Rod, he just got outsmarted by a stronger player. So, like, it wasn't stupid, yes, but at the same time, it was an early version of Big Brother, so you can't hold it against him too much, you know? And I feel like it's just one circumstance overall. Like, it that doesn't necessarily hinder him too much. Like, it's one bad, super bad move, but one bad move does not. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I'm moving on. Amy's a bad player. I'm gonna put her under. Ken and Bunky. I'm gonna put Bunky under Ken. I think Amy is like obviously she's a bad player. She was not good. Oh, my dog's licking my foot. Hi, Luna. Hi, pretty girl. Do you have to go pee pee? Okay, give me one sec. I think Amy was not able to find her footing in this game. Like she was able to go under the radar and just be one of those coasters in the game that nobody really targets. Yes, she was evicted early on, but then when she came back, nobody really targets because they're just like, oh, that's Amy. She's never going to be able to make it in this game. She's never going to be one of those strong players. So I think she is somebody that's discredited a lot by her house guests just because of how she is and her like goofy personality. So I don't think socially she was all there like that great. I feel like people will make the case like, oh yeah, everybody loves Amy, everybody loved her in the house, but it was more or less that they just didn't see her as a threat. She obviously got into major beef with Kiara. Like she had that big vendetta against Kiara because she wanted Roddy, but Kiara was obviously in the showmans with Roddy. So putting an unnecessary target on her back, which was really bad. She also I was gonna say she also did something, but I forgot what I was gonna say. So just bad overall, socially, strategically. Jason Guy, fantastic. I think he's amazing. I think he's just so similar to Monica. He just 9 times out of 10, he's gonna do well just based on how likable he is, how he's able to make the social relationships with the house. He was the religious, like kind of like nerdy, not nerdy, but like just the adorable guy that you just kind of want to like baby, and all the house guests did baby him. He did kind of learn the game from Danielle. Danielle took him under her wing. I know a lot of people think they're a power duo, well, honestly, it was more just Danielle kind of mentoring him, which was fun to see. But I feel like even without that mentorship, he would have done very, very well and does do well in any given season just based on how likable he is as a person. Like, he was just great. And I feel like he's just so strong socially that his strategic game's irrelevant. But the strategic game we did see was very impressive. He did run the game with Danielle, but like I said, it was more kind of Danielle. Moving on to Danielle, Master Big Brother. Congratulations being the first Master Big Brother. She's fucking amazing. Like I could talk about her for all the rest of the day. I could talk about her, but honestly, it's straightforward. We saw her in season 7. She didn't do as well as in season 3, but like I said, it's different because it's all stars and there's pre-gaming, there's pre-existing relationships. But in a season where there are none of that, she just kills it. She's amazing socially, she's amazing strategically, super intelligent, one of the smartest people that I've ever seen on any show or in life. Like I love listening to her in interviews and podcasts. I just have so much respect and love for her as a person. And this isn't the biased portion of this, but that correlates to how she plays the game. Like she's just an amazingly social and strategic and smart person. Funny, all of her house guests loved her, and I know people think she was robbed and they were bitter against her, but I feel like she was just up against somebody that was just equally as loved as her. I was just in awe of her game, how she was able to take people like Kiara, like Jason, like Lisa under her wing. Like she did so much in the game. Like she was forming relationships, making people laugh, controlling the game while simultaneously being a coach before we actually had an official coach season. Like she just did so much and made it look so effortless. I just have so much love for her and her game. Daniel Rice, amazing person, amazing player. Lisa Donahue, I'm gonna put right under Jason or maybe even above Jason. I'm gonna put her below Jason, but similar to Monica and Jason, just one of those people who is just so easily liked, always is going to make those social connections with the house. We saw her in the majority lines win that first HOH, and just everybody loved her. She got in a fight with Josh, yes, so she did kind of butt heads. She did kind of isolate herself for a tiny bit with Eric, but then we saw when it came time to vote somebody back into the house, a pre-juror, she kind of put her personal feelings aside and knew to vote Amy back in and go with the majority of the house to not make waves. I feel like she doesn't do that if it isn't for Danielle's influence. But like I said, similar to Jason, like even without Daniel's influence, like she's just so good strategically that she's gonna do well most of the time. And like I said, in a game that I value, social game, and that is more than anything a social game,
she just has to go in this like high of a tier. She's just amazing, and I love her, and I'm glad she won. And it's a fucking travesty that she was not brought back for All Stars. She was considered, and producers didn't bring her back. She wasn't voted in. Pisses me off. I kill to see Lisa Donahue play a game. She is amazing. Okay, so we're moving on to Big Brother 4, and I just want to say Big Brother 4, 5, and 9 are easily my least watched and well not watched, but least rewatched season. I've only seen 4, 5, and 9 one time each, and I rarely ever rewatch clips from the season, let alone rewatch the season itself or episodes from it, just because I don't really enjoy any of those seasons. So if stuff I say is not entirely accurate or fair, like feel free to comment. But I still feel pretty confident that I like genuinely can accurately rank these people. But like just a disclaimer there. First, Scott, brain dead player. I'm literally gonna put him last. He literally got cast. His ex was on the show, Amanda. He freaked the fuck out and spent his time throwing a tantrum over her, trying to get her back. It was really uncomfortable to watch. And then he got expelled for, I think the final reason was throwing chairs or like breaking a chair or something like that. But he was just, this man was psychotic. Like, I genuinely don't think he passed the psych test. We literally didn't get to see him play the game other than be obsessed with his ex. That's why he's there. Amanda, I honestly don't know because, like I said with Scott, she kind of spent the time having Scott go after her, and that was kind of her dynamic, or not dynamic, her storyline on the show. So we didn't really get to see her do much other than how she interacted with Scott and him be obsessed with her. However, we did see her fuck David. She holds the record for first sex in the Big Brother house with David. So I feel like there's just not a lot to judge her on. However, she was the first evicted. So I feel like naturally I'm going to put her below average, but like she didn't necessarily make as many mistakes as the people below her. People are going to be so annoyed, be like, you really have her ranked higher than Ken? Like, yeah, I do, because these people actively, like, ruined their own games while Amanda was just a victim of bad circumstance with Scott. But, like, I don't know. Not enough information should be its own tier, and if it was, Amanda would be there, but it's not, so I'm just going to put her below average. I could put her entry level, but she was evicted first, so I feel like that's has some sort of weird credibility. Same thing with Michelle. She very young. I think she was the youngest house guest to ever play at 19. I know in Canada, Paige and Big Brother Canada 4 was also 19. Michelle, though, she spent the same time being like her time in the house being jealous of her ex David. Like, I honestly don't remember much of her. I know she kind of tried to work with, like, I think she tried to work with G, Justin, and like Robert and that side of things and got blindsided by the other people that were like originally in the house, like in the ex's season. Don't remember much of her. I know she got really fucked up. Like, apparently, after the show, she was messed up really psychologically. But like that's gonna happen when you're 19 on a reality show with a bunch of trashy reality TV show house guests, which I don't think Big Brother is trashy in general, but I feel like her season was. Um, she was just kind of there, like I don't know. I guess I'll put her above Amanda just because she was evicted later, but like the same thing, kind of relevant. David's fucking annoying, and like honestly, you could say that he's like a Hardy or like a Roddy and just like traditionally just like attractive like guy, like white guy in the house that's gonna do well just because he's the boring alpha jock, which I hate, but unfortunately is the truth of how it works in the Big Brother game. He just fucked Amanda. He was also kind of really annoying. I don't think people liked him. Like he tried to be social, kind of like Jared. He thought he was killing it socially, but it was just kind of annoying. I don't really think he has a brain in his head. Not much going on with him, so I'm just gonna put him. I'm gonna put him. Uh, yeah. Mm, I guess I'll put him bad. Like, because at least with Ken and Monkey, we saw them try to do stuff strategically, but I don't think David even knows what the word strategic means. It also was bad socially. I don't know. I mean, you could put him here, you could put him here. I'm just gonna put him here. I feel comfortable putting David there. I don't feel like anybody's gonna be mad at that. I feel like nobody even knows who David is from Big Brother 4. Dana, I hate her. Ooh. This is not a biased ranking though, this portion, but she was kind of a mess. And by kind of, I mean she was a big mess. Like, she was horrible. She was like, hold on, I'm trying to think where I want to place her. I guess I'll put her here Just because we did see her attach herself with Justin and kind of went on that side of the house, but then you had somebody like June who really fucking hated her. You had Allison who hated her. Everybody kind of hated Dana. She was just horrible socially. And like I said before, in a game that's all about making social connections, she couldn't do that. And she wasn't able to make up for it strategically. She was just kind of bad all around. Just a very you know how people say well-rounded? Like what's the opposite of well-rounded? Like bad-rounded? Like horribly rounded? Because that's what Dana is. She was just bad all around. I feel like everybody above her at least showed some sort of they either didn't show that they were as bad as her or they showed some more positives than her. Nathan, I'm gonna put him entry level. I know people think that he really got snowed by Allison because he used the veto on her and then she kind of threw him away. But that's not necessarily what happened. I guess I should talk about this more when I talk about Allison, but they kind of their relationship was starting to deteriorate prior to that. It's not like people like to have revisionist history and make it seem like Allison just dropped him out of the thin air, which isn't what happened at all. Like he had mistrust with her and they were kind of butting heads before she dropped him. But I feel like a lot of people did like him. He's just kind of like the boring guy, like again, boring, just like attractive guy that's there. Like he's fine, but he's not a proactive player at all. He just kind of sits back and like the game gets played around him. He's just like middle of the ground. I feel very comfortable and like confident putting him just in middle overall. Like there's just nothing too bad with him. There's nothing too great with him. Justin, again, I'm gonna put him. Damn, why am I placing like all the Big Brother 4 house guests next to each other? I'm gonna put him entry level. I'm gonna put him above Marcellus though. I feel like he's great. I don't think strategically he's that great, but like socially he was fine. Like his social game was pretty good. Not like to the extent of Jason or Elisa. I feel like he did put a big target on his back. The whole entire season of Big Brother 4 was like the Justin G and Robert show, which was very annoying. And I feel like they kind of put a target on their backs. Like everybody knew they were like, I forgot what their alliance name was called, like the Goop Troop or something, or like the Three Musketeers, I think, something stupid like that. They just had targets on their backs because they were very clicky. They didn't try to hide their alliance, but at the same time, he was fine. Like he didn't do necessarily anything too big. I know him and Allison's relationship was kind of a knock on his game, kind of made him like I hate when that happens when you guys see like my taskbar kind of a knock on his game just because it made him a little bit of a target, but he's like fine. Like everybody in Big Brother 4 is like fine or like horrible. We have Jack Owens. Speaking of being fine or horrible, I'm actually gonna say he's a good player. I definitely think he's above Hardy. I feel like a lot of people like Jack. They kind of saw him as the father figure, and like I said earlier, it's hard typically for these older house guests who integrate themselves with the younger crowd, but Jack's one of those exceptions where a lot of people did like him and did respect and value his opinions and words. He had that relationship with Erica where Erica said she's literally like his dad, and then we had his creepy diary room sessions in the jury house where he said he likes to stare at her and count the polka dots on her bikini. So he's kind of a fucking pervert. By kind of I mean a lot, but doesn't really have to do with his game. I think he's emotionally intelligent. I feel like he gets it. He gets people. I feel like he gets the game. I think he was a fan of the game. I feel confident putting him here. I feel like he just got outmaneuvered by better players. I feel like he's fine. Like I feel like he's a good player. Maybe just above average. I'll play because he's like let's be real. He's not that good to be in this tier, but he's like fine. He's good. Actually, maybe I'll put him between Hardy and Boogie. G. Oh my gosh. Like I like G sort of, but I also sort of hate G. And like I feel like it's the same for how his game is or how he is as a game player. Like he does a lot of things right. Like he's very fun at times, he's very easily likable, but then he also makes very idiotic moves. He's also very abrasive with people like June. He's very misogynistic. He said very gross things, very sexist things, which that's the times I hated him. I'm gonna put him below average, to be honest with you. Like he's a fun character on the show, I guess, but I don't feel confident that he would do well in Big Brother. I don't really think he's a Big Brother person. Like I don't feel like he's somebody that's like, oh, a reality show, let me go on. But like I don't think he's somebody that really gets the game that well at all. But I feel like he gets it more than these four people. So that's why he's there. That's G. Like he's just not like not a big brother, not a good big brother player. That's why he's there. Um, Erica. Erica Landon, I'm gonna put her above average. I feel like similar to like Hardy, and I keep saying this, but like she's benefits from her appearance, just like the very pretty woman. And I feel like she's kind of irrelevant most of the time, like in any given season. She just flies under the radar, is underestimated a lot of the times. But if you remember in season 4, she made it to the end. She was winning just because of how liked she was, but that was also more kind of people being bitter towards Allison and June. She would not have won against Robert, but assuming she gets there with Jack, they probably would have voted Jack. But okay, maybe no, I'll keep her up there. I think more I liked her in season 7 in Big Brother All Stars when we really did see her replicate her game in season 4. Flew under the radar, was just kind of like the pretty girl, but then she took out fucking Dr. Will and convinced Janelle to take out Dr. Will. Like that was a very big game move. I honestly think she should have won All Stars. I think her All Stars game was much better than Mike Boogie. I think Mike Boogie overall is the best. No, actually, I honestly will put her up just because I feel like Mike Boogie makes more mistakes than he does. But I feel like again, Erica is a reactive player, not a proactive player, meaning that I don't think she's ever the person that's going to be controlling the direction of a season or making the moves on her own will and is just kind of reacting to what's going on around her. But her dynamic is why she's this high. Like she's just like kind of nice, but also like kind of irrelevant. Robert, hate Robert. One of my least favorite ever. He's kind of like G too. Like he is fine sometimes. Put him above. I can't put him like higher than an entry level, but I'll put him above Justin. I feel like he wins the season against most other people. I feel like he beats Jack. I feel like he beats Erica. I feel like he beats Allison and June. Probably beats G. Probably beats Justin. He was weirdly well liked in the house. Like I feel like a lot of people respected him, especially his whole like storyline with his daughter, how he's doing everything for his daughter. I feel like a lot of people respected that and kind of pitied him for that. Um Strategically he was fine, I guess. Like he did what he needed to do. He's one of those people where like he knew his lane, he knew who his allies were, and he kind of stuck with them. I don't think he's somebody that's ever like, oh, I'm smart enough of a player to like let me go play ball with the other side of the house and play all angles. I don't think he's good enough of a player to do that. I feel like socially he's not super great. I feel like on his season he was fine, but I feel like in any other season he's not going to be able to do that well. But I feel like he doesn't make too many mistakes most of the time, so I feel fine putting him in entry level. Allison Irwin. Um, am I gonna put her? Am I gonna be controversial more than I already? Huh. I'm gonna put Allison below average. Yeah. So people are gonna click off this video. People are gonna send me death threats for this, but it's fine. Why I think Allison is bad? She is just kind of like Shannon, just an emotional monster in the house. She's very, very nasty, which like I love. Like she's one of my favorite players. Like I like genuinely enjoyed that. It was very funny, very entertaining. But her nastiness was not kept secretively in the diary room. Like her house guys all knew. Like she was very, I'm gonna put her lower, honestly. This is gonna be very controversial. But she was, like I said, her nastiness was known by the house. She was a very, very polarizing figure, but at the same time, polarizing means you have some people who love you and some people who hate you, and everybody just kind of hated her. I don't. She doesn't win against anybody. Like we saw, June was her best chance to win, and she couldn't beat June. She was just a mean girl in her season. I know a lot of people think it was great how she could use her sexuality to advance herself in the game, which I do agree with. It was very unique and very cool to see, but I think socially she's not good. I think she benefited from this twist. She was kind of able to just use the men in a season like a dynamic, like the dynamic of the season being the exes, I feel like benefited her a lot, but I feel like most of the time, even on season All Stars, we saw she was just very catty, very nasty person. And I think most of the time she just gets evicted early on. So I think, yeah, she only made it as far as she did because of the dynamics of her season. June's song, dear Lord, people are gonna get so pissed. I'm gonna put her bottom of good. And why I'm putting her bottom of good, I feel like strategically she's very smart. Socially, I think she's fine. I don't think she's very good socially. I know she's able. A lot of people credit her as being the originator of the floating strategy, but I heavily argue that that's Will and Nicole. I feel like they both floated very well their season against all angles of the house. I feel like maybe June popularized the name and the strategy, but she definitely wasn't the first. I feel like she did it very well, though. There was just bigger targets ahead of her, and she was able to just suck up to the people in power. She was able to use cooking as a strategy. She kind of was just like the maid of the house, as I think she called herself, and that's what she did. She kind of just cooked and cleaned, which, like, she, to her credit, like, she wasn't doing it. Like, it wasn't a strategy that fell into her lap. She was actively doing that. She was proactive in that, which I like. The reason that I have her low, I know a lot of people think I should have her higher, probably, but she just had, like, again with Allison, like, she is just a very mean house guest, or at least was in season 4, and her house guest knew that she wasn't really able to be fake. And I feel like this is a game, or I know this is a game where you have to be fake. And if you're not willing to do that, a lot of times you're going to do badly. But I feel like she makes up for it strategically. And, um, like I said earlier, like she is proactive in like trying to make herself seem like a chameleon, try to make herself seem like just a random irrelevant person in the house. But I feel like I know she doesn't beat anybody except Allison. Like she doesn't beat Erica, she doesn't beat Jack, she doesn't beat Justin G, Nathan, Robert. So I feel like most of the time she will be up against a bitter jury just because socially she lacks and she's just kind of a mean person overall. So that's June's song. Okay, so honestly, it's been like an hour and I've only ranked 3 seasons, which I knew this video was going to be long and I'm not going to speed it up. But like I said, for the people that are irrelevant, I feel like I don't need to be talking about them as much as I am. So Mike Dutz, speaking of irrelevant players I don't need to talk about, we're going to put him like, I'm gonna put him here just because he's like Amanda and Michelle, where he was the first one evicted. He's kind of irrelevant. I don't know much about him. We saw him kind of form a relationship with Marvin, but other than that, wasn't really able to integrate himself. He was kind of the originator of the backdoor plan, the 5 finger plan or 6 finger plan, whatever. But like at the same time, anybody was gonna come up with that. Like it's just a matter of counting numbers. So he was irrelevant early on. I'm just putting him below average because don't know much about him. Lori Valenti, she's somebody that honestly I feel like entry level at least. She's like Erica, just a pretty girl. She's easy to like. She doesn't make too many waves, but she was in a season with a split house and she was kind of viewed as the leader or like the popular girl leading the opposition of the other side of the house. So that's why she's targeted. I don't think she's aggressive enough to be able to save herself in situations like those. But I feel like she is, like I said, just like the popular, like pretty girl who's like nice to people. She wasn't overtly nice to the fact where like she got everybody to love her. She's not very proactive. I feel fine putting her entry level. Holly, what was her last name? Not sure. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna put her bad player. Brain dead player. I feel like she is brain dead. I don't know if she's a brain dead player. I mean, like, kinda. Mm, mm. I'm gonna put her here just because she's fucking like she's just a dumb person. Like I know a lot of people love her, that's fine. I don't. She socially isolated herself with fucking Jace of all people, and literally everybody thought she was like a joke, which I still think she's a joke. I think she's a robot. There's no way. Like she was AI before AI was a thing. There's no way anybody like her is a real person. She's never gonna be able to form social relationships deep enough to where people take her seriously to form a game relationship with her strategically. Again, like I said, for I think David doesn't know what the word strategic means. She's just never going to do well in Big Brother. Scott, he was a menace. I'm going to put him here because like June, like Allison, he's just a fucking douchebag asshole. Like, and everybody knows it. He was in the Four Horsemen Alliance, but he was just nasty to people, like calling Diane trailer trash, just making from day one, just rubbing people the wrong way, not caring, didn't do anything significant strategically. All his game was him hindering himself, and being clicky with his little butt buddies. So that's why he's there. Same thing with Jace. I'll put them together. I guess I'll put Jace a little bit higher because we saw in Big Brother All Stars, Jace was able to at least play ball with season six or at least pretend to be season six, but he falls into the same trap. I feel like 99% of the time, like he did in All Stars, like he did in Big Brother 5. He's just too abrasive, he's too aggressive, he's too loud, he's just too confrontational. He's just never able to calm himself enough. I feel like maybe if you took some like medicine, what are those pills called that are like nerve calming? I think he just needs to be medicated to do well in Big Brother, and I don't feel like Big Brother will let him do that. He's wild. He's a wild man, and he never does well at Big Brother, I don't think ever. He's just too loud and boisterous. Will Wickle, I like Will, honestly. Like in terms of Big Brother, being a Big Brother player, I think Will is somebody he was kind of at the forefront of the other side of the house in Big Brother 5. The other side of the house meaning like with the Diane and Nokomis and Karen and the twins. He is fine in the sense like I don't think he's good enough or proactive enough to be anywhere above entry level, but I feel like he kind of got a raw deal. Like I see an avenue in Big Brother 5 where he does do well if it wasn't for the twins, which we'll get to in 1 second. He's he was fine. Like he was good socially on his end. He wasn't really able to play ball with the other side of the house, being in the Four Horsemen. I don't think he's aggressive enough. Well, not aggressive enough, proactive enough as a player. So I'll put him entry level. Like he's fine. Adrian and Natalie, I'm gonna put them together, and I'm gonna put them right about here. I think they're fine. I feel like Adrian and Natalie were really well liked. Like they were good on their side of the house. I think they were in a really good spot. I thought they were going to do really well, and then all of a sudden, well, this is Natalie, by the way. This is Adria, I think. Doesn't matter. They kind of spent the entire time crying about how they don't want to be viewed as twins, but the entire time they just kind of walked around as twins, had conversations as twins, made game decisions as twins. So, like, if you want to distance yourself from each other, maybe don't fucking be up each other's ass 24/7. Then, when I think it was Adria won HOH, shit just hit the fan. Like, she nominated Marvin and Will, and she said because God told her to, or the Bible told her to, and then this obviously ruffled a lot of feathers. People didn't like Marvin didn't like that she was, and Will didn't like that they were nominating the black guy and the gay guy, which it did look really, really bad. And so they were called out on that. They made, I think it was Adria that just attacked, I think Diane and Will, not Will, Diane and Drew, and they were like literally, I don't even know what to say about them. Just that shit went from 0 to 100 really quick with them. Like they went from being in a really good spot to painting a huge target on themselves really fast. I feel like most of the time they just are strategically unaware and they just lack a lot of self awareness in this game. And I don't think their social game is great to ever put them even remotely above brain dead players. Like they were just kind of monsters, which I know I'm trying to base this on their capabilities overall and not on the just the game they played, but I think more often than not they do really, really bad. Marvin, I'm gonna put Marvin below average, but I'm gonna put him at the top of the below average tier. Because Marvin, he's somebody I feel like he's very underrated strategically. I feel like he's a smart guy. I feel like he understands people. He understands people's thoughts. Very emotionally intelligent guy. I feel like he's very funny too, but he couldn't find his footing necessarily. Like he's somebody that socially is pretty good, but he's not able to, like I said earlier, convert it into necessarily game relationships. He was kind of on the outs for a lot. He wasn't necessarily with the Four Horsemen. He wasn't with the other side of the house. He was just kind of on his own island and wasn't able to ever gain traction in the game. I think he also, I'm putting him in below average too, because he did a lot of things where I'm like, Marvin, why, like, please just sit down and be quiet. Like, why are you doing this? Like, he had that whole weird angle where he kissed Diane, and that caused like a lot of waves, and it just was very like put a lot of eyes in his direction. And it's like, why are you doing this stuff? Like, I feel like if he was just like irrelevant, I feel like he would have been fine, but he wasn't. He did weird things like that that put a target on his back. And yeah, I feel like he does that a lot of the time. Like in any given season, he'll do the same thing. And I feel like he's not able to integrate himself in the in crowd a lot of the time. Karen, I'll put Karen above average or entry level. I mean, nah, I'll put her entry level, top of entry level. She's fine. Like she's like somebody like Lisa, who I feel like is well rounded, like very good socially and like decent enough strategically, but I feel like she's a more watered down version of Lisa. Like she's not as tremendously social as Lisa, and she's not as tremendously well liked as Lisa. She kind of got backset, or she did get backset by her alliance, but that's again just getting outplayed by better players. But that's what I mean. Like she's just too trusting of her alliance members. She's not that great strategically, doesn't understand the game that much to be put in above average, but she doesn't necessarily make enough mistakes to be placed below here. So I feel like in any given season she would be decently fine. Like not the greatest, she'd just kind of be there. Nokomis, I'll put Nokomis above average. I feel like she's very well liked both her seasons. But the main thing with Nokomis, I feel like a lot of people have in their heads painted a picture that Nokomis is this like mastermind, that she's this really good player. She gets credit a lot of the time for creating the backdoor plan, but like I said, that was Mike's doing. He floated the idea to Marvin, who I think floated it to Nokomis, and that's really not impressive to me at all because if anybody with a brain were to count the numbers, anybody would have came out with that backdoor plan. It was just a matter of time. Um, and I feel like she just isn't aggressive enough in this game, at least strategically, like socially aggressive. She wasn't either, but strategically, she just very much is never ever the person that is calling it. Like she was, okay, I say that, but she did call a few of the shots in Big Brother 5, but then we saw her in All Stars, like she wasn't against actually competent players. She just kind of sat there and then got evicted. She wasn't able to actively find allies, or make big moves. The game kind of got played around her. But I feel like she is a fan of the game. I feel like she does know this game really well, that she's not an entry level player. So I feel like a lot of times she will do really well. She was a victim of getting evicted early on in All Stars, but like I said, there was pre gaming in that, so that doesn't really count. My throat is starting to hurt really bad, and we're only on season 5. Fuck, I never talked this much. Um, Diane Henry. People are gonna be mad. You don't know. I feel like Diane's fine. Like I feel like I discredit Diane a lot of the time, but I feel like she's not as bad as I make her out to be. She infamously got evicted by Drew at the final 3, and I feel like a lot of the game in the beginning we saw her butt heads with Scott, with Jace, with the other side of the house. She kind of was the warrior designated hitter for her alliance. She kind of took a lot of the blows, or at least at surface level took a lot of the blows, but we did see her able to attach herself to Drew and kind of rode his coattails all the way to the end. I know it's going to be a controversial take, but I feel like she's fine. Do I think she's able to ever replicate that? I don't know. I feel like she will get into a showmance most of the time just because she is like a conventionally attractive person and a easily likable person. But I feel like in season 5 we just kind of saw her crying a lot about how Drew didn't like her, and I feel like I don't know. In season 7 too, she got evicted very early on and she had that whole weird alliance with Jace, the like Mr. and Mrs. Robinson thing, which I gave no shits about, and they made it to be this like one big thing. Kind of annoyed me. She's fine though. I just don't feel comfortable placing her in entry level because I do think she is better than an entry level player, but I don't think she's necessarily that great of a player. Cowboy, um, I'm gonna place him in the beginning of the bad tier just because he did get second place, and I'm not placing him higher based on his second place ranking, but I feel like he's somebody who is irrelevant to his benefit. Nobody's ever going to be like, oh, we need to use an HOH to get Michael Cowboy Ellis out of here. He's just kind of irrelevant, kind of floats in the background. But I feel like on that same token, nobody's ever going to respect his game. He is kind of a laughable joke. So I feel like a lot of the times he will make it late in the game, but I don't feel like he ever wins. So I feel like that's why he's bad. But he also doesn't fuck up or isn't as like error making as these players, like or as boisterous. So I feel like it's a good spot from there. Drew Daniel, I'm gonna put Drew bottom of good. Put him with June. Drew's great. He's like Roddy, like literally just like the attractive guy, kind of boring, but at the same time, Everybody loved him. He's a very charming guy. I feel like in any given season, a lot of people are going to try to kiss his ass just because of how he looks and because of his personality. He's very good in that regard, but strategically, he's pretty good strategically. I feel like he's underrated. He's like a Hayden Moss before Hayden Moss. He understands what needs to be done in this game and kind of gets it done. He understands who's with him, who's against him, and he just gets it. Like I feel like he's not as emotionally intelligent as like a Daniel Reyes. I feel like definitely not, but I feel like he's smart enough to where he doesn't really need to be as calling the shots just because his social game carries him very, very far. Like he's as smart as he needs to be, is what I'm trying to say. So moving on to Big Brother 6, we have Ashlea. She was irrelevant. She was partnered with Janelle. And honestly, I'm gonna put her below average actually. Where do I want to put her? I just don't think. I think her and Eric are pretty similar in the regards that like they're both kind of there, but neither of them have a respect or knowledge of the game to ever try to care about being nominated. We even saw her left sequester. Like, remember how there was a buyback competition or not competition, but America voted them to be back into the house the pre-jurors. Ashleigh left, and I remember Julie Chen was like, "Oh yeah, guys, by the way, America, Ashleigh decided to leave sequester," and I feel like that's indicative of her time in the house. Like she doesn't really care. Like she's nominated, she's going home. She's like, whatever. Sure, she didn't make any social connections, like deep social connections. Strategically, didn't really do anything. Michael, the artist, bad, and I'm gonna put him here. Do I put him lower? I'm gonna put him lower. Like here, he's just really bad. Like he pissed off a lot of people. He pissed off Cappy. He pissed off the friendship side of things. A lot of them found him perverted for how he like would touch all the women. And then he kind of just isolated himself with Janelle. He even got into some like arguments with Kaser, who was his partner, who tried to keep him in check, and he just couldn't. He's just his personality is just very gross. He doesn't really know the game that well. He didn't make any big moves strategically, and I think more often than not, he's going to fall in the same trap. Not able to make social connections, not able to make any good game moves because he doesn't have the social connections to be able to find footing in the game, to make any weight or to find any ground or whatever the phrase is. He's just not good. Happy Eric. I'm gonna place him here just because he did have a whole cult that was like rocking with him. But at the other hand, he had all of the sovereign or sovereign, however you pronounce that, six alliance that hated him. So in one regard, he's just really good because he literally had a bunch of followers, but then on the other hand, he had a lot of people who hated him. So he's fine. Like socially, he's whatever. He's kind of a big dictator of the house and didn't try to hide that. So he's definitely a bad player. I think he's not good enough to be below average. He's fine. Like he's not fine. He's bad. That's why he's in the bad player. Sarah, she's like, oh, I like her, but her game not the best. Do I think she'd be a fine player normally? Yeah, I'll place her here. Like she was nice. She was just a sweet girl. She was just a victim of circumstance. I feel like she should not have gone out when she went out. More Maggie, well, literally what happened was Maggie manipulated Howie, and then she was a victim of that. Kind of a victim of James too, being aligned with James. It was more kind of people taking out his slimy ways onto her. And I feel like normally that doesn't happen. She's just a nice enough person to float, kind of like an Erica Landon, where she'll just kind of coast for a while. But I definitely don't think she's ever in a position where she's the one calling the shots or is aggressively social to where everybody like loves her and is trying to protect her. Kaser is a bad Big Brother player. Yeah. So season 6 pissed off a lot of people, got into a lot of fights, wasn't able to form connections deeply, strategically, not the best. Threw the HOH to Jenny. He was way too trusting, got him evicted. We saw him come back in All Stars, same thing, just a huge target on his back. He's somebody that just comes off as very intelligent, and I feel like that works against him. Like you just look at Kaser and you're like, wow, this guy is just has it all kind of like very attractive, very smart, just like a sweet guy. But at the same time, I feel like that's not the most accurate depiction of him. Like, I think he's sort of nice, but I feel like a lot of times he can be kind of dickish. Like, I feel like I don't like how he talked to Yvette a lot in season 6. Like, I feel like he was very condescending. In season 7, he kind of came off, which I don't know if he necessarily means to, but he does. And then in season 22, we saw him fall into the same traps that he did in season 6 and 7 and was just kind of clicky with Janelle, and they kind of were just made themselves an obvious target. So strategically, not a good player, and socially, just was not able to make up for his lack of strategy, and vice versa. Jennifer Vasquez. I'm gonna put her below average. I'll put her like below Allison. Again, she was fine. Socially, was didn't do anything too over the top. Shout out to Big Brother over the top. She was just kind of a follower of Maggie, and then she won that HOH, got Kaser out, which you could argue was a fine move, but at the same time, it was more Maggie's move, and she just was able to use Jennifer to get all the blood on Jennifer's hand, and then subsequently, Jennifer got sent home after. So I feel like Jennifer just doesn't really have a mind of her own, and I feel like a lot of times will be that person that just like, oh, let me do like she's somebody that always plays for another person, or like think of like a Tyler and Casey. A lot of people say Casey just did what Tyler wants. That's kind of the player Jennifer is. She's just always gonna have somebody in her lines that's telling her what to do, and then in her worst interest gets out Kaser, and then that causes a lot of issues that gets her evicted. Rachel, whose name I last name I don't know. She's like better. I'll put her better entry level. She was on the Janelle Sovereign Six side of things, but we did see her able to play with the friendship. A lot of them did like her, at least so it seemed. But then in the jury house, we saw them say they didn't really like her. But she was able to have targets in front of her. Like she never. Well, I was gonna say she never goes home before Janelle and Howie, but she did go home before both of them. But I just feel like she was more likable than both of them, caused less waves, and I feel like her eviction was kind of circumstantial. I just like her. I like her chances normally in a regular season. I feel like she's just easy to get along with, friendly, and I feel like strategically she's underrated. Like I feel like she does get Big Brother and she does know what needs to happen and isn't as dumb as people like to make her out to be. So that's why she's there. James Ryan might be controversial. I'm gonna put him top of entry level. The reason I'm putting him entry level and not above average is because I feel like his pros and cons weigh each other out. He is very smart. He does get the game, but he, similar to Mike Boogie, he just comes off very shady, very slimy, and that works against him. In addition, I feel like he's confrontational and he lacks self awareness in the sense that he is a comp beast and he is able to win those competitions, but he doesn't realize that in doing that, he's just making himself a huge threat when he's already coming in as somebody who is somebody that's looked at as a big threat. His competition wins do him no favors and just, what's the word, enlarges the target that's on his back. So that's why I could see if you say that you think he's above average player, I get the argument. If you say he's a below average player, I get that argument too. But for me, they just kind of weigh each other out, and I'm going to put him there. Bo Beasley, below average for sure. Mm, I'll put him here. I feel like he's fine. Again, I don't think he's as bad as people make him out to be, but he definitely wasn't great. He wasn't able to play ball with the other side of the house. And in a season where you have a split house, that just shows me, Big Brother Boy, personally, that you don't really have the strategic capabilities to recognize, hey, like, if I go and I'm good with the other side of the house while simultaneously being good with my friends, and I'll be good in a good spot, in a better spot than any of my allies. He wasn't able to recognize that like somebody like April and Yvette were, at least somewhat to a degree. So I'm gonna put him there. He also got into fights with Janelle, which like they were really drunk, so I don't really know if I hold that against him. But he did all okay. He did have a relationship with Howie, but it wasn't really like a deep relationship. So he did somewhat play ball, but like I feel like on average he's worse than average. He's below average. Howie Gordon. I'm putting him here, and people are gonna be mad. But Howie's just too boisterous. He's too loud. Yes, he's like the fun jokester, but that's also working against him because nobody's gonna really take him seriously. Nobody's gonna ever take his ideas into consideration. I don't think he'll ever gain agency in the game just because of how like trolly and joking he is with everybody. He's also attacks people to a degree where it makes him a big target, like screaming at April, attacking her dog Pepperoni. Shout out to Pepperoni, you're probably dead now because this season happened a million years ago. And then we saw him on All Stars 2. Similar to James, he played the same game in All Stars. Like he was just loud, kind of just annoying, and it's like people keep him around because nobody takes him seriously, like an Amy kind of like irrelevant, but I don't think he's necessarily bad because I feel like on one hand his personality of just like being the funny guy works for him but also works against him, and then strategically he's horrible, but I feel like his personality I guess is enough to make up for his like horrible game moves of like getting Sarah out. April Lewis, I honestly, people are going to be annoyed at this, but I'm going to put her above average. Like I said, for somebody like Bo, he wasn't able to play ball with the other side of the house, and April Lewis was. She tried to play with Janelle. She tried to form the social connections with people like Rachel. I was going to say Howie, but we all know how that went, and I just talked about how they got into many fights. But she did talk to them. Like, she did put the effort in to try to, I'm not putting her above average. What the fuck am I saying? I'm going to put her entry level, and why I'm going to do that is because I feel like as much as she did try to make relationships with the other house guests that weren't in her alliance, she's kind of like a Beth Bida or Beta from Big Brother Canada 9 in the sense that she is able to make social connections, but very shallow ones to the point where all of the house guests know what she's doing. Like, hey, sir, and Janelle, like, she's nice to, and then the second she walks away, they're like, she's fake as shit. We know she hates us and is talking shit about us behind her back. Like, very two faced. And I feel like in her mind, she doesn't realize that people know she's two faced as fuck, and she thinks she's like killing it, but she's not. Janelle, Pierzina, and here's where I get more death threats. And bad player. Which she admits she's a bad player. We saw her season 6. She's just a huge personality. Her personality and her appearance works against her. I feel like, well, I know every single time she played, people are just intimidated by her just by her presence alone, which I know is not her fault. But what is her fault is she's not able to make up for that with her social game or her strategic game. Strategically, she never has done well in season 6. She just won competitions and then went after the people that hated her. Like, it doesn't take more than two brain cells to do. In season 7, she played for Will and Boogie, didn't think for herself, actively hurt herself by targeting her own allies. Season 14, she was a target from the beginning, and in season 22, target from the beginning. But like I said, those are like all-star seasons, so all of those don't necessarily contribute to why I have her ranked badly, but they do show me that she's not able to sort of put herself in a better position. Even though I feel like she's fighting against factors that are out of her control, she's just not able, she's not strong enough of a player to make up for them. So, a vet, um, I don't know. I'm gonna put a vet. A vet, I'm conflicted with a vet. On one hand, I really like what she did in the game. Like, she was able to kind of fly under the radar while simultaneously pissing everybody off. But like I said, you're pissing people off, so that's like bad on one hand, but she was kind of able to make up for it. I don't, it's very hard to rank Yvette because she got second place. She was good with people on her side, but at the same time, she was also bad with them. Like, she's a 50-50 player. Like, on one hand, people like her, but on the other hand, they fucking can't stand her, and I feel like that's just indicative of her game. I mean, she did form a relationship with James on the other side of the house that was pretty deep. So with him ever getting power, if he were ever, she would have been fine. So she kind of covered her bases. But at the same time, I don't know, like she's a big brother person in the sense that she understands the game and knows how to play, but it's what she does with that knowledge that's the issue. I don't know. You guys tell me where you would rank Yvette. I'm like very question mark on Yvette, like how I view her. Maggie Osborne, I'm gonna put her above average. I don't necessarily think she's a good player. I know a lot of people, especially now, are coming around her thinking that she's this big mastermind, but I honestly don't think she is. She benefited from the Twister season, the duos twist, and I think she kind of just went under the radar. Well, I know she went under the radar, but she was kind of the puppet master on her side as well, simultaneously. Um, she, but the thing is with her, for as much as people like to paint her as this puppet master that flew under the radar for the majority of the season, everybody hated her. Like Howie knew what she was doing, even though he let her do it. Janelle knew what she was doing. Kaser knew what she was doing. Rachel knew what she was doing. And they hated her. I think she just kind of was up against Yvette, who people also hated. But even then, she still barely won. I feel like if she was in the end game with like Bo, she doesn't even win. I feel like with Jennifer, she also barely wins. So I am not too high on her game. Yes, strategically, I think she's very smart, a very emotionally intelligent person, but socially, she lacks big time. So I think that weighs her down a lot, and that's why I'm not placing her in the good tier, in the good player tier. I have Carol from Big Brother 8, and she was a bad player. Underratedly bad. She rubbed people the wrong way. She was like the mayor's daughter or congressman's daughter or something like that, and she was kind of nominated just because she was underestimated, like nobody saw her as a threat, but then she kind of campaigned a little bit, but everybody kind of saw her as annoying and kind of like stuck up, or at least Jessica did, and she wasn't able to campaign well for herself, even though she tried. I just don't think she's ever. I think she rubbed people the wrong way, or I know she did. I don't think she's as bad as Cowboy. You know what? Fine, I'll move her above Keiser and Janelle. No, because we don't really know how she is as a player because she was evicted so early on. But at the same time, when she was nominated, she wasn't able to help her situation in any capacity. Actually, I guess I have to place her like lower than that. Like, let me be real here. Joe is a brain dead player. Joe fucking was horrible. I'm gonna place him here. Not only was he horrendous socially by announcing to the whole house that he got gonorrhea and then attacking Dustin, who he easily could have made amends with and used as a number of the game, he did things like threaten the HOH Jen and being like, you can't, like, there's nobody in this house that you can nominate to affect me. And then she's like, okay, fuck you. And then nominated him. He was also a rat. He just made so much unnecessary drama, like going up to Nick, telling Nick that Jen said that Nick tried to kiss him. He just started so many unnecessary waves, and I feel like that's just his personality. I just feel like most of the time he's going to do the same thing. Like he's just a troublemaker. Mike, relevant. Where is he going? Below average or bad? Mm, I'll place him bad. Because Mike was irrelevant. He went down with the ship too, like with Kale, with their whole like Kale's Angels alliance. He even like the same thing as Joe, like attacked the HOH, like in the veto competition with Evil Dick. He went up to try to make Evil Dick lose, and then Evil Dick's like, okay, like I'll just nominate you and get you out, like no big deal. He's just a very stupid player. Definitely was a recruit who knew nothing about Big Brother, but even with people like Kale trying to teach him, he just was not able to pick up the footing in the game. And like I said, he was irrelevant in the sense that you just couldn't make connections with the other house guests. Like, who does anybody watching this even know who Mike is? Like, you guys are all probably like, who is this? Like, relevant. Nick Starcevic, I love Nick Starcevic. Um, but he is not that great of a player. I think definitely entry level. I'm gonna put him under April. He was fine for a while, kind of similar to the Twins, where he was in a good spot for like a little bit, and then kind of shit hit the fan. But he also was very loud and confrontational. Got into fights with Jen. He got into fights with Jen. There's somebody else I was thinking of too, but like the whole thing with the Kale's oh, he got into fights with Dick too. His whole dynamic with Danielle put a huge target on his back as well, and he just wasn't able to pivot from that. And I feel like Nick is somebody who could have had the game on lock, but he just wasn't able to really distance himself from Danielle and the whole Kale. He wasn't able to navigate his messiness through the whole Kale situation well. But I feel like he's not below. He kind of is below average. He kind of did. Like, let me be real. I'm gonna place him above Howie. Like, he did make a lot of mistakes in this game that I just mentioned, so that's why he's there. Hale. Ooh, why did I scroll? Kale also bad player. I'm gonna not even below. Well, I'm gonna place Kale here and below average. No, I'll place her. Sorry, people are gonna be so mad at all the people above Allison, but Allison underratedly bad. Kale was somebody, she was kind of a ringleader. She did try to run the game with her alliance, but then she just got really, really messy. Threw her alliance under the bus to Evil Dick, which I guess you could say is a good move that she recognized that at least she's self-preservative enough to not try to go down with the sinking ship, but then that just sketched Evil Dick out, and he was like, "Why are you throwing your alliance members under the bus?" Everybody kind of disliked Kale. She wasn't, and by the time the Donatos wanted to save her, it was kind of little too late. Eric Stein already made his mark on the game and was kind of taking over at that point, so she just wasn't able to save herself. She was not very good, very messy game with trying to make the alliance, trying to cover it up, then lying about it, then coming forth about it. She was just all over the place. You know what? No, I have to put her bad. I'm gonna put Kale bad. I'm gonna put her right here. Dustin Ezrick, I think, or Ez something. I think Dustin, I'm gonna place entry level. No, he's bad, but I don't think, again, I think people exaggerate how bad he is. Because, again, he was fine for a while up until that power of veto ceremony and his HOH reign. Wait, did he win HOH? Yeah, he did. Was it the HOH or was it the veto? There was some competition where he rubbed people a wrong way. Because he was being, no, it was the veto competition where he was being selfish. He pissed off Amber. He pissed off Jamaica. But other than that, he was fine for most of it. I think he had a huge target painted on his back because of Joe, his ex, being in the house. But at the same time, he was able to work through that. Joe kind of got kicked out of the house and then he was fine. But then when it came to the Evil Dick stuff, he kind of put his neck on the line. He fought Evil Dick, which I don't think he needed to do. He got overconfident. He volunteered to be on the block against Evil Dick. And like 90% of the time, or like not even 90% of the time, he would have been fine if it wasn't for the America's Favorite House Guest twist. So, as much as people say it was dumb of him to nominate himself or volunteer to go up and then go out of the house, like it was stupid, but at the same time, he would have been fine if it wasn't for a twist. So, it would have been irrelevant anyway. But he's just too cocky, too confident of a player. Jen Johnson. No, I'm sorry, Jen. I'm so sorry to have to do this. She's brain dead. Like Jen Johnson, one of my favorite players ever, 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 but she's horrible at this game. Every single person in that house hated her. She wasn't able to make connections. She only survived as long as she did because she won competitions, which you guys all saw my competition rant at the beginning of this video. Um, Crying at her photos in the HOH or at least in the memory wall. People got rubbed the wrong way when she talked shit about her HOH photos with her mom. She just gets into a lot of fights, which I love her that she's so unbothered by them. Like she kind of is just like okay, but she's just has the personality that rubs people the wrong way, and just in any given season she's going to do the same thing. Strategically, I do have to say I do like that she will play ball with people she needs to play ball with. Like with the Donato, she did make the deal with them to kind of ensure her safety somewhat, which is good. I feel like that shows that she's not a petty player. Like she won't hold grudges and she will make the deal she has to do to advance herself, but there's just never any way she's able to come back from how bad she is socially in the game. Amber Sievis. I honestly think she's fine. She's somebody like she's like a less good version of Monica, where her social game. Wow, I'm starting to stutter. My voice is literally fucked. Maybe I should like come back to this, but I can't. Like I can't come back to this. Anyway, Amber is somebody who's like Monica in the sense that everybody liked Amber except for Evil Dick, but that was kind of very circumstantial because of the whole Eric situation. Everybody liked Amber, but I don't think they liked her enough to the point where she would win in a final two. I kind of think at this point in time, Big Brother is more developed, so they'd kind of view her as somebody who coasted throughout the game and didn't do much. However, I do think she beats people like Dustin. I do think she beats people like Jen, possibly Jessica as well. So there are people she does beat, but she's just not as proactive in the game as she needs to be. She kind of just coasts along, which her social game, I guess, would have been enough to hand her the win in some situations, but it's too risky for me to place above average. Jessica Eubanks, she's fine. Like, she didn't make any enemies. She also wasn't, even with the evil dick side of things, she was able to smooth things over to him, even with him attacking her, Eric, Amber. She kind of was able to hide in the shadows while everybody else took the blunt force of evil dick. I think socially, she was fine. She kind of gets tunnel vision a lot, even with somebody like Carol we saw. Same thing with Joe. She wasn't able to smooth things over with her. She was fake enough with her to be like, oh, okay, you're fine, whatever. But then kind of like got rid of her, disposed of her, which she could have potentially used her as a number. Like she was unnecessarily mean and like catty to her. But she like is fine. Like she's the most entry level person I feel like in this list. Like she has her faults, she has her not faults, so middle tier, she's fine. Eric Stein, honestly, master of Big Brother, like he's great. I feel like so I keep saying I feel like. I'm sorry to say I feel like. Like we all know what I feel like. This is my video. It's obviously my feelings, nobody else's. Eric Stein was great. Socially, he was great. He made a lot. He was good with literally everybody in the house, even the people he wasn't aligned with. Everybody liked him. He kind of has like a funny personality, a joking personality where he's able to get along with people. And then he's one of those people where he's good socially that he's able to transition and turn that into a game relationship. He obviously didn't win the game and went out fifth, I believe. Yeah, definitely fifth. Because of the America's player twist, he had to play for America. He didn't get a choice, and he even said that I think he was the one who said he tried to say no, but production was like, no, can't say no. You kind of have to do this. And even with that, though, he still almost won the game doing things that actively hurt him, or he was forced to do things that actively hurt him, like keeping the Donatos around. He would have steamrolled this game and was steamrolling this game up until he was pretty much sabotaged by America. I just have so much confidence and faith in him as a player. He's a super fan. He understands the game. He understands relationships. He understands house dynamics. He's great. And I feel like 9 out of 10 times he wins this game. But unfortunately was in that one season with a bullshit twist that we've never seen since then. So sucks for him. Sorry, Eric. Jamaica, again, I think she's great. Not great, but above average or good. I'm gonna put her above average player, not above Maggie though. I'm gonna put her like right here. I think she's somebody that is very good socially, and that's what she has going for her. She is able, again, she's one of the people that with Jen, she was always there, like, she was playing the mother in the house, kind of. She was always nice to people, always trying to comfort them, even when she hated them or when they were annoying her, like with Jen. She did get into unnecessary fights, like with Zach and with Danielle. Like, she didn't really need to do that. With Zach, her and Zach had a rivalry, and she never tried to smooth things over with him. She just kind of let that relationship sit and fester. So I don't think she's proactive in the sense that she won't recognize her wrongs and try to fix them. She'll just kind of be like whatever. But I feel like socially she wins in a lot of situations just based on how easily liked she was. So I'm pretty high on Jamaica, to be honest with you. Zach, I'm gonna place a bad player. He was kind of irrelevant for a while, but at the same token, everybody hated him. Like, go rewatch season 8, and a lot of it is just people talking about how much they dislike Zach and how shady he is and how annoying he is, and he was just kind of gross. Like, I feel like it was more of a personal thing then strategically he did nothing either. He was just kind of irrelevant, like just kind of like a doofus the entire season that stormed around like a giant oaf. And nobody liked him. Like his personality, he's like I said earlier, like some people just have personalities where they're never gonna do well in Big Brother because their personality ruffles people the wrong way, and that's what his is. Like he's just not easily liked, and he's fucking dumb and doesn't do anything strategically. Danny, I love you. I'm putting Danielle Donato or Danny Briones in good player. So, good things about Danny's game. I think she is very selfish in a good way. I feel like every time we've seen her play in season 8, season 13, and season 22, she's always going to put her best interest before anyone else's. She's always going to fight to do what she wants to do to benefit herself, which I think sometimes is a hindrance to her. No, I can't put her good. I have to put her lower. I'm gonna put her above Hardy. She does a lot of things right. I think in season 8 she was kind of seen as like bratty, but I feel like she's very emotionally manipulative, which is good. We've seen that in all of her seasons. She is able to kind of pit people against each other. But what's bad about her game is sometimes she overplays to a degree where people know, like in especially in season 22, people knew what she was doing. In season 13 too, like she I almost want to say plays too hard too fast, but in season 13 that's not the case because it would have worked in season 13. Like she would have won season 13 if it wasn't for Julie Chen announcing the comeback twist. Like they would have gotten rid of Rachel. It would have been Rachel versus Brendan. Her and Clea alternated HOHs, which she needed HOHs to stay alive, which I'm not going to be a hypocrite. Like she is bad in that regard that she needed HOH to stay in the game. But I feel like we see her a lot of times in the very opposite scenario where she doesn't need to win competitions. That was just kind of very circumstantial in 13. In season 22, she did very well for a little bit. I know people could argue that her being so full force against Janelle put a target on her back, but I really don't think it does. I think her biggest issue in season 22 was underestimating Cody and Nicole's dynamic, which is odd for her because she usually has very good reads on people. But I just think people sometimes she's too selfish to the fact where people understand what she's doing and know that she's very shady and only playing for herself. So sometimes can overplay, but I feel like a lot of the time she does very well. Evil Dick. I'm gonna put him below average. I'm gonna put him here. Now he did win, and what I love about Evil Dick's game is he is able to be loved by a lot of people in 13 and an 8. He's kind of like the reverse of Nicole Scaffrich socially, where she at first is very bad socially and then she gets everybody to love her. He's kind of like everybody loves him, and then as they get to know him more, they're kind of like he's fucking annoying. But strategically, fuck, I'm putting him bad. I can't. Like, he was hated by a lot of people. The only reason he stayed in the game was because of Eric Stein. He just rubs people the wrong way. I think he's too loud. He's too much of a personality. And I know in his mind, he has like a cult following where people think he's like the greatest thing ever, and he's really not. He has a lot of things that I like about him. Like I think he is good strategically. I feel like in season 13 he could have ran that game. I think in season 8 he does really good too, but then when things don't go his way, he kind of throws tantrums when in season 8 he could have been with the whole Eric vote thing and them getting rid of Kale. He could have damage controlled and been like, "Oh, can we like talk about this?" But instead he just kind of screamed at everybody, which is just his personality. So I don't think he's able to have enough self-control to manage his emotions, which is why I have him in Jacob from Big Brother 9. Honestly, I'm placing him all the way down here. He was horrible. Not only was he fucking dumb, but he attacked the first HOH. He didn't understand the game whatsoever. I don't know how he got cast. I feel like I'm placing him here just because he's dumb in general. Like, even beyond his game moves in Big Brother, I was just like, what is this? Like, how am I supposed to interpret this guy? He literally went around saying that there's a rumor that the first HOH of the season is a snake, but then when the house meeting was called, wouldn't even throw out a random name. Like, obviously, it makes you look like a liar. Just say a fucking name. There's literally nothing going through his head. Like, I have no idea what is wrong with that person. Neil, I have no idea because we actually never got a DR from him. He was barely on the show. Have no idea how he did or how he would do. So I'm just gonna put him like right in the middle. Parker, I'm gonna put him below average, or I'm gonna put him bad. I'm gonna put him like, mm, I'm gonna put him right here. The reason being is because he is somebody who kind of got clouded by his relationship with Amanda. The house really hated Amanda, and then Parker was really into Amanda and kind of was her, not protector, but kind of made himself a target, stuck himself out by trying to get with her and trying to be with Amanda. It was very, very strange. And then also, I don't like how he handled the whole, like, I guess I do like how he handled the thing with Jacob, but I feel like it was counterproductive calling the house meeting. I feel like it just put more eyes on him. I feel like I see a lot of his tweets and I like how he interprets a lot of the game now, but I can't really rank him based on his tweets now. But I feel like the Parker we saw in Big Brother 9 was a bad player. Jen, even worse player. I'm gonna put Jen like here. Because she was just absolutely fucking nuts. Similar to Jen Johnson. She had that whole thing with the memory wall where she's like, obviously I'm gonna win, or like my picture's first because I'm the winner, or whatever, and it rubbed people the wrong way. I feel like she was just annoying and nobody liked her. She wasn't able to make social connections, let alone any strategic moves in the game. She just had a huge target painted on her back. Then with her whole thing with Ryan, I feel like them being a couple and like outing themselves, it just got really messy. Big Brother 9 in general is just really messy. I feel like I could put them all in bad players in some regards just because of how fucking weird the season is, but I can't do that, but I want to. Amanda also bad player. She kind of got, I guess I'll put her here. She was really fucking hated by the entire house. Like they were all on her neck. Like they all despised her. Whatever it was her personality, like she fucked up. Like I don't agree with how they treated her, but there's no denying that obviously she was not well liked. She got into fights with people. That whole infamous backyard argument with Josh, where everybody was just screaming at her. She wasn't able to ever stand up for herself either. Like she was confronted about shit she did in the game, and she wasn't able to speak for herself or communicate her thoughts well or her game positioning well. And just yeah, bad, 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 bad. Alex, I like Alex a lot. I'm gonna put him above average. She was evicted very early on just because of being partners with Amanda. But a lot of people loved Alex, and I think if there were no duos, I feel like he would be a contender to win this game. He just had a really easygoing personality. A lot of people really liked him. And like I said a million times, Big Brother's about being liked strategically. I feel like it was a little too early to say, but I feel like he did his best to kind of make up for his partner's mistakes, if that makes sense, being Amanda, or not even mistakes, but he tried his best to damage control with the house hating Amanda, is what I'm trying to say. Allison is horrible. I'm gonna put her. I'm not intentionally putting all the Big Brother 9 people together, but Big Brother 9 is bad. She is somebody like Amanda, was hated by the entire house, similar to Amanda, also passed out within the span of like 5 minutes from each other. It was just very random. She also, the big thing of why I'm so down on Allison is she did things unnecessarily to hinder her own game, like with Sheila making up the lie that she's lesbian lovers, which I guess they kind of played off like a joke, but it just sketched people out. Like, there's no reason to be doing what you're doing. In a game that's about paranoia, just building more lies and creating more paranoia about yourself is just not needed. And like I said, everybody hated her. She wasn't able to gain traction in the game just because of how bad she did socially. Matt. I liked Matt, or not liked Matt. I liked Matt in the sense of the game. I don't think he's as bad as people make him out to be. He had an easygoing personality, and if I'm being honest, I don't really remember the context of why he got evicted. Like I said, Big Brother 9 is easily my least watched rewatch season. So we'll put him here just because I don't really remember. I remember he was good socially, so I don't really know why he got evicted. Maybe because he didn't fuck Chatty Natty. Who knows? Chelsea, she was monstrous. She was another one that was just very vocal, got into a lot of fights that she didn't need to be getting in. I don't think she's that. Like, I feel like for a while she coasted there and then was kind of a duo with James. She was fine. Like, I don't think she's average. I feel like she definitely has more hindrances that put her below average. So I'll put Chelsea there. Josh. Oh Lord. He I'm gonna put him God, he's like really, really bad. And he's a bad person too. I'll put him right there. Josh is just somebody when I say like how I said Allison made unnecessary waves. Josh unnecessarily attacked like everybody. He was just very vile on the live feeds, but also the show, making fun of Amanda's dad, which you might be like, what's that have to do with the game? But honestly, that just paints a negative picture in people's minds about Josh and just shows that he's a really shitty person. So like when you make these connections, people are gonna want to distance yourself when you're making comments like that, especially in Big Brother. A huge factor that people don't like to talk about, especially in modern Big Brother, is your appearance to the outside world. And I feel like a lot of people will want to distance themselves from you if you do shit like that. So I don't feel like Josh is ever in a position where people want to align with him. I feel like he will always find he's a very insecure person and kind of takes that out on other people, especially the women in the house, like Amanda, like Allison. And so that's why I'm putting him here. He's just always gonna project his insecurities, start fights, and that's horrible. And nobody's gonna want to align with you. James Zinkind, he was fine, I guess. I'll put him like above Lori. I'll put him above Cheryl, actually. James was fine for a while, kind of like the twins in season five. Like he was in a good spot, kind of irrelevant for a while, and then when jury hit, he kind of, or like pre-jury, a little bit before jury, whenever it was, he kind of got the target on his back. He had to win all those three consecutive vetoes, but that's not impressive to me because that just shows that you are a huge target and people wanted you out and that you had to win those to guarantee your safety. He screamed at Sheila, I believe, which was funny, but again, it's nothing to do with game. Like he's fine, I guess. Entry, like all the people in entry level people are literally just fine. Like they did some good things, they did some bad things, whatever. Natalie, she's big. Ugh, I think she's fine. I'm gonna put her at the bottom of fine. She's like another person that's just so irrelevant. I feel like people underestimate her. Not even underestimate her. They don't take her seriously because she is kind of a non-entity in the house. She didn't do much of anything except be obsessed with Matt and try to have sex with Matt the entire time. It was very awkward to watch, very uncomfortable. But like in terms of the game, that's kind of what her game was, just chasing after him the whole time. I guess she kind of played ball with Adam and Ryan, but like they still fucked her over and evicted her. So she wasn't able to secure that like final three spot that ultimately went to Sheila, or was she evicted four or five? I think she was four and Sharon was five. Either way, not a good player. You know what? Fine. Below average. Where am I going to put her? I'll put Sheila here, here, here. I'll put Sheila there. No, I'll put her there. I just think the only reason I want to put her in entry level is because I feel like in any given season she would be kind of underestimated and dragged to the end. So I feel like at least in some universes there will be times where she kind of can win a competition to get to the end. Which I mean that's not necessarily saying she's a good Big Brother player though. Okay, fine. We're putting her back down here. She's not good. Sharon, she's good. I honestly am gonna put her above average player. I'm gonna put her like right there. I feel is a safe spot for her. She was evicted very early on, but that's just because of her partner Jacob. Like everybody hated him. The partners just really fucked shit up this season. But I feel like when she came back, she was like again fine socially and fine strategically to the point where nobody's really gonna have their eyes on Sharon. Like she's not overtly making big moves or not overtly socializing with people, which is good and bad. It's bad in the sense like people aren't gonna necessarily give you credit, game credit, but it's good in the sense that nobody's gonna have their eyes on you as a target. I feel like she gets what to do. I feel like she's fine overall, but I don't feel comfortable putting her entry level because I feel like she's a little bit better than entry level, so I'm gonna put her above average. Also, why do I have Danny in above average? I should put her in good. No, I'll keep her above average. Next, we have Sheila. Sheila is just a bad player. Like, just boisterous, was just kind of dragged to the end because they thought they could beat her. She got into fights with Adam the night she found out that she was in a partner with him, put a target on her back with Allison, told everybody they were lesbian lovers. She was just fucking weird and just kind of insane. I'm sorry. I really am. I have to. I have to. She's just not, she's just horrible. She's never ever gonna do well in Big Brother. Like, she just makes way too many errors. Ryan, I'll put him top of entry level. Like, he's just like the boring jock that's like fine. Like, again, I feel like I'm a broken record, but a lot of these people are like similar games. Like, he's fine. Nobody thinks Ryan's this big monster puppet master they have to take down. Like, he's just kind of this irrelevant jock that just storms around doing stuff. He kind of got messy, like I said, with Jen, which is like why I would have him here and not an above average player. And then at the end of the game, I feel like his personality, he just kind of comes off like a big like dumbass, kind of like Scott in Big Brother 5. So I don't think anybody will ever feel comfortable voting for him to win and giving him like $500,000 or $750,000 now. But like he's fine in the sense like he will probably go far in most of the seasons he plays in. Adam, I'll put him I'll guess I'll put him right above Ryan just because he beat Ryan. I feel like he did a lot of problematic things, got in a lot of fights, wasn't able to control people's emotions like he could have done. Like he could have micromanaged people a lot better than he did. Like especially with Sheila, their relationship and dynamic, he could have handled a lot better. I know it was probably difficult because Sheila was on his neck 24/7, but he did himself no favors. He kind of just added fuel to the fire. Even with his thing with Natalie, his and Ryan's thing with Natalie, he wasn't able to smooth it out tremendously. Like I know he tried his best, but I just don't think he's an above average player to the sense where he has that capability in him to be able to micromanage people like he needs to. And then socially, he's like fine. I guess he started a drug ring, which I guess you have to be somewhat smart to do, but he's just like whatever. Like not the best, not the worst. Moving on to Big Brother 10, we're finally in double digits. My throat, like, I cannot explain to you, like, it genuinely is hurting, but I'm gonna finish this in one sitting because I told myself I will. Brian Hart is going in above average player. He definitely is a very intelligent person, as we saw. He was able, and he even kind of had a cult following, like in the house, and even after he left, that was like the pro Brian people mad he left. He just overplayed way too hard, way too quick, and I know it's like, okay, well, that makes him a bad player if he overplays. But at the same time, I feel like his overplaying would have worked in a season with a little bit less strategic of players. I feel like Big Brother 10 had a lot of strong players, a lot of big fans of the game. So I think he was kind of a victim of casting a little bit. Like, look at if you put him in a season like season 16 or season 14 or 19 with a bunch of fucking idiots, like he would have had the game on lock in that first week, but he played against people that were stronger players. So it was kind of harder to play the game or overplay, but I feel like his overplaying does work a lot of the time. So that's why I'm going to put him there. Steven Daigle, why do I know his last name? Anyway, I'm going to put him bad player. I'm gonna put him like right here. He was kind of irrelevant, and I feel like he kind of worked, like that would have worked for him, but he couldn't suck ass or kiss ass like he needed to. Like when Jesse won HOH, instead of going to the HOH room, he slept, which put a target on his back. He also was good with Brian and was kind of going down with the Brian ship side of things. He just isn't a Big Brother fan, and I don't think he's capable of making those strategic abilities. Like there's some people who have it and they don't. And that's what I mean when I say I respect people with emotional intelligence. Like I have faith that they can control people or they understand their position and can better their position or they kind of can read their own faults or are self-aware enough, and Steven is just one of those people who doesn't have that kind of emotional intelligence to correct his wrongs or even like read how situations dynamics. Angie Angie's fine, honestly. I'm gonna put her in above average here. I'm gonna put her like right here. She again kind of went down with the Brian ship side of things. She was kind of like one of those last ones that weren't with Brian, or not weren't with Brian, but like was kind of his ally, kind of targeted because of that. Um, I kind of think her eviction was kind of stupid. I think it was Keisha that got her out. I think it was kind of stupid and kind of lacked reasoning, but I feel like most of the time she will be able to just kind of blend into the background. She's kind of a victim of Brian's errors, which I already said. I feel like Brian's a victim of a casting issue, so kind of very circumstantial eviction with Angie, but I liked her. I feel like she was social enough where she would be fine. And she definitely, I don't think she made as big of errors as the rest of the people below her, I would say. Uh, we'll do that. We'll do that. Yeah, that's fine. We'll do that. I'm sorry. Jesse Goddard's bad player. Where's it going? I'm gonna put Jesse. I'm gonna put Jesse here between Zach and Evil Dick. In season 10, obviously he was horrible. He wasn't able to form any social connections because he was just a monstrosity in the house. He kind of went off the rails. He was an asshole. He was condescending to everybody. He wasn't even willing to, even somebody like Reddy who apologized to him, he wasn't even really willing to accept her apology and just kind of continued attacking her. I know a lot of people say his game in season 11 was a lot better. But here's my thing with him at 11. Yes, he was in a really good spot and probably would have won. But at the same time, any season where you throw one veteran in, they try to paint the picture like, oh, it's the veteran against the world. How are they going to overcome this? And then when they inevitably do, it's like, oh wow, they're such a good player. But no, the psychology of putting in one veteran with a bunch of newbies, they're always going to flock to the one veteran, and it's always going to be like a cult like situation. Like you look at season 19 with Paul, season 11 with Jesse. Like it's not some coincidental thing. Like that's always going to happen when you throw in one veteran player. Like they're always going to act as like the coach for everybody else. So I don't think season 11 has me impressed with him as a player. I feel like even with season 11 being handed to him on a silver platter, he made a lot of errors there. Like not being able to manage Russell. I feel like not playing ball as much as he could have with Jordan and Jeff and Michelle and that side of things. He kind of was very clicky, which he did have the numbers and he didn't really need to play ball with the other side of the house. But to me, that just speaks volumes of him not covering his bases. Libra? Okay, we're going to go on a Libra right here and not about her at all. I'm going to put Libra. Honestly, I'm gonna put Libra. This is gonna be controversial. I'm gonna put her here and above average. And I know a lot of people are gonna say, "How can you put her there?" Like she got into a lot of fights, she got into a lot of trouble. A lot of people hated her. But my thing with Libra is what people don't talk about a lot is we see a lot of microaggressive comments and situations in modern Big Brother, but Libra was a huge victim of that in her season. Like a lot of her house gets painted her as being this like aggressive, like in your face type of person. And she even talked about it a lot, how she felt CBS and her house gets painted her as a stereotypical angry black woman. So I feel like she got a raw deal in her season. And like to me, that's not making her a Big Brother player. What puts her this high is because I feel like she was making those good connections. And I feel like in her season, a lot of people were very boisterous and getting into fights. So to hold that against her wouldn't be fair. And I feel like a lot of people have revisionist history when it comes to Libra. Like a lot of people remember her as, and a lot of this has to do with the editing. They like to edit her as the one that's being the perpetuator of the fights, but a lot of it was the fights coming to her and a lot of people being really nasty and treating her very, very poorly in her season. It was more her so standing up for herself, defending herself, and reacting to the fights and the drama that was brought to her. Like, you even look at a situation where she was trying to joke with April and Keisha and Michelle about like getting that designer dress, saying that Keisha's only being nice because she wants the designer dress or whatever. And then they turned that and completely flipped that on her, saying that she was being a bitch, whatever. So I feel like she could not catch a break in season 10, but I feel like she did try to socially integrate herself into the game. But I feel, like I said, I feel like what worked against her is the microaggressions and like the racial bias against her in season 10. And I feel like we as a community don't talk about her mistreatment. Like we do a little bit, but her game literally was bad because of her mistreatment. And I feel like without that in a season now with like the 50% by POC, if she played with other black people, other people of color, if it wasn't so heavily white dominated, I feel like she would do really well, I feel like she got a raw deal and was discriminated against for her race. Like, and I'm gonna be completely real and say that I know a lot of people won't agree with that. I'm gonna look at that as problematic, but whatever. Like, that's literally my feelings on her. Like, I feel like she was a good player, or at least an above average player, and just got fucked over. April. April, I'm gonna put below average. I'm gonna put her at the bottom of below average. Think she goes back and forth. Like we saw a lot of times in her season, she did try to do damage control with Libra and Keisha and Michelle and the people that were her enemies, but then we also saw her attacking them and fighting them at other points. So it's honestly 50-50. It depends on what time of the day we're seeing April. Like there was times where I was really impressed with things I saw. There were times where I really didn't, but she just caused a lot of waves in the house with Michelle, with Keisha, with Lieber, with Rennie, which I guess the whole season 10 cast was like that. But that's why I'm not too high on most of them. Like they were just all the problem with season 10 is that they're all very strong personalities that butted heads. Like whoever casted them is a fucking genius. Robin Cass, like putting them together was great because they were all just fucking nuts. And I feel like I honestly want to say the same about Michelle and Keisha. Like, I want to put them together. No, I feel like Keisha, I have to put with Libra because I feel like Keisha and Libra kind of played very similar games and played the games very much together. But I feel like somebody like Michelle wasn't as close with Libra, Keisha, and April. She was on the other side of the house and then kind of got together with April despite Libra and Keisha. But Libra and Keisha did make other connections, like with Rennie and with Dan and Memphis, while Michelle didn't. And so that's why I'm gonna have them there. I feel like Keisha is better on average than like any of the people below her. Coming in, we have Ollie. Um, I don't know if I want to put him below. I feel like I'm gonna put Ollie average. And why I'm gonna put him average is like again, just like the boring, like jock, not really alpha guy. He doesn't have an alpha personality. He kind of got a little bit messy when he had that final through with Brian and Dan, threw them under the bus to April, Keisha, and Libra, which I liked because then that made Brian even more of a target. That's kind of what started the whole ball rolling for Brian's downfall, or one of the things that got it started. I just don't think Ollie is made for Big Brother. He doesn't have like that strategic mindset. Like especially you see him trusting somebody like Dan after Dan's done everything to prove that he's not with Ollie's side of the house. I just don't think he's enough to ever I don't think he's strategically capable enough to be put at above average, but I feel like he's fine enough to the degree that people don't really ever view him as a threat just because he's kind of just like this nice guy, besides when he called Memphis the F slur, but we'll get to that in the personal ranking. Um Rennie Rennie like I don't know. She's weird. I'm gonna put her bottom of entry level position just because she was loud, similar to all of the other people in season 10. She did start a lot of fights. She did get into a lot of trouble. But at the same time, nobody really viewed her as a threat, which I think has a lot to do with her age, which she could benefit from or did benefit from. The only reason I have a question, like I don't think in general she's a good Big Brother player, so I guess I'll put her bad. I'll put her below average. Yeah, I'll just throw her here with them. The only reason that I'm like kind of unsure with Rennie is because I really wonder what would happen in a final two situation, like against a Keisha, against a Jerry. Like I very much want to know how that would play out because she did have a lot of enemies, but at the same time, she did have a lot of people that loved her. But I wonder if it's like a kind of thing where just nobody respects her because she was just kind of there. I'm not really sure. I could see it going either way of them like respecting her game or not, so I don't really know. Jerry, fucking hate Jerry, but this isn't the personal ranking. I'm gonna do him. I will not be doing him, but I will rank him. I'm gonna put him bad. Yeah, I'll put him bad. He's just like the old guy. Like he was dragged to the end, and again, this has to do with his age, which don't mean to be ageist or whatever, but everybody's gonna like. I'm gonna be real. Let's be real. Nobody's ever gonna view him as a threat just because he's like the older house guest. Like everybody's just gonna view him as a number that they could drag along and beat in competitions. He was also just not a nice man. Like a lot of people again have revisionist history when it comes to him. Like he's just like nice old jolly gingerly old man, and he's just fucking not. He was like very nasty. Got very personal with Dan. He was speaking of mistreatment of Libra. He was one of the biggest perpetrators of the anti-Libra movement. Like he was fucking nasty to her, and honestly repulsed me. But I know this isn't a personal ranking, but that's what I have to say. Like it does have to do with this game because a lot of the house guests like Keisha and Rennie, and even like Dan and Memphis recognize this and were like, man, he is horrible. Like he's not this nice person. I think even if he made Final Two, nobody votes for him for that reason. Like he's not this nice old man that people make him out to be. And I think in any other season, he probably wouldn't be nice either. Memphis Garrett, I'm sorry, but I'm putting Memphis here. I really liked Memphis in season 10. I don't agree that he should have lost unanimously. I don't think his game was that much worse than Dan's. I think Dan is somebody whose game, we'll place them together because I'm going to talk about them together. Dan Giesling, we'll talk about in a second. I'm going to place him here. I'm going to place him under Danielle. But in a second, I think Memphis and Dan, I feel like Dan got himself into more situations, especially in the beginning of the game. We saw Memphis was integrated more with like Jesse and like Michelle in the beginning. I feel like though as time went on, and even in season 22 we saw this too, Memphis just can't be bothered to try to form relationships with the people he's not aligned with, and even with the people he's with, he kind of doesn't put the effort into like watering those relationships, if you will. He just kind of like sleeps and naps and just kind of goes along, which he is like strategically savvy enough to get himself by. I feel like he's like a better Mike Boogie. Like Mike Boogie thinks he's like this like businessman, and I feel like Memphis is more like the businessman archetype, like a better one. Moving on to Dan. Like I said in the intro of this video, Dan's somebody that I discredit a lot for getting himself into these bad situations. I feel like in season 10 and season 14, you look at moves like fuck, sorry, my throat. Like I'm actually not okay, like in pain. But replacement nominee roulette, and then in season 14, his funeral, those moves, he I know a lot of people love those moves because he crafts them to be so big and over the top, but here's the thing, just because he makes them and paints them to be this big move doesn't mean that they are as great as they are made out to be. I think backdooring Michelle was a great move, but I think the way he went about it just sketches people out, and I know he did it for the show's sake, but that does nothing than place more of a target on your back, so he actively self-sabotages. And in season 14 too, it's the same exact thing. Like there was no reason to, in quotes, host your own funeral. All that move was is throwing Ian under the bus to Frank, which he could have done in private. But the fact that he did it in front of the house and like was hosted this whole dramatic thing, there's just no reason to be doing this. However, I do think he is very good socially. A lot of people, weirdly enough, say he's not good socially because of how bitter people are towards him. But I feel like people are bitter towards him because of how close he gets with them and then just kind of like throws them away like trash, which like I love to see. Like it's great. I think he's one of the best, if not the best, house guest. Well, no, I think he's in like the top three of people that is just able to form one-on-one interpersonal connections easier than anybody else that's played this game. He's just able to relate his own life experiences to theirs, and then he is able to kind of craft that into a game relationship and is, how do I say it? Like I don't know, he's like people's therapist kind of. Like he's just very good at getting to know people and then using it and like asking them about it. And then strategically, obviously, he just knows what needs to be done. He's very good. He knows who's with him. He knows who's against him. He knows how to get out of bad situations. However, I have him lower than Danielle just for the fact that he gets himself into the bad situations to begin with, like not distancing himself from Brian in the beginning of season 10, aligning himself poorly. In season 14, I think he kind of let Ian skate by longer than he should have, especially when it comes to Frank and Boogie. I think he should have thrown Ian under the bus sooner than he did and allowed himself to become more and more of a target. But overall, he's obviously amazing, and I'm kind of nitpicking, but when it comes to like the best of the best, obviously you have to like nitpick. we're at season 11, and now we're at Braden Bacha. I'm gonna put him brain dead player. I'm gonna put him like right here. I'm gonna put him like here. Like he's like really, really bad. He was the first one evicted. He made racist comments to people like to their face. He called Julie Chen a whore, which again is personal things, but at the same time, I don't think you're gonna be able to gain any sort of strategic or social traction in a game when you're making racist comments and sexist comments about the host. Everybody hated him too. Like even his alliance members, like were kind of like, "Oh yeah, Braden's done." I guess he like barely was evicted. Like the vote was somewhat close in the first week, but at the same time, he's not a good player at all. He doesn't understand Big Brother, and he just made really big waves and really personal waves. So I don't think he will ever do good. The only reason he kind of had allies was because he was forced into them by the click twist, like with the popular crowd, who was like friends. Jordan was friends with Jeff. Like it was kind of automatic, like kind of forced onto him, you know? So he was horrible. Braden Baca was horrible. Laura Crosby, I honestly, again, season 11's fucking weird because of the click twist, but then also Jessie being there. I feel like I'm gonna put her above average. I really, really like her. She was a super fan of the game. I feel like, I'll put her here. She was social as hell. Like, a lot of people did like her a lot, but what really sucked for her was because she was in the popular clique who was kind of on the outs just because of the brains teaming up with the athletes, which I guess you can say that's on her for not having her clique more aligned with the people that were on the in crowd side of things, but at the same time, I feel like it's more not necessarily her fault because it's how do I say it? Like the dynamics are different when you're in the click twist and like you have somebody who's has a whole team safe because of one person winning HOH. Like when the athletes, when Jesse came into the game. Okay, I'm getting like really messed up here, but like what I'm trying to say is I like Laura. I think Laura's an above average player. She was nice socially. I feel like she was just a victim of the twist, is what I'm gonna say before I get too bent out of shape. Um Casey, I don't like Casey's game at all. I don't think he's a good player. I think I'm gonna put him below average. I'll put him like right here. He wasn't like too horrible. He definitely wasn't good at all. He only played ball with his side of the house, and I guess he was viewed as the leader for a time being, which is bad because the other side of the house got rid of him for that reason. He also was way too trusting of the other side, thinking that they were gonna get Ronnie out, which again is on one hand, when I say it's due to the other people like outplaying them, like yes, he played against good people, so it's more on those people for being good players. But if you're getting snowed by better players, like that just shows that you're not a good player. You know what I mean? So he just wasn't able to pick up on that. Wasn't able to pick up on the social cues or the dynamics of the house. So that's why he's in below average. But he didn't make too many huge mistakes. Like I know him and Shima butt heads a lot, but who didn't Shima butt heads with? Ronnie. I'm gonna put Ronnie Talbot bad. Ronnie Talbot's a bad player. I think he's better than those players, I guess. He is a super fan of the game. He painted himself to be a mastermind, and he did try to play all sides of the house, but he did it so poorly. Like he was never able to cover his tracks or cover his bases, and even when everybody knew what he was doing and he had the opportunity to open up about it, not only did he continue to lie about it, but he continued trying to play both sides of the house, and like they all knew what he was doing. Socially, again, he benefited from the click twist. I don't necessarily contribute that to anything he did. I think if anything, the brains and athletes getting together were more Shima and Natalie's doing, to be honest with you. So I don't credit him for that. I feel like he was kind of lucky that he was in the brains to begin with. I think if there was no click twist, he probably would have been one of the first outs. Well, he already was one of the first outs, but even earlier. So I really just don't think Ronnie's that great of a game player. Shima is difficult. She is another one that's very hard to do. Um, because yes, she was one of the most confrontational people we've ever seen play this game, but she's also very polarizing. Like in the game, a lot of people loved Shima, a lot of people hated Shima. And I feel like though with her, It's weird because she is this like big personality, but at the same time, people respected her. Like her house guests knew like that's just how Shima is, and they respected that that's her personality. It didn't really make her too much of a target. Like yes, she was a target for like Russell, but like even the Jeff and Jordan side of the things and the Michelle side of things, we didn't necessarily see her get targeted until after she flipped out about the coup d'etat, which who wouldn't flip out about that? Like she got royally fucked over. It was her game to win, hers and Jesse's. Like they were fucking steamrolling. But even then, like Jeff and Jordan were actively targeting her prior to that. They were going after Natalie and Jesse. So it's hard with Shima. Like I can get the argument if people want me to rank her low. I could get the argument if people want me to rank her high. I feel like just because it's so 50-50 and up in the air, I feel comfortable putting her at the beginning of entry level. But she did have good relationships with the house. She did make good social moves. But she also did a lot of things to hurt herself in the game. So that's why I'm like mixed on Shima, and I'm just gonna leave her like square in the middle for now, like right here, like higher mid. Um, Lydia Talavera, or not Talavera, that's Annalise. This is Lydia Tavera. I'm gonna place her brain. I don't think she's as bad as Jen. I think she's a little bit better than Sheila. She was horrible. Like speaking of playing all sides of the house, she tried to play with the athletes. She tried to play with the brain. She was obviously in the offbeats. She also tried to play with the popular crowd. And for like a second, she was looking like she was somewhat doing well in the game, but at the same time, every single side that she was playing did not like her, did not trust her, and saw right through her. And she didn't. I feel like if you're playing all sides of the house, and even in general, a general rule of thumb when it comes to Big Brother, if you want to gain any sort of strategic traction at all, you need to have those good social relationships. And she didn't. I feel like she tried to have those good strategic game relationships without socially integrating herself first, which was a huge problem. Nobody trusted her. Even the people on her side, like Jesse, like wanted her out. She was disposable to them. And then on top of that, she did. Oh my gosh! So like when the coup d'état thing happened, after that, Shima was the target, and she actively did stuff to try to paint her as the target over Shima. And then even after Shima left, Natalie was the next target. And when we saw Jordan won HOH, what did she do? Attack Jordan and called her a fucking hoe puppet. Where it's like you literally just had to shut your mouth, and Natalie would have been the target, and you would have been fine. And then Russell probably after you. And then maybe you and Kevin, but if you guys won a competition, you would have been fine. Like you didn't have to make yourself a target. She would have been like somewhat chilling. I don't think she ever wins in a final two situation, but she just actively did stuff to hurt her game, and she was just a horrible Big Brother player. Definitely a brain dead Big Brother player. Russell, also, I'm gonna put him here. Just again, just horrible. He was in the athletes clique. He couldn't get along with them. He fought his team members, which I guess didn't really matter because he was safe every time they got into power just by how the twist worked and the functionality of that. But even with the other side of the house always screaming at people, screaming at Jeff, screaming at Lydia, screaming at Natalie, at Jesse, Shima, he just couldn't keep his mouth closed. Ronnie, too. And he's somebody also that he even said in the diary room, like all the time, like, I'm playing every angle. And it's like these people know you're playing every angle. None of them like you. They all try to get you out. He would have gone home first in jury if it wasn't for the coup d'etat. He would have been out. And even if it wasn't for the athletes twist or not the athletes twist, the click twist in general, he would have been out. But he benefited from their wins a lot. He's just a horrible player, which I. Spoiler alert, makes it sound like I hate him, but I actually like Russell a lot, but we'll save that for the personal rankings. He is a horrible Big Brother player, though. Jeff, I'm going to put above average, the bottom of below average. I think again, like I talked about earlier, he's just like the stock, like jock alpha guy who's just gets along with people. I feel like he is very charming, but yet again, not charming enough to where people respect him and want to play the game with him. It's more so like, oh, like Jeff, he's fine. Like we'll save him till the end to get him out. Like the Shima, the Natalie, the Jesse side of the house. Like they kept him around, like because they liked him and he was fine, but they never worked with him game wise. I think when he came back in season 13 as well, he just came off as too big of a threat, which I don't necessarily hold against him because, like I said, mixed seasons are hard to rank because you have the factor in of being vets and newbies and splits and things like that. And like everybody knew his past game. So I think he was just coming in as a huge threat of being America's favorite, being a likable guy. So Danny set her sights on him. I don't think that's anything he did bad, but overall, I think he's fine. I think most of the time, if he plays with a clean slate, he will go at least decently far. And some of the times, I feel like he'll even win. Like, you can say he only benefited from the coup d'etat, which I agree with. But at the same time, if Jesse's not in the house and there is no vets, I feel like he probably does a lot better than he even did his time with Jesse there. Um, Michelle, I am terrified of Michelle. Like, she's one of my most feared house guests of all time. I'm gonna put her top of entry level. I'll put her next to Shima. I feel like she's a little bit smart. I feel like she's somebody who tried and was so close to playing a good game. Like she was always right there with the other side of the house or with the people that she wasn't close with. Like with the we're going to Russell, going to Shima and trying to play game with them. And she was always there was something there that almost clicked with her, that she was almost in good with people, but there was something with her that people just didn't trust, and she just comes off as too fake and too just all over the place and too like much of a wild card. I feel like it's more just her personality that people just don't trust her, and she's never able to gain that traction in the game. Like I said earlier, socially she was whatever, strategically she was whatever. I like that she could set. I like that she has the self-control to set aside her differences with people like Russell and even like Shima and like align with them at different points in the game after getting into big fights with them. So I feel like that's a good thing with her game. So I feel like there's stuff I like about her game, there's stuff I dislike about her. I feel like she's better than probably all the people under her. So that's why she's there. Kevin Campbell, I'm gonna put him in good player, honestly. I'm gonna put him bottom of good player. I think season 11 he played fantastically. I feel like he had a lot of factors working against him that he overcame, which I don't mean factors as in he put himself in a bad spot. I feel like he navigated the Jesse thing. I think he navigated the coup d'etat twist that fucked him over because it made like all of his allies leave and all of his shields that were protecting him left the game. And I feel like he still made it through that mostly unscathed. He only got third, which kind of sucked, but what can you say? Like, I guess he was. That's why he's not a master Big Brother. Like, if he was so good to the point where Jordan took him to the end and he won, he would be a master, but he wasn't that. But I don't think he's just above average. I feel like he is a good player. In season 22, he kind of just like whined the whole time. But again, season 22, there was all that pre gaming with Cody and Derek. So he's kind of a victim of that. I don't hold that against him too much. Natalie Martinez, or I think her last name now is like Majoran or Majoran. Um, it's hard. I could put her in above average. I could put her in entry level. I could put her in below average. I feel like there's a case to be made with her for all of them. Overall, I feel like again, she did cover her bases a lot of the times with all sides of the house, but nobody liked her. Even in the end, she couldn't secure a win against Jordan, which I always say the BB11 jury was bitter against her, but I feel like there is a case to be made that she was just very bad socially, that she literally couldn't even get her own alliance members to vote for her in the end game. But at the same time, I feel like she definitely should have beat Jordan. But anyway, I'm gonna put her. Hmm. Entry level? Do you guys think entry level, even though this isn't a live stream, so I don't know why I'm saying that? Or do I put her below average? I'm gonna put her high entry level, to be honest with you. I feel like strategically she is pretty good. No, I can't. In a game that's like mostly about social connections, you know what, fine. I'll put her like lower than that. So I feel like she's better than these players for sure. Like she does have her errors, but she does have the good things. Like her move with Kevin to get Jeff to target Russell was amazing. I feel like she played consistently in the beginning, but she throws her neck out on the line when she doesn't need to in defense of her allies. Like let your allies take the fall, let them be the target over you. And she just doesn't realize that, which I think is a big hindrance. Jordan Lloyd, uh, she's just entry. Like I'll put her bottom of entry level. She's nice. She's a sweet girl, sweet person in general, but nobody's ever gonna respect her because they kind of always have viewed her like in season 11 and 13 as like the ditzy girl. Wait, I said she's never ever gonna win, and she literally won. That's so fucking funny. Okay, but her win was so circumstantial. Like she does not win most of the time. Like she not only had to have the coup d'etat happen, Well, I guess that's mainly why she won, but she also had to have Shima self-evict, so she benefited from the most game-breaking twist we've seen in the game, and also a self-eviction. Without those happening, she doesn't win. I think even with Jesse not being there, she doesn't win either. I feel like Jesse being there helps her because if Jesse wasn't there, then the coup d'etat thing probably doesn't happen to fuck him over. So like honestly, it's very circumstantial when it comes to Jordan, but she's nice overall, sweet. I feel like she'll go far most of the time she plays, but I feel like most of the time people just use her as a number instead of actually giving her any sort of agency or currency in the game. So moving on to BB12, we have Annie. Annie, horrible player. Like she was fucking insane. Where do I put her? I feel comfortable. I'll put her right here. I'll put her right here. She was just really, really bad. Um, Her thing we saw with Jeff and Jordan, or not Jeff and Jordan, Rachel and Brendan, she was kind of aligned with them, but then at the same time turned on Rachel out of jealousy. She was the original saboteur. She was just a very paranoid player. Like a lot of the moves she made, I'm like, why are you doing this? Like, just sit tight. Like, you don't have to be as weird as you're being. Like, a lot of her moves were question marks to me. I just think she's very strange. She wasn't able to getting good with anybody really in the house. I feel like a lot of the women didn't trust her, a lot of the guys didn't trust her, and that's why she was the first evicted. Monet, why was Monet evicted? Like, I'm very confused. Like, I'm gonna put her entry level. Like, I think she was honestly fine. Like, she didn't really make too many waves. Obviously, she hated Rachel. Was Rachel the one that got her out? I can't fucking remember. Well, I know she was fine with Brittany. Her and Brittany were like best friends, and honestly, I don't remember why she was evicted. I just remember liking her a lot, and I remember that she was kind of robbed, and everybody was like, "Why was she evicted?" So I'm gonna put her there. Sorry, I don't mean to be unprofessional and say I don't remember about these people because almost all of them I do, but her, Monet, why were you evicted? Andrew Gordon, he was bad. He was like bad, bad, bad. Was he as bad as them? I'm gonna place him right there. Andrew Gordon, he again was with Rachel and Brendan and then like turned on them and then also attacked Hayden and Kristen in his nominee speech. But even before that, I think he's just too on the outs. I feel like Big Brother 12, you had the brigade, then you had Rachel and Brendan, you had like Reagan and Brittany, who were kind of just floating in the middle of everybody, and then Andrew was just kind of on his own island on the outs, so he was just an easy person to target. Like I feel like most people will look at him as somebody they can just get rid of without getting blood on their hands, because he's just not somebody that you think of as being an overtly strong player in the game. I'm gonna put him there. He was just kind of like made weird, bizarre moves. Kristen also just Big Brother not for her all attacking Rachel. Well, I guess Rachel attacked her and then she attacked her back after Rachel won HOH. So I guess I can't discredit her for not letting Rachel attack her, but at the same time it's Big Brother, like just damage control after, like let her yell at you and then go be like, "Oh, why do you feel that way? So sorry." But she didn't do that. She also just kind of was with Hayden and like secluded herself with Hayden, which put a target on her back. She just kind of flirted with him. Andrew called her the Tin Man. I don't think she's made as many mistakes as a lot of these people down here, so I'm gonna place her in the bad, like the beginning of bad, but she just showed no real redeeming qualities, to be honest with you. Oh, this is gonna suck. Um, um, I'm laughing because I know people are gonna be so pissed. But like I don't care. Like I really don't care. I love Rachel Riley to death, but not a good Big Brother player. In season 12, she was without a doubt one of the most confrontational people we've ever seen, and to the point it's like, why are you doing this? She trusted the absolute wrong people. Like she thought Reagan was with her. She thought that she went after Matt of all people. Like she can't really read between the lines to see the bigger picture. I feel like she gets so hyper fixated on personal feelings and connections in the game that she's not able to set that aside and make good game decisions. Even in season 13, like I guess season 13 was a little bit of a step up, but at the same time the way she goes about things is just so aggressive that people feel personally attacked because she kind of personally attacks them that they feel bitter against her and they just don't like her. I feel like she comes off very annoying. Well, I know she comes off very annoying from what her house guests say that she's played with. Socially, they just can't stand the girl, which I love her and I think she's very entertaining. But strategically and as a game player, like you can't be like that in this game, and she is exactly like that. So she's just has to be in Brain Dead Player. I'm sorry, Rachel Riley or Rachel Riley fans, but like she's not that great. Kathy, like, bad. Like, doesn't do anything wrong in her season, but she doesn't do anything right. She's just kind of there. I mean, I don't know. All of these people actively have done stuff to harm their own games, so I don't know if I'm gonna put her there. Maybe here. Yeah, I guess I'll put her below average. I don't necessarily think she's a bad player, but she doesn't do anything. Like she just kind of sits around the whole summer and people just kind of carried her, so whatever. See, she's another one. Why am I talking about her for this long? Like it's Kathy. Matt Hoffman, he I'm gonna place him above average. I know a lot of people are gonna expect him to go in good. He's very strategic, he's very smart, very emotionally intelligent. He's a super fan of the game. He understands the game. My thing with him though is why the fuck, when the brigade turned on him, did he not throw the brigade under the bus and like out them? I feel like for as strategic as he is and as much credit as he gets for being like this mastermind, he could have easily gotten together with Reagan and Brittany and even like Brendan and started like a whole troop against the brigade to take down the brigade, but instead he didn't. He didn't even throw them under the bus, which I don't get why. I feel like he could have stayed. I feel like there was an easy path for him to stay, and I just don't feel like I feel like he's still good, like he's fine overall, definitely better than an entry level player, but I can't justify putting him in good when I feel personally that he had an easy road to stay in the house and just didn't manage that happening. Um, Brendan Viegas, like not brain dead. Why do I keep saying like? I'm sorry. He is bad, but he's only bad because of Rachel. When he's with Rachel, they seclude themselves, they isolate themselves. Same thing as secluding. I don't know why I repeated that. And he makes a lot of low blows. Like I remember in season 13 with Kalia, he would always attack her. In season 12, he got in fights with Reagan and Brittany and that he didn't need to be getting into. But at the same time, once Rachel left, that was kind of somewhat smoothed over, but he was still feeling the after effects and the ramifications of the beginning of the season of his kind of tyranny with Rachel that he went on. I feel like he's smart though. I honestly feel like without Rachel, he would do a lot better, but we've only really seen him play with Rachel, and then the times we didn't, we saw him in the house in season 12 when Rachel was gone. He was like fine. I don't necessarily think he's bad. I'll put him like, it's so funny that I have like a winner ranked under fucking Michelle Meredy from season 4. Like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna get hate, but it's my ranking and I feel strongly about these opinions. I'm gonna put him like right here. See, it's hard. The reason, let me just say this real quick. So Rachel won, obviously, and she's below these people that were like first and second boots, but it's because these people actively make mistakes to harm their games, and that's what I can't stress enough. Like these people just kind of like chilled and like got evicted because of weird circumstances and they were like fine, but these people actively did shit where I'm like, why are you doing that? Like just shut up and you'll be fine. Reagan, Reagan Fox. I honestly think Reagan is a good player, and I think putting him above Matt is gonna rub people the wrong way. But that's what I feel. I feel like he's very well spoken. I feel like he's very good at communication. I think he's a communications professor. He's very smart. He understands the game. He's a super fan, just like run of the mill. Just like he checks all the boxes. Good socially, good, somewhat good strategically. I mean, like his fight with Rachel was unnecessary, but I feel like it helped him because everybody hated Rachel. Um, I feel like he figured out the guys, but it was just a little bit too late. I feel like he wasn't as proactive as I would have liked him to be. I feel like by the time he figured it out, like about the brigade, it was just too little, too late. I feel like him, Matt, and Brittany, like I said earlier, and even if they recruited Brendan, could have done a lot of damage in the game, but they couldn't. But I feel like Reagan overall just is really good, and I feel like really underrated. Which again, people are gonna be like, "That's wild. You have Reagan above Maggie," and it's like, and what about it? Brittany Haynes. I like Brittany. I think she's above average. I think she's above Brian. Speaking of like good socially, like she always has people LOLing in season 12, season 14. Like I think season 14 was her game to win. Like if that wasn't if it wasn't for Dan being Dan and like getting her evicted, like she would have done so fucking good. Well, she already was doing good, but she just got outplayed by one of the best of all time. So you can't hold it against her too much. Season 12, I think she, for as hard as it was to go against a dominant alliance that was as great as the Brigade, I think she held her own for the most part. Um, her issues with like I said, her, Rachel, Brendan, Reagan, Matt, like all kind of fall into the same boat. They spent the majority of the season just attacking each other and going after each other and missing the big picture of looking at other people and weighing out the other options. I feel like if they would have compared notes even a little bit, they could have realized a little bit sooner about the brigade and done something. But at the same time, I don't hold it against them that much because the brigade was just really that good. Enzo, I'm gonna put Enzo. I'm gonna put Enzo right here. That's so funny. Wait, why do I have Nicole above Will? Do I think Nicole's better than Will? Yeah, I actually do. That's why. um, I just think Enzo is like I don't want to say the perfect Big Brother player. I don't want to be like an Enzo fan right now, but he just like I said with Reagan checks every box. We saw in 22 and 12. He is just one of the best. Like I think coming to mind, I think I'd put him second best socially, or at least top five socially of all time house guests. Strategically, too, like he knows, I think he overrates himself, like strategically. He knows what needs to be done. He gets it done. He's not this like some mastermind though that's like pulling rabbits out of a hat. Like he's fine. Like he had a whole alliance and just went after people not in his alliance. Like it's you didn't turn water into wine. But his social game is what I puts me in awe every time I watch him on both of his seasons. He just I think any cast given to him, he's always going to do really well and make it to the end just because he's able to have people laughing. Nobody's ever going to view him as a bad guy or as a threat or as a target. So I'm really, really high on Enzo, surprisingly, which I didn't realize until I just started talking about him. Lane. Lane's fine. I feel like for his social capabilities alone, I'm going to put him in above average, but I think he lacks heavily in the strategy department. He doesn't make moves himself. The moves get made around him and he kind of just shifts to what's going on, or he doesn't even shift. He played a very static, consistent game in season 12. He just had other targets in front of him and just kind of steamrolled with the brigade. I feel like it was placed in his lap by like Matt, Enzo, and Hayden, and he just kind of had to sit there. But I feel like he is liked by like even Rachel and Brendan and everybody else just loved Lane. He's a person that you just like, if that makes sense. I said like a million times in this video. I'm sorry, but bear with me. It's a long video. It's easy to like him, and I feel like that's why he's above entry level, just because of how good he is socially. Hayden Moss. Um, I'm gonna place Hayden here, or here, or here. Wait, here. No, I'm gonna place Hayden here. So the reason for Hayden being there is I honestly his game was so great because I feel like we never saw him ever in a position where he was in danger of going home, which same thing for Enzo. The only reason I have him lower than Enzo is because we did see him get into some confrontation with Rachel, and he also did have a target painted on his back because of his relationship with Kristen by the brigade. But then at the same time, they didn't think we need to get rid of him. They just slung Kristen, and we're like, that's that. I think he doesn't get enough credit for his contributions to the brigade. I feel like people look at it as more like Enzo and Matt running the show, but I feel like Hayden, more so than anybody, was really the brains behind the operation, or at least once Matt left. He's very underrated in that department. I just think he's only lower than Enzo because of his like little tiff with Kristen. But I feel like I can confidently say I feel like he's better than everybody else that I've said so far. So we're moving on to season 13. We have Keith. Keith I should put him brain dead, but he showed at least enough charisma and willpower to try to form an opposition to the Veterans Alliance. However, it was one of the worst. It was the worst alliance of all time, arguably. So I'm gonna put him bad. It's just a matter of where I want to place him bad. I'll put him like here. Nah, lower. I'll place him like here. Because not only did his alliance suck, like all of the veterans knew what he was doing. He thought he was running the show. He even had some of the new players turn on him to go with the vets. He's just a very delusional house guest, and I feel like he just lacks so much self awareness to ever be able to coherently play this game. Like he was just not good. Cassie above average player, and I'm gonna put her right here because I feel like for the same thing with Keith, she did show the ability to recognize that they need to get the vets out and showed at least some sort of strategic mindset. And I feel like if it wasn't for the vets, she would have done really well. She was really well liked. I feel like her and Shelly as a duo could have done a lot of damage in the game. I just think she was a victim of the whole like vets with Rachel and like their whole like jealousy thing, and there was really not a lot of options if you look at it because the vets had their numbers, but then they also had Shelly. They thought they had Adam. They had Kalia, so that really didn't leave. So and even like Danny had Dominic, so it really didn't leave many options. But you cut that factor out, I feel like Cassie would have done very very well. I feel like she's just a very nice person. I feel like socially she did do really well, and she did try to make amends with Rachel and Brendan, but Rachel and Brendan are the least level-headed people to ever play, so it didn't really work. But she did attempt, and she did show like that she knows in Big Brother you have to put aside your personal differences and do what's best for your game and try to smooth things over. And she tried that, but like I said, if it wasn't for the vets, I think she would do really well. Um, Dom, like same thing, but I'm gonna put him entry level. Mm, no, I think I'll put him bottom of above average. Like I said, I think it's this like literally copy and paste what I said for Cassie. Like he was pretty like fine overall. I think he just didn't go down with the ship and was kind of a victim of Danny Brion's game in season 13. Like she kind of took the fall for him, or she did take the fall for him. But I feel like besides that, he would have been fine. I feel like also if he was a little bit older and slash or saw more seasons of Big Brother could have been better. I feel like he just lacked a lot of Big Brother knowledge, and I feel like he expected the game to be one way, especially and like Keith too. Like they thought, oh, you just make an alliance and then you just like win the game, and that's really not what you have to do. Like you have to be number one, you don't hold an alliance that closely together. Like you have to hold them at arm's length. I feel like, and he didn't know that and put all his eggs into one basket. But other than that, like personally, he was like fine. I don't think he's just like an average player. I feel like he is a little bit better just based on his relationships that we saw in the house. Lawan, yeah, we're putting Lawan in brain dead. I just don't know where. I feel like he's not as bad as them, but he's what the fuck, Lawan? Like, why was he gassed? Somebody tell me why he was gassed. I'll put him like right before the twins. He, like, do I even need to say anything about Lawan? Like, he just nothing going through there. Literally asked to be evicted and was evicted. Like that. Fuck it. Fuck it. We'll do. We'll do this. We'll do this. Yeah. Fuck it. Lawan asked to be evicted. He got evicted. He's a brain dead player. Like, there's literally no. And even if he didn't, like no, everybody was like, "What do we do with a Lawan? Like, how do we interpret this person?" Shelly Moore. I know people are gonna be a little mad at this. Master of Big Brother, top tier player, amazing, amazing social player. Everybody loved her. She got in good with literally everybody in the entire house. If it wasn't for the vets in the game, she would have won it. I could say that confidently, even though we don't know what the game would have looked like without vets. She just, even with all of the twists, even with Brendan coming back into the house, um, even with all the shit with Danielle and Jeff, even with the what do you call it? The Pandora's box coming back, which was her ultimate demise, a fucking twist, of course. she still was barely evicted, and if it wasn't for all of that, she still would have almost won. But like I said, the Pandora's thing bullshit twist happened, and she was evicted. Strategically, she's amazing too at playing both. She played both sides of the house almost flawlessly. Like she was able to go. She did flip flop a lot from the newbies to the vets, the newbies to the vets, but she did it so well, and she lined herself up with targets that she was never at the forefront. Like if she was with the vets, she made sure to put Rachel and Brendan or Jeff in front of her. If she was with the newbies, she was good at putting like Kalia and Danielle in front of her so that she wasn't a target. I just can't say enough good things about her. I think it's a shame that the twist happened and that we didn't get to see her get her rightful win because I think she really deserved it and I think she worked really hard and I'm just very big on Shelly. I think she did have a lot of unnecessary fights, but at the same time, I feel like that was due to like Quiz and like the vets in general. And so she did get kind of messy at times, but at the same time, she just set herself up so well that it didn't matter. So it's kind of like a Dan esque thing. Like they put themselves into bad spots, but like barely bad spots. Like it was like more out of their control, but they're still able to pivot, which I know I said I discredit people for getting themselves in the bad spots to begin with, but like these two are the exception, I feel like. Like they're just so good. Kalia, love Kalia. I think Kalia's good. I honestly think Kalia's a good player. Maybe above average. No. Um I think no, I like putting Kalia in good player. She obviously got into a lot of fights. Well, not a lot, but with the veterans, I'm thinking of like that big house fight when she went to Brendan in the backyard and Brendan like attacked her and then they had that big house blow up. I think that was really bad for her, but other than that, she didn't really make waves. I just think something that's really bad about her game is she also went between the vets and the new players and she kind of got caught in the middle a couple of times, but she was able to pivot pretty well from that. And again, I just think the Pandora's box thing like really fucked up her game. If it wasn't for that, I feel like she would have done tremendous. Or was it not the Pandora's box? What am I thinking of? She went home at final five. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. Because the Pandora's box thing fucked over Shelly, and if it wasn't for that, she would have had Shelly as a number, and Rachel and Jordan obviously wouldn't have the numbers. Rachel probably would have been gone. So I think Kalia potentially could have won this game. Kelly probably would have won this game. Fuck it, Danny would have won this game if it wasn't for the battle back twist too. I just am really impressed by Kalia's game and how she played the game. I think she's underrated social player. She was able to get in good with the vets, but also the newbies, and she was able to play both sides well for the most part. But like I said, she did get caught a couple of times. And I just think she's better than just being above average. You know, Matt Hoffman, I think, has to be a good player too. I don't feel comfortable putting him like above average. Um, Adam Pox, fuck yourself. He's going bad. He's not good. He's like a much worse version of Kalia and Shelly. Like he could not play. I'm gonna put him here. I'm gonna put him at top of bad. He couldn't play both sides well. I feel like with Shelly and Kalia, they knew which side they had to take at which moment. Like week one, let's say they knew they had to take the vet side, they would take the vet side. But Adam's like the opposite. Like if in a certain week he needed to take the new player side, he would be on the vet side and vice versa. He could never find himself on the right side of things, so he played it very badly. Nobody respected his game either because they knew what he was doing. I feel like they all just dragged him along. He kind of coasted, and there's just no avenue where he wins the game. I don't think he beats Portia, to be honest with you. I know that's going to be a hot take in itself, but I really don't see him beating Portia. I feel like Rachel votes for Portia, Danny votes for Portia, Kalia, Shelly vote for Portia. I don't. Shelly probably doesn't vote for Portia. It's hard. I think he probably wins, or she loses, or he loses 4-3. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he's a bad player. Let's keep going. I'm rambling. Portia, I'm gonna put above average. I'm gonna place her like I'm gonna place her right next to Cassie. She's like a Cassie, but okay. So Cat Portia, I feel like benefited from the vets, and Cassie like lost because of the vets twist, if that makes sense. So they're kind of interchangeable in that route. But I feel like Portia doesn't get the credit she deserves. I feel like a lot of people say she just coasted and was just a pretty girl and was kind of irrelevant and didn't play the game, but I disagree. I think she did kind of sit in the background of the game for a large portion of the game, but there's a difference between people like a Victoria Raffaelli from Big Brother 16 who does that unintentionally and somebody like Portia who I feel like actively is trying to put herself in that position. I feel like she lets other people in her alliance like the Dannys and the Kalias and even like Rachel's when she aligned with Rachel. I feel like she shuts up, she lets them step up, she lets them take all the heat while she sits back, which I feel like she's smart for. And I feel like that's good. I feel like she is pretty bad socially though. Like we saw a lot of her house guests saying like, I literally don't know who this girl is. Like she doesn't talk to me. I've never spoken to her in my life. So I feel like that's bad. I don't think she like ignores people. I just feel like she doesn't form as intimate relationship as she needs to. But I definitely don't think she's entry. I think she's definitely a little bit above average. Moving on to season 14, we have Jody Rollins. And okay, I'm just going to say this for like Glenn, her, and Cameron. I'm just going to put entry level because they were in the house for literally like 5 seconds. So we don't really get any sort of judge of how good of a game player they are or what kind of game player they are. I don't really feel like it's fair to have them anywhere other than just like middle of the line. So I'm going to put Jody there. Kara, very big victim of circumstance here with the whole coaches twist and people going after Dan's team. Um, I just I'll put her honestly right here because again, we didn't really get to see how she would play. She didn't do anything really wrong, but she didn't do anything right either. She just kind of sat there and then got evicted. Willie Hands, brain dead player, like horrible. I'm gonna put him honestly last. He was a mess. He was a fucking mess. Um, Not only did he attack all of the other house guests that he wasn't aligned with, he attacked his entire team, he attacked his coach, he screamed at people, and then got expelled. So that's all there is to say about Willie Hands. Like, he tried to play the game with Boogie and Frank, led to him attacking them. Jojo Spatafora, bad player. I think she's underrated entertainment wise, but in terms of the game, we saw her tried to play the game and she just really couldn't. She kind of went down with the Willie ship. She was a victim of being on a team with Willie, but it was kind of too little too late. She also had that weird angle with Danielle and Shane where Danielle was jealous of her because Danielle was a fucking psychopath and was into Shane, and JoJo was like kind of with Shane or Shane kind of flirted with her. And because her and Shane were on the same team. But anyway, Will Heiser, I'm gonna put him here. I really like Will Heiser's game, and literally, he was evicted barely. Like, if you go back and rewatch 14, he was like only evicted because there was like no other options to be evicted. Like, he was the last choice to be evicted because everybody was either immune or like not eligible, and he really shouldn't have been evicted. And I think he was very, very good socially. Like, he is a funny person. He had the people LOLing. Everybody liked him a lot. People even stuck up for him, defended him. Um, and he's a super fan of Big Brother. I feel like he could have done a lot of damage in season 14, and I'm very upset that we didn't get to see more of him. But very, if more than anybody, probably one of the biggest victim of circumstances that we've seen play the game. He also got into a fight with Janelle and his coach, which I didn't really like. But at the same time, it's Janelle. Who doesn't she get into a fight with? Ashley. Who is this? Like, I know who this is. It's Ashley Ayoko. She's from Pennsylvania. That's where I'm from. I like non-entity. Like, she's literally a non-entity in the house. She should be with like them. Like, I feel like being a non-entity in the house is better than being just a horrible player who actively does things badly. So I'll put her there, I guess. People are gonna be so pissed that I have like Janelle and Kaser under Ashley Ayoko. But like Ashley does better like every single time. Like these people all do better than these people in like any given season. That's my philosophy. Whatever. Frank was a mess in season 14 and season 18. He's bad. Like, he's really bad. I'm gonna put him here. The only way he ever stays in the game is because of things like the roadkill competition, safety from his coach's team, winning a competition himself. He trusts Dan. He trusts people way too much in general. Socially, everybody hated him both times. He's kind of gross, kind of loud, kind of obnoxious. And by kind of, I mean very. And I just see him struggling every time to form social connections with any given cast. So I'm gonna have to put him bad. Chef Joe, I don't like Chef Joe at all. His game also, he's just, I wish I had my own tier for just like irrelevant players. That's where Chef Joe would be, but I feel like he's higher. Like, I feel like he socially was fine. Like, a lot of people liked him, but then at the same time, he was kind of irrelevant. But I mean, I'd place bets on Chef Joe doing well than any of the people under him, so I'm gonna place him there. Speaking of irrelevant, the season fucking 14 cast sucks. Like, I don't know why I just got angry, but literally, I'm looking at all these people, they all suck. Chef Joe, Jen City, Asha Ayoko, Danielle Murphy, like, all these people are so fucking dumb. Like, literally, it was so rigged for the coaches. They gave them literally the dumbest cast in the show's history, besides, like, season 16 that's poking through right here. And season 20, wait, 19. So, anyway, we're gonna put Jen City. She's not good. I'm gonna place her bad, but like at the same time, she just floats. Or not floats, she coasts. Like she just always coasts to the end. Nobody takes her seriously as a player. So I'm gonna place her bad. Shane Meany, he's above average. I just think he's a threat, and I feel like people know he's a threat a lot of the time. I'm gonna place him like right here. I think he played strong even with all the opposite. This is why I'm confident in him. He had so much like going for him or like not going for him with his coach, who kind of sucked. No offense to Brittany, or sucked at being a coach before she became a player in season 14. He also had Willie. He also had the JoJo thing. He also had Danielle being obsessed with him. He had the Frank opposition angle, and he still managed to do decently well in the game. I think he's really likable. That kind of has to do with his competition wins, but like also not really. I think he was just good at aligning himself, like with the quack pack and everything. And that wasn't necessarily his doing, but I feel like he benefited from it. Like, I don't know. It's weird to rank that one. Danielle Murphy. Um, she's fine. I'm gonna put her entry level, I guess. Like, she is kind of crazy, kind of psychotic. Again, by kind of, I mean very. Um, I don't know. Like, she kind of got carried by Dan, but also she held her own to a degree. I feel like nobody ever really targeted her, but that's also because they didn't see her as a threat. And I don't think I know she doesn't beat Dan in the end. I know people are going to argue that and say they had a pact never to vote for Dan, but I don't think anybody in the history of the fucking universe would vote for Danielle Murphy to win anything over Dan Ghislaine. She doesn't beat Ian. I just don't really like how catty she was in the beginning with the whole JoJo thing. I think even with the Janelle thing, she was super catty there and was just a very jealous, insecure person. But she's not like a person that's gonna go up and like attack them to their face. She's just kind of fake. So she's kind of just there, like middle ground. Ian Terry, um, I'm gonna put him below average. I am. I really am. He's not that. I'm gonna place him in between Allison and G. He just makes so many mistakes. The only reason he won season 14 was because of Dan. If there was no vets, he would have been evicted like super early on, or no coaches or whatever. Season 22 also supports that theory. He couldn't find his footing in the game. He was only brought along because there were other threats before him. And then the second there weren't, he was scrapped by Nicole and Enzo and Cody and everybody else. He's very smart. He's a nice guy, but I feel like socially he struggles to make connections, or I know he does. I know he struggles to make connections with these people, and like you might say, oh, but it's Ian, but it's like, okay, that's his personality, but that's also why he's a bad Big Brother player. Like he can't, how do I say it? Like he needs to be able form the connections with people outside of his comfort zone, which I don't think he's always willing to do. Like he kind of plays he was guided by the game by Brittany and Dan in season 14, and then he kind of aligned with the Quackback and stuff, and even like Mike Boogie, his coach. But on terms of like think of him with like Jen. Have you ever seen them talk? Him with Chef Joe, like not really. He doesn't step out of what's handed to him. He's just not proactive enough. He's not strong enough socially for me to bring him anywhere besides below average. We're at season 15, which is going to be annoying. So David Gurton There's just nothing going on in that head. We're gonna okay, from now on, actually, I think you don't know. I was gonna say I'm just gonna throw people in the tier and not like sub rank them, but I feel like I should sub rank them. He's just dumb. Like he's just so dumb. I'll put him bad player just because I don't think he actively harms his own game. He's just stupid overall. Nothing going through that head. Got ended by Alyssa and the MVP twist. He aligned with racists, which is a huge problem, but also he couldn't form connections with anybody. Like even the moving company, who was an alpha male, like alpha dominated fucking, or not alpha male dominated alliance, they literally didn't want him in the game and evicted him. Like he couldn't even get in good with them. All he had going for him was his relationship with Aaron, and Aaron was hated by the majority of the house, so that did nothing but hinder his game. Nick Uhas thinks he's a good player, and he's not. Big Brother Boy's here to tell you you're fucking not. We're gonna put you in below average player for sure. I'm gonna put you like right there. He honestly thought he was the second coming of Dan Giesling, and he really wasn't. He had horrible reads on the house. I think him evicting David made no sense for him. He should have been recruiting David as a number for the moving company. I don't know why he would want to keep David, and especially or get rid of David and keep Alyssa. Like it really didn't make any sense. And in doing that, he just gave the other side of the house the numbers with Alyssa and her MVP, and that's what got him evicted from the game. And Jeremy, and just like everybody that he liked was a victim of his bad decision making in the game. And again, outside of the moving company, he couldn't form those connections with Alyssa, with Helen, with Amanda. Like it was a big hindrance for him. He only aligned with the Aaron and Caitlyn, Gina Marie side of the house, which is the side of the house that everybody hated and was at like the bottom of the totem pole. So it's very, very bad gameplay overall from Nick. Jeremy Maguire, he was I'm gonna put him brain dead. He was honestly like a tyrant in the house. He ran around the house bullying people for the entire duration of the season, this sounds like I'm making it like a personal thing, but I'm not. Like when you literally go around the house bullying people, like everybody's gonna hate you and see you as a dictator, and it's gonna put a target on your back, and that's literally what happened with Jeremy. Like nobody liked him. We did see what I did like about his game is he did go to Helen and try to play with her and said, like, here's my alliance. He laid it out all on the table for her when the alliance was caught. So I did like that he kind of sold everybody out to try to save his own ass. That does show that he is more than capable of doing what it takes to win or advance himself in the game, which is refreshing, but it's too little too late. Like, he was horrendous socially in the game and couldn't form any real relationships with pretty much anybody except like Caitlyn and Aaron. Again, do you see the theme going on here? Like the people that aligned with racists did badly. Who would have thought? Speaking of racists, Caitlyn Barnaby, she honestly wasn't too bad at the game. Huh. I feel like I'm gonna place her here. The thing with Caitlyn is she could have done really well in the game, but yet again she just refused to jump ship, which is a theme I see with these players all the time. Is the ones who, when their alliance get caught, they just go down with the sinking ship instead of jumping ship. She wouldn't really play ball with Amanda and Helen. She did try to form that alliance with Spencer and Howard and Gina Marie, which got blown up by Judd because he told everybody. So that kind of blew up in her face when she did try to play with other people. But again, she just took too much time to do that. She shouldn't have gone with Aaron and Gina Marie and attacked every single person in the house and ostracized herself, which is bad. But I feel like she does get the game and she was a big fan of the game. I just think, yet again, just socially, she didn't do anything strategically because of how bad she fucked herself over in that department. Howard. Oh no. um, Howard was bad. Do I put him in bad or below average? I I'm gonna put him below average just because I don't think he's as bad as some of the people that I'm looking at in the bad tier right now. I'm gonna place him like here. The reason that Howard's game was really bad, and I just don't think he's cut out for Big Brother. Like he's too nice of a person. I don't think he has that cutthroat nature in him. But one thing that really pisses me off whenever I see Big Brother 15 is when the moving company exploded or imploded, and you have people like Spencer and Jeremy throwing the alliance under the bus to like Helen, Alyssa, Amanda, McCrae, Andy. Howard's somebody who lied point blank to all of their faces and said there is no alliance when the alliance was already exposed. Like he knew that the alliance was already exposed, but he still just wouldn't give up his alliance. He was loyal to a fault, like very, very loyal to a fault, and I just don't understand why he did that. It just really doesn't make sense. A lot of people didn't really like him in the house either. Like Candace liked him, Helen liked him, Gina Marie weirdly liked him. Other than that, I'm trying to think of people that he had like close relationships with. He had like Spencer. Him and Spencer were pretty close, but other than that, he didn't really have any connections. But obviously, we can throw in the argument that he was playing with literally the most racist cast we've seen in the show's history, which I don't mean that. That sounds like I'm joking, but I'm literally not joking. So I do factor that into his game. Like I feel like he was working against some external forces that were completely out of control or out of his control and unfair to him. So I am try not to be so hard on his game because of that. And the same thing with Candace then too. The racism she faced, like it went beyond just having an in quotes like bad social game. Like she faced shit that most people that play this game don't have to experience, and it was unfair to her. I don't think she's a below average player. I think she is an entry level player. I think I would place her maybe after Ryan or about here. There were some things I liked about her game. I think she was a very good shoulder to cry on. A lot of times you see her talking, giving prep talks to like Jesse and Alyssa and even like Helen. But the main thing that I'm like, Candace, like, what you doing? Um, when she thought that the target was on her back, instead of she was close with Helen, decently close, and instead of like going to her and be like, hey, like we're still good, like let's be fine. She literally confronted her, Alyssa, McCrae, and Amanda, and was like, you guys have a final four, like you're running the show, like everybody knows it, and like literally like exposed them in front of the house. And it's like, if you want to stay in the game and you want them to save you, like you probably shouldn't be doing that. So I think strategically she did not always make the best moves, and like socially everybody did dislike her, but again, I don't really count the social things against her because she was literally playing against racists that hated her because she was black. So like I don't necessarily factor that in too much or hold that against her too much. Like I said, it would be a different game if she played against people that like the with the new casting with the 50% by people of color. Like if she was put on a fair playing or playing pedestal or fair playing ground, I feel like she would do a lot better because it really was just like not fair from the beginning. They labeled her as things she was not. She was thrown literally racial comments, racial names, microaggressions, you named it. She had to face it from the beginning. So she really never got the chance to actually play the game, which was unfortunate. But then when she did, she made bad moves. But anyway, we're moving on to Jesse. Oh my gosh, I'm so sick. I take allergy pills and it does not help. Um, yeah. Ooh, I don't know if you could hear my dogs. Jesse Kowalski is a horrible Big Brother player. Um, I'll put her. I'm gonna put her after Tanya. She honestly, the entire house hated her. She just came off very entitled, very prissy. And literally, even the people that she thought she was aligned with, Helen and Andy, literally could not stand her. Andy says he can stand her, but Amanda argues otherwise. Like after the show, she just has a very arrogant persona about her that works against her. She would never ever be able to gain traction in the game just because of that fact. You cannot have any sort of control if people hate you in the game. They always shut down her ideas. She tried to flip the house on Amanda McCrae, but rotted out by Andy, who was supposed to be one of her only alliance members or only somewhat allies. She's just not good at Big Brother overall. Helen Fitzpatrick, Helen's good. I like Helen. The thing with Helen, I'll put her like right here. The thing with Helen is she majorly lacks self awareness. She ran the game for a while and was very good at the game. She was good at getting people to like her. She was good at faking tears, bringing sympathy upon herself. She just lacked self awareness in the sense that she did not realize how big of a threat she was making herself. Like, she didn't realize that everybody was seeing her as running the game. And whenever it was brought up to her by people like Jesse, she was like, I am not running the game. Like, I don't, like, I cannot have people thinking this. And it's like, Helen, you're like, overtly like being the one controlling everything, like you're not doing anything to try to hide it. Like, obviously people are gonna be skeptical, so I feel like she just needed to play a little bit more subtly, and she would have definitely been like good or had a better chance at winning. She also trusted Andy way too much, which was the ultimate downfall of her game because he ratted her out to Amanda McCrae, who subsequently sent her home. Then Aaron, oh, there's like a whole wave of people that think Aaron played a good game. Like, not that like her, but say that her game was good. And honestly, I don't think her game was good at all. I think she played a strong ish game in the sense that it was not her coasting, and she did a lot of stuff. Like, she won a lot of competitions and was at the forefront of a lot of the goings ons in the house. But let's walk through Erin's game. The beginning of the game, she isolated herself with Gina Marie and Caitlyn, and were just racist to people, homophobic to people, problematic, even to people like Amanda McCrae. Like, she was nasty to them because they were on her side of the house when she didn't get stuff. When things didn't go her way, she just threw a tantrum. She was only 21, I think, which makes a lot of sense because she fucking acted like it. But then she was kind of had her second arc, which was her after all of her allies were evicted from the game, besides like Gina Marie. What I liked about her game was that she kind of pimped herself out with like Helen and Amanda, meaning that she was like, okay, I can win competitions for you guys, and you guys tell me who to put up. So I think she is somebody that is willing to play ball or do whatever it takes to stay in the game, even if that means giving up her power. She lets people use her, and she is able to make deals to advance herself, which is like okay, I guess, but that doesn't negate her horrible social game, all of the awful shit she did prior to that. So I think overall, just bad player. I think she's a mean girl. I think she's always going to be a mean girl whenever she plays. Amanda Zuckerman, um, she's like a slightly better version of Helen, to be honest with you. Amanda though, I'll put her at the above average. The things that hold her back, obviously, her confrontational nature. She attacks everybody, screams at everybody, goes apeshit on people. But that being said, her social game was so good. Like, a lot of people don't give her the props. She was like, one time I went through with my best friend Brendan. Shout out to Brendan, love him. But we went through and counted all of the people that Amanda fought with on her season, and it was like everybody except like David that she had some type of fight or conflict with. But yet she still was very good socially. Like, she would attack these people and fight them, but then she was very good at going to them, apologizing to them, and smoothing things over, and then still being in a good spot. Not to mention how she literally puppet mastered the entire season, kind of like a Vanessa Russo, kind of like a Nicole Scaffridge. Like, she did work her way through the game just by sheer force being like, I'm Amanda, you're going to do what I fucking say, which is cool to see. I just think that a lot of times she is going to ruffle too many feathers and eventually it is going to catch up with her and get her evicted. So that's why I just have her here, not in the good category. Um, Alyssa Riley Slater, bad, bad, bad. I don't think Josh bad, but I think definitely bad. She's similar to Jessie. They just all hated her. She liked talking about herself, very kind of prissy coming off, very conceited coming off, which I love Alyssa to death, but those house guys hated her, and even on the live feed, she always talked to and was like bragging about herself and Rachel and Brendan, which I could get why it would annoy people and turn them off. I don't think she deserved the treatment that they gave her just for that alone, but I could get why she would be frustrating to live with. And unfortunately, sometimes when people dislike you personally, or even with some petty reasonings as just not liking living with you, that will catch up with you in the game and into your game. And I think just in most casts, the same thing will happen with Alyssa. People just won't jive with her personality and will dislike her and target her for that. And then strategically, didn't really blow me away, didn't do anything great. I think she did set aside her differences with Amanda and tried to team up with Amanda, which I think was really great. So I don't think she's a like stick in the mud type of player, if you know what I mean. Like, she's not really like stubborn. She's will play ball with whoever she needs to, which is a good trait to have in the game. Judd, I think I'm gonna put Judd, honestly, good, bottom of good. Amazing social player. I think if he wasn't playing on season 15, he probably wins most of the time he plays. Season 15 just had a very competitive and strategically strong cast with people like Amanda, Helen, Andy. Like they just had a lot of very strong game players who just outplayed Judd. But I think most of the time, even like Spencer, somebody who's like decently well. I think Judd, everybody just loves Judd. He's an easy person to like. I think he's a huge fan of the show. He just has a lot going for him, and I think he was kind of just a victim of his cast. McCrae. McCrae is just like entry level. Like he's fine. I'll put him above Michelle. He doesn't ruffle feathers that much, but that's the issue. He's just kind of irrelevant. He just kind of sits there. We saw his cast say the same thing. Like, he never really did anything. He just hid behind Amanda. He was probably the least proactive player we've seen in forever, or one of the most on this list. He just irrelevant, kind of a coaster. Didn't really make big moves ever. He just kind of had Amanda do it for him, which in a sense is good because then he said he wanted to cut her and then take the credit. But I think even if he did that, if he was sitting next to almost anybody except like Gina Marie, he loses. Um, Spencer. I'm gonna go entry or above. I'm gonna say above average. I'll put him like here. Isn't that crazy that I have like a second place in above average? But whatever. People are gonna be so annoyed. Spencer though was fine. He knew his role, I feel like more than anything. He's a very self-aware player. I like that he had no loyalty to anybody except himself. Like he threw the moving company under the bus. He wasn't afraid to turn on people. He like used Amanda McCrae and then tried to turn on Amanda, which sort of backfired in his face. But then he was able to form the Exterminator Alliance with Andy, with Gina Marie, with Judd. And he honestly just knew his role. He knew to shut up. He knew to not make waves, which he did a little bit in the beginning. But once he found his footing in the game, I think he's pretty solid. He was a super fan of the game. He understands the game. I think he's pretty emotionally intelligent. I think he gets people. And yeah, that's why I think he's just solid all around. Like, I don't think he's like fantastic, but he's definitely not like bad or just like average. Gina Marie. Brain dead. Like there's just, and when I mean brain dead, like I made this category for her. Like there's just no thoughts going in between her head. I'm gonna place her here. I mean, she did get second, but like I said, placement's kind of irrelevant to me. The beginning of the game was just racist, was a monstrosity of evil with Aaron in the beginning of the game. Strategically, she literally can barely even speak English. Like she does, I think she's illiterate, like does not know how to read or write, cannot comprehend words. She literally was carried throughout the game, first by Aaron, then just by nobody caring about her because they thought she was irrelevant, and then by Andy and the Exterminators. She literally got carried to the end and just literally actively did so many things to harm her own game and still made it to the end just because nobody respected her as a game player in the game. And I think that would be the case every time she played. Andy Herron, all the way up. Master of Big Brother, the best player to ever play the game, in my opinion. I think his winning game is great. I think if he ever played the game, again, he would do great. I think he has the best social game in the history of the show that we've ever seen. His game, I am in awe of. We saw him integrate himself with every single side of the house, and I know there's people that say, like, oh, he benefited from the MVP twist because, like, Alyssa and them were in power. But if there was no MVP, he was friends with, like, Caitlyn in the beginning of the game, which he's talked about, like, a million times, and that's why I love his game. He is so adaptable. He's able to shift gears no matter what is thrown in his direction. So if there was no MVP twist, there is no doubt in my mind that he would have been with like the Caitlyn side of the house that would have been in power without the MVP twist. I think he still would have done well. And even with people who say he benefited from Judd coming back in the game, he would have benefited from Jesse, would have benefited from Alyssa, or not Alyssa, Helen or Candace too, because he was friends with all of them. I mean, in general, it's bad that any of them came back because he backstabbed them all. But he is never viewed as the main threat in the house, so nobody's ever going to target him over people like Amanda and McCrae. And I think that's why his game is so good because he aligns himself and he positions himself so well with shields in front of him. He's covered on every angle always. He covers his tracks. He makes such interpersonal connections with people that they genuinely feel like they love him, like that they're like best friends. And he takes that information, gives it to people like Amanda and Helen, and gets them evicted and like gets the blood on their hands, and then he gets the credit for it in the end. But like people don't realize it that he did all this until it's too late. Like he just played such a good game. He's such an amazing player. I have so much respect for him and his game. I cannot say enough good things about him. I just think any season he plays, he's gonna sink his claws into any cast, and they're all gonna love him socially and strategically. We saw he's just amazing. Like framing Alyssa for the Amanda vote, all of the people throwing Helen under the bus, getting her evicted, throwing Jesse under the bus, getting her evicted. He's just such a like sneaky evil player, but in the best ways. And I just love Andy's game, and I think he's an amazing player. Season 16, we have Joey. She was a bad player. Um, we'll put her like down. She needs to go down farther, right? I guess we'll put her like right in front of Aaron. She did not understand the game at all. Her trying to form an all-girl alliance with girls that she didn't even know. Kind of a weird flex. Also, her thing where she dressed up as Alex, like a guy. Like, I don't know if that was supposed to be funny or strategic, but I interpreted it as really badly. She just did not know the game. Nobody really liked her. I guess Devin kind of did after he nominated her, or after she got nominated, I mean. Um, yeah, very strange, very not a good person. I think she should have studied the game more before she went on. Pow Pow, she was horrible as well. Probably even worse. Like, see, the thing is, Joey made one mistake, but Pow Pow made a lot. Like, Joey made one and then got evicted, so she didn't really have time to make those mistakes, but Pow stayed in a week longer and still managed to make more. Um, Yeah, so I'll put Pow. I think Pow's worse, so I'm gonna put her down here. She just was not good at this game. She aligned herself with nobody. She couldn't really form any traction other than with Bonnie. She kind of had her little deal going with Devin, with him using the power veto on her. And then she she purposely threw the Battle of the Block competition and didn't wear her glasses, which led to a fight with her only other friend, Brittany, and then she got evicted. Like she literally she wasn't good. She was horrible. Speaking of horrible, Devin literally horrible. He's probably worse than most of these people. Honestly, I put him here. Devin was like a dictator in the house. He thought he was running things, which sort of. He was in like the majority of alliance with like eight other people or seven other people. And then he just went off on everybody. Like he was rude to people, he was condescending. He flip flopped so much too on everything. Like you never knew where his head is at. He was a wild card, if you will. Nobody ever knew where his head was at to the point where his allies didn't trust him. He got into that beef with Caleb, who was his only like somewhat real ally. So then he lost that. Everybody just couldn't wait to get rid of him. He was just a detriment to everybody's game. Nobody trusted him. He made deals with people like Powell that I just talked about. Not a good player. Brittany, I'm gonna put entry level. Like she didn't necessarily do anything wrong. She didn't stand out though. I mean, I guess she attacked Pow in front of everybody, even though everybody already hated Pow. So I'm gonna put her like right here after April. Like overall, really fine. Like she's nice, like nice person. She got along with everybody. She didn't really make too many waves except that veto thing, but she was just kind of on the outs of an alliance, you know what I mean? Like I feel like it was nothing to her dismay or Desiree or whatever you would say that like nothing she did, to be honest with you. Amber, oh poor Amber. We're gonna put her put her above average. Well no, she's literally the same as Cassie, like just like robbed model types. She literally got evicted because she didn't want to showmance with Caleb, and then they got mad at her. Also, she did kind of say they have to get the guys out to Nicole and Christine, and then Christine told the guys, and then they evicted her. So, like, kind of that too. But she was somebody that everybody thought was going to win the game, or like was people's winners pick for a while because of how likable she was. Like, she seems like she has everything, like the it factors. Like, she's very relatable, very social, very sweet, very charming, very charismatic. But then literally she just wouldn't showmance the creepy country guy right here and then got evicted. So sucks for her. I don't think it's anything she did wrong. I'd like to see her play again to see what she could do. To be honest, like she would be a good second chance person to come back. Jocasta, brain dead. What like where do we put her? She's not as bad as those people, or her, or her, or him, or him, or her. But we're gonna put Jocasta here. She literally, she's like irrelevant, one of those irrelevant house guests, but on crack. Like all she did was talk about God and her bow ties, which pissed me off. But then also just literally nobody okay, no, she's not brain dead. Let me be real. I was being biased there. She's just not a good player. Like she could never do anything in the game because nobody takes her seriously. Like she was just kind of sat there, and then I remember she got sick, and then Donnie played in the power veto for her, and then she started crying because he won it for her, and it was very dramatic, very awful to watch. But at the same time, like in all seriousness, like I know she didn't have any agency in the game. I don't think she ever would. She just doesn't care enough about the game. She just kind of like sat there the whole summer and did nothing. So. I'm gonna place her. I mean, I guess here. Hayden Voss, he was cool. He was like fine. I mean, he played against Derek, so like you can't discredit him that much. He was nice. He was social. He was friendly, which is all you can really ask for. And if you have that, you're pretty much set. Um, I don't know. I feel like sorry that was a long awkward pause, but Hayden was fine. Like he had his little showmans with Nicole. He was on the outs there, and then he formed the rationale with Cody and Derek, and Nicole, but that didn't really come to fruition just because of Derek and Cody. But I feel like in most seasons he'd probably do pretty well. Again, doesn't know the game that well. I feel like here is fine, like on the bottom of above average players. Zach Rance, I'm gonna say bad player, but like top of bad. He fucked up a lot. I feel like everybody knows that he's a troublemaker, a shit starter, a wild card, but that was kind of his gimmick. They kind of knew him for that, kind of loved him for that. But at the same time, most of the time in Big Brother, if he doesn't have that bomb squad protecting him, that 8-person alliance, like he is going to be evicted early on. And even with his 8-person alliance protecting him, he still was. So even that barely saved him. I just feel like he's almost too, or he definitely is just too over the top to ever do damage in a game like Big Brother. Donnie Thompson, I'm gonna put below average. Like he just has horrible reads on the house. Like he just kind of sits there, also kind of does nothing. Just he aligned himself with people, but the people that were the underdogs that nobody liked, like with Brittany, with Amber, with Pow Pow, with like Joey, like people like that were his allies, with like Jocasta, like the people that were the active targets that were on the outs of the alliance, he aligned himself with, which I guess you could say he didn't know that they were on the outs of the alliance or that there was an alliance, but to me, it's like, yeah, he couldn't see when it was right in front of his fucking face that none of these people are going after each other. I just don't think, like, if you want to call him a nice guy, sweet guy, whatever, but his game was literally not good. He only stayed in the game because he won, like, power of vetoes a bunch of times or, like, twice. So I think people are way too high on him in general, but I am not. I'm putting him up below average. Nicole is going Nicole is a good player. I'm gonna put her after Will, to be honest with you. In all of her season 16, I wasn't that impressed. She kind of just showmanced Hayden, didn't really do anything. The game kind of got played around her, and she was just kind of there, like, ha ha, ha, I'm Nicole, I'm the quirky one. But then in 18 and 22 is really where we saw her shine. She got into those majority alliances, and she really I don't want to say she was the first person to, but she's honestly the most infamous in using the strategy of aligning with the strong men and just shielding herself with them. In season 18, we saw her do it with Polly, with Corey, Victor, Paul, James, and then in season 22, we saw her do it with like Memphis, Cody. She really just knows how to position herself very well. She's very smart strategically, but I feel like socially is where she lacks. She often has time trouble Wait, often has. Okay, what I'm trying to say is she can never get along with the women in the house. Like she always has some beef with the girls and she ostracizes herself from them. And I feel like people just started seeing it in 18 and 20, but we even saw signs of it in 22. Like her and Christine would just be buddy buddy and just talk shit about Brittany and Amber. So we saw shades of her hating women early on. And I don't mean to sound like petty when I say this, but it is a hindrance to her game because a lot of the times those are the people that are targeting her as the woman of the house. So I feel like it's a knock on her that she doesn't try to put in more work with the females and instead tries to just like villainize them and victimize herself, which I think is a big problem. But I feel like she is just so good strategically that she sets herself up well enough with enough shields and targets ahead of her that it's just almost like people that want to target her can't because there's just so many people that you have to get before you get to Nicole, if that makes sense. Um, Christine, I like Christine's game a lot. I'm gonna put her above average, honestly. I'm gonna put her like why is he there? Okay. I'm gonna put her like above above Jeff. I'll put her. Christine was great. I honestly think she played the game that she was given very, very well. I feel like she navigated the bomb squad really well. The only thing I really don't like about her is just her reactionaryism, like how reactive she was to everything. Like she did kind of wait for the game to be played around her, and I wish we could have seen more of Christine being the one to try to make moves or run moves by her alliance rather than just kind of sitting there and then Derek being like, "Oh, we're gonna get Nicole out," and she's like, "Oh, okay, cool." I do think she's very smart. She is a super fan. And socially, again, she's like a Beth Vita or like kind of like a where is she at? Where's Kim? Not Kim. April. April Lewis in the sense that she does form those shallow relationships with people where she'll be nice to their face and they'll be like civil. But then the second she walks away, they're like, oh, we fucking hate her. Like, we know this is fake as shit. So, like, kind of like good socially, but not at all, if that makes sense. Frankie Grande, honestly, he's a good player. I'm gonna put him bottom of good. He's just very, very strong socially. He had a lot of friends in that house. Even on the side that he wasn't aligned with, he was able to cover his bases, cover his ass everywhere. Strategically, though, same thing as Christine, though. It was kind of like Derek calling the, or was Derek calling the shots, and I wish we could have seen Frankie being more at the forefront. He also infamously fucking targeted Caleb. Like, why would you target Caleb out of all people and he was your only ally? And he also targeted Zach, who I feel like he did make moves. You know what? Fuck it. He's going above average. I can't put him that high. We'll put him like right here. He did make moves to sabotage himself. Like, why are you going after Zach? Why are you going after Caleb? Even Christine, it's like those are your only allies. And I get Derek's influences is too good, but like that speaks more volumes to Derek. And I guess also that Frankie's not as good as Derek, you know? Caleb, not good. In the beginning, he was like worse. We saw him being very douchey, rubbing everybody the wrong way with the whole Amber situation, with the whole Devin situation. But then he kind of transformed into like, oh, the quirky, like funny judo guy. Um, and that's all I can say about him. He's dumb as fuck. Not controlled by Derek. I don't think he's a smart person in general. Socially, not very well either. Moving on to Victoria. Below average. Well, obviously she sucks. I'm gonna put her in bad, but or brain dead. I mean, I guess brain dead. Like literally the definition of brain dead. Like a Gina Marie. Like there's just nothing going on. Like like a Holly. Of course she's next to Holly. Yeah. I think this is a good spot for her. She literally just does not understand the game of Big Brother. I feel like she just is not that intelligent. I know there's a Victoria cult that's gonna come for me. That's fine. Do what you want. I don't give a shit. She on it, she was mean too. She was kind of like a little bit of a mean girl. Like the girls didn't like her, the guys didn't like her. Caleb infamously like hated her. So I just don't think she's good. I know she's not good. I don't think I have to argue it to anybody. To be TBH, Cody Calafiore is really good. I'm gonna put him here, just like Hayden Moss, except better, I guess. In season, and I don't even mean just because season 22, because season 22, it's hard to count because of the pre-gaming, because obviously he's going to do well if it was set up. You had a whole alliance before the game started, but I also don't discredit him for that either. Like, what's he supposed to do? Like, be like, oh no, I hate pre-gaming, and then just not go on the season, you know? But in season 22, we saw, I think he has a very strong social game, like an Andy, where he's a very big flirt, and it's easy for him to make those connections, very charming. He benefits from his appearance, definitely just being a conventionally attractive like male jock figure. He strategically was fucking dumb in season 16. Maybe we can say because he was younger and just didn't know the game that much. Obviously he did stuff like taking Derek to the end, even though Derek was the biggest threat in the entire house. So I don't know, like he's fine. I honestly might do this, might do that. I don't know. He's fine. Overall, he's pretty good. Derek Levasseur, obviously we're gonna put him Master Big Brother. I'm gonna put him after between Eric. He just flawlessly played the game. He controlled everything, every single eviction, every single person was in Derek's hands. We all knew from the beginning where this season was gonna go. We knew it was his to take. I do have to say though, I hate when people say he's like the best ever just because he wasn't nominated, because it's like you're basing it on a statistic in a game that's very much weighed on fluidity and not statistics. And he also played against literally one of the worst casts ever, like the dumbest cast ever. And people hate that argument when it comes to him, but I feel like there's a lot of validity to it. Like you look at put him in a cast like season 10 or even like season 15 or like season like 23, season 12, even season 11. I feel like with these casts with strong players, Derek does not do as well. I think he gets figured out early on. I feel like he steamrolled his season. It was good to see, but I don't think he's able to do that most of the time. Like, there's just no way. Okay, these tiers are starting to get a little filled, so like honestly take them with a grain of salt, like the placements in the actual thing. Like obviously I think Willie's probably one of the worst players, if not the worst to play. But like the sub ranking, I'm trying my best, but like don't get mad if you're like, how do you think Carol is better than David? It's like honestly they're both equally bad and like it's interchangeable. So anyway, what made me think of that is because we're on Big Brother 17 and we have Jace, who also bad player. Like, doesn't really matter where I put him. We'll just drop him somewhere. We'll put him here. He was horrible. He was clicky with Austin, put a big target on his back, didn't try to hide his alliance whatsoever. He also couldn't really get into a majority alliance. He was on the outs. He fought Audrey, which honestly I'm surprised he didn't get more credit for because everybody hated Audrey. He just didn't know Big Brother, who's very annoying too. That was the big thing with him. Everybody hated him. Everybody thought he was very annoying because he was very annoying, very talkative, wouldn't shut the fuck up. I say as I've been talking for who knows how many hours it's been now. Moving on to Davon. Oh gosh. You know, if there's one thing I am besides controversial, I am real. So I have to put Davon in the bad player category. She's not a good player. Is she one of the most entertaining people to ever play? Do I think she was born to be on reality TV? Yes. Do I think she is a good Big Brother player? Fuck no. She is horrible. Season 17 was like whatever. Like she got evicted early on to the point where I was like, we can't really judge her necessarily. Like obviously she made a lot of mistakes. I think she trusted the wrong people. I don't think she navigated the house guests right in that season, but she also got evicted early that it was like whatever. I think in season 18 and 22 those when I was like, wow, like what is she doing? I think in season 18 what really got me is when she was in the middle of all of the duos and she not freaked out, but like went around trying to pit them against each other and complained about her positioning, even though that's the perfect position to be in the middle of three different duos, because then they're going to go after each other. Season 22, her trusting Enzo and Cody of all people. I just think she's very intuitive, and I feel like she's able to pick up on a lot of game information, but what she does with it is just where the issue comes in. Like, she doesn't apply it, and that's where I feel like she isn't good at this game. Like she will have the knowledge she needs, and I feel like she is good a lot of the time socially, but then she just actively does stuff, and it's like, Devon, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Like you don't need to be doing all the stuff you're doing. Like she just does too much when she just needs to sit there and just do nothing, and she would be fine. Jeff Weldon, also bad player. I'm gonna put him like here. He was irrelevant. He did nothing. Vanessa ended him. He wasn't able to gain any sort of traction in the game at all. Like that's all I really can say about Jeff Robinson. Like he came in with Jackie, and I guess there was somewhat of a target on his back because of the Amazing Race thing. But at the same time, did anybody give a shit that he was on the Amazing Race? No. Audrey was nuts. Honestly, I have to place her here. Audrey was really, really bad. She went around, first of all, she called herself Dexter Morgan or said that's who she wanted to play like. You did not play like Dexter Morgan. She went around. I honestly don't know why. Like, I kind of feel bad in a way because I was like, is there something like wrong with her? Because she was just she lost it in the house. Like she would go up to every single person. She would go up to Jace and say, Shelly's coming after you. She'd go up to Shelly and be like, Jace is coming after you. Like that didn't actually happen. But an example, like she would turn every single house guest she would run her mouth about and to every other house guest too. And it's like, why are you doing this? Like not only was it overplaying, but it's just like, what is your logic behind doing this? Like, what do you think you're doing? And I don't remember her saying, like, oh, I'm an agent of chaos. Like, I'm just doing this to cause drama. Like, I genuinely thought she thinks she was being like strategic and like putting targets on people's backs. And I could not tell you what she was doing. Like, she's just not a good player. Jason Roy, I'm gonna put above average. I'm gonna put him like here. Very smart guy. Obviously, a huge Big Brother super fan, Big Brother historian, as he likes to call himself. Season 17, like he's another one that could have done really well, and he just fell victim to a strictly superior player being Vanessa. He was the leader of his side, and she recognized that, took him out. We saw him on Over Big Brother Over the Top, which I know I said I'm not going to talk about. But he, again, it was a season where they only had one vet, and he was like a cult leader in there. So further strengthening my point about seasons where there's one vet, it's like unfair. Like the vet's always going to do well. I think he's fine though. I feel like he's funny. He's again, you love him or you hate him type of person. Like in Over the Top, a lot of people hated him, but like the others literally viewed him as God. So he's good. I feel like he's definitely above just your average run of the mill player and would do fine. Just in season 17, it was evicted so early just because of Vanessa's greatness. Clay, Clay's like average, I guess. Entry level, like definitely not good, but I wouldn't classify him as bad. I'll put him like there. He was just kind of there, like just like the boring jock. Like people kind of liked him, but then he was an asshole. Like when James nominated him, he's fucking he got up in James's faces. Do you guys remember this? And just like pointed down at him because James is so short. And I felt bad for James, but he's whatever. Like honestly, there's not much to say about Clay. He did nothing. He was just there. I think he won like one veto competition and that was it. Like not to say not winning comps means anything, but I'm just saying that's the only notable thing that I think he did other than his stuff with Shelly. Speaking of her, I like Shelly a lot and I really want to rank her higher because there's a lot of stuff I love about her game, but I feel like I cannot. I feel like I'm gonna put her there and below average. The only reason it's like Helen. You guys know how I said Helen, she just doesn't have that self-awareness to recognize how big of a target she is and is making herself. It's the same thing with Shelly. Like Shelly played the game really hard and she just didn't recognize how hard she was playing and how big of a threat she was making herself out to be to the other house guests. I liked a lot of what she did with the Scamper Squad or Silent Six or whatever you want to call it. I liked how she weaponized the twins. I like how she protected Audrey for a large majority of the season. A lot of people say she did that just because she didn't want to be labeled as transphobic, which I kind of get that, but I honestly think it worked out for her benefit because Audrey was such a big target that Audrey just caused so much drama and shit that it just bought Shelly more weeks. So I think that was a good strategy on Shelly, but Overall, I just think she makes herself way too big of a target and doesn't realize it. Jackie, I'm gonna put her entry level similar to Clay, just nothing wrong with her at all. Like, honestly, she's pretty cool. Like, I feel like a lot of people love her. I feel like she's very chill, but just kind of got outplayed by Vanessa and Steve, or more Steve. She got evicted in a double eviction, which is random because she's the exact type that wouldn't be evicted in a double eviction because double evictions are usually like the big players, and Jackie wasn't a big player. But I don't know. Like, I honestly liked a lot what I saw from Jackie. I just wish we saw more, but she was just kind of there half the time. Like, her and Becky were getting called furniture. So, I don't know. Jackie's whatever. Speaking of Becky, I think Becky's good. I honestly am going to put Becky above average. I think that I'll put her right there. Again, she would have done even better than she already did in the game. She kind of implemented the route floater strategy. She floated a lot of information to Shelly and Clay that people were saying about them, which I liked a lot from her. She backdoored Vanessa, or yeah, was it an official backdoor? I forget if Vanessa played in that veto or not, but she tried to backdoor her. And then Vanessa again was just strictly a better player and outplayed her. But I think if it was any other person, Becky would have succeeded there. Her allies were also dumb as fucking shit, which sucks. Like, she was working with Meg and James. It's like, come on. Like, we got to give her some credit. Like, it wasn't all her fault, but it's also shame on her for not getting them to rally together to take out Vanessa. But she did. She was the one with the balls to take out Vanessa, so credit for her to recognize that and not care and just go after her, even though it didn't work. Meg Maylee, I love, but below average. She has to be below average. Nice girl, sweet girl. Everybody loves her, but again, nobody ever is going to take her seriously or give her any kind of credit in the game just because she is that personality that's like, oh, I'm Meg, ha ha ha, I'm funny, I suck at competitions, I'm the old grandma lady. So I don't think she's ever going to be able to pull off any real big strategic moves or get any sort of end game credit or currency or anything like that. James Hewling. I'm gonna put above average, but at the bottom of above average. He's funny. He's like the prankster. Everybody loves him both his seasons, but we saw in season 18 the problem with him is by the time he gets to the end game, nobody respects his game because they realize like, oh, all he did was fucking put saran wrap on the door or like poured lotion on me. Like all he did was his pranks. There's not much going on other than that with his game, which sucks for him, but not my problem. I just think his social game is enough to carry him very far most of the time. And honestly, are some situations where I feel like he can pull off a win, even though I feel like he might have trouble doing so because he doesn't do a lot in the game. Who's this? Julia or Liz? Oh wait, no, it has to be Julia because Liz got final two. Julia, entry level. I honestly don't know what to say for her. Like to be honest, like I'm being so honest. She was a twin. She didn't do much. She was literally just a number for Austin and Liz and got evicted because she was a number for Austin and Liz. Not much to say. I literally have her here because I don't like she's the most middle ground person I've probably done this so far. So I'll put her like after Angie, I guess. Austin Madelson. I'm honestly high on him. I like Austin's game. Do I though? Okay, we'll put him at the top of entry level because in the beginning of Big Brother 17, he would have been evicted if it wasn't for Vanessa. But then after he stayed in the game is when we saw him really pick up his game. I think he did a lot of dumb stuff like running information through Jason Roy just to try to gain Jason's trust. But Jason was like, why are you telling me this? And then just spread it all over the house. So I think he is really messy. And just similar to like somebody like Devon, it's like, why are you doing this? Like, what do you benefit from this? Like, what is the reasoning? But then we did see him able to form that thing with the Oz twins and really take over the game and be like a power of the house. But I feel like even in that situation, he is the forefront target of the three. And I feel like just his physical exterior, he looks just like a threat, and that works against him. So I don't know. Like, there's good and there's bad about him. Honestly, Maybe I'll put below average, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Okay, Johnny Mac, he's fine. Like, I'll put him, he's like literally like McCray. It's perfect that they're next to each other. Like, both never do anything in the game. Both just align with bigger threats. Like Johnny Mac's was Vanessa, McCrae's was Amanda. They just kind of float their way or coast their way through the power that they're aligned with. Nobody really respects their game that much. Everybody sort of likes them. They have decently good connections with people, but not really. They're just not aggressive enough players in the game, not proactive enough in the game. We have Vanessa Russo. Obviously, I'm going to put her at Master of Big Brother. The reason why I love Vanessa's game so much is you see people like Danielle and Andy and Dan. And like in the beginning of this video, I explained that my thing with Big Brother is in order to make any sort of social or strategic game moves and to really gain power in the house, you have to form these social connections. And then you see Vanessa Russo, and it's like she did the opposite of that. Like her strategy and her strategic moves came before the social game. If anything, the social game was a huge hindrance for her. A lot of people thought that she was whiny. A lot of people thought she was too emotional, and she wasn't that close with people, but she was just so dominant in the house and was so aggressive with her play style, and it was just so amazing to watch. And it's just crazy because she's the opposite of the traditional Big Brother player of social then strategic. She's strategic and like no social. And it's like, how are you able to do that? Like, even with people actively saying they don't like her, they still respect her enough to listen to her and keep her. And she just has a way of flipping everything and making deals with people that it just makes sense. And whenever she talks, you're like, oh, she's right, even though she's completely manipulating the fuck out of these people. And like, it's weird because they know what she's doing, but they still allow it to happen. It's just crazy. I love Vanessa. She's an amazing, amazing player. Liz Nolan, I know you're gonna be like, why is Liz bad and Julia's not? Well, Julia's irrelevant, but Liz actively did weird shit. For example, I think her with Austin. What was the other thing that she did that I really hated? Oh wait, Julia. Was it Julia that did the thing with the veto? Okay, whatever. We're just gonna put them bad together. The twins in general, because they both. I can't find the other one. Where's the other twin? There she is. They both were kind of clicky with the Oz twins, with Austin. Like, I don't know. You know what? No, fine. We'll put the Oz twins together as a trio. I don't know what to say about them. Like they did not impress me, but they did kind of run the game. But it was more Vanessa using them as a trio. So I don't know. Oz twins are going together. Steve Moses, I'm gonna put good. Honestly, I'll put him above Kalia or above Reagan. Definitely not above Kevin. Yeah, I'll put Steve there. I like Steve's game a lot. I think he was ratty. I feel like he literally kind of played like an Ian Terry game, but an intentional Ian Terry game. Like Ian got carried by Dan and won accidentally because of Dan's faults, but Steve rode the game with Vanessa intentionally, letting her take over everything and then cut her at the end, which I thought was amazing, which pissed me off because I wanted Vanessa to win a lot and I didn't like Steve at all. But hindsight being 2020 and reflecting on his game, like he really killed it. I don't think it was something that just fell into his lap. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. I think he's really smart, but socially, see, my thing with him is it's hard. See, this is what makes me want to place him lower because I say that, and then it's like, well, what if Vanessa wasn't there with him? He probably or most definitely wouldn't have done as well. But then you would think if there is another strong player in the house, he's just going to align with them, and that will be his new Vanessa. So I'm going to keep Steve there. I honestly really liked his strategy. Glenn, I told you guys already, I'm just going to put because we didn't get to see him play. However, he should be a brain dead player because he was caught texting minors on Twitter under a fake Twitter. But anyway, Jose, brain dead. Where is Jose going? We'll put Jose right here. I don't think he's as bad as Audrey, but he is so delusional. He literally had no idea what he was doing. The most delusional thing he said was thinking that he was going to be asked to host the Grammys after the season. Not sure where that came from or what the correlation would be at all. Like when has he seen a Grammy host been a Big Brother house guest? Like I don't really get the logic there. He also thought he was the one leading the pack of the Big Brother 18 newbies. He also, sorry, there's like a list of shit he did. Also with the whole Polly thing, like coming for Polly, completely unaware that Polly was in control of the house or in the majority lines of the house. I just don't understand where it came from that he thought he had any sort of agency in the game. He just played very, very bad. I feel like he attacked people like Nicole, like the vets, which why would you do that? If you have any sort of brain in your head, you know that vets always do well in Big Brother, which you can say he was a recruiter or whatever, which is fine, but you watch the seasons, they show you seasons with vets in um sequester, like before you go into the house. Like I think they said that they were shown like season 13 or something. I forgot which one, but they saw the season with vets, I heard. So I don't know. So stupid. Bronte below average. I'm just gonna place her like here. Like she was fine. She was on the outs with the Spy Girls. She kind of was just evicted despite Frank. So again, not really anything she did, but she was disposable enough. So that just shows that she wasn't good socially. Tiffany Russo, like how are you related to Vanessa? Ed. I'm gonna place her here. She's like a much worse Vanessa. She's a Vanessa without being able to make moves. Like she's a bad social game, just like Vanessa, but then she can't get people to do what she wants, which is the opposite of Vanessa. Like at least Vanessa made up with strategy what she lacked socially, and Tiffany just could not do that, like whatsoever. Zakia Everett, I am gonna put her entry level. If there wasn't Polly in the house, I'd like to see what she would do. But she just kind of was there and just kind of, sorry, I'm trying to see where I'm going to put her. I'll put her like here. Zakia, like, she just cried about Polly the whole time, and her whole thing in the show was just being with Polly, breaking up with Polly, and then getting blindsided because of Polly. Like, that was Zakia's thing. Why did everything just get so much bigger? Oh, was it because there's just no more room? That's weird. Anyway, Bridget Dunning. I like Bridget. I honestly think I'm gonna put her entry level. There's a lot again, a lot I like, a lot I dislike about her. I think what I like about her is she is very nice. I just think she's a little too nice to this game where she doesn't have that sort of game-esque brain in her. I don't think she has the wherewithal to make cutthroat moves in this game. And I feel like in addition to that, with Frank, she liked to isolate herself with him. She wasn't able to sort of get any sort of footing in the game. She had her Spy Girls alliance, which was nice, I guess, but at the same time, that alliance fucking sucked. And she had people like Natalie, and she had James. But for whatever reason, they just all saw her as a huge threat. Even when she was up against somebody like Meech in the double eviction, they evicted her over Meech. I guess maybe because Meech is a fucking idiot and Bridget isn't, but she was just never able to remove that target from her back. But I don't know. I feel like she could have done decently well without the veterans. Like I said, it's a little different ranking seasons with vets because you kind of get an unfair season for them, or like the people, the players. Paulie Calafiore, he's like, I'm gonna put him below average, but at the top of below average, just because he was in the beginning half of the game a very strong player, controlling a lot of what was going on. I have Glenn above Paulie, whatever. He was controlling a lot of what was going on, but then the second we saw him get any sort of, what's the word? Like stuff not going his way, he handled it very, very poorly. He became kind of like a monster in the house. He was very rude to people, very condescending, very cocky, very douchey, very misogynistic, sexist. And that's bad, obviously, because it made people hate him. I think even if he made it to the end after all that without being evicted, I think he would have been faced with a very bitter jury. So I think that's why I have him low. I think If it wasn't for the beginning of his game, I would have him lower. I think he is a flirt though. I feel like he is good socially. I feel like he's able to make relationships pretty well, but he actively damages them himself when he doesn't need to be doing all that. Michelle Meyer. Well, see ya. I'm gonna place Michelle here. She's horrible. Like, she's so stupid. Her thing with Frank, she was in love with Frank in the beginning of the game, and that was her whole thing. She was also in like that Fatal Five alliance for some reason, and like that main majority. What was the? I think they just called themselves the Eight or whatever. But then she got very, very messy. She would do things like attack Bridget, and even when Bridget tried to smooth things over with her, she would shut it down. She had this huge vendetta against Nicole. She even got into fights with Paul. She was just really all over the place, and nobody really liked her except Zakia and kind of Devon, like genuinely liked her. Um, and Natalie did, but like once it was too late, like not the whole duration of the season. She just strategically sucked too. She was very, very emotional, always crying, and I feel like that gets clouded her brain to the point where she just couldn't see past her vendettas against people, which in Big Brother you need to be able to do that or you're gonna flop like Michelle did. Okay, next Natalie Negrotti. Love, love, love. I'm gonna place her here at the bottom of good. The reason I'm placing her good and not like above average is because I really like what we saw from her. She was very, very like a Polly, very flirtatious, very good socially talking to people, even the people outside of her Spy Girls alliance. Like she was good with Polly. Her and Polly were good for a while and they weren't aligned, whatever. And that speaks to her social capabilities. I think without vets, she gets very far, no matter if she's aligned with people or not, just because she's very easygoing, very outgoing. And I liked watching her play because as the season went on, we saw her become a better and better player each and every week. As she learned the game, he really became more strategic. I think her issue was not getting rid of Nicole at the final six, I believe, and teaming up with, or not teaming up with, but was siding with Corey and Nicole and going after Paul and Victor, which I kind of get the argument of why she would do that, but at the same time, it didn't really make sense to trust them. So I feel like she does make strategic errors, but a lot of people that season did too, and again, that's more or less because of their being vets. I feel like it's an unfair playing field with people that have played more than once. Victor, also can you guys tell I'm losing my voice so bad right now? Who would have thought after ranking 294 Big Brother house guests? Victor is a bad player. Horrible. And let me go on to Victor rant once I place him. I'll put him I'll put him here. If you think Victor Arroyo is an underdog, go fuck yourself. Just because you're evicted 3 times, like that does not mean you're an underdog whatsoever. That means just means you're so bad at Big Brother that you had 3 chances in one fucking season, and he still only got fifth place. Like he didn't even make the final four, final three, final two. He literally only got fifth. Like he was so bad in the beginning of the game too. Him and Paul were monsters. Like they were horrible socially. They were rude to everybody, attacking everybody, even the newbies they were supposedly aligned with, like Bronte. They were very just like condescending to them and just making very bad comments to them, which I hated. And just the only thing he had going for him was his competition wins. But then once he didn't win a competition, he was flung not once, not twice, but 3 times. So he's not an underdog. Corey Brooks, below average, like I'll put it, he's literally like Meg. I like when I place people next to people I think they're similar to. He's like a Meg. Like they're both just like kind of nice, but also very boring, kind of irrelevant. Nobody takes them seriously. They're never able to make any good strategic moves in the game. They just kind of follow what their allies do. Corey's lucky he had Nicole and Paulie. Paul Abrahamian, I like him. I really do. Not in the game. Outside of the game. Let me correct myself. That was a close one. Yeah, hated him on 18, hated him on 19, but I think I love him now. Like I love him in interviews, love him on Twitter, love him in podcasts. Um, I'm gonna put him above average. I'm gonna put him above Maggie. So the reason I'm not gonna put him in good players is because, like I said, his season 19 game was great. I loved it, but he was the only veteran player that season, and as I said multiple times this video, like it's an unfair advantage. It's literally set up for you to be like a cult leader. Like they're obviously all the new players are gonna flock to you, no matter if it's Big Brother over the top with Jason, if it's Big Brother 11 with Jesse, or if it's Big Brother 19 with Paul. They're gonna flock to you, and it's gonna be an easy road to the end. It's not like this tremendous feat, like, oh, I was the only vet and somehow survived. Like, no, that's not how that works. So then we have to look at his 18 game, and I will say his second half of his 18 game was great. Like I loved it. I think he did really well. But as I said in the intro, if you guys remember of this video, if you're watching all the way through, which I doubt anybody is, in the beginning of 18, his game was horrible. The only reason he stayed in the game was because he won a power veto competition, which it's like if you have to win a power veto competition to save your life in the game, like you fucked up. And that's exactly what happened with Paul. So I discredit him a lot because he should have been evicted. Like if there was no power of veto or whatever, he would have been a goner. If he didn't win a fucking bullshit like luck based competition, he would have been flung. Like it's not impressive whatsoever. So I feel like he does have a lot of bad qualities of his game, but I feel like as he matures and gets more comfortable with this house guest is when he gets better, kind of like a Nicole Scafford. Like the longer you leave him in, the better he gets. Big Brother 19. Cameron, we have to put with his evicted in 5 minute buddies. Megan Louder, bad player. She's really bad. The reason I think she's bad is because first of all, she self-evicted, which she said was because of PTSD, which is fine, whatever, but at the same time, okay, let me stop. Um, okay, no, I'll keep going. At the same time, it's like you literally know, like it wasn't like she got diagnosed with it after, like you knew you had PTSD going in, and I get like being whatever, but I honestly think it was like her just not wanting to be in the game anymore, or it being different than what she thought she was. I dislike a lot of what we saw from her. I feel like she overplayed in the little bit that we did see of her, especially when she went to Alex and said Jessica's going around saying, calling you panda, like trying to make it like a racial thing, even though it kind of was because Jessica was calling her Pow Pow, was calling Alex Pow Pow, which was problematic in and of itself. But then for Megan to go around and like spread like the panda thing instead of, I feel like it's similar to Big Brother 24 with Michael and Brittany going and using Kyle's stuff against him. And you should go up to Jessica and be like, why are you having this like right when it happens rather than trying to make it a gameplay move. So I think she overplayed a lot. Did she have if she had like her PTSD thing, whatever, like that sucks, feel bad for you, but that doesn't make you an any better Big Brother player. Jillian, who the fuck is Jillian? Like I barely know who this is, and I'm Big Brother boy. Like unfortunately I know who she is. She's the one who got liposuction in Tijuana, but like what did she do? Anything? I'm just gonna put her bad. Perfect. David and her both like whatever I said for David, pretend I just said it for Jillian. Sorry, my throat hurts. I'm trying to like not rush, but like can't spend 20 minutes on each person. Dominique Cooper, I'm gonna put her entry level because in the beginning, I really liked what I saw from Dominique and I really thought she was gonna do well. But then we saw her like weird podcast, like couch game interview thing she did. She got a target on her from that because she said like that one thing related to the game, and then Paul got mad, and then she called Paul the tempter, and it led to Paul and her like having her whole like tiff thing. So it got really messy really quickly. I don't really necessarily discredit her for that. And like I said, it's like Paul and he literally had a cult of people, so I just don't know if she would have without Paul, like how well she would have done. And I'm just putting her entry level because I really don't know. But what I did see from her, I did like. But she couldn't pivot from the Paul stuff because there was a whole house against her. So I don't know. I really don't know how it would have played out. Ramses, he's fine, I guess. Like he's a Big Brother super fan. Don't really know where I want to put him. Hmm. I guess I'll put him by Kara. He was fine. He was a Big Brother super fan. He got blindsided because of Jess and Cody. It was more despite them. But he also had talks about wanting to go after Paul and might have been one of the only people to be opposed to Paul. Again, just really super early. We didn't get to see much of him, so I don't really feel comfortable speaking too in detail on somebody like Ramses. Jessica Graff, she's not the Big Brother player. Like I like her, and she's better than these people, I think. I sort of like her to a degree. Like, I like the entertainment she brought. I disagree with a lot of what she does outside of the show, but in the game, I think she wasn't the best, not even close. Even when we saw, I know a lot of people give her credit for when Cody was evicted and she, in quotes, integrated herself with the others in the house. I still feel like she caused waves with Josh and like wasn't able to completely get in good with them. I don't think she would have done all that well, even if hadn't Cody had Cody not come back into the house. Like I don't think it would have been all that great either way. I think she's just too much of a strong personality and doesn't know how to tone it down a lot of times that she speaks her mind to a fault where it gets her in trouble a lot. Cody Nixon, he's horrible. I'm gonna put him. mm, I'm gonna put him here. It's good that he's with them. He's another one that just was like a dictator in the house, like a Devin. Where did I put Devin? Where did Devin go? Wasn't he in here? Wait, am I dumb? Okay, anyway, I'm gonna talk about Cody while I look for Devin, but pretty much he was a dictator in the house even without Paul. He tried to run an entire alliance of people and just pretty much said this is my way or the highway. Even when he tried to backdoor Paul, he didn't tell any of his alliance members, which you can't do that. It literally just breaks trust with them if you're doing stuff behind their back. Oh, there's Devin literally next to him. Without telling them there, it's gonna break trust with them. It's gonna sketch Paul out, who's the leader of the house. He couldn't read between the lines, not that emotionally intelligent, couldn't read house dynamics. I don't know why he did that. He attacked people, he was weird, he was stoic, didn't talk to people. I like he was very bizarre. Like I'm don't understand why he even applied to the show. Like bizarre. Elena, I'm gonna put her below average. I don't hate a lot of her game. I'm gonna put her like here. I think she's very social, which I think she has that going for her. I think she was a radio host or something, and she has that outgoing personality. She made a lot of people laugh. She got along with the Paul Minion side of the house. She got along with the Jess Cody side of the house. The only thing with her is she's kind of a fucking idiot. So she didn't understand Big Brother. I feel like that's indicative of her time in the house, her time playing in the jury segment. She literally went off about Paul and said why he didn't deserve to win and why he was a Big Brother player, and they were all like, that's literally what the game of Big Brother is. Like that's supposed to be impressive. And she's like, well, it's not. And it's like, okay, Elena, you're fucking weird. Like you're dumb. But I feel like she's this high just for her social capabilities. Otherwise, she'd be lower. Mark, honestly, Mark is fine. I would put him right here next to Jason Guy. Wait, it's not Jason Guy. Jason Roy. He's a very likable guy. Again, just good with everybody. Very well socially. I feel like he was good with Paul for a while, but I think where he fails is in his relationship with Jessica and Cody. I know he did distance himself from Cody and Jess at some points, but then there was other points where he didn't. So I think he was way too wish-washy. And I think what happened was Cody coming back into the house fucked him over because I feel like he did a good job at distancing himself from Cody one like before Cody left, but then once Cody came in is when he started really seeing the mistreatment of Paul and his minions to everybody else, and that's when he started to go back on the Cody train, which sort of sunk his ship, which you could say, oh, he's a good person for like not going on with bullying, which is true, but in that situation he kind of needed to in order to advance himself in the game, which he couldn't do. So I think he's a little bit loyal to a fault. Um Matt Klein's just like below. I'm just gonna put below average. I'll put him like right here. He's fine. Like again, he's just irrelevant. Like he's that person that's just never gonna really make waves. Besides when he screamed at Jason Guy and sounded like a 5-year-old. Nobody's ever gonna really take him seriously. Nobody's ever gonna respect him. He doesn't do enough in the game. He just literally had sex with Raven in the have not room or the back room like all season. That's legitimately all he did. Like I'm not even joking. So he's just no real agency in the game. Jason, Ben is his last name. Why do I know so many of their last names? Just kidding, I know why, because I'm insane. I'm gonna put him right here. No, I'll put him right after Portia. He's another one where his social game has is solely the reason why he's this high. Like he's very good. A lot of people loved him, even the opposition, like the people that were being isolated like him. They're like, "Oh, that's not juicy, goofy Jason." And that works for him. Like that really helped him. I think strategically, yet again, he just suffers from not being a fan of the show. He hasn't seen that many seasons. I think had he falling into the show, he would have done better. He did have Alex, who was an in quotes super fan, who I think helped guide him, but he really just got like snowed by everybody around him, and by everybody I mean Paul. Raven Walt. I love her. I really do. I can't wait to do my personal feelings rankings after this, but. I have to put her here. I'll put her, no, I'll put her like right here. Okay, I'll put her there. That's kind of a wild ranking, but see, in the beginning of Big Brother 19, they were literally all talking about self-evicting and handing Raven the game because they all felt bad for her and her illnesses, which is an insane statement to say, but it's true. That's literally what happened, which is crazy. Um, but then we all saw what happened. She kind of went off the rails. We started to learn more about her. We started to hear about all of her diseases, all of her illnesses, which got tiring. The house got tired of it. They realized it was fake as shit and stopped feeling bad for her. And then she kind of was just a joke to the house guests, the people on the outside, another person that just nobody's ever going to take her seriously enough for her to do any damage inside of the game. Alex Au, I'm gonna put her entry level again, not because I feel like she's middle ground, but just there's good and bad, and I can see her being in below average or bad. I can see people wanting to put her in above average. Um, yeah, that's a safe ranking, like or a safe placement for her. She was fine. She again with Jason was fine socially. I think a lot of people liked her, even Cody, and if you could get Cody to like you, that's pretty good, I guess. But just floored by Paul, wasn't able to see the big picture of the game, just a follower, no real brain in her head. I do think she is worse than Jason, just because I feel that Alex isn't as willing to diversify herself in her game or spread out to different corners of the house like Jason was. Like Jason at least had Kevin, he had like Mark, and I guess Alex had Mark too. But aside from Paul and Jason, Alex was kind of kept to herself, you know what I mean? Which I didn't love. Kevin, like, I'm gonna say below average, didn't understand the game. Nobody took him seriously. Would probably never win, even if he got to the end. Didn't like Kevin's game. He's like the goofy guy from Boston, I think. I don't like, I'm not a Kevin fan. He was just not, he was just like, why was he there? Why was he gassed? Like, no offense, but why was he gassed? Christmas Abbott. She's hard. This is a hard one to rank because I fucking hate her. And her game was literally getting carried by Paul. And I feel like it was messy in the beginning. I feel like if it wasn't for Paul, she probably would have been evicted. And in season 22, it wasn't that grand either. I'm going to put her like right at the end of entry level because she does suck. She's horrible socially. We saw in 22 her attacking Bailey and Davon. We also saw in 19 her attacking like everybody. But people like Jessica, especially Jessica and Cody, and who else? There was somebody else that she attacked. I was like, what are you doing? Like, who are you, Christmas? So I don't know. She's just not a very nice person, and I feel like that's comes off very easily, which is a conversation with her. Like she's has a big head, like in terms of how she feels about herself, and it's like you need to relax. Josh, he's honestly going right here. Josh is bad. We'll do that. We'll do that. I love how a guy that almost murdered somebody is above seven other people. That's so funny. Oh well, not my problem. Josh is this low because he's horrible at this game. He would have been evicted like in the first couple of weeks had it not been for Paul. You see a theme here with these Big Brother 19 HGs. It's all from Paul's influence. He was overplayed the fuck out of the game, attacked people like Megan, attacked people like Cody, Mark, Jessica, Dominique, everybody he attacked. He stuck his nose where it didn't belong, and he shouldn't even have gotten the opportunity to do that, but he only did because Paul wanted to weaponize him and use him as a shield. I think he's not smart at all. I think he's not good socially at all. Somebody on Twitter recently said like, "Oh, but he revolutionized goodbye messages or he had really good goodbye messages." And it's like, so the fuck what? So many other people before him left good goodbye messages. So what does him having leaving good goodbye messages have to do with literally everything? Why is that a variable and why you think he's a good player in Big Brother? Like so many people did it before him and they did it a lot better than him. The fact that you think he's a good player because he did that just shows how dense you are and how shallow you are when you come to ranking Big Brother house guests. As you can see, I'm bitter that that person said that. Moving on. Big Brother 20. We're almost at the end here. We have 20, 21, 23, and 24. Oh, wow. We only have 4 seasons left? Damn, that's crazy. I almost said it went quick, but it really didn't. I've been here like all day. But Steve Ariana, we're going to put him below average. I just don't think he has ever forms of social connections he needs to do anything game wise. Yes, he almost stayed in the house. Yes, it was a very close vote. But he there was again nothing really in his power that he did. Swaggy is a bad player. Like I love Swaggy, one of my favorite players ever. Who do I think is better? You know what? I'll put him like right here. He just made waves and he even admits he's like, yeah, I did, but I was literally just trying to make a name for myself and sell my shirts. Like after the show, I don't want to go on and be a boring player. He said he literally called people out like he did just to make a name for himself. So like I respect him in that regard. Like he didn't come on to be a good Big Brother player, if that makes sense. Um, but what I really love about him is I remember when he got backdoored by Caitlyn, everybody's like, "Oh, Swaggy's gonna go off, like he's gonna be so pissed," and he did the opposite of that. He proved all of you wrong. He went up and he campaigned his ass off, and he was really good at campaigning. He made really logical points, like really good logical points that made sense. He wasn't emotional at all, and I loved watching him campaign on season 20. I think I want to see him again if he was like actually trying to play because I feel like in season 20 he genuinely wasn't trying. He was just trying to be entertaining. Um, Winston, I'm gonna also put in bad. I don't think he's. I guess we'll put him next to Swaggy. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. So I think he is bad. Also, his thing with Brett, they made themselves huge targets in the house, and they didn't really care. He also was very, very aggressive, like threatening Scotty and saying like he wants to like throw him into the locker or hit him, and like saying stuff like that to JC. And he was just not only was he a big target for the other side of the house, like the Faute side, but he was also a target for his own alliance. Like the second they needed somebody gone, like Winston was the honorary tribute. Like they just got rid of him the second they could. Like nobody really liked Winston, which is weird because everybody preseason thought he was going to be really, really good at the game. Caitlin Herman. Well, um, yeah. Where's she going? We have to put Caitlyn here. Like Caitlyn Herman, she ran that game, and by ran I mean like was the center of attention for it. But she did not play well at all. Like she was actually freaking insane when it came to the show. Like she trusted the wrong people, turned on all of her allies. Socially, people didn't trust her. People kind of thought she was insane because she kind of was. Really not a good Big Brother player. That's why she's in the lowest tier. Rachel Swindler, his entry level, like she was not bad. I don't think she was bad at all. Again, she was very circumstantially evicted because of the whole Faute versus level 6 side of things. They just got rid of her pretty much because Faute wanted her to stay. And because she was kind of at least in talks with working with Bailey, but like not really working together. And then that sketched Angela out. Angela told Tyler, it led to her being evicted. So I feel like she had a lot of stuff out of her control going against her that wasn't really her fault. And I feel like socially she was really good. I feel like nobody really expected her eviction, and we all thought she was going to go very far, and it was kind of a little strange. Bailey Dayton. Love Bailey. I'm going to put Bailey in above average. My reason being is because both in season 22 and in season 20, she was very, very, very socially, what's the word? Oh my gosh, I'm losing my head. Like genuinely, I'm losing my mind. She was just very good at making connections with her other house guests. I can remember everybody, even with the Faute side of things, she wasn't officially in that alliance, but was able to obviously piggyback off Swaggy and integrate herself with them. And then even on the other side of the house, She was good with Tyler for a time being. She was good with Casey, even with somebody like who was I just about to say? Sam, she had a good relationship with. So people that were in her alliance, like they genuinely liked Bailey. The second things went downhill was when she won her HOH in 20 and kind of got HOH itis. And a lot of people say that she was very emotional in the house, which she was, but you have to understand she was literally pregnant. Like not only is the Big Brother house super stressful, but imagine being in the Big Brother house pregnant and the person you're like boyfriend is literally evicted and you're not able to talk to him about anything going on. Like I would go like actually insane. Like I don't fucking blame her for being emotional. In season 22, same thing. She was just very good socially, and then she just got evicted by Christmas because of something Davon said, or was it Bailey? Who said either Davon or Bailey said the untouchable thing. One of them ratted it out to Christmas or said it to Christmas, then she got mad. I forget which it was. I think it was Bailey said it, and then Davon went up to Christmas about it. Yeah, that's what it was for sure. But anyway, I think she's overall really good. I think strategically sometimes she does get a little in over her head, and I feel like she's a little too trusting, like with the Christmas thing, like sharing that's what it was, the in quotes personal game information with her. But I like Bailey. I think she's fine. Like I think she's above average for sure. Rockstar, she's nuts. I'm gonna put her I'm gonna put her here. Yeah, I'll put her right here. She was not great. Like she was fine with her allies, but with the other side of the house, level six, like she literally just would attack them and call them like stuck up and privileged, which she's not really wrong, but when you're playing a game, you probably don't want to say that. Her pots and pans tirade against Brett after Brett like lied about her was great, but she just was like a joke. Like nobody took her seriously. Sorry, Rockstar, but I just don't think she ever would have done well in the game. Fessy, he's bad. Just so fucking stupid. Like, oh, watching him play pissed me off so much. Like when he evicted Scotty, like you're literally trusting. Well, okay, I have to say his move with the Scotty thing wasn't that bad because it wasn't necessarily like he was going out of his way to target an ally. He was kind of listening to somebody that he was very close with the entire season, being JC. So like I kind of understand to that regard because him and JC were close. It's not like he randomly trusted somebody he hasn't talked to the whole game, and him and Scotty were never super close. But not even just that, with the whole Faute side of the house, they were all very, very bad strategically. I feel like Fessy was just one of the worst ones. Scotty, I'm gonna put him below average, but I'll put him like right here. With him, he just played all sides of the house, but very badly. I remember he bounced from Faute or the Hive to level 6 to back, and neither side trusted him. They all thought he was very ratty because they saw what he was doing. Socially, he never could really get in good with them. I know he really worked. All of his moves in the game were very much defending the Faute side of the house, and they still didn't even trust him. So I feel like he will have trouble making those personal connections if he were to ever play again. So I don't have that much confidence in Scotty. Haley Brocker. I think she's above average. I don't think she's super above average. Obviously, everybody loved her. Both sides of the house loved her. They thought she was like a little sister archetype. She was great. She was nice. She just was bad strategically. Socially, she was fine, I guess, though. She didn't make too big of enemies. I think one thing that I really have to say is strategically with the whole Caitlyn thing, Caitlyn literally went up to her and said, I'm evicting Swaggy. Fessy went up and said, I'm nominating Scotty. And both times, Caitlyn was like, or not Caitlyn, Haley was like, okay, like, that's fine. And, like, didn't fight for it. Where it's like, why are you actively letting your allies be evicted? Like, these are numbers for you to go to the other side. I just don't feel like she's proactive enough in the game to be in the good tier. But I feel like socially, she will do well a lot of the time. Brett is fine. I think that Brett's also above average, but I feel like he's low above average. Maybe entry level, maybe top of entry. He's like charismatic for sure. And I feel like he's smart. Like he's definitely smart, but he's just very cocky to the degree that he's always a target from like night one in season 20, and just his outward appearance and his personality. He comes off very assholish, very douchey, and he just has trouble hiding that. I feel like a lot of people view him as a big threat at all times too. We even saw that with Tyler during the double eviction with Angela, them getting rid of Brett because nobody wanted to see Brett in the end game. So I feel like he's not able to make up for it. Strategically, he's fine. Like his move line about Rockstar created a lot of paranoia against her, so it honestly somewhat worked in his favor. I feel like he makes big, outlandish moves that sometimes work in his benefit, but a lot of times he just is too big of a target and he has trouble lessening his threat level. Um, what's her name? Sam Pico? No. Welder? No. Yeah. No. I forget her name. Or I know her name is Sam. Like I know it's Sam Bledsoe. That's her last name, Sam Bledsoe. Um, sh- she's just gonna go on brain dead player just because, like in general, I feel like she's brain dead. Like she was very strange. Like why did she tell Fessy if he nominated Haley she would quit smoking? Why did she try to evict 10 times throughout the season, which was not aired, but it was confirmed? Why did she think a member of production was in love with her? Why did she try to nominate JC, who was her closest ally? Why did she have a crush on Fessy in general? Why did she nominate Haley and Caitlyn and slut shame them because they wore clothes that were too big on them? I don't understand that. And said they were taking advantage of the men. She just did a lot of stuff where I'm like, why is this happening? Like, what the fuck is going on? What is wrong with you? She's like, was nice-ish, I guess, even though I just said all that weird shit she did. Like a lot of people viewed her as like the mom of the house. Like she was good at comforting people like Rockstar and Bailey. But strategically, like what is this? What is that? Angela, I'm gonna put below average. I don't think she's necessarily bad. I feel like she's a super fan of the game. She understands the game, but I'll put her there. I'll put her. I'll put her above. Hold on. No, we'll put her like here. Like she understands the game and she was able to recognize that she was a target, who was targeting her, go after them. I think she played Bailey like somewhat well. Like it wasn't like she unnecessarily played Bailey though. I feel like she overplayed Bailey to the fact that she didn't smooth. She made Bailey leave on a sour note when she really didn't need to do that. She didn't need to unnecessarily lie to Bailey like she was always doing. She was also leaving awful goodbye messages to everybody for who knows what reason, like being this like ice queen where it's like, relax, you're not all that. Just like Fessy told you when he was evicted. So socially, I feel like she's bad, but strategically, she's fine. I guess she's irrelevant enough to she can just kind of skate by and at the end start making some moves. But in this case, she just got evicted by JC. Speaking of JC, I'm sorry, I hate him, but I have to put JC high. Like JC was very, very good at this game. He was great socially. He had his ass covered with each and every single house guest. Like they all pretty much loved him except for like Bailey, I would say. Um, he was just very strategic too, like which is weird because he was a recruit and hasn't seen much Big Brother, but he picked up on the game very, very quickly. And I know a lot of people view him as being under Tyler's wing throughout the game, but I feel like it was almost more of a partnership if anything else. Like his move, getting Fessy to nominate Scotty was just amazing. How he was able to just go under the radar with Faute and make them believe that he was a number for them despite always voting against them and fucking them over and them just never realizing that it was him. Like, I don't know, it was a pretty impressive game, if I'm being honest. And he just has that personality that's like the jokester that everybody likes, except the fans. Tyler, I'm gonna put him Master of Big Brother. Strictly for his time on season 20, like there's no denying he freaking killed that season. Everybody was in his back pocket. Faute loved him. Level 6 loved him. He manipulated everybody. Nobody caught on to him. They all ate out of the palm of his hand. He never really had any opposition other than when Haley nominated him when she was the hacker. But even then, I think if he stayed on the block, he still wasn't going to be evicted. Some things I really hate about his game is his lack of jury management. Like with Bailey, I feel like he treated her very, very poorly and unnecessarily too. Especially because him and Bailey did have a very good relationship throughout most of the game. But then the week he was nominated by the hacker, he treated her very shittily, which literally cost him the game, which bad on him. But overall, other than that, I think he is a very good player overall. Season 22, I know he fucking sucked. But at the same time, he didn't want to be there, so it's like, what do you kind of expect? Like, he wasn't really trying, which I'm not a Tyler defender. I don't really like Tyler, but I feel like he is a good Big Brother player. Casey is like above average, but barely above average. I think I'll put her like, we'll put her up here. Uh, Jamaica's high. Slay Jamaica. We're gonna put Casey right here. That's so high. I'm gonna put her like right here. I do agree with the people that think she's overrated because it was mostly Tyler controlling her and guiding her throughout the game, kind of like a Danielle and Jason or a Danielle and Lisa, if you will. It was like Tyler mentoring Casey on the game. So I'm not super impressed with Casey overall as a player, but I do think she did a lot right. I feel like people give her a lot of credit for just her social game and how nice she was to all the other house guests, which is fine, and like being nice is good, but it wasn't the level like an Andy where he was actively playing ball with all of them as well. It was just more of like nice like manners, like, hey, what's up, good morning, how are you? Like it wasn't like she had Haley and like Fessy and Rockstar playing the game with her, wanting to play the game with her. I just think she's fine in the sense that she doesn't ruffle any feathers. And then at the end, she's nice enough where people like her over somebody they're bitter against to give her the win. So she's like better than the average player, but still not super high on her. So season 21, David, we're gonna put him bad player. Like he was horrible. Not in season 21, but in season 22. Season 21, I mean, I guess by my logic, I should just put him in here because he was one of the first evicted in like 5 seconds. But then we did see him play in 22, and he just really sucked at the game, which two, I'll just keep him here and just explain. So in season 22, he was playing pretty much for the first time because the season 21 game didn't really count. So he's playing against people who played multiple times and that were actually good at the game. So I kind of understand him doing badly, but at the same time, you knew you were going on Big Brother All Stars again. Like, why not study and learn the game? Ovi below average, I would say. Like, he doesn't necessarily do anything. No, I'll put him like entry level. Like, there's just nothing wrong with his game, but there's just nothing super great about it either. Like, there's no hindrances, I would say, but he's just not. He doesn't have good reads on the house. That's what I will say about him. He's very not emotionally intelligent. Like thinking people like Jack was on his side and that he was good with Jack when Jack literally hated him. Like he just isn't able to pick up on those social cues, which I think is not great. Um, Hemi, another difficult one because she wasn't really given a fair chance to play in this game. Hmm. I'm just gonna put her middle tier because, like I said, she got like fucked over. I don't. Should I just put her? No, I don't want to put her with the people that were just evicted. I guess I'll put her like right in between Cheryl and Lori because, like I said, she wasn't really given a fair chance to play this game. She had to fight due to external factors like racism from a lot of her house guests and a lot of microaggressions thrown her way. They pretty much she did like one thing or made one comment, and for the rest of the season, they isolated her and relentlessly talked shit about her and didn't give her a chance to play the game. So I would like to see her on a second chance season. So it's hard to judge her for her original appearance, if that makes sense. Isabella Wang, horrible, bad. Um, we'll put her like right here. No, I can't believe Cat and Monkey are this low. Like lower than some of the. No, I can see it. But Bella is like so. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Bella was horrible because she literally did things that were. It's who do I want to compare her to? There's a comparison I want to make that I can't think of right now. Um, Who's so? Oh, like an Audrey Middleton in season 17. She actively did things that I'm like, why are you doing this? Like, she was in good with the majority of Alliance, but she was also sort of good with Kemi, but was throwing Kemi under the bus to the majority of Alliance and vice versa. Same with her Black Widows alliance with Jessica, Kemi, and Nicole. It's like, why are you doing this? I think she got into a lot of fights with both sides of the house, with Kemi, with Nicole, with the Grateful. She just made a lot of errors, and I'm just like, why do you keep doing that? I think she was for the first week or so in pretty well. Like she was playing both sides pretty well, but she just couldn't hold up all of she couldn't there's what's the word? Like her plates fell or something like that. Sam Smith, he's fine. Like literally, he's just whatever. Kind of like a McRae, kind of like a Johnny Mac, except he was like a little bit of a bigger player. He was only evicted because of the weirdness between Holly Jackson and Kat and like the Christie side of things. I don't think he normally would get evicted. He was with them in Grateful and the Undeniable Alliance, but again, he was just kind of a number there. They didn't really like him. He was just like fine. Like there was some good things about his game, some bad things. Jack is bad. Jack is like really, really bad. He's kind of like a Devin in the sense that like he was a dictator of the house. He ran around trying to tell people what to do. None of them really liked him except Tommy. I think Tommy's his saving grace, trying to keep Grateful together. But if he didn't have that safety net of Tommy, he would have been evicted even earlier than he was. Um, he was just a jerk. He was just an asshole. It's just how his personality is. I think in most of the time in any given season, most people are going to recognize that and want to get him out for that reason. Cat, mm, she's bad. Like she's not a good player. I'll put her like, sorry, I apologize. I'm not speaking. I'm gonna put Cat like right. No, no, I'll put Cat like right here. The only reason I'm putting Cat here is because I feel like she was a goofy personality in the extent of people wanting to keep her around just because they didn't think of her as a threat. But then at the same token, like I've said before, like that also works against her because nobody's ever gonna want to play ball with her or do anything with her in the game because they don't view her as a real player. So it's like a catch-22 with her. I also don't like how she handled the Cliff's Angels situation with Nicole, but at the same time, I don't know. Like I kind of get why she was pissed with the whole Nicole thing and felt like Nicole betrayed her. I just don't like how she went about it. Not that this is a personal ranking, but I feel like she needed to spend more time campaigning for herself and sort of getting in with Christy and Tommy, which was her downfall, rather than take it out on Nicole. I feel like if she had a closer relationship with Christy and Tommy, she would have stayed in the house, but she just isn't a smart enough player to recognize that. Annalise, who the fuck is Annalise? Um, we'll put her here. Her and Holly are like the same person. Like literally her and Holly are the same person. Both just nothing going on in their head. Don't know what show they're on. Just head into a showman's. They're just like dumb. Like it's just dumb. That's all I have to say. Nick Macaron. He I'm gonna put below average, but here's what I'm gonna say about Nick. He was in a very good spot, similar to Davon in season 18, where he was in the middle of a lot of duos. Like he was in the middle of Christy and Tommy, the middle of Cliff and Nicole, and then in the middle of Jackson and Holly. Wait, Jackson, Holly, Christy, Tommy, Cliff, and Nicole. But the only reason he was like got screwed is because he was taken out by Christy Murphy, who was a much better player than he is. But I feel like he was in a good spot. However, in the beginning of the game, he did make a lot of brash comments and was a very abrasive personality. And I think even when confronted with the thing that like Taco Tuesday, where Christy took him down pretty much, I think he handled himself really poorly, which shows that when he's faced with any sort of adversity, he's not able to compensate for his lack of social integration, if you will, if that makes sense. So I don't think he's that great. Maybe like entry level, if anything, but I feel comfortable with him in below. Jessica Milagros. She's also below average. And I'm gonna put her like right here. No, I'll put her like right here. The reason that I have just this low is because of her position in the game was really fine. I feel like she did a good job, where it was more Christy that reined her in, but I feel like her relationship with Christy and Tommy did her a lot of good. But then she was in a fine position and kept doing stuff. Like, she got in a fight with Sam. She kind of blew up the house with Kat, and she didn't need to do that when she was in a fine position. No eyes were on her. Nobody was targeting her, and that just made people want to target her. So I don't understand why she did that. I think she had a lot of bad reads in the house, thinking Nicole was in control of things when she wasn't. It just didn't make a lot of sense, the stuff Jessica was doing. Christy Murphy. Christy's a good player. She's emotional. She cries a lot. She's like a worse version of Vanessa and Nicole Scaffridge, to be honest with you. But she does get the game. I think she's very strategic. I think she was somewhat good socially. There's a lot that I liked socially that she did, a lot I didn't like. She isolated a lot of people, but she also put in good work with some people on the other side, like Jessica. She controlled the game. She dominated the game for a while. Her emotions, I just feel, got the best of her, and I feel like her real big downfall was not able to reel in Nicole and Cliff. And if she did that, then that would have made them turn on Jackson and Holly in the double eviction instead of her and Tommy. So I feel like she needed to get in better with Nicole and Cliff and underestimated them as players in general. Tommy is also a good player. I honestly would argue that he's a little bit better than Christy. He is somebody who's mm, like he checks all the boxes. Like he's good socially. Everybody on all sides of the house like Tommy. Strategically, he's good. He was good about keeping his alliance together and trying to keep them intact until it ultimately was completely done. So honestly, there's not much I dislike about Tommy. What I will say is in the double eviction when Jackson, Holly, Cliff, and Nicole were scrambling about Jackson's lie that he made up about Tommy, he literally just sat there and didn't campaign for himself, and I feel like is an easy way to stay in the game. Like a Matt, oh look, he's next to Matt Hoffman. Like with Matt with the brigade thing, throwing them under the bus, I feel like it would have been easy to do. It's the same with Tommy. I feel like he would have been. It would have been easy for him to save himself in that situation, but instead he just kind of sat there. So that pissed me off. That he got like snowed by Jackson fucking Mickey. Cliff Hogg. Cliff, I'm gonna put here. I liked Cliff Hogg. I liked his game post him coming back. I feel like he was able to make a lot of better moves for himself, but that doesn't change the fact that he was literally evicted, and I can't say anybody's a necessarily good player when they were evicted pre-jury. For being the older person in the house, I do think he is good at making those social connections with the younger people, which is always important with somebody at his age. I feel like he recognized that. He was self-aware enough to do that. But there's a lot of things I dislike, like in general, him evicting Tommy, him and Nicole evicting Tommy, them evicting Christy over Jackson and Holly. I feel like they needed to take Christy and Tommy with them and not Jackson and Holly, but they didn't, and that's why they flopped. Nicole Anthony, she's fine. I'm gonna put her above average just because I feel like she is one of the most likable people to ever play the game. I feel like a lot of people want to baby her kind of just because of her personality, and I feel like that's working for her and will work for her most of the time that she's in a Big Brother game or a Big Brother cast with any random set of people. I just don't think a lot of her strategic moves or game moves add up. It's like I said with Cliff, why did they evict Tommy? Why didn't they evict Holly? Why did they evict Christy? Or why did she evict Christy in the double? Why didn't they evict Jackson and Holly or at least consider it? I know they had their final four, but it's like it's Big Brother. Like she's a super fan. She should know like alliances don't mean fucking shit in this game. Like you can turn on people, you could backstab them. So sometimes I don't trust her ability to be as cutthroat as she should be or as a Big Brother player needs to be, but I feel like her social interactions and relationships that she forms is enough to keep her above the grain of people for the most part. Holly Allen, I'm gonna put here. I think Holly is honestly really, really good. I feel like she played very well-rounded game. I feel like she weaponized Jackson. I feel like Jackson was her bitch. I feel like Jackson was her dog. She had him on a leash. I feel like She 100% should have won this game, and it's honestly a travesty that she did not. I think she played the fuck out of it. She was good on almost every side of the house, even with somebody like Kemi and people like Bella. Like, she did try to at least talk to them or at least be fake nice to them, while other people wouldn't even try or make the attempt to with them. She's very comical, if you will. Like, her personality is very sarcastic. A lot of people jived with her very well socially. And honestly don't find a lot of faults with her game at all. Like, she made strategic moves that I think were good for her. I don't think she made a lot of bad moves either. I just think in her game, I feel like I don't even know what I could say that I would do differently if I was her. And it's honestly kind of crazy that she didn't win. I guess not being able to keep Kat in the game longer, like, she should have tried to convince Christy and Tommy, but at the same time, Christy and Tommy were too smart and knew that keeping Kat would have empowered her and Jackson. So that's the whole point of why Kat left, was to kind of weaken Jackson. But I don't know. I'm very high on Holly. I think she played very, very well and needs to get more credit. And finally, for season 21, we have Jackson Mickey. I'm putting him below average, which a lot of people are going to disagree with. I'm put him like right here. A lot of people liked what he did. A lot of people think he's like a really good Big Brother player. I disagree. His move, lying about Tommy to Nicole and Cliff, honestly, one of the best Big Brother moves ever, was really great to watch. So good on him. It was a very good move, very smart of him. But like I said with somebody like Paul, he played a horrible first half of this game. He had the entire house hated him. He rubbed everybody the wrong way. Like, social game is out the door with him. He fucking sucked. Nobody liked him. He was horrible. And he just won a couple of competitions, or he won one bullshit power veto competition where you literally had to take your clothes off while holding a button. Like, congratulations. Like, that doesn't make you a good Big Brother player. So there's a lot I dislike about Jackson. Just because he played a somewhat better second half than the first doesn't make him a good player. And I would argue that his second half wasn't even that strong either. He still got into a lot of fights. He still made bad strategic moves, like even trusting Nicole and Holly, or not Nicole and Holly, Nicole and Cliff to throw that HOH or to make that deal with them. Like, having Holly throw the HOH to Nicole was risky in and of itself. So I feel like he trusted them when he shouldn't have, even though it worked out in his benefit. He still won the game. I also think um, one of the bad things about his game was his lack of. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. We're moving on. Starting with Big Brother 23, we have Travis Long, I believe is his last name. I don't think he belongs in the lowest tier, and I always feel weird, kind of, or sometimes feel weird putting the first evicted house guest in bad player tier just because we didn't really get to see them play all that much, but in a way, that's kind of why a lot of the first boots should be in bad player. I don't think he's just below average. He didn't really do much. Let me put him next to another first boot. Who do we have in here? We have Jace, we have Joey. I don't think he's as bad as Joey. We'll put him next to Jace. I just think Travis didn't do anything on his season, to be honest with you, and I know that's a very petty, minimal reasoning for why I think he's a bad player. But I just think Big Brother wasn't for him. I think he probably was cast on Love Island first, and they were like, actually, we're good, and then sent him over to Big Brother, and then poof, we have Travis on Big Brother 23. But I just don't get why he was there. He fits the surfer archetype like a David Gurton, but then at the same time, he kind of tried telling us that he has a business and lives in Hawaii or something like that. So I think we were supposed to have him be a somewhat smart surfer archetype, but he really wasn't. He really just did not do anything, like nothing notable that I can even think of. So I'm just gonna place him at bad player just because it's kind of pissing me off trying to talk about him that I don't really know what he did. Frenchie, brain dead player. We'll put him worse than. See, these people right here are just like weirdos who did weird shit, and then these people are like actually insane. I think I'll put Frenchie under Josh. Oh, my dogs are in my room and just sneezed. But Frenchie was just horrible all around, both socially and strategically. He went into the game too cocksure. as a super fan, I feel like a lot of super fans get head over heels when they enter Big Brother and think they know everything and it's going to be just an easy, smooth sailing ride for them. And I feel like Frenchie's a prime example of that. We saw him win the first HOH and then he tried to form that really big alliance and he really acted like a martyr for the people of color in the house, which has rubbed me, other fans, and all of the rest of the house guests the wrong way. He said he didn't want to nominate women or people of color, and then he did both of those things, and it just felt like he was weaponizing people's race and gender against him, kind of like a where's Jerry? Kind of like a Jerry in Big Brother 3. So it was very bizarre. Not to mention that he would run around the house adding and de-adding people from the alliance, but he made it public knowledge. So I feel like Frenchie I don't even feel like I know he's one of the worst players of all time, so I feel like I don't really need to justify it that much, but I just, he sucks. Okay, Brent Champagne. He's a bad player. I don't think he's the worst ever. I don't think he's as bad as some of these. I'll put him between Caleb and Victor, I think is fine. I'll put him under Victor, actually. He same thing as Frenchie kind of didn't well no, kind of different reasonings. I think Brent when he was in the game, he again I feel like thought he had the game on lock right away, and that's so not the case. I think he had people in his pocket that he didn't have. He walked around the house kind of like he owned it without doing much. He wasn't really good at reading social cues, especially with people that disliked him. I remember him and Hannah's dynamic was also very uncomfortable because he would like flirt with her and like she was not about it, and that was very uncomfortable. He wasn't able to gain any sort of traction in the game, didn't really have a set in stone major alliance, or at least a real one. And he just got shafted really early on. I believe his only real loyalty was with Frenchie, and that statement alone just is kind of indicative of somebody's gameplay, meaning that it is horrible. Whitney is somebody that I honestly could see doing very, very well on a second chance season. I'm gonna put her entry level for now. I'll put her right there just because her time was cut short and we saw her really honestly get along with people for the most part in her season. She didn't cause waves, she didn't start fights, but at the same token, she didn't really do much of anything either. We didn't see her be a progressive or proactive player. We didn't see her try to make any big moves or any kind of moves at all. She was just kind of there, and while she was there, she didn't do anything bad, but she also didn't really do any good, which is what a lot of these entry level players are. I feel like I've said that a million times, so I feel like you're getting the gist of it now. Christian Birkenberger, I'm gonna put him like towards the bottom of entry level. He's a nice guy. He's like a golden retriever kind of person. Like you meet him, you talk to him, and you want to like him. But then at the same time, I feel like he just made himself too big of a threat early on, winning all of these competitions unnecessarily, putting a big target on his back. It just made it easy for everybody else in the game to target him. I feel like I don't know. I know a lot of people are going to say he should be above average and he's not that bad, but he doesn't really stand out to me as doing anything other than putting a target on his back. Sure, he got along with his house guest, but nothing really too deep to warrant him getting higher placement, at least on my list. I mean, like I said, feel free to make your own list. I would love to watch them, but let me tell you, warm up your voice before doing this because I took a break before doing 23 and 24, and I just started talking again, and my voice hurts already. So maybe prepare yourself. Brittany D'Angelo, like, who is this? Like, who is she? I know who she is, but she, again, just a person, didn't do much of anything. Just the game got played around her, and then when people didn't need her anymore, they carried her as far as they could. They got rid of her. I mean, she did have a good connection with Ozza and Derek F., and they did try to protect her a lot, and them going after Brittany, or not Ozza and Derek, but everybody else going after her, kind of caused some turbulence in the house, which I guess shows that she did make a couple of connections, but that was more of their like fucking kings, queens, jokers, aces twist, whatever, I forget what that was called. So honestly, nothing great from her. I don't think she's below average. I feel like she was honestly kind of looked at as a big target always throughout the season, like since the beginning. Like she was somebody also who freaked out about being like a pawn a lot of the time, and it's like relax. Like, nobody's actually targeting you. Nobody thinks you're a threat. Like, just chill. And she would always like freak out about things she didn't need to be freaking out about. And it's like, Brittany, relax. You're fine. Honestly, no. I feel like bad is who. See, when I talk about these people, I'm like, were they that bad? I'll put her below average. I don't necessarily think she's bad, bad. I love that Allison's in below average. Like, I know there's gonna be so many comments about that. Derek X. I'm gonna also put him in below average. I feel like I used to be a lot harder on Derek X. Let me put him. I want to put him towards the top, to be honest. I used to be a lot harder on Derek X. The main reason being, like, he's similar to Christian. He just won so many competitions and just put such a target on his back. But the more I reflect on Big Brother 23, I really do appreciate his social game. He did play a very strong social game. The downfall of his game is he lacked seeing the alliance, the Cookout Alliance, and he kind of trusted Tiffany and Hannah, not knowing about their alliance, which is his undoing in the game ultimately. So I feel like his lack of perspective on the game is just too much of a hindrance for me to place him higher. That mixed with his overall competition wins. Also his thing with the what was that twist called? With the why do I have trouble remembering recent seasons, not old ones? The like roulette, what was that called? The secret suite? No. The thing where they had to, you guys know what I mean, where they had the tickets to bet or whatever, and then he fucked it up, he got overconfident and didn't use his tickets or whatever. He just really got overconfident in the game and lacked seeing people playing the game around him. I feel like he got tunnel vision a little bit. Sarah Beth, I'm gonna put her high entry level. She's almost above average. I feel like she is very strategic. I feel like she's an emotionally intelligent person. But when it comes to her social capabilities, she wasn't anything special. I mean, I like that she really locked on with Kylan and kind of I don't want to say rode his coattails because she definitely didn't. If anything, she was the bigger target of the two. But I feel like she was able to recognize who's in power in the house and who is the main target. So I feel like in any situation or any season, she's able to recognize, like if she played with the Vanessa, she would align with the Vanessa or any of these people at the top. She's good at reading people and reading dynamics in the house and positioning herself around those people. I just think in general, with everybody else in the house, I don't feel confident in her abilities to form deeper social or even game relationships with them. But I do think she has the ability to understand what's going on in the game and what needs to go on in the game for her to better herself. Like, I feel like her going after Derek X wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It just like Derek X, she lacked seeing the Cookout Alliance around her, which is I say that like it's a bad thing, but at the same time, the Cookout is like literally, in my opinion, the best alliance to ever play the game. So getting eaten by them or snowed by them isn't really that bad because I feel like they played so well all in all. Claire, she's lucky this is not the personal part of this ranking because I am not a Claire fan at all, which we'll get to when I do my personal rankings. As a player, she's definitely entry level towards the bottom of entry level. I'm gonna put her here. She's like a super fan that went into the game, and I don't think she was overly cocky or confident at all, but she's one of those super fans that literally just laid around the entire summer and did nothing. Yes, she had a reliance with Tiffany. Yes, she game chatted from time to time, but she had literally no agency in the game. She's just the most what's the word that means opposite of aggressive? She's the most passive player I feel like we've seen in all of these 24 seasons. Like, not actually, that's an exaggeration, but one of the most, and especially for being as big of a super fan as she was and having her Big Brother Bible or Big Brother book or whatever that she's made, I really expected a lot more from her and was kind of let down with what we got. And that doesn't necessarily make her lower on my rankings, but just looking at it from an outside, unbiased perspective, she really did not do much of anything and just kind of laid over and died when she was faced with any adversity. As well, when Tiffany told her, "Hey, got to evict you," she was just kind of like, "Okay, I get it, bye," and then left. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, oh, I'm not going to get into it now. I will for the personal rankings, but I was not okay with that. Like, Claire, at least try, at least like cried a campaign. She literally was just like, okay, and cried for like 5 minutes. Like, what are you doing? Alyssa Lopez, love her. Her game also. I'm gonna put her above. I like her and Lori. I feel like her and Lori are kind of similar. She's like a Lori that went farther. Um, Why is Angie that high? We're gonna move Angie down to here. I'm gonna put Alyssa. You know what? We'll keep Alyssa there. Didn't mean to place her there, but that's a fine position for her. She's great. She's just an easygoing, easy person to get along with, and I feel like everybody agrees with that. That played with her. She didn't make any big game moves. She didn't really do much of anything. But she's somebody that is likable enough that you want to keep them around, and you don't necessarily see them as a threat. I don't think they saw her as a non-entity completely. I feel like they respected her enough to not assume that she did nothing like a Victoria Raffaelli. Like I feel like she's a little bit better. Like I feel like I'm describing her as somebody who just sat around and was kind of irrelevant in the first season, which she wasn't completely. Like she did try to make social connections and she did play the game a tiny bit, but like not really. So I feel like middle level, middle tier is good for Alyssa. Tiffany Mitchell, get the fuck up here, Tiffany. Tiffany Mitchell, master of Big Brother. I'm gonna place her under Vanessa. Tiffany, maybe even above. Yeah, I'm gonna place her above Vanessa, which is gonna be controversial. I feel like Tiffany played against a very strong cast. I feel like even the people that I said are like bad are intelligent overall. Maybe not the best Big Brother players, but I feel like most of them are very smart. And Tiffany, I just between her strategic game and her social game, I don't know what I'm more impressed by. Like the entire house loved her. She was the puppet master of the entire show. Like, yes, Derek F technically coined the name the cookout or formed the cookout, but Tiffany's the one that ran the entire season and ran the cookout. And she knows, we know, Big Brother Boy knows that if she wanted to win this season, she could have selfishly done that. If she kept Claire, the game was hers. But she put the mission of the cookout and putting the ensure like how do I say this? She put ensuring that there would be a definite black winner of Big Brother over the potential chance of getting rid of somebody and then not how do I'm like flopping this. Okay, so like if she kept Claire in the game, I feel very confident Tiffany would have won. But in getting rid of Claire, she ensured the mission of the cookout, making sure that the last six players were all black to ensure the first black winner of Big Brother. So I feel like she put that mission and goal. Well, I know she did this. She put that above herself, which is an act of selflessness, which I know a lot of people think I should rank her lower for, but at the same time, it's like, yes, she did that, but she didn't do that thinking like, oh, I'm still gonna win. This is a better game move. Like she knew it was actively a worse game move for her, and she easily could have won the game if she kept Claire, but she is just too good of a person that she put an entire race above herself. And I feel like to me, that's even above a master Big Brother. Like that's just a complete act of selflessness. And I love Tiffany Mitchell. Like she's amazing, and you cannot convince me that she does not deserve to be in the highest tier of this ranking. Next, Hannah. Honestly, I know a lot of people are high on Hannah. I know there's a lot of people that are low on Hannah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put her in the middle, maybe above Marcellus. I just think she's like fine. Like again with like she's kind of like an Alyssa. Like she didn't do anything wrong, didn't do anything bad, and that's that. There's honestly not that much to say. I think she did a couple of things right. That I showed that she was more than just an entry level player. Like her fake final two with Alyssa, I feel like was really good. Aside from that, though, she didn't really do anything notable to stand out to me to put her above entry level or below. I would love to see her back on a second chance season and see what she could do. I also know she was very young, and like a lot of times we see these younger players, younger people in general, like humans in general, are not usually as confident as older players. So it just makes sense that younger house guests typically aren't as aggressive or proactive in the game as older ones or at least later 20s, if that makes sense. So I feel like her now that she's like 23, I think, or 24, I feel like maybe a more confident and not that she wasn't confident, but confident in making moves. I feel like she could do a lot of damage in her tourney season. I'd be interested to see that for sure. Kylan, so like another one, like he can go either way. I feel like in the beginning, Kylan definitely was an above average. I'm gonna put him above average, the bottom of above average. He did a lot right. I feel like in the beginning of the game, he was, aside from Tiffany, one of the front runners of who was running the game or at the forefront of running the game with Tiffany. But I just think as the target on his back got bigger and bigger, he just did a worse job of trying to pivot in the game and position himself better and lessen the target on his own back, which I feel like is an ability that you need to have. And if you don't have that ability, you need to be good enough to the point where you will never get a target on your back to begin with, or you will ensure that there will never be one to get, if that makes sense. And I feel like he doesn't really have either of those. So I feel like he can be at the bottom of above average. But in general, I feel like he is just a very strong player overall. I feel like he makes connections with people. He covers his ass on lots of sides of the house. He plays lots of different angles, which is good up until he gets caught and then kind of has to act on it. But he still, for all of that, he still made it to fourth, which I feel like is pretty good. Ozza, I'm very, very high on Oz's game. I know a lot of people are not, but that's okay. You're not me. You don't have to agree with me. I'm gonna put Ozzy here. She's just another person like Elisa Donahue, where her social game, she's just so friendly and so outgoing and so good at making those interpersonal connections with people that the strategic and physical games go out the door. It's irrelevant for her. She just, her social game carries her far in this game to the point where I feel like if she is next to a Derek F, she wins. I feel like if she's next to Xavier, I don't think it's as clean of a sweep as if she's next to Derek F, but I feel like there is definitely an argument to be made that she would have been the first, or not the first, be the winner of the game. And so I feel like that is solely why I have her in good player. Like I know a lot of people say she wasn't proactive in the game. She didn't make really any moves herself. But to that, I say I don't think the strategy fell into her lap of her. I don't think she's as much of a coaster as people like to paint her out to be. I feel like she knew her role and I think she knew her strengths of being a social player, a social butterfly in this game, and that's what she rolled with, and that was the correct decision because it got her all the way to third place. Derek F. Love him. Literally love him. So I'm gonna put him there. Just kidding. Don't shoot me. I actually do like him just because he's very funny and I like when he attacks Big Brother fans on Twitter. But as far as the game goes, like I'm gonna put him below average, and the reason I'm not gonna put him bad is because yes, all he did was literally sleep his way to the final two, both metaphorically and literally, like go on the live feeds and he was just asleep half the time, didn't do much of anything. And I know it's frustrating to see him talk about how he was in control, quote unquote, throughout the game and us literally having access to the live feeds and knowing that wasn't the case. But his strategy of sleeping to the end, I feel like works for him. I feel like in any given season, he'll do the same thing. I think everybody likes Derek F, or at least the house guests like him. I feel like they think he's fun. I feel like he's funny and has an easygoing personality, easy to get along with. And I feel like in Big Brother, going to sleep, sleeping your way through the game is a viable strategy. The issue arises at the end game when you have a jury that's supposed to be judging you based on your game and they realize that you did nothing. I feel like he needs to be able to do stuff later in the game or at least make some type of move. Like, you don't have to win a competition to make a move like people think, but just at least try to be persuasive, at least try to get people nominated, people evicted by word of mouth, by strategy, try to manipulate, try to lie, and he just didn't really do any of that. He just kind of slept. But sleeping is a safe strategy to go far, but as far as winning the game, it's really not that great. Xavier, another person I'm very, very high on. I'm gonna put him good. I feel like I'm gonna put him above Christie. Okay, yeah, I'll put him above Christie. He just another person that is just very well rounded of a player. Socially, he's all right. Nothing too great, but nothing bad at all. And strategically, he was good too. I feel like he's overrated a little bit in the sense where I feel like he benefits a lot from male privilege. And what I mean by that is like what I said for like Cody, for like Roddy, he just benefits from being like the traditionally like attractive, just alpha jock male archetype. And I feel like honestly, him and Ozza, this is going to be controversial, did not play that different of games. But when it comes to debating Big Brother 23, I feel like you look at Xavier and you look at Ozza, and they both kind of were in the background. They weren't at the forefront like a Kyland or a Tiffany, but yet, when people talk about Xavier's game, they talk about how great of a game player he was. But when it comes to Ozza, they say, "Oh, she didn't do anything; she just coasted the whole time." And it's like they really did play similar. And it's like, why are you judging Ozza like that, but not Xavier? And me personally, I really do believe it's just because he's a male, and I feel like it's male privilege in Big Brother. Like a woman and a man can play similar games, and the man's game gets respected. Like look at Mike Boogie and Erica in Big Brother All Stars. We played pretty similar games. The only difference is that Erica got the Dr. Will kill pretty much and convinced Janelle to evict him, but yet Mike Boogie still won and none of them respected Erica. Like, that's the equivalent of what I'm trying to say with Xavier and Ozzy here. I feel like his game was good, very well rounded, but I feel like it's overrated a lot. So that is what I have to say about Xavier. Let's move on to the final season. So we're starting with Paloma. And just for the fact that she literally went nuts in the house, which not to make jokes, I'm gonna put her here. But at the same time, it's like her game was nuts in the sense that she literally was telling people that she's like God, which like no shade because may or may not have done that in my life as well. But anyway, she literally could not take Big Brother. I don't think it was right for her and her mental health, whatever she has going on, whatever. But at the same time, you reflect on it and you look at that, and it's like, for as crazy as she sounded to us on the live feeds, people like Nicole, Daniel, Amira, Monty, they all were taking what she was saying with heavy acceptance. Like they really believed what she was saying and didn't really view her as crazy, and even went as far as to like protect her and attack Taylor in defense of Paloma, which is weird. Even with somebody like Daniel, she literally didn't like Daniel, but he was had some weird obsession with her. So it's like, would it have worked if she stayed in the house? I have no idea. But I want to say, like, just how insane she and neurotic she was acting. Eventually, after like a couple of more weeks, or at least like another week, they would have been like, "Oh, okay, this girl is absolutely nuts, and we have to evict her." Like, I just don't see them feeding out of the palm of her hand for that long. Like, yes, they did in the beginning, but that was literally less than a week. So who knows how it would have gone if it progressed? But I can't see it have going. I can't see it going good in the long run. Pooch, I'm gonna put him below average. He didn't really do much of anything. I know he pretty much just touched Joseph like the entire time. Like that's about it. He also was blindsided by the Girls Alliance, mainly masterminded by Amira. And I mean, that's fine. I feel like it's again a very specific circumstance that he goes home. I feel like if it wasn't for the Paloma self eviction, we don't necessarily see Pooch going next. But at the same time, okay, if Paloma didn't self evict, we can assume that Taylor probably would have gone home. But then we also have that comeback competition, so Taylor might have stayed. So I don't know. I want to say even if Paloma didn't go though, it would have turned into a guys versus girls game. So Pooch might have still gone early on anyway. But he was a Big Brother fan. Like he watched Big Brother 2 going in, so I want to say he maybe had the mental capacity and Big Brother knowledge to do sort of well. But at the same time, I can't speak on hypotheticals. I can only speak on what we got, and what we got kind of sucked. So I'm gonna keep him in below average. Amira Jones. I'm gonna put her entry level, but I'm gonna put her high entry level. She is a businesswoman. Like she worked the game, she worked the people, she played hard, she had people wrapped around her finger. She was like a modern day Maggie Osborne. She was like a Cole on her side of the house. We're in a Cole, a Taylor hating Colt, so we're not gonna give her too much praise there. But what Amira Laxon, similar to Helen, and who else did I say was like Helen before. But anyway, she lacks the self awareness. Like she was playing super hard, super fast, and the house gets knew and picked up on this. But to Amira, she didn't realize what she was doing. She wasn't able to underplay what she was doing, and I don't really think she cared that she was playing super hard. So I feel like that's her downfall. Just playing too hard, too fast, being lacking self awareness for sure. It would be interesting to see what she could do on a second go around. Not gonna lie. Nicole, It's weird because Nicole and Daniel, I'm gonna rank them together. They were both in a really good spot, and then as soon as they became obsessed with Taylor, got evicted. So, that's what happens when you come for Taylor. Like, we all know how this story goes. I'm gonna put them both in bad players, though. I'm gonna place them after Swaggy. And they literally both just got tunnel vision. They just became so obsessed with going after Taylor. Daniel infamously attacking Taylor. Nicole acting like Taylor was the worst person in the world for literally asking how her mom's doing or whatever, when Taylor was genuinely just trying to be a good person and looking out for her. They both just made themselves look horrible in front of the entire house to the point where production had to step in, talk to all of the house guests, and then that led to the formation of the leftovers between Taylor, Monty, Turner, Kyle, Michael, Brittany, and Joseph. And then they got together and took out the fucking weird trash that was coming for Taylor. So I feel like they played very, very badly. I feel like even without the Taylor stuff, I'm not too high on them. They both just kind of were very clicky with the Jasmine, Amira, like indie girls alliance side of the house, and even with the guys, weren't really willing to play with them. I know Daniel was a little bit, but they were already on to him prior to the leftovers forming, so I think he probably would have gotten himself into trouble even without the leftovers forming. Indy is bad as well. Honestly, she's like irrelevant though. Um, I guess I'll place her next to Gen City if we're talking about irrelevant again. She just didn't do much of anything at all. She just kind of coasted throughout the game. She was never really too big of a target, and I feel like she only got sent home by Taylor very circumstantially. I feel like it was very random her going home, but it made sense for Taylor at the time, so like I get it. But I feel like a lot of times if you throw Indy into a random season, I feel like nobody's going to really view her as a threat. She just kind of doesn't know about Big Brother in general. She wasn't the best at making social relationships with everybody, so she wasn't this like social butterfly. She wasn't like pioneering or masterminding an entire alliance like an Amira. She was just kind of there. Jasmine Davis, oh lord. Oh lord. I'm gonna put Jasmine here after Sam. And while Jasmine is insane, and I have an entire video on my channel dedicated to Jasmine and why I think she's insane, I just think that towards the end of the game, we really saw Jasmine evolve a little bit in terms of playing the game. Like, I feel like she did make somewhat decent pitches to Michael, Brittany, and Taylor. I feel like also she wouldn't have gone as soon as she did if it wasn't for the Dire Fest Brochella twist, like the split house twist. I also feel like it was very, very random her going home. Like Michael targeting her was very strange, and I feel like a bad move overall, which Michael has even said, like in the jury segments, that he regrets going after Jasmine, which it really didn't make much sense at all. But it wasn't anything that she did to make people not want to target her. I feel like they all just viewed her as just an endgame goat, like a scapegoat to take to the end because you had her passing out, you had her like weird foot ankle twist thing. And not to say that that's anything bad on her end, but like when people are viewing you as like somebody weak that's always injured, that's not doing anything, they're going to want to take you to the end. But Jasmine herself, I feel like I'm describing dynamics surrounding her, but she also just didn't do anything. She was just clicky with the girls, isolated everybody else. She had her beef with Turner. She had her beef with Taylor. Um, who else? She had her beef with somebody else she had beef with. She had that whole weird thing with Joseph and Alyssa and their like weird alliance that they made mid-season that I forget the name of, even though I literally was covering the season for like 100 days. So I feel like she just played a very messy game. Nothing ever really stuck with her. She could never get anything going for herself. I feel like with the girls' alliance that started going and then Amira got evicted. I feel like even when she started to get in good with Taylor, that's when the Brochella thing happened and she got evicted by Michael. She just could never really find her footing in the game or her ankle. No pun intended. Joseph, I think Joseph is fine. I feel like I'm gonna put him entry level. I like Joseph a lot. No, I'm gonna put him above average. Like I like his game a lot. No, I'll keep him entry level. I can't put him above Sarah Beth. he really got screwed over, just like Jasmine. They both got screwed over by the split house twist, and I believe they both went home way earlier than they should. Joseph, like a Roddy, like a Hardy, like he just looks attractive. He just looks nice. He's just that alpha, like jockey archetype that always does well or almost always does well in Big Brother. So he benefits from that. He's a law student or a lawyer, I think, officially. So I feel like he's smart even with his lack of knowledge of Big Brother, I still feel like he did better than most recruits do. So I really am high on him. He was just a victim of not only the twist, but Kyle's proposition of the Cookout 2.0 alliance forming. That was not a thing. I feel like if it wasn't for Kyle, he would have been fine as well. Speaking of Kyle, this is going to be controversial, but I'm going to put him entry or above average. See, it's hard. You have Kyle before his like all white alliance shit, and then you have the one after. I guess I'll put him in the middle just because they even each other out. So before his all white alliance, like he was honestly in a really good spot when the leftovers first formed. He was good with everybody in that alliance. Everybody liked him. The other side of the house, like the Alyssa, Jasmine, all kind of liked Kyle too. And then he started talking about his like supposed Cookout 2.0 alliance forming, and that's when things got really messy. That really fucked his game over. He started doing very sporadic things like going after Joseph, going after Monty and Taylor, who are not targeting him whatsoever. He tried to recruit Michael and Brittany. We all know how this goes into his in quotes all white alliance, and then they really turned on him and said like, yo, we don't want to be part of this, like this is wrong, this is not right, and that was the downfall of his game. So I feel like he with that the biggest issue, well there's many issues, but I feel like specifically when it comes to his game, he had people telling him even before Michael and Brittany like called the house meeting and told everybody what was going on. They tried saying to him like, this is literally not what's going on, like I don't think this is the case, even if it is I don't feel comfortable with it. And he wasn't able to read through sift through the game information and the game knowledge that he had. Like there was nothing really presented to him in the game to give him any sort of trails that people like Monty, like his big thing was that Monty, Terrence, Taylor were all working together, but literally somebody like Terrence was on the opposite side of the game. So literally when you are throwing these theories out of the thin air, in my head, I'm like, what are you doing? Like you're not an emotionally intelligent person, especially when all signs point to the opposite and you're still gung ho about this and you're not willing to hear people, you're not willing to at least even entertain the fact that you're wrong. Like I feel like that's pretty bad. So I feel like all of that post, but then at the same time, even after he rebounded from getting Joseph out pretty good and even recruited Turner, but then he did not bounce back from when Michael and Brittany called the house meeting. So I don't know. It's very tricky with Kyle. I feel like I don't know. Like he was very good, and I feel like he's capable of making strategic moves and like working his way through the game, even in hard situations. But I feel like I give him a lot of discredit for getting himself into those positions and not willing to listen to anybody else. Like he's too stubborn of a player. Terrence, I'm gonna put below average. I mean, like, oh, I'm gonna put him here under Allison. He again just never nobody in the house really connected him after the show. Indy even said how they all kind of thought he was like a creepy old guy in the house. I guess we saw him form sort of connections with Daniel and Nicole, but at the same time it's Daniel and Nicole who are literally trash. So it's like congratulations, you got Satan and the spawn of Satan to like you. In addition to that, I feel like he also didn't go about things like when Michael nominated him, he confronted Michael. He didn't really try to play the game in a smart way. Like instead of the way he went about things and trying to ask people about certain things, getting game information, questioning people's moves, I feel like he just did very poorly and just isn't able to have a level head with a lot of the situations. I also don't like a lot of how he went about the Taylor stuff, obviously. I know that's like more personal rankings, but at the same time, Taylor was a big player in the game, and when you're like constantly going after her, like obviously that's not gonna work out for you, honey. Like, anyway, Michael Bruner, we're gonna go above average. I'll put him right here. I'll put him like right here between before Bailey or fuck it. We'll put him after Bailey. So Michael Bruner, a huge super fan of the game. He understood the game very well, but I cannot. Yeah, why is he? I can't put him that high. I'm gonna put him down here actually. What's bad about Michael's game is he really was on the outs from the beginning of the show. We saw him and Brittany were both not able to really make their way into any real alliances. Like, sure, they had their like pose pack or whatever, but that wasn't really a real alliance. Brittany was in with the girls' alliance, but they didn't really trust her. I know I'm not talking about Brittany yet, but Michael was on the outs for a while, and what did he do? He just won competition after competition and just put a huge target on his back. I feel like the leftovers sort of saved him, but then at the same time, he was the biggest threat, and they all knew it, and then took him out the second he wasn't safe anymore from a competition win. And he's a super fan, so he should know that competitively you will get a target on your back if you just constantly win. But at the same time, it got to a point where it didn't really matter that he was winning competitions because everybody knew he was a comp beast anyway. So not why not just win everything? Other things I really dislike about his game, like getting people like Jasmine out of the game, getting people like Terrence out of the game. He needed to keep around the people that he can beat, and he needed to get rid of the physical players. I feel like his worst move, which is a really bad move in general, I feel like one of the worst in Big Brother history, is him taking out Jasmine in the Big Rocello split house week and not Monty, which is weird because he talked about going after Monty before, Monty being a big threat to his game, but instead he went after Jasmine, who he could have easily beat in a competition, and even socially, like nobody liked Jasmine, more people liked Monty. And instead he didn't do that. He decided to stay loyal, and I feel like he needed to be disloyal in that moment and just couldn't do that. So I really have to question a lot of the strategic moves he makes, and also socially he's not that good. But I still feel like out of these top of people that are below him, he still plays a better game most of the time than them. Um, Alyssa Snyder girl. She's honestly like David Gurton as a female. I'll put her above. No, she's like she's not a good player, but okay, I'll put her in bad player, but I'll put her upper bad player. The reason being, I feel like she's a fucking idiot. We know this. She doesn't have a brain in her head. Like, legitimately, I think she's a bird. But she literally, shout out to my friend on Twitter, or like my one mutual who taught me bird means like stupid person. But she's a bird. She just has not done anything like ever throughout the entire duration of her time in the game. Like, all she did was follow people around. Like, Amira was in the house, she was Amira's lapdog, and then Amira got evicted. She latched on to Kyle, was Kyle's lapdog. Kyle got evicted. She literally couldn't hold her own in the game, and then she got evicted, which is crazy because she was up against, I believe, the week she went home, it was between her and Taylor. And I was honestly vocal about I feel like the house should have gotten rid of Taylor. I feel like it would have been smarter, which obviously it was because she fucking won. And I knew she was like, if they let her continue on, she was going to win the game. And obviously I was rooting for Taylor. But, like, okay, look at this. If you were watching this, if you're still watching this whole thing, look at this. Alyssa and Taylor next to each other on the block. You're telling me that Alyssa is the bigger threat and you're going to send her home than Taylor, somebody who wins competition, somebody who has the best underdog story in the history of the show, than somebody who literally doesn't know what the fuck Denver is, was it? What was the country that she didn't know? Like, I just don't can't wrap my head around the fact that she was evicted over Taylor. Like, that was such a bad call, but like, good on Taylor. Like, I'm happy that that happened because then Taylor won, but I was still so bad of the house. Well, Alyssa, just in general, like, I don't think anybody views her as anything other than a moron. So more often than not, she's just gonna get into a showman, slide her way through. Maybe she could get to the final two in some universes, in some different casts, but I don't ever see her doing anything remotely intelligent or socially advanced to warrant her getting any sort of jury votes. So Brittany Hoops, I'm honestly high on Britney's game. Not high, but I feel like I don't want to put her above average. I might put her down under Brett. She's another super fan. She understands the game. I feel like she was a little bit better socially than Michael, but the only reason I have her lower is like those weeks prior to her eviction, she was just very, I don't know. A lot of people had theories about what was going on with her. Me personally, I just thought it was a psychotic Big Brother house guest being psychotic. She was just throwing lots of lies, trying to get stuff to stick, throwing everybody under the bus, and they all knew what she was doing. They all confronted her about it. She lied about it, even though they knew she was lying. It just didn't really make sense. I feel like she just honestly kind of freaked out that it was getting late in the game and she felt like she didn't really have a resume to win if she got to the end. So she was trying to just throw anything at the wall to try to, in quotes, make a big move or do anything in the game. And in doing so, she kind of just sunk her ship. Which is kind of unfortunate for her, but I just feel like that is a safe sounding story for what would happen in any other cast with her. She would kind of just float around for a while, go from power to power, and then at the end of the game, she either is at the end and just doesn't have a lot to show for it, or just doesn't even make the end at all and gets like the beginning of jury, middle of jury. So Brittany, her game's like whatever. Turner, honestly, Turner's fine. I think I'll put Turner above Dominic Briones. I think Turner is somebody who had a lot of stuff handed to him in the game. He got into the Guys Alliance. He then got into the Leftovers Alliance. They were formed for him, and I feel like he was umbrellaed by a lot of it. He gets a lot of flack for not making his own moves and kind of being everybody's bitch throughout the season and not really being loyal to anybody, like turning on the Leftovers Alliance for Kyle, then turning on Kyle. I think people see him as really sleazy and slimy, which he kind of is, but that's good in the game of Big Brother. I just don't think I feel like his game on paper, like if we're playing the game that they played slash was handed to them, I would have him higher. But I feel like the game sort of fell into his lap and it wasn't really intentional. But I do feel like a lot of the times people are gonna like him. I feel like he's gonna be able to get into those majority alliances a lot of the time just based on his personality alone. So I feel like that's good. And I don't think he makes too many errors in the game. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any major one he made in season 24, but he also didn't do anything remarkable either to warrant him to be a good player. Monty is somebody, honestly, I'm gonna put good. I think I'll put Monty at the bottom of good, to be honest. I really like Monty's game. I feel like he played very consistently in season 24. I feel like a lot of people liked him on all sides of the house. I just feel like he was kind of an asshole a lot of the times. I feel like his little argument with Taylor or his little rivalry that he had with her and like the whole headphones thing, I feel just made him look really bad, not only to Taylor and the fans, but to the rest of the house as well. I also think he makes the critical error of evicting Turner over Taylor, and I was somebody that was very vocal last summer that I think he is overestimating or underestimating Taylor, overestimating his win equity over her. I think he needed to get rid of Taylor instead of Alyssa to secure the win, and I know a lot of people disagreed with my take on that. But I feel like now living in the universe where then he evicts Turner and takes Taylor to the end and loses like dramatically to her, I feel like I can confidently say I'm right. So his underestimation of Taylor was ultimately his downfall. I feel like he's somebody that honestly doesn't respect a lot of other people around him and kind of view them as weaker than him, which you can't always do in Big Brother. Like sometimes you can, like somebody like Alyssa obviously is easy to be like, oh yeah, she fucking sucks. Like I could beat her. But I feel like somebody like Taylor, he got tunnel vision and you look at her and you just see like an amazing person. You see she had a huge story in the game. So I don't see how he wasn't able to look at that and think like, oh fuck, like these people are gonna see that she survived everything, even though she didn't play the best game. Like she literally, it's just a perfect story. It's like a poetic story. So I feel like he just wasn't able to get his mind. I feel like he's in a land of his own kind of thing and isn't really able to read situations the correct way, which is a huge hindrance of his game. But I feel like apart from that, I'm confident that in any random season he would do pretty well, just based on his social and strategic capabilities, mainly, like besides the whole Turner thing, like which you saw. He just needs to learn to not underestimate people. And finally, saving the best for last, my voice will finally be able to rest after this. Taylor Hale, one of my favorite house guests ever. Where I'm gonna place her though is a trick question. I'm gonna put her above Judd, which I feel like is a good placement for her. Maybe even higher. No, I feel like above Judd is a good place. I feel like she's in the upper echelon portion of players. Taylor, I can confidently say that I feel like 9 out of 10 seasons, like 99% of the time, Taylor is going to do well at Big Brother. I said when the cast came out for season 24, just watching like a 3 minute interview of her, she just has that winner persona. She has that like alpha persona that she is just a dominant personality. She is a main character. She has that main character energy, and I could tell coming into the house that she was going to be a force to be reckoned with, and she really was. Just her absolute self control, I feel like, is the thing I'm most astonished by with her game. Like, with all of the shit she had to go through with her season, yes, she cried. Yes, she sort of broke down at times, but she never held it against people, never held a grudge, even with people like Indy and Jasmine. She still did amazing jury management. She was still always nice to people. Yes, she left like bitter jury messages for somebody like Daniel, but he was pre-jury anyway, and he's a fucking stalker, weirder loser. So like I don't think she'd want his jury vote anyway, even if he was on the jury. So it doesn't really matter. Even if he were to come back into the game, who gives a fuck? It's Daniel. Everybody hated him. Um, her game was not the best though. I remember when she won HOH for the first time, she did a lot of unnecessary shit like faking a fight with Kyle that kind of sketched everybody out. I also think her targeting Joseph was very strange, and I think ultimately evicting Indy was the correct decision. I think getting rid of Indy or Terrence was good there, but I feel like the route to get there was very messy. So I feel like strategically, she was not always the best, but I feel like she never really faces much adversity in a normal season. The only reason she did and was a target and almost evicted first was because of Paloma, and I genuinely believe in my gut that if Paloma was not cast, Taylor would do well. I feel like Paloma infected everybody's brain with anti-Taylor propaganda, and I mean this like in my fucking soul. Like if Paloma was not cast, I think Taylor. We even saw once Paloma left, she was able to be friendly with Amira, Jasmine, Indy, Monty, Turner. Like she was able to be in good with them. But like the lingering effects of Paloma's manipulation, they were all still so hard on Taylor. Like no matter what she did, even the slightest thing, they would be like, "Oh, that's Taylor. We hate her. Like she's nasty. She's a bitch." Which even if she wasn't doing anything bad, just because they already had it planted in their head that she's this evil bad person, even though she wasn't. And I feel like if Paloma wasn't there, that would never be implanted in her house guests' heads, and she would be free to just like dominate the game like we saw her do in the second half of the game. I feel like most of the time she isn't the underdog of the season. I think most of the time she is a front runner to win this game, and I just love her as a player. I feel like she gets along with people very well. I feel like she's sarcastic, she's funny, she's personable, and I feel like a lot of that has to do with her coming from her pageant background. Like you could just tell she is just, like the princess protection program. Like I feel like that's what Taylor is. Like she was in that and she was just like a princess that came from like where was she from? Michigan or something. Like she's just a very good player and in a game, like I said, for a lot of these people, and a game that benefits social capital, Taylor has it. And she really can do damage if she ever came back again. I honestly think she could be the first two-time winner, like easily. I don't think anybody would target her, or at least right away. I feel like she would be able to dominate if there were newbies. I feel like a lot of them would love her and go to her for opinions like they did in season 11 with Jesse, Paul, and 19. I feel like I want to see her play again, and I honestly can see her being the first two-time winner of Big Brother, and I want to see that happen. So, with all that being said, I'm going to end this part of the video. I'm going to record my personal rankings of these people also and put this in this video, but I'm going to do that in a couple days. But for you guys, when I edit it all together, it'll be in like a couple seconds. So I'll see you guys in a couple seconds, I guess.
It wouldn't be a Big Brother Boy video without me being in the graveyard late at night. So here I am, back with all the dead people. Different month, different season, same Big Brother Boy, same dead bodies around my car. You might be wondering, why is this an intermission? You just made us sit through 6 fucking hours of you talking about Big Brother. How is this not the end of the video? And that's because we have a whole nother ranking to get to, my personal feelings on the house guest. I wonder if there's anybody that's actually going to watch this entire video. I feel like there's absolutely no way. I know my best friend Brendan told me that he's going to watch the whole thing. And also my friend from Twitter, Walty, also known as HexW on Twitter, shout out to them. He also said he's going to watch this whole thing, but also they're my friends, so they're going to say that. Are they or anybody actually going to watch the video? Probably fucking not, but who knows? Before I go over my criteria for the personal house guest ranking, a couple of things that I noticed in my gameplay rankings that you guys just watched. Number one, in my video editing software, my video recording software, there is a literal setting that you can check to say if you want to include the cursor being shown in your footage or not. And I have that box checked before I started recording. After I recorded, I went back and checked, make sure that box was clicked. And for some reason, the footage did not record my cursor. So I'm sorry if it was hard to follow because you couldn't tell where I was clicking at all times. Also, the other thing, I bought a microphone on my old channel to specifically record videos, and for whatever reason, the audio was, to me at least when I was editing it, a little weird. It seemed whenever I would change the pitch of my voice to either be higher or lower than my normal speaking voice, it cut out. So sorry if that made the video a little hard to follow. And more specific examples I noticed of stuff I fucked up on. Number one, when I was talking about Lisa Donahue, I called her really strategic when I meant to say really social. And so obviously I said the word social and strategic a million times. I know what the difference between those two are, but you have to remember I was talking for 6 hours without notes, literally just off the top of my fucked up head. Like I would see a picture of the house guests, 294 of them, and I would give my thoughts. So I would say I did pretty well. Like, I'm sorry if I flubbed anywhere else throughout that video, but that's just the one that I caught. Obviously, if I'm talking about how somebody's really well liked, I mean to call them social, not strategic, and vice versa. Also, I called Mike Lubinsky from season 5, Mike Dutz from season 8. That's another thing I caught, but sorry again if there's any more like little verbal mess ups or mishaps throughout the video. I tried my best, but you guys have to understand, like, was not the easiest thing I've done in my life. If there is one thing me, Big Brother Boy, is good at in this life over anything else, it's talking shit on Big Brother house guests. So I am ecstatic. The whole reason I wanted to do this video was to talk about my personal feelings on each and every house guest, but I feel like you can't really talk about Big Brother house guests without talking about their game, so I decided to split it into two. More excited for this ranking coming up to talk about how I feel about them personally. I feel like it's going to be a lot more fun. It's going to be a lot more, I don't want to say engaging because I feel like it'll be a lot more controversial, but for me it'll be fun because I just love talking shit about Big Brother house guests, so it'll be good for me, right up my alley. Some things that you guys might want to note just before we get into it: the kind of house guests that I typically like, if you're new to my channel, not returning viewer, I typically like strong women in Big Brother, like people that know what they want and aren't afraid to get what they want and afraid to piss off people in doing that. I also like the entertaining house guests. Like, give me the crazy ones. Give me the Willie Hanses. Give me the Russell Caruzes. Give me the Amanda Zuckerman, sort of. I don't really like Amanda. I definitely didn't root for her, but she was entertaining. Like, people like that are just literally fucking nuts. Like, I love those kind of people on my TV. It keeps the game entertaining. When it comes to game, it's kind of irrelevant for how I like them personally. There are some people that I like more because I feel like they played a good game. Are some people that I like less than I normally would because their game was just so bad. Like, I can think of 2 examples of a person that I am gonna rank higher just because I respect their game, and a person that I'm gonna rank lower because they piss me off every time they play. But I'll get to those instances circumstantially when they come up in the tier list. Another thing I want to know, I forget. Hold on. I figured it out. What I wanted to say is, before we get into this, please remember all of these people are characters on a reality television show. I know none of them in real life. I know none of them personally. So these rankings, and I'm going to go in on them. Like, I'll be honest, you guys know I'm unfiltered. I give my thoughts unwarranted, unapologetically. So if I talk shit on your favorite house guest, just remember, I literally don't give a shit. Like, I'm not going to lose sleep over these people. Like, if I say I, like, hate them so much, like, I don't enjoy watching them on my show is what I'm saying. Like, they might be great people in real life. They might be super nice in real life. Like, that's fine. I don't know them in real life. I know them as a character on a TV show, and that's how I'm judging them. There are some instances of people that are, like, have been racist on the show, homophobic, sexist, misogynistic, and obviously, or like even abusive. So obviously, those people are going to be in a category of their own. But again, that's circumstantial, and we'll talk about that when we get there. Just please know that if you get so uptight or so worked up that I hate one of your favorite house guests or I like a house guest that you hate, please look at me in the eyes. I do not give a fuck. Like, it is a reality TV show. If you want to make your own list, you can. If you want to leave a comment down and tell me how wrong I am, that's fine. I know this ranking is going to be controversial. The whole video is. You're free to share your thoughts, but just please, like, actually share your thoughts and tell me why you disagree with something rather than just being like, oh, you're an idiot. You talk shit about my favorite house guest. Because, like I said, not going to care.
It's literally 7:30 in the morning because I tried to film this video or this part of the video like 5 fucking times, and by five I mean like 3 times. I just couldn't find time, and it's the only time allotted I could find until my scheduled post date of this video. So if I sound dead, it's because I am. Also, there's a fucking bee in the window that's right in front of me, like stuck in the window, which I have no idea how, because there's a screen that has no hole in it. I also never open my window. So if you hear a buzzing, that's why. And no, I'm not opening my window to let it out. It could fucking die in there because it's not a bee. It's like a giant hornet, and I have beef with them because last summer I took my dog to the creek, and as I was walking, I stepped on one, and like the whatever you want to call it, the pointy thing at the end was stuck in my foot, and it was like wiggling in my foot, and I had to pull it out. My foot was swollen for like literally 3 days, so I fucking hate them now. It can die. Anyway, here's the tiers for the personal ranking. Again, these are just how I like them on a personal level. I'll talk about why individually each, obviously. Here's the tiers. Hopefully you can see my cursor now. I've messed with the settings. Hopefully we're good. Hopefully the audio is a little bit better. The highest tier you can be is Big Brother Boy approved. I'm Big Brother Boy. If you're in this tier, you're the best of the best in my eyes. You are my favorites of all time. Next category, love. Like, I really enjoyed these house guests. They just aren't as good enough as the Big Brother Boy approved category, but they're almost there, just not quite. Why did I say it like that? The next category is the like to make fun of slash they're good TV. Pretty much, I don't think these people are like good people. I don't really root for them, but I think they're an easy target for me to make fun of or bully, as you can see. And or, I mean, they make good TV, so like they're chaotic, they're crackheads, they're just fun and entertaining. They're one of the two, maybe sometimes both, but like I said, it'll vary case by case. Like category, hopefully I don't have to define what like means, but pretty much I like them. Like they're cool, but they're just not as good as the people in the tiers above. The meh tier means they're give or take for me. They didn't inherently do anything wrong, but they also didn't do anything good to make me like them or put them in those categories. I barely know who this is. So obviously I know who every one of these people are. I just ranked them for 6 hours based on their game, and I'm gonna do it again. Hopefully not for 6 hours. There's no way by how I like them, but I noticed that I said people are irrelevant like a million times in my gameplay ranking. So this is the category for them. Like if they were on the show and didn't get money, confessionals, they didn't do much, they just kind of sat around all summer, I'll probably be in this category. Dislike, it's the same as like I don't enjoy them, but I don't necessarily hate them. I don't have like a passionate hate for them. They were just kind of annoying. Hate category, I really just don't like them as people. They're probably like the lowest of the low for me, but not quite the lowest of the low because the lowest tier is banned from Big Brother Boy World. In my life, I have pretty much in my fucked up head my own world, Big Brother Boy's world. Pretty much if you do anything that I dislike, or like this is for like people I know in real life. If people do stuff I don't like, I pretty much just ban them from my world, like kill them off in my world. It means they pretty much don't exist to me anymore. If people mention them, ask who they are, I say, who is that? Because I have no recollection of them since they were banned from my world. So Big Brother house guest, if you're in banned from Big Brother world, it means I like genuinely hate you. And like this is going to be reserved for like the worst of the worst, like the like very problematic house guests. And I guess we'll explain more when we get there. So let's start with this tier list. First, we have Justin Seabick, Big Brother 2. Like to make fun of slash good TV, threatened to kill somebody, was expelled for threatening to kill somebody, and then fought Julie Chen about it in an interview. It was very funny, and I got enjoyment out of it. So honestly, like to make fun of it, and he was also good TV. Carol, she liked her. She was okay. She got evicted first after Justin, but she was just fun. Like she was kind of boring, but I saw potential in her, and I think she was an interesting character. And it's a shame we didn't get to see more of her. Autumn, I honestly, this is gonna shock people. I do love Autumn. Again, she was evicted very early. I felt very bad for her. Overall, I just feel like the way she was treated wasn't always the best. Did she bring it upon herself sometimes? Yes. She was a little bit annoying, but like a fun annoying. So honestly, I could move her next to Justin, but I do like her personally. Like I liked her personality. Shannon Dragoo, Big Brother Boy approved. She's my second favorite house guest overall across all of Big Brother US, across all of Big Brother Canada. I fucking love her. She is the original Ice Queen. She's the original Mean Girl, and people like to forget about her, or maybe just people haven't seen Big Brother 2 because it's so old. But I fucking love her. When she was nominated, she attacked Hardy, the HOH, attacked him for the whole week. She attacked Ken. She attacked Punky. She just went off on everybody, and it was very entertaining. Do I think she's insane? Absolutely. And I think I called her an emotional monster when talking about her game, which she is, but she's like fun. I also feel like she's misunderstood a lot of the times. I think well, I know she isolated herself, which made people dislike her, but we did see her try to integrate herself, and it didn't work. Like, she did make the effort, and I know you could say she's just, like, not that great, and she's just a mean girl, which is, like, fair, but I feel like at the same time, she did apologize for that and did genuinely feel bad. Like, somebody with, like, Autumn with the whole, like, chip incident, she did genuinely try to apologize, and her and Autumn were good, and they even talked about how they were good, like, post-show and in the finale. So I feel like she isn't necessarily a mean girl. She just like has rage and then feels bad about it afterwards. But I love Shannon so much. Like it's a shame that she was not brought back for All Star. She would have been amazing. She's great TV. Mike Boogie Malin, fan from Big Brother World. Hate how he plays. Hate his personality. I think he's annoying. I don't think he's funny. Don't think he's entertaining. Do I respect his game? Yeah, more so over the years as I get older and rewatch more of him. I do respect his game. But infamously, recent events, or at least I think in 2020, he threatened Will's kids, which anybody that threatens kids, you're fucking weird and you're banned from my world. And same thing. I don't hate him as much as Mike, so I'm going to put him there. A lot of people have revisionist history when it comes to Kent. They're like, oh, Kent's so great. He hated gay people and then was friends with a gay person, and then he loved gay people. But if you go back and rewatch Big Brother 2, like I do all the time, in his eviction with Julie Chen, John point blank asked him, did he change your view on gay people? And he said, no, I still think it's deviant and perverse. So he's dead now. Not my problem. He's banned from my world. Krista. Oh, hate. I hate Krista, and I feel like more people should hate Krista. She's just fucking weird. Like, she is a very strange person. She was like, "Oh, I'm from Opelousas, Louisiana. Like, I like crawfish." Like, she was very the country, like Bobkin or Bobcat or whatever you call it, and it was annoying. She pissed me off. Literally, that's gonna be my reason for a lot of these people is that they were annoying, and I feel like that's just reason enough for me with that. Like, I don't want this to be 10 hours because it could be. I could literally be filming this for a week and talk about each of these people for so long, but there's no reason to do that. Monkey hate I hate him more than Krista for sure. Again, in his mind, he thinks he's a sweet guy, but he was like nasty. Like he was like a mean person. Which, okay, it's gonna sound like I said. There's gonna be some hypocrisies because I have Shannon as my favorite for being a mean girl, but Punky here for like being annoying. For some people, it just works. Like there's some people who can be a mean person and it's entertaining and I like him, and then there's other people where it just doesn't click for me. And he's one of those like examples. Like he always is crying too, and about people he wasn't even friends with. It's like shut the fuck up. Also, with the peanut butter and jelly thing, where he took, I believe, $7,500 to put his house guest on slop or peanut butter and jelly at the time, and he broke down and cried about it. It's like, shut the fuck up, Bunky. And then he's like, I'm working out now. Like, I'm the cool guy. Like, I can do whatever I want. It's like, shut the fuck up. Like, he pissed me off. Hardy Ames Hill, love Hardy. I think this might shock a lot of people because I typically don't like the jock archetypes in Big Brother, but I loved Hardy. I thought he was really nice. I thought he was really charming, but he wasn't boring. Like I cannot emphasize that enough. He was very entertaining. I think him and Nicole ran the season. He wasn't afraid to get in fights with people. He was confrontational, and I just really like him a lot. He's like Shannon. I'm surprised he was not brought back or considered to be brought back for Big Brother All Stars. I think he would have been very, very fun. Monica, I used to dislike Monica. when I first watched Big Brother 2 because she was just kind of there, didn't really do much, but as I rewatch it, like every time I rewatch, I feel like I appreciate Monica more and more. More so her game. I think she's one of the examples where her game I'm going to put her a little higher because I think she did play very underratedly and people don't give her the credit she needs, but she's likable. The thing that holds her back why she's not higher is just honestly, like I said, she's irrelevant most of this season, but when she's not, I feel like she's very fun. I liked when she yelled at Bunky and Ken, like that was great because I hated them. Nicole Scaffridge, fucking love her. She's the Vanessa Russo before Vanessa Russo. He literally ran Big Brother 2. Big Brother 2 was her bitch. She ended all of her house guests, and then she wasn't rewarded with the win because they were bitter, which like it's kind of understandable because the game wasn't as developed as it is now, so her game wasn't as respected by her house guests. But I think she's great. I know a lot of people hate her and think all she did was whine and complain, but it's like, yeah, that is all she did is whine and complain, but she also played the game really hard. She was just like asshole to people like Bunky, well, to like everybody, but she didn't care. She told them all, "This is how I am. Like, don't piss me off, or I'm gonna be an asshole to you." And she's just fun. Again, another one that I just wish was on the first All Stars, which I think she hosted a comp. I don't know. I haven't rewatched All Stars in a while, but like I'm 99% sure she hosted a comp, but she should have played. Will, I'm gonna put meh. Here's my thing with Will. If you watch my original channel, I used to hate Will and Dan so much. Pretty much my thing with them is I feel like or I know that they try to paint themselves to be a much bigger deal than they actually are. They try to paint themselves to be a mastermind in the diary room, which I think they were in their respective seasons. Or Will was in season 7, not season 2. Dan was both times, but I feel like they also like overhype themselves so much and try to manipulate the audience in the diary room to paint a picture that is not really there. Like for Will, like I talked about this in the gameplay ranking, he was like in season 2 a lot of the times, I'm lying to these people, like I'm lying to Nicole and Hardy, and I'm gonna cut them at any second. Like I hate them. But at the same time, he never got power, so we never got to see him fulfill those lies. So it's like empty lies, and it was just him kind of talking. And I honestly do think it's bullshit. Like I don't see him nominating them together, which maybe I'm wrong. But he definitely rode Nicole's coattails and like actively tried to do that. Like he said, she's the one in charge. Like I'm just gonna kiss her ass and get to the end, which is what he did, which is cool. Good for him. I feel like he's a showman, and the reason why a lot of people love him is because he portrays himself as a character. And while that's the reason a lot of people love him, that's why I don't like him. It just didn't work for me. Lori Olson, oh lord. I'm not gonna put her banned from Big Brother world, but I'm gonna put her in hate. She is without a doubt the scariest house guest we have seen on Big Brother 3. Please go back and rewatch Big Brother 3. Just the way she talks and her quirks is just terrifying. Something about this woman scares me. Tanya, I'm gonna put in like she was fine. She was evicted second, so like we don't have much to judge her on, but I feel like she did get into fights with Amy Marcellus, which was fun, like entertained me. Also, by the way, I know a lot of people in the Big Brother community thinks that she killed somebody in a hit and run or a DUI or something. But I saw in comments of a Big Brother video once, she was actually there, and like I double checked her profile, it was her, and she said, actually that's not what happened. Go back, read the story. They took my I don't know how you say it, but DUI levels, like breathalyzer or whatever, and she wasn't drunk, like she passed it, so I think she might have just killed somebody and wasn't drunk, so I don't know where I'm going with this, but fun fact. Eric, barely know who this is. Was evicted early, showmans with Lisa. All that I can remember about him, well, I remember a lot, but the only good thing he had going for him is when him and Lisa were in bed, and Lisa said, like, I can orgasm from my navel being touched the right way. That's all I remember about him, but that was more Lisa. Josh, banned from Big Brother Boy World. He was the most fucking annoying person ever, and I feel like like, a lot of people liked him at the time. Well, I was, like, pretty much a toddler then, but I can picture people liking him at the time, but now he's a fucking creep, like touching people, hitting them on their ass, thinking he's like a mastermind when he's not. The way he fucking talked, he was just like a rat. Like how he always said merit, like his girlfriend. It's like shut the fuck up. Moving on. Cara Bertie, my favorite house guest ever. Not to spoil, but nobody's gonna be going in front of Kiara. I love her so much. And honestly, it's as simple as there's house guests that I watch on the show where I just can read people so well, or at least from the show, especially back then when there wasn't a lot of editing and we really got to know these people more closely. Kiara is just a personality that I know I would be friends with in real life. And if you know what like a parasocial relationship is, like feeling like you're attached to somebody that you don't really know, like that is me with Kiara. Like I just know me and her would be best friends in real life. I think she was fun. I think her personality was really funny. I liked how she was talking about sex. Like that was weird, but also kind of entertaining. She also nominated her showmance. She also evicted Lisa after saying they should keep the girls together and lied about it. She played a very messy game, but she was a fun person. And again, wish she was brought back for All Stars, and she was not. Jerry, banned from Big Brother Boy World. He's fucking weird. Like, just strange guy. Didn't wash his hands after using the bathroom and before making food, which was fucking disgusting. Also, the thing with Marcellus, like defending Marcellus and like weaponizing Marcellus's gay identity and being black for him without Marcellus really asking him to, and Marcellus got uncomfortable, I got uncomfortable. It was really weird. He's just and he's like, I'm a teacher, I'm the cool teacher, and it's like, no, you're fucking annoying. Anyway, Roddy. I like Roddy a lot. Again, I think this is gonna surprise people. I just think he played the game really well, and that's why I have him high. And it was also annoying how Danielle was like obsessed with him. But like, it makes sense because I think he was winning the game, which Danielle recognized and took him out. But he was fun. Sometimes I think he thinks he's smarter than he is, and I'm like, relax. Like you're on a reality TV show, not that serious. Marcellus, I'm gonna put Marcellus love. I really, really like Marcellus. And he's like honestly just he's kind of mean, and I know I said Bunky's low because he's Bunky's not low because he's mean though. Bunky's low because he's annoying. But Marcellus is like a mean person, but like in a fun way. Like that's just kind of how he is. I liked him on All Stars. I liked him on season 3, and like all I can say is I liked his personality. I thought it was fun. I like when he yells at people because it's like almost like no matter if he's completely wrong on what he's arguing about, the way he argues and just his presence makes him right. Like he just always sounds like he's in the right, and I just love that. He's like a very dominant presence, very dominant personality. Amy, I like her. I'm gonna put her at the bottom of like she had her whole angle where she was an alcoholic, which I found to be very funny. Also, I'm surprised there's so many people that I have here because typically I hate Big Brother house guests, and like 90% of them I don't really like, so I don't know how we have so many people up here already. Amy, I liked her. Her alcoholic angle was funny. Her and Kiara had beef. She was called Kiara Kihora, which I'm the type of person where let's take Big Brother Canada 5, for example, with Neda and Aika. I'm the type of person that loves them both, and when they fight, I don't really choose a side. And I know Big Brother fans are the opposite way typically. Like they choose a side and are like, "Oh, Netta was mean to Aiko. We hate Netta." But like to me, it's like I appreciate them both in a rivalry. And with Kiara and Amy, it's the same way. Like I thought they were both very funny in how they acted towards each other. Jason Guy, I love Jason Guy. I'm not gonna put him in Big Brother Boy approved, but I think I'll put him next to Marcellus. I love that he's still active in the Big Brother community. And Danielle did the Secret Alliance podcast, and I believe he does it with Hannah and sometimes Rachel Riley. So I like that he stayed in his roots, went back to his roots, didn't really leave the community. One thing that makes me dislike him is because during Big Brother All Stars 2, when they first made the podcast, I begged him and Kiara. I had all of my friends beg them to have Kiara on the podcast, my favorite ever. And they both said, both Danielle and Jason replied like a million times, they're like, please stop harassing us. Like, we got it. We know you want Kiara. We've talked to Kiara. We're going to get her on. Like, we have a plan. My friend even DM'd Kiara for me. And Kiara was like, I would love to do it. And like, I think they all said that they were in touch, and then it never fucking happened. I'm so pissed. You know, I have plans for this channel after Big Brother 25 airs. Like, I know I kind of, like, just went rogue, but that's because I didn't have content to film, but I have content planned of what I want to do. Spoiler alert, it involves interviewing house guests, alumni, and I will be reaching out to Kiara to interview her myself, find out how she's doing, talk about her time on Big Brother since Jason and Danielle didn't fucking want to. Danielle, love her. I'm gonna put her after Hardy. She's great. She's like the mother, the ultimate mother of Big Brother. Plays the game flawlessly and is super entertaining while doing it. Like I said in the gameplay ranking, she just checks all the boxes. She has a great personality. She's easy to like, easy to root for. She plays the game so well. She plays it deviantly or deviously. That's the word. Plays it deviously, and it's just fun to watch. She's like an amazing person. Like talking about Big Brother, she's just a very smart person, which me, that's being entertaining and being smart are values in life and also Big Brother that I respect the most, and she's both of those things. So obviously, Big Brother boy approved. Moving on, Lisa Donahue. Love Lisa Donahue. I'm gonna put her right here. Criminally underrated. She was coached by Danielle to win the game. Aside from her game, though, I think she's a very likable person. She's another one like Kiara that I just know I would be friends with in real life. And she was considered to come back for All Stars, but didn't make the cut, which I feel like is so disrespectful because she was a winner. I just would love to see her play again. I feel like people that do rewatch Big Brother 3 do appreciate her, but she's not one of those first names that come to mind when you think of like just an amazing house guest all around. And I feel like her being underrated makes me like her that much more. I honestly, like I said, Big Brother 4, 5, and 9, rewatched the least by far out of any season, so I should just put them all, and I barely know who this is, but like I am very familiar with all of them, so maybe not. I'm meh. Like he was expelled for throwing chairs, and he honestly, know what? I'm putting him here. Like to make fun of slash he's good TV. He was just obsessed with his ex Amanda, threw a fit about everything, got expelled for throwing chairs. He was insane. Amanda, I barely know who this is. I'm gonna put her here because at least Scott kind of made her relevant. All she did was get stalked by Scott and then had sex with David and then was evicted. So, yep, that's why she's there. What's her name? Michelle Merity. Barely know who that is. Pride over David, her ex, got evicted. Like David, hate. I'll put him here. I'll put him here. The most annoying house guest of all time. All he did was run his mouth, like always talking, always being like the in quotes goofball, and it was just fucking annoying. Pissed me off so much. Again, underrated in the sense that he doesn't come to mind when you think of annoying house guests or people that should be hated, but I fucking hate him. Just annoying. Same thing with you, Dana. You know what? No, I'm banned from Big Brother World. I don't necessarily think she's a bad person personally, like these people did, but she just did so many things. So, oh, she's just awful. I know there's like a cult of Dana fans, but let me tell you, I'm not in that cult. I have my own cult, which is like me and all of my mental illnesses, and we just do not like Dana. Like she was just annoying. Which I'm sorry if you don't think being annoying is a valid reason, but she was. And I think she was just in the diary room every time she talked. Her voice bugged me. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Nathan, meh. Like, very meh. Like, he was just kind of there. He had this thing with Allison where he used the veto on her, and then weeks later, she just like evicted him, or maybe like a week later. He was fine. Like he didn't do anything wrong. He's just kind of there. Justin, I like Justin. He was fine, but like a little bit more than fine. So I'm gonna put him there. I feel like Big Brother 4, the majority of the season were just clips of Justin, Robert, and G. And after some time, it really started to annoy me. I'm like, there's other house guests on the season. Please stop showing that, or please start showing them. Stop showing these three. Jack, it's like creeped me out. I think he's smart, and I feel like his game was very interesting. I think he's a very interesting dynamic where he is like the old house guest, but he was playing the game. The thing that it puts him in dislike is him and Erica were close in the house, and we saw diary rooms of Erica saying that he's like her father, and then it would cut to him in the jury house saying, "Oh yeah, I love Erica. I love staring at her in her bikini and counting the polka dots on them," which is like a direct quote, which creeped me the fuck out. G, ugh, I go back and forth with G. I really do. There's sometimes in the house where I liked him a lot. I thought he was fun and I thought he was funny and entertaining, but then there was other times where he made really gross comments. I'm like, "You're a sexist pig." I put him meh. I don't know. It's like 50-50 with you. You know what? No. Since it's 50-50, we'll put him in the meh category. Erica Landon, I'm honestly going to put her like solely, she's again an instance where she's higher because of her game. I respect the fuck out of her All Star game. I think her type of game is the game that is like the best formula to win Big Brother. Like fly under the radar and then get rid of the biggest threat in the game who ran the game, being Will. Like let everybody else get the blood on their hands, then slit their throats and have all of their blood transferred from their hands to your hands. And I think that's what she did. I think she did it flawlessly. The reason she's not higher, she said really racist remarks about G in season 4, which I know people are going to be like, oh, but that was like a different time. It's like, okay, but the comments were still annoying and gross. But she has apologized for it now, which is good. But yeah, that's what we have to say about Erica. Robert Roman, hate, hate. He's one of my least favorites ever. I'm gonna honestly put him here. Remember, they're subcategorically ranked too, the best that I can. So Kiara is my first favorite, Shannon second, Nicole third, and then least favorite Robert, then Boogie. Like I'm trying to like rank them in order. Still hate Robert. He is the fucking like one of the most vile house guests of all time, and it's not talked about. Like the way he talks about women is disgusting. I feel like he had like, or I knew he had literally no respect for people like Erica and June and Allison. And I know they were on the same side of the house and were playing the game against each other. The way he would talk about them was honestly disgusting. And then on top of that, he won literally like every America's vote that season. And I'm like, are these viewers seeing a person that I am not? Because he's a fucking gremlin. Anyway, Allison, love Allison Irwin. So entertaining. I think her game's overrated, but she's a mean girl, and this is an instance where the mean girl works for her. She gives no fucks, and I feel like she's the most self-interested player of all time, or one of the most self-interested players of all time. If she has an ally, she doesn't care to use them, throw them away like trash, and it's fun to watch. Same thing with June Song. Honestly, you can copy and paste it. I'm gonna put Allison higher, but I'll put June Song next to her. June is like a better Allison, like slightly more strategic, but at the same time, people forget that June is a mean girl. I feel like people remember her as a puppet master, and that is not the case. Like she is, and I feel like she's very smart and did play very well, but similar to Allison, she was very nasty to the house guests. Which like people are gonna be like, oh, you called Robert vile, but like it's vile for different reasons. Like they were just like mean and like made fun of everybody and hated them, but Robert like was sexist. Oh, yeah, okay. I don't need to explain myself. Like, it worked for them, and I liked it and found it entertaining. Didn't work for Robert. Like, I don't have to try to damage control or explain. Mike Dutz, barely know who this is. We'll put him there. Like, infamously or famously was the one who, in quotes, created the backdoor strategy, but like anybody would have with a brain. Lori Valenti, I like her. I think she was evicted way too soon. I saw potential with her. I wish she wasn't evicted as soon as she was. I wish it was somebody like Karen, honestly, from this season, or let me see, Karen or Nokomis, or even Diane that was evicted from that side of the house because I like them a lot less than I like Lori. It's gonna be controversial. Don't care. Holly, honestly, I'm gonna put her dislike. A lot of people are like, oh, she's so funny, like she's like the ditzy girl, and it's like, yeah, she's a ditzy girl, but she's a fucking annoying ditzy girl. Dislike. Got he honestly, I would put him in banned from Big Brother Boy World, but at least he was entertaining in his fights with Diane. Him and Jace both, we'll just rank them together because it's honestly like the same person. Like they were fucking annoying and they were fucking assholes, but like I said, at least they caused turbulence and started a war between the sides of the house. So for that reason, we'll put them there. Will Wickle, meh. Like I liked him, I honestly did. But he didn't do too much. Like he was had his moments when the twins nominated him where he started to get like annoying, but or not annoying, but started to get good and started to like speak up more. But aside from that, he was like fine. Like didn't do anything necessarily wrong. The twins, Natalie and Adria, we're gonna put them up here. We're gonna rank them together. And honestly, they were irrelevant for a while. And then once they won HOH, shit hit the fan. I talked about this in the gameplay ranking. Pretty much nominated Marvin and Will, and that started a lot of controversy in the house. And then they also fought, was it Drew and Diane? They like went after somebody, and it was very entertaining. Like they literally just like must have went into the diary room and popped some kind of pills together, and like because they literally just lost their fucking minds randomly. But it was entertaining, and they were easy to make fun of, so we're putting them in that category. Marvin, I love Marvin. He's fucking. I'm gonna put him like here, bottom of love. He was funny guy, like very funny, very entertaining, and I just a lot of the things he did like confused me. Just a giant question mark, but in an entertaining way. He's another one who I think should have been a contender to come back in All Stars, and he wasn't, which is sad. But he was a fun character. Karen, meh. I'm gonna put her next to Will. Again, didn't do anything wrong, didn't do anything exciting, make me like her. She was just kind of there. Nokomis, honestly, same thing. Like she was I honestly want to put them both and I barely know who this is, but like I know who they are, unfortunately. Nokomis is overhyped. Can we talk about that for a second? Like she's not as good as you guys all make her out to be. Like, is she smart? Yeah. Does she know the game? Yeah, but like it's like Ian Terry, where like they're fans of the show, but like they're the boring super fans who don't do anything. Which people are going to be like, oh, Nokomis did so much. She was the leader of that side, and she made moves and like came up with the backdoor plan. I don't give a fuck. Like, fine. She did stuff in season 5. All Stars, she did nothing besides be evicted. Anyway, Diane Henry, here comes a controversial take. Dislike. I'm gonna put her here though. I don't like Diane Henry. I will say it point blank. You guys cannot convince me to like her. People have already tried. I've gotten into lots of fights and discussion about this. She's not the person you guys think she is. Like, everybody's like, oh, Diane ran season 5. Like, okay, fine, I'll give you it. Like, if you want to say that, I'm not going to argue it. The reason I dislike her, though, is because the majority of the season, all she did is cry about Drew. Like, her showmance with Drew, that's all she cared about. All she did was cry every time he showed that he did not like her. And it was hard to watch. It's like, Diane, come on. Respect yourself a little bit more. Like, we need you to be entertaining, and you're crying over a man. Like, do something. Cowboy. Banned from Big Brother Boy World. Honestly gonna put him here because at least the people ahead of him entertained me and were bad people, but he's just a bad person, and he's a fucking, like, hick, redneck, backwoods archetype. Now, I also saw recently when I was, like, making this and, like, looked him up, he literally was arrested for like child abuse, which I didn't really know, but I feel like I should have known that. He was also like, I guess he said racist comments, but maybe I didn't watch Big Brother 5 closely enough because I've kind of forgot about that. And then when I saw the finale clips, again, a rewatched finale, like Marvin in the jury question asked him about it, like how does he feel about being racist? And I'm like, was that in the show or did I miss it or was it on the live feeds and they just didn't air it and it was just CBS covering up some controversies yet again? So honestly, bad person overall. Putting him in ban from Big Brother Boy World, and he wasn't even entertaining. Drew Daniel, meh. Like I think he played a good game, but honestly, it was just kind of there, boring. Like he's just a boring jock archetype. Didn't do anything wrong. Didn't do anything to make me like him. Shaleya, I'm putting her in dislike for the sole fact that okay, just Diane, I went on a rant about how I dislike her, but at least she like got into fights and did stuff. Ashleia didn't do anything, and then what pissed me off about her is that she left the pre-jury when they had the chance to come back into the game. Ashleia said, "You know what? I'm fine, America. Vote somebody else back in," which pissed me off. Michael, artist Michael, I'm gonna put him hate. I'm gonna put him like down after Krista because he creeped me out when he would touch the girls, and then when he was called out about it. Like he was like, "I didn't do that. How dare they think that?" Even though he did do that, and it's like, how is it? How dare they confront you about it when you were literally doing that? And just had a showmance with Janelle, and that's all he kind of did. And like, if you're the type of person that goes on and all you do is have a showmance, like kind of like Eric, it annoys me and bothers me. Another Eric, um, honestly, I'm gonna put him up here. I think he was entertaining. Well, I know he was entertaining. He ran the friendship side of the house for a long time. He was an asshole to everybody. He was condescending. He was nasty. But again, it just worked for him. Like, he made good TV, and I was here for it. Do I think he's a good person? No. Did I root for him? No. But like I said, kept me entertained. Sarah, I like Sarah. I don't like her that much. I'll put her next to Tanya. I think she was robbed. I know she was robbed. She shouldn't have been evicted when she was, but Howie's a fucking idiot, and Maggie, I guess, just outsmarted her. I saw potential with her, but at the same time, as much as people say, oh, she was robbed, like, yeah, she was robbed, but who cares? Like, she wasn't doing much anyway, entertainment wise. Chaser, mm, okay, another controversial take. I'm gonna put him in meh. Season 6 and 7, I did not like Kaser. I really don't like how he played. Not even that he did anything wrong or played like gross, but he was just so bad. He's a case where he would be higher, but he just plays so poorly that it makes me root against him. Season 22, I like couldn't watch all live feeds during 6 and 7, obviously, because I was young. Season 22, I did, and I loved seeing him talk, specifically with Ian. Like, I feel like he's a very smart person, and he is entertaining sometimes. So, honestly, those are the two boxes I check. But like I said, he just plays the game so badly, so much of the time, like every season, that it makes it hard to root for him. Jennifer, controversial take, possibly. I love Jennifer a lot. I think that she is the sole person responsible for what ignited the war between the Friendship and Sovereign Six during her season. Which you can say it would have happened anyway, and they hated each other anyway, which is true. But her backdoor in Kaser is my favorite. One of my favorite Big Brother moments of all time. I loved Sovereign Six mostly, but her doing that was like when you ask me what my favorite blindside is, like this is one of my favorite blindsides. Jennifer backdooring Kaser, it was great. I know a lot of people would answer eviction blindsides, but her backdooring him amazing TV. And then what the events that followed, even more amazing TV. Rachel, honestly, like, I'm kind of afraid of her, like, kind of like Lori. Like, she's just kind of scary the way she talks and her mannerisms, but I do like her. I think I'll put her up here. I think she's fun, but I also think I like that she speaks her mind. I think she's very strong-willed. I feel like she has a very strong personality, which makes me like her. And I liked seeing her attack Yvette in the jury segments because I hate Yvette. James Ryan. Oh, I shouldn't have said I hate Yvette. I should wait till we get there. Anyway, James Ryan hate. I don't like how he plays the game. I don't like how he talks about people in his season. Like I said, just nasty person, but it doesn't really. I think he's that nasty of a person, but like when he would talk shit, it didn't work for me. He also was a fucking pussy. Like during the All Star thing with Janelle, when she like pushed him out of the way, and he's like, "I got hurt." It's like nobody gives a fuck. Shut up. Bo Beasley, I like Bo. I like Bo. I'm gonna put him like bottom. What is that noise? I don't know. I'm gonna put him bottom of like he's fine. He didn't do too much, but him and Janelle's fight is strictly solely why he's this high. Like them screaming at each other, great TV. Howie Gordon, I love Howie. I do, I really do. He's fun. He's entertaining. I think now, if the season aired now that he was on, I feel like he would be very controversial just because of the shit he said. But he was fun for the time. Hurricane Howie, he was entertaining. Screaming at April, making fun of her dog was great. And yeah, that's all I have to say about him. April Lewis, I'm not sure I'd like to make fun of slash good TV. Again, do I think she's a good person? No, but she's so fun to make fun of. Like she's just kind of one big meme. The way she was so fake, but everybody knew she was fake, and she thought she was like swindling them all, and it's like, no, like girl, they all freaking hate you. Like, what are you doing? But it was like funny, and just her calling America pieces of shit and then being confronted about it in finale was so fucking great. Like Janelle Pierzina, I have to put her in Big Brother Boy Approved. I know everybody's gonna be like, or there's like a group of people that are like, if you like Janelle, you're basic. She's overrated. And it's like, okay, we get it. You're edgy. You're different. Like, I can be that way too. But with Janelle, she is just so good that I don't give a fuck. She played so bad. I think she's a not a bad player, but she is just so unbothered. She's emotionless. She, like, had her conversation in season 6 where she talked about not crying, or was it season 14? I forget. One of her seasons, one of her like 1,000 seasons that she was on, she talked about being emotionless, never crying, which I love. She also speaks her mind, does not care who the fuck you are. She will call you out, she will scream at you, and she just is one of those people that was born to be on reality TV show. She should be on any show that they make, anything reality related. Janelle should be on. She's great. There was something else I wanted to say about her, but no. Oh yeah, even on Twitter with Big Brother fans that attack her, she literally will call them out and like fight them and scream at them, and it's just refreshing because a lot of people are afraid to scream at Big Brother Twitter, but seeing an alumni that's not, love it, love Janelle. I will always love Janelle, and I don't care if that makes me basic. Yvette, hey, I'm gonna put her like down after Michael. She's just a nasty person and not in a fun way, not in an entertaining way. She also called Kaser the N word, which a lot of people don't know about, but I've read that on like feeds forums. And yeah, anybody that maybe I should put her banned from Big Brother World because not only did she do that, but I also just don't like her personally. Like she wasn't fun, and I think a lot of people say, "Oh, Yvette was fun. She was crazy. She was quirky. She was entertaining." And it's like, no, there's a difference between being entertaining and just being fucking extra and just screaming at the top of your lungs for no reason, which is what Yvette did. Like that was her gimmick too. She's like, I'm loud. And it's like, yeah, you're also the fucking worst. Brother Boy World banned from it. That's Yvette. Maggie, like, I respect her game. She's also boring as shit. So meh. Like, that's all there is to say. Carol, barely know who this is. Like, there was an interview that Danielle Donato did, or Danny Briones did, that she said Carol asked people to evict her, or she kept talking about having a barbecue that she needed to attend that summer. And Danny was like, okay, so we were pretty much like, enjoy the barbecue, have fun there. Like, why is she talking about going to a barbecue when you're literally competed for $500,000? Don't know. She was evicted first, barely know who it is. Joe, great TV. Underrated, great TV. Talked about gonorrhea in the first 5 seconds of being in the house, having gonorrhea, I should say. He also just did so many things where it's like, you don't need to be doing this. Like telling Nick about Jen saying that Nick tried to kiss him. always throwing everybody under the bus, like attacking Jen when she was the HOH. It's like, why are you doing that? Not sure, but made for good TV, so he's that high. Mike Dutz, barely know who this is. Like, if there's one person that is irrelevant, it's Mike Dutz. His only claim to fame is being Kale's like bitch and getting Evil Dick or trying to get Evil Dick to lose the power veto competition. Then Evil Dick was like, you know what, fine, and he lost it on purpose, and then backdoored Mike. Nick Starcevic, ooh, I'm gonna put him the top of love. I'm gonna put him like right here. I love me Nick Starcevic. Like, give me him any day. Again, he's like the jock archetype, but he's entertaining as fuck. Like screaming at Jen, pouring tea on her. Well, Dick threw the tea on her, but it was in that same fight. He was very entertaining. He also was fucking like strange. Like a lot of the times, like why did he shave his head? I don't know, but he entertained me. I like his personality a lot. And he's another one where you wouldn't think like, oh, who are some good Big Brother house guests? You don't really think of Nick right away. But I feel like if you do like think of the name and you reflect on his game and him in the house, it's like, oh yeah, that's a good pick. Like Nick was great. Hale, I'm gonna put her in like to make fun of, literally just because I like to make fun of her. Like she wasn't necessarily entertaining, like kind of, and she kind of became the underdog after being like in control, sort of, but she was never actually in control. I just think she's a little strange. Like she's like a Lori, but like a fun Lori, like just weird, like a weird person. Dustin, dislike. Honestly, hate or dislike. You know, dislike needs some friends in there, so we'll put him like right here. He's just again, he was irrelevant for a while, and then in his eviction week where he got way too cocky and overconfident, it's like who there's some okay, controversial take here, I say for every one of these house guests, but in real life, do you guys ever meet people where there's somebody that's just very confident and it's like, who told you that you're allowed to be that confident? Like, you have nothing really going for you. So, why in your head do you think you're better than everybody? Why do you think you're confident? Like, it's good to be confident, but like I said, there's people where it's like, who gave you the permission? And Dustin, it's like, where'd you get that from? Like, who told you you can do that? Jen Johnson, Big Brother Boy approved. Love Jen Johnson. I have her shirt, her Genius shirt. Do I even need to say why Jen Johnson's great? Crying about her picture, literally getting rid of the pictures of her mom in her HOH room because she looked bad. Saying that she doesn't like the pictures because they weren't recent, because they were from when she was 21 and she was 22 or 23 now. So literally a 2-year-old picture, which honestly they made her seem like ridiculous for that. But like I look at pictures from me from literally a year ago and I'm like, why do I look different now? Like I look like 100-year-old man now, and then I looked like a kid. So like honestly relatable. But the thing I like a lot about Jen is how no matter how badly people treated her, she literally didn't care. Like she was like, okay, like she's not petty, she's not catty, she's not a mean girl, to be honest with you. She was kind of just like superficial, but she is just unbothered. And she even gave Nick and Danielle the benefit of the doubt and still put aside her differences to work with them, which I feel like showed maturity in her. I honestly do think she is a mature person, which a lot of people like disagree with and think that one of her main things is being immature, but I really don't think she is. Like, yes, is she just self-involved? Like, absolutely. But I think she's mature, and I really like Jen Johnson a lot. Amber hate. She's fucking annoying. Like, all she did was cry. She wasn't entertaining. I remember her and Jamaica's clip about Jamaica saying, you could be a model. And she was like, I know. Like, everybody always tells me that I could be a model. And it's like, why? Like, I don't think she's ugly. Like, I think she's pretty, but a model? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, where'd you get that from? And somebody called her like a lion. Somebody in her season, what was the clip where they said her hair looks like a lion's mane? It's like, what? Like, I'm not even agreeing or disagreeing, but like, what? Like, who says that? And then she kind of like went with it, and ugh, annoying. She cried way too much. Jessica Eubanks, dislike. A lot of people love Jessica Eubanks, and I don't get why. Like, I did too when I first watched when I was like 13, 14, and now every time I rewatch season 8 and clips from season 8, she really just is not doing it for me. Her obsession with Carol was really strange. Don't understand why. Like, you guys have beef from when you're in high school. And me, I'm Big Brother Boy. I literally hold grudges more than anybody in my life. And even I have issues with people from high school. Well, like middle school, I'll say. High school, I still hate those fuckers. But even I have relationships from middle school, rivalries from then that I'm literally like, we were both 14 at the time. Like, I let it go. So if I can let things go, I don't get why Jessica Eubanks can't. Pissed me off. Anyway. Eric Stein, I like Eric Stein. I don't want to say I love him because he was kind of like a rat and like a slimy rat, but at the same time, he kind of had to because of America's Players. Ham was Force. I think I respect him a lot as a game player. He's one of the best of the best. Obviously, you saw my gameplay ranking of him. I think he should come back. But at the same time, he kind of was boring. Like he got into fights, but it was kind of like he was attacked by Evil Dick, so obviously he's gonna fight back one of the times. He would be higher if he was entertaining. All I really have to say. Jamaica Cameron, I'm gonna put her meh. I guess I'll put her up here because I loved her screaming at Evil Dick. But when I first rewatched, or when I first watched season 8, I really disliked Jamaica because I really liked Evil Dick, which we'll talk about in a second. So obviously, people that attacked Evil Dick, I was like, they suck. But like now I get it. Now I watch and I'm like with an older, maybe an older. I'm like, there's no way. Like I respect her for having to live with Evil Dick. I respect them all. Like not even him attacking them, but just his personality. I could not do. Like he's just always talking and it's like shut the fuck up. Like I don't care about the celebrities you met in Hollywood. I okay, wait. Well, I'm talking about Evil Dick now. So we're moving on from Jamaica. She was fine. I liked when she screamed at Evil Dick, but other than that, she just kind of slept. And when she yelled at Zach was fun. Zach is banned from Big Brother Boy World. I don't think he's as problematic as the people under him, but he pissed me off. Like he's one person where like I just don't really have a valid reason other than I just don't like his personality. So he's banned from Big Brother Boy World. Like I just don't like him, and I can't really say why. Danielle Briones, Big Brother Boy approved. I'm putting her above Jen Johnson. Might be a controversial take. Loved her in season 8. Loved her in season 13. Loved her in season 22. A lot of people give her flack in season 22 and call her ableist all the time, which is going to be controversial. I don't want to touch on this too much because I think it should be its whole separate video. But point blank, I don't agree with people calling her ableist in season 22. I think a lot of her words were misconstrued and twisted in her like reason for that. I also know she apologized to Ian. She has stated that she talked to him. Ian's forgiven her, and the fan base still calls her ableist, which is weird because there's another house guest that we'll get to later that I feel like has done similar shit and is forgiven and the fan base forgets about it. So I don't know. I disagree with a lot of her and the Ian situation, but I wasn't on YouTube at the time. I left at that point and could have voiced my opinion, so I'm voicing it now. Like, we need to stop calling Danny Briones ableist. I feel like when it comes to Ian Terry in general, which we'll talk about later, like he has become synonymous with the word autism, which he has stated himself that he hates, and he hates when the fan base babies him and when that's all the fan base talks about when it comes to him. So I think we need to stop doing that. But again, we'll talk about that when we get to Ian. Stop calling Danny Briones ableist. Like she's not ableist. Like I have people in my family who are autistic, who have severe like mental illnesses. I work with people, I study it, and she's not ableist. Like fucking stop. Like for real. Like that pisses me off. But again, we'll talk about that more when we get to Ian. That's going to be controversial. People are literally going to send me hate for that, but I have to keep it real. These are my thoughts. If you want to disagree with them, like I said, leave it down below. But I said what I said. Evil Dick, banned from Big Brother Boy World. He's the fucking worst. Like when I watched season 8, did I respect him for being entertaining? Yes, but the more and more I rewatch, I'm like, you are a fucking child. He acts like a 4-year-old, and the thing that pisses me off with him is he's like, I'm Evil Dick. I say what's on my mind. I don't care. But then you go on Twitter and you say one bad thing about his game and he blocks them. It's like you're not this badass. You are a pussy. You get mad at people for saying the game was rigged for you because it was. You block every single person on Twitter that has a different opinion from you. You block the house guests that like speak out against you and how you treat people and talk about people. You're an old man. You need a job. Well, I guess he's retired now, probably. You need a hobby. You need a girlfriend. Also, that's the thing that pisses me off about him too. He slut shames every single house guest, which is like, I was going to say it's fine, but it's not fine. But the thing with it is that I have the real big issue with it. It's like, you were expelled from season 13 because you were HIV positive. How the fuck? Again, this is going to be controversial. I don't care. How the fuck are you going to slut shame somebody after you were evicted or expelled for being HIV positive? Like, that's not how that works. Like, he's a hypocrite. He's a big fucking pussy hypocrite and hate Evil Dick. I know he has his cult of followers that are going to be like, fuck you, Evil Dick's great. Whatever. I don't care. Grow up. Just like him, grow up. Jacob from season 9, great TV. He's fucking nuts. But it was funny. Like him saying that somebody called Parker a snake, but then not saying who because obviously it was him. He's just weird. And he's also like scary. Like, I'm like, is he on drugs? Probably. Neil, barely know who this is. We don't really know why he was evicted or why he walked. I tried asking Sheila on Twitter, but she didn't really give a solid answer. There's a lot of theories about him. Not sure. Parker, he was fine. Okay, I've been talking about people, like some people I go way too in depth on, and I need to not have this be 6 hours. So Parker, meh, didn't do anything I liked, didn't do anything I disliked. He was just kind of there. Jen, she's funny. She was good TV. I would put her in like to make fun of slash they're good TV, but she didn't entertain me that much. So I'll put her like right after. We can put her right after Parker. Amanda, I liked her a lot. I'm gonna put her love, to be honest with you. I'll put her right after Jennifer. She was great. I don't like how she was treated in the house, but even besides her treatment or her mistreatment, she was fun. She was entertaining. I think just seeing her get into fights and having her whole house guests, like her entire house of people hated her for kind of no reason, kind of because of her personality. And it was just like, why? Like, I guess it's because she's that bitch. Like, good for her. She had that many people press for no reason. Like, good on her. Alex, I barely know who this is. Like, yeah, he was kind of screwed because Amanda was his partner. We'll put him like here. But like at the same time, he was a pre-juror, and he kind of just didn't do anything for me. Just kind of there. I know a lot of people like him, think he's underrated, which like yeah, he is, but whatever. Listen, I'm gonna probably like to make fun of slash good TV. She was insane. She also passed out. Was she the diabetic one or was Amanda? One of them was diabetic and one of them passed out for a different reason, I think. I don't fucking know. I just remember her and Sheila telling everybody that they're lesbians for no reason, and for that reason alone, I'm putting her in here because it was funny, and it was just like, why are you doing that? You know, I'm not complaining. It was funny. Matt, oh, hate. He was just annoying. Like again, no other reason than he was fucking annoying, and I don't have a problem saying that. Chelsea, a lot of people love Chelsea. I'm gonna put her meh. No, I'm gonna put her dislike. She was entertaining. She did get in fights. She did scream at people. She had that iconic eviction exit. She smashed Natalie's eggs, which sounds so wrong without context, but didn't do it for me. She like again, it's like something with Will where it worked for a lot of people. Her being entertaining didn't work for Big Brother Boy. Josh, ooh, I want to put him in like to make fun of slash she was good TV, but he was just so problematic. Like making the comment about Amanda's dad with the news, and then on the live feeds, he said nasty things about like Allison and even like Amanda and just in general. I'm gonna put him in hate. Honestly, no. I'm gonna put him in ban from Big Brother Boy World. Like he's just a gross person. Like there are some people where like they're bad people and like they're fun to make fun of though. Like maybe like an Eric. Like he was just a nasty guy, but like not completely problematic. But then you look at somebody like Josh and it's like, yeah, he was entertaining, but he's just kind of a bad, like really, really bad person. James Zinkin, I'm gonna put him dislike. Again, controversial, don't care. We'll put him above Chelsea. Like we get it. You were homeless. You were a porn star. I'm so tired of Big Brother now. Like everybody has their little sob story. It's like I don't care. Like you're on Big Brother to play the game, get into fights. I don't care about your life outside of Big Brother. That's like a thing that I always say. People are always like, "Oh, like why don't you like interview the house guests like after the show?" And it's like I don't care about them after the show, which I talked about wanting to do that now, which like I will. And like here's my thing, like I don't care about that's like what I mean to say. I don't care about interviewing them now and being like, "Oh, like how's your life? Like what job are you doing now?" Which most of them would say unemployed. It's like, "Let's talk about your time on the show because that's all I care about is your correlation to Big Brother." And it's like, stop. Like I just went on such a long tangent, but like James, we get it. You were a porn star. Enough. What's this girl? Natalie. She was annoying, but I guess I like to make fun of her. She was just, like I said, really annoying, talked a lot. She was obsessed with Maddie, which made me uncomfortable, but like in a funny way. Kind of like, who's like a stalker? Oh, Gina Marie and Nick. Like, she's the original Gina Marie. Karen, I want to put her in I barely know who this is just to spite people that like her. I guess I'll be real and I'll just put her after Drew. She came back because of Neil's walk, I believe. And then she came back and like didn't really do much. Yes, people say she was robbed because of that HOH question where they counted the hamsters as a couple, but it's like I don't care. Like she's not as good as people think she is. She's like Diane, like whatever. I don't care if people get mad. Sheila Kennedy, dislike. She just wasn't doing it for me. Again, a lot of people love her and think she was entertaining, which she was. She screamed at people, got into fights. Didn't work for me. Ryan, barely know who this is. Like, you got second, and I barely know who you are. Like, you fucking flopped. Like, just the, again, boring generic flop. And you might be like, how is he below a first placer or a first boot and a second boot? Because it was irrelevant. And at least they had funny context around them. He had nothing. Like, Ryan had nothing. Adam Jasinski, honestly, didn't like him at all on his season, but I'm gonna put him in like to make fun of slash good TV, not because I found him entertaining at all, so we'll put him at the end of here, but just because he got arrested for forming a drug ring, and I don't know, a lot of people are gonna be like, "You're supporting like drug rings?" No, but it was funny. It's like random. It's like, oh, a Big Brother house guest was able to form a drug ring. Like that's random. Like usually Big Brother house guests are fucking dumb. But I guess he was smart, or at least a businessman to do that. So, and also he's like fine now. Like he went to rehab, and I heard he got his life together, so good for him. But it was still funny. So I'm making fun of the fact that he's formed a drug ring. Ryan Hart, meh. Like, was he good at the game? Kind of, or at least he was. I don't even want to say good at the game. He was strategic, and he played really hard. And I voiced in the gameplay ranking. I think that would have worked if he played with bigger idiots. But his cast wasn't idiots. But he's fine. I'll put him like right here. Steve Daigle. I liked I'm gonna put him in. I barely know who this is, but what I will say about him, put him like right here. No, put him at the top of. I barely know who this is. Again, we get it. You're a porn star. Well, I don't think he talked about that on the show, so pretend I didn't say that. Pretend I don't know that he's a porn star. Anyway, what I liked about him is when Jesse won HOH and he refused to go to Jesse's HOH room and instead took a nap, and Jesse got pissed. That was funny. Angie, also barely know who this is. We'll put her like here. Like she was like one of those people that was friends with Brian and then kind of got targeted by Keisha for that reason, I guess. But at the same time, wasn't Keisha friends with Brian? So why did she do that? I don't know. Angie was barely on the show. Jesse, ugh. I'm gonna put him dislike. I'll put him at the top of dislike. Yes, he's so annoying, and they bring him back in Pandora's Box and stuff. And he was like on every season for a while there, just to like host competitions and stuff. And he was like a staple. Like, oh, can't have a season without Jesse. And like honestly, he would be hate, but I guess he's just this high because I respect him being a character, I guess. Libra Thompson, Big Brother boy approved, love her. I talked about it before. I hated how she was treated on Big Brother 10. I feel like it's not talked about enough, but aside from that, because I already talked about that, she was fucking amazing entertainment wise. I think she was a strong player, not necessarily the best player or a good player, but she knew how to get shit done and did accomplish that. She also got into screaming matches with a lot of her other Big Brother 10 counterparts, which we'll talk to, and I love her for that. April Dowling, honestly, I'm gonna put her in love. She's somebody that doesn't get enough credit from season 10 because the Libras and the Keishas get more of the credit, but like you can't Keisha and Libra are not as good as they are without April. And so when I rewatch season 10, I appreciate her more because she played a great villain. Michelle Costa dislike. Um, she is what a lot of people or like April is what people think Michelle is. Like Michelle, people say is the great villain from the other side of the house. But honestly, she's not. She was just annoying. April is the true villain. So the flowers you all give to Michelle, give them to April. She deserves them. Ollie, honestly, I'm gonna put him in dislike. I liked Ollie sort of. Normally, I would have put him in the meh category, but he also called Memphis Garrett the F slur on the feeds, and then it got edited out. You know, in that fight where he called Memphis, I think I already said this, but in the fight, like in the gameplay ranking, in the fight where he called Memphis a Cabbage Patch Kid on the show, he did not say Cabbage Patch Kid. He said the F slur, and I also thought it was ridiculous how much of a fit he threw when Dan backdoored him, specifically because throughout the season we didn't see him do much of anything. He was kind of irrelevant, so it's like, why do you care about the game now? Like, you're an idiot, and especially for trusting Dan, you're an idiot. So I'm gonna put Ollie there. Rennie. Here's where people click off the video and unsubscribe from me, and I go from like 6,000 subscribers to zero. Rennie is in dislike. When I first watched season 10, I liked her. I really did. But now when I rewatch, it's just like she's loud, and it's like you don't need to be as loud as you're being. And she's like, I'm from Louisiana. We get it. You're from Louisiana. We know. Why do I have beef with people that are from Louisiana? Like Rennie and Krista, which I don't hate them because they're from Louisiana, but it's just like, ugh. Like they both just piss me off. Like they're it's just their personalities annoy me. Like too over the top. I'm somebody that operates on a zero, and like he's somebody that operates as an at a 10 at all times. So like it just the vibes don't mesh. Keisha Smith next. We'll put her right next to Libra. Amazing, entertaining. I don't think her season 22 game hinders her overall for me. I think she's obviously going to do bad in that scenario when she isn't a Big Brother person, doesn't talk to alumni, doesn't keep up with the community. But I think she starts fights. I thought she was fun. I liked her. I thought she was an underdog. I loved that she won America's Favorite House Guest. I loved something I will say about her and Rennie. I did like their dynamic together, and I also loved when they tag team Jerry and would well. Again, I said something that without context sounds really bad. Didn't mean sexually, but I liked when they both screamed at Jerry. Speaking of, and from Big Brother Boy World, see ya, Jerry. Have fun in hell, because that's where you'll be if you're not in Big Brother Boy World. Just kidding. No, I'm not. Oh my gosh, I just quoted Cassandra from season 4, Big Brother Canada season 4, when she called Levita a dumb bitch, and then when she was asking Dallas to use the power of veto on her, and in her speech she was like, "And if you don't, you're a dumb bitch." And then everybody's like, "Oh shit!" And she was like, "Just kidding, ha ha ha. No, I'm not. Oops." That's literally what I just did unintentionally. But anyway, we're talking about Jerry. He's here because he's nasty, and everybody's like, "Oh, Jerry, the sweet old man." And even on Twitter, like Dan tweeted about how Jerry's doing well now and doing really good now, and everybody's like, "Oh, we want Jerry back. Give Jerry a second chance." Which, like, why? Like, literally, what's he gonna do? Nothing except piss me off. Memphis Garrett. Ugh. I dislike him now. I'll put him in hate now. I liked him during season 10, but his season 22, he's somebody that, like, he should be getting the brunt of the attacks for, like, the Ian mistreatment, which, like, he does, but, like, I don't know. Like, we'll talk about it when we get to Ian, but I don't like how he treated Ian or talked about him. And even the David stuff, which I'm not like, oh, he's an asshole for talking shit on them. It's like, not even that. It's just like, if you have an issue with them, say it to their face. Like, stop acting tough behind the scenes. Like, especially in his speech to David, it's so condescending. And it's like with Dustin, it's like, who gave you that kind of confidence? Like, tell me who. Like, right now, tell me who. Because you really are not that special. You're not that great. I know you think you are in your mind, but you are not. I'm here, Big Brother Wood, to tell you that Memphis Garrett, you are not all that. Dan Gieselin, we'll put him next to Will. Literally everything I said about Will, copy and paste it for Dan. I think Dan is a great player, I really do. But I think in the diary room, he just does shit, and it's like you're being extra just because you're an attention whore. And it just pissed me off. Like, one of my least favorite scenes of Dan Gieselin is during season 10, the wall competition, and he's like giving them, oh, he's like, hey guys that are still on the wall, do you want your motivational speech now or later? And it's like if I was on that wall and he asked me that, I would jump off the wall, go up and punch him in the face. I would say, look me in the fucking eyes. Why the fuck do you think I want a motivational speech from you? What gave you the authority to think that you're better than that? You're better the entire Big Brother program. Like, tell me why you think that doing that, giving me a motivational speech would do anything for me. Like, why? Like, where did he get that impression? Like, that was so annoying. And then everybody's like, Dan, I'll take it now. I'll take it now, Dan. And it's like, what? Like, April said it. And he gave the speech. I literally wanted to shoot myself in the face. Like, it was the cringiest thing ever. And that's what he does. He's a cringy house guest, which I guess I am too. Well, I'm not a house guest, just a Big Brother YouTuber. Brandon Baca, he was racist. He called Julie Chen a whore, got called out for it. He was literally racist to people's face, hate him. Emma clocked him for it, don't like him. He's also relevant first boot. Glad he was the first boot. Laura Crosby, I honestly love her. Very underrated house guest. For the time she was evicted like second, but for the time that she was in there, she made such an impact on the game. She called out Ronnie, she screamed at him. Her and Russell tag team Ronnie, which I'm gonna keep saying people were tag team now just because it sounds funny. They screamed at him, they called him out, they blew up his game, I should say. And it was just entertaining. Love Laura. She deserves a second chance. She was evicted way too soon. She would have been a Big Brother legend if she stayed around, and I feel confident saying that. Casey, ooh, I want to put him banned from Big Brother Boy World, but I'm just gonna put him hate. He was annoying, like Jerry from season 3. He's just like, I'm the cool teacher, and it's like, nope, you're just annoying and obnoxious. Something I will say about him though that really pissed me off. That's like a really niche thing is when he was evicted, he like Natalie tried to like say something to him because he was being really bitter, and he was like, "Go make Jesse a sandwich," and it's like, shut up! Like you have fourth graders to teach. Go teach them. And if like you somebody that's making a misogynistic comment are teaching my kids or teaching fourth graders in general, like Maybe that's why the world's fucked up. Maybe you know how people say like our generation is fucked up, which like is valid. Like the Generation Z people, it's like maybe it's because Casey from Big Brother 11 taught us. Maybe that's the issue. Ronnie hate. A lot of people think he's a fun villain, so I'll put him like higher in the hate category. But again, as much of a fun villain as people say he was, it just didn't work for me. And I thought he was a rat. I thought he was a pussy too. Like you can't claim to be this diabolical mastermind and then hide in your HOH room from Russell. Like go get into a fight if you're this big evil genius. Shima Simone, honestly, honestly, fourth favorite player overall. I fucking love her. She's fun. She's entertaining. She's another one where in real life I know we would be really good friends. The thing with Shima too, I know a lot of people say, "Oh, she sucks. She got expelled for disrespecting production." Who cares? Like she got screwed over almost more than anybody in the show's history, like by a twist and by production. I think while a lot of people don't think her response was appropriate. I think it's definitely valid and at the very least understandable. Like I would have been furious in her shoes. But the reason I love her so much is because I have so much respect for her. She talked about her life and literally how she was sexually assaulted and how she fought off her rapist. And I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on YouTube, but whatever, I just did. And how she fought off her rapist. And literally, I just have so much respect for her. Not even just, I know a lot of people are like, she's a strong woman, but like, even more than that, she's a strong person. She's stronger than any man could ever dream of being. I just have a lot of respect for her, and I love her so much. And I think even without that story, we saw in her conversations and how she handled situations that she can hold her own and she is just a very strong-willed person. And in addition to that, I think she's very smart and she got into fights and she started drama and she was entertaining. I just have so much love for Shima. And a lot of people like her, I feel like, as a meme, but like I genuinely think she's an amazing person and I really love Shima. Lydia Talavera, banned from Big Brother Boy World, similar to Dana, not really problematic, so maybe she shouldn't be in the tier with the problematic people, but like she pissed me off so much that she is going to go in there. She called Jordan a hoe puppet, which was kind of funny to be honest with you. But the reason I dislike her so much, I was actually talking about this with my friend that I mentioned before, Walty or Walter on Twitter. I hate Lydia so much because she acts like a child. And I don't even mean acts like a child in the sense like an evil dick where she's immature. Like she literally will do a child voice and be like, I have my stuffed animal named my day Yum Yum and use her like little weird pouty voice, whiny voice. And it's like, you are a grown woman. Shut the woman. Wait. In fifth grade, people made fun of me because I had trouble saying woman and women, like pluralized, and like I feel like I still have trouble with that. But what I'm saying is, you're a grown woman, like singularity, like not multiple. And it's like, stop doing the baby voice. Like, now I just went on a tangent that I didn't need to go on because of you, Lydia. Fuck you. Russell Cruz, Big Brother Boy approved. I love Russell. I'll put him, honestly. Ooh, ooh. I'll put him in between Keisha and Libra. I love Russell. Probably because of how entertaining he was. He was nuts. Like he screamed at people. He was insane. Definitely did not pass the psych test. But you know, I don't care because it made for entertaining TV. I know, like you're gonna be saying, well, if you don't really think he's anything other than entertaining, he should be in the good TV category. But like honestly, he's so good in the entertainment department that I have to put him there. Like he was ridiculous, but in such a fun way. Jeff. My thing with Jeff, it's hard because honestly. I feel like he's not that bad of a person. Like when I watch, I thought he was entertaining, but I also thought he was like likable, like kind of charming. But then when I watched like clips on the live feeds or got more involved in the Big Brother community, he was very homophobic. He called Russell the F slur on the Big Brother live feeds. He got in the fight with Kalia during season 13, basically saying that all gay people are pedophiles, or not even saying all gay people are pedophiles, but said that if Dumbledore in Harry Potter was gay, like he was written to be allegedly, then that's inappropriate because he's working with young kids and alluded to him being a pedophile. And it's like, what? Like that stereotype is the exact reason why people are even like now, like you can see like in Big Brother how it correlates to life sometimes. And you see even now, like with the whole like Target thing that's going on right now of people like literally freaking out over like the pride section and stuff because they think they're being a danger to kids and preying on kids. It's like, yeah, Jeff said that in season 13 too, and it's like we're seeing it now, so like that makes me dislike him a lot. So I'm gonna put him here. I'm gonna put him like should I put him in band? Like I think he's just an uneducated, like sheltered person. I feel like now I would hope his views have changed, but I don't know him now. I don't keep up with him now. I saw he's on like some weird talk show and he actually stuck up for kids and like said he called out Balenciaga on air and they actually like cut his mic off because the producers were like, "Oh shit, we're gonna get in trouble." But like, good for him for calling that out. Like, he did make ignorant ass comments, so like, I don't know where to rank him. I hope he learned from his mistakes, but I'm judging him based on Big Brother, so I'll put him here just for how ignorant he was. Michelle, what's her last name? Noonan Ross. Scared of her. Where's Lori? I'll put her next to no. Michelle was more fun than Lori, though. I'm gonna put her. I'll put her like to make fun of. That's a good spot for Michelle. She scares me. Like honestly, her and Lori are neck and neck for scariest house guest to me. I don't know what about what about her it is, but I'm just terrified of her. She was fun. Like she did get into fights. Like she wasn't irrelevant and didn't coast like a lot of people think she did. But she was also weird, like very strange. I also heard rumors that she did porn. Tried to look it up. Tried to find it. Not to go into too much detail, but found some videos, was unclear whether it was actually her or not. So I'm not sure. If she did, good for her. Like that's not judgment at all. Like I say all the time, like if I was confident in myself and knew I'd be successful, I'd do porn, I'd do OnlyFans any day. Um Kevin Campbell, I love him. Like I know a lot of people say his appearance on Big Brother All Stars 2 ruined him for them, but like I don't care. Yes, he was very whiny on season 22 and annoying to watch, but season 11 he was great. I love Kevin Campbell. He's underrated. His lie to Jeff and Jordan about Russell and Michelle like plotting to get him out was fantastic. He's should have won season 11 if we're being honest. He was robbed. He was the best player that season in my opinion, and like did he decide because of his game? Kind of, but I also like him. I think he seems like a cool guy. Natalie, um, I like her. I used to love her a lot more. I'll put her like. I'll put her at the top of like. I used to like her a lot more. I used to be a lot higher on her game. Excuse me. I'm yawning and also I'm like sick. Well, not sick, but I have allergies and like I'm trying to do this in one cut. So I don't know if you guys can tell that I'm nasally. Anyway, that has nothing to do with Natalie. Her game, like I used to think is a lot better than it was. I still think it was a solid game overall, but I feel like socially she was like kind of weak. Like everybody fucking hated her. So we're gonna put her there. And like honestly, I like her personally. It just sometimes I'm like, you're being extra for no reason, and why you're doing that. But I don't think she deserves all of the hate that she does get, which makes me like her more. Just knowing that people hate her for no reason, I'm like, okay, you know what? If nobody likes you, Natalie, I'll like you, Natalie. Jordan, another one. I'll put her at the top of like. She's somebody I feel like if I didn't know myself and was just watching this video and like knew about me, or like if I knew Big Brother Boy's videos, I would be shocked to find out that I like Jordan Lloyd. Like a lot of the time she just kind of coasts and is just kind of there, but there are times in season 13 and 11 when she wants to fight, she will scream at you. She will get down. She will throw down with people and not even just like minorly speak up. Like she will scream at them. Like she's a little firecracker when she wants to be, and I appreciate that. I also think she's a very sweet person, nice overall, which usually nice isn't enough for me to like somebody, but for her, you mix that with how entertaining she can be, and I like her. Annie, oh lord, like to make fun of slash they're good TV. She was the first saboteur. She's somebody that I think needs to come back, and it doesn't get talked about enough. But if we're doing a second chances cast, we need Annie on there. She was nuts. I remember in her when she was evicted, she said Rachel got her sloppy seconds being Brendan. But at the same time, she has a girlfriend. So I like was she saying that her and Brendan were showmans because I don't remember that happening. Pretty sure she just made it up. She was insane on the show. Like she was just nuts. Monet, who is this? I barely know who this is. I know I talked about her being underrated gameplay wise. Like I feel like she would have done well. I feel like she was evicted too soon and there was potential there. But at the same time, she was evicted second. Don't know who she is. All she did is threaten to punch Rachel Riley in the face, which was funny, but like living in Brittany Haynes' shadow. Oh, Andrew Hate. I'll put him like right here. He was just annoying. Like again, another person where I don't really have a valid reason other than he pissed me off and was annoying. Like, why did he call Kristen the Tin Man? Like, it was good TV, like, it was a good eviction speech, but it's like, you called Kristen a Tin Man? Like, that was the weakest assault ever. But honestly, should I put him in, like, to make fun of? Because it was kind of funny. You know what? Fine. You know what? I'm doing it. I'm putting him at the bottom of, like, to make fun of. Like, I definitely didn't like him, but looking back on it, he was kind of weird, but, like, in a funny way, so we're putting him there. Kristen, aka the Tin Man. She dislike. The only reason I'm putting her in dislike is because number one, she didn't do anything on the show. So it's like if you go on Big Brother, a show that I would kill to be on, and you do nothing, I'm gonna fucking dislike you at the very least. Also, because I saw a clip of her now on like Instagram, and I forget what exactly she was doing, but I was like, is this person okay? Like, what is wrong with her? Like, maybe I shouldn't judge her or like say I dislike her because she seemed weird or off in this video. Because it's like maybe she had something bigger going on, but like not my problem. She's kind of weird. She scares me a little bit. A little scary. Rachel Riley, obviously, Big Brother boy approved. Now, honestly, she's like Will, and on the show, I feel like she plays a character. I feel like she knows her role. I feel like she knows she has to be over the top. She has to be extra. She has to cry. She has to be nuts. And that's the role she feels like outside of Big Brother. Like, I love her also, but outside of Big Brother, she's different. Like, she's nice. She interacts with the fan base. I've DM'd her. She FaceTimes fans. She raises money for charity. She's just, her and Brendan both are amazing people outside of the show. But once she steps into the Big Brother house, she puts on a facade. She puts on a character, which is just being absolutely insane and entertaining, which I know I said Will does that too and puts on a character, but this is an example of somebody that puts on a character that works for me, and then Will somebody that puts on a character that does not work for me. And hopefully I explained that well enough. Kathy, who the fuck is Kathy? Like, sorry. I know there's a Kathy cult that like loves her, and in a way I get it. But at the same time, all she did was sleep. So I feel comfortable putting her in all she did was sleep category. And then Matt Hoffman wasted the Diamond Power veto on her. What the fuck is that? Matt, I like you, Matt. Honestly, I'll put you in love. Just because one of my favorite Big Brother moments ever is when he made up the lie about his wife's disease, but not the fact that he did it, but when he was evicted with Rachel and jury, and Rachel freaked out about it and was like, Reagan, you are like worse than evil. Like, and went on so many tangents about him, literally, and like that was a direct quote. She called him literally worse than evil. Like, what does that even mean? I don't know, but their interactions in the jury house, one of my favorite moments ever. I think he's fun. He's a fun character. He's a fun villain. However, I think he's like a little bit overrated gameplay wise. Like, I think he's smart, but I already went on my whole rant about how he should have thrown the brigade under the bus and could have easily recruited Reagan and Brittany to take them down, and even Brendan, and didn't do that. And I feel like it was right in front of his face, presented for him. Also, another Big Brother moment that I meant to talk about, I forgot. Jamaica in season 8 during the double eviction, where they had to collect blue balls. I think they either had to collect blue balls or green balls, and the opposite color fell into her tube on live TV. And she was like, Julie Chen was like, Jamaica, you are disqualified because you got the wrong ball. And she was like, what? She was like, no, I didn't. She was like, production, please look at the tapes. Like, I did not put that in there. And she's like freaking out, which rightfully so. And the entire time she's freaking out, Julie Chen is saying nothing. Nobody's acknowledging her. None of her house guests are. And Jamaica, poor Jamaica, is there screaming. Like, not screaming, but like frantically, like panicking, I should say. And it was just so funny because I was like, why is nobody acknowledging her? Like, poor Jamaica. Like, but that was a great Big Brother moment that I wanted to talk about. Brendan Vegas, love Brendan Vegas. I'm gonna put him like honestly right here. Something I will say I didn't like about him is in season 13, him and Jeff body shamed Khalid a lot, which I don't like, but I feel like more after the show is why I have Brendan this high. Like I said about him and Rachel, they are really nice people, and they don't have an issue confronting or like apologizing for any of their past mistakes. I feel like they interact with the community. I feel like to me, it's important. I like when they remember where they come from because if we're being honest, none of these people are relevant or like relevant outside of Big Brother. And it's like I hate when when house guests try to do stuff outside of Big Brother and then forget about Big Brother and then they flop and fail and just become irrelevant. It's like, oh, you stayed in the Big Brother community, which okay. I can't even judge people for not wanting to stay in the Big Brother community because Big Brother community fans are weird or Big Brother fans are fucking weird. But anyway, love that he does, and I love that Rachel and Brendan stay in the Big Brother community even with their outside projects. They never forget where they come from, and that's refreshing. Reagan Fox, I'm gonna put a meh. There's stuff I like about Reagan. There's stuff I dislike about Reagan. I'll put him like here. Obviously, his fight with Rachel, one of the most popular fights of all time. It goes viral like outside of the Big Brother community all the time, which is just that great of a fight. But aside from that, he just kind of annoyed me. I remember he like always talked about being a communications professor, and it's like I can talk well, and it's like cool, don't care. Brittany Haynes, I love Brittany. I'm gonna put her like right there. I don't think she's Big Brother Boy approved for me. I honestly can't really tell you why. I just don't think she's as great as the people in Big Brother Boy approved. really get higher, but I think she's funny. Obviously, one of the best house guests we've seen in the diary room. She's very witty, very comical, but like that's fine. I'm saying it like that's all she has going for her, but like I do like her. I just like it's like what do you say about Brittany Haynes? Everybody knows why Brittany's great. Like I don't really have a specific reason. Enzo banned from Big Brother World. Honestly, he doesn't deserve to be with these people. Like these ones, like Dana and Lydia don't either. But he's banned from my world because honestly, he annoyed the fuck out of me on season 12. He made me want to shoot myself. And then literally he came back for Big Brother All Stars 2, and I was like, no, because I was like the one Enzo person, like the one Enzo hater in the entire world. Like a lot of people love him. I'm like the one person that really doesn't like him. So it's just like my luck that he came back. Also, while we're talking about Big Brother All Stars 2, I literally said him, Cody, Nicole and Christmas were my least favorites going into Big Brother All Stars 2. Some of you might remember from my old channel. And then they were literally the fucking final four. Like, why is my luck the worst? Lane Ellenberg. I like Lane on the show at least. I heard he's like a Trump supporter now and like a radical Trump supporter now, which like makes me dislike him, but like I guess I'll just judge him based on the show. And honestly, he was fun on the show. Sorry, I'm thinking where I want to put him. I'll put him like right here. Like he was fun. He was like the goofy guy. Another one that's like the jock that I don't typically like, but for him, his personality was like fun and funny. Also, honestly, I should put him in like to make fun of because I like to make fun of the video of him jerking off in the shower. But like, who doesn't like to make fun of that? Hayden Moss. I should put him in. I barely know who this is, just to be controversial, but I won't. I'll put him in meh. Like I said about Lane, like he's just like a jock where it's like this doesn't work for me. Like he's just kind of boring. Like I do like him. I think he's a nice person, but on reality TV, like I said, I value entertainment. I want people that are going to scream at each other, like a Russell, like a Rachel, not like a Hayden. Okay, Keith. Honestly, I'm gonna put him in like to make fun of. I think he's underrated entertainment wise. Like he's one where it's like, oh, who are some Big Brother house guests that were fun and like entertaining? And like Keith is never one of the first that comes to mind, and he should be for sure. He was just like delusional, like a Jose before Jose, but not as good as Jose, but still fun. Cassie Cauliflower, what's her last name? It's something with a C. Culver, I think. Cassie Culver. Honestly, I did talk about how I think she's underrated gameplay wise, but like I'll put her here. Honestly, next to Hayden is a good placement for her. Like she's fine. I like that she got into fights with Rachel but that was more Rachel carrying the fights, and then she did try to apologize to Brendan, who also yelled at her, but that's not really anything she did. That was more what they did. So sorry, Cassie. I'm gonna have to put you in. I barely know who this is. Sorry, but I'm not sorry at all. Dominic Briones. Well, okay, I don't mean ugh. I like him. I genuinely do. Like he's the OG nice archetype. Like you know how when we get house guests like a Derek X or like a Haley Brocker in seasons 23 and 20, that people are like, oh, I love them. They're so great. And it's like they literally are just nice. Like they are not entertaining. They're boring, and you just like them because they're nice. Dominic's the originator of that, and the reason that I'm putting him in dislike is literally because of how much fans overhype him. They're like, Dominic was the best. We love Dominic. He should come back. And it's like, why? Like, he didn't do anything. Like, he was in Danielle's shadow. Like, step up. We can do better. Luan, obviously, like to make fun of. Sasha's good TV. I'm gonna put him under Andrew because I don't think he's as funny as people make him out to be. Like, there's some people that are like, Luan, funniest house guest ever. And it's like, he's really not, but he's like, he's okay. He's fine. He's just like what he's like Raul from Big Brother Canada 4, which I love Raul. Like I genuinely love Raul. Just because it's like, how do we interpret this? And it's like the same thing with Lawan. Like, is this a real person? Is this a robot? Not sure. Shelly Moore. Now, I just want to preface this by saying this is going to be controversial. I'm going to honestly put her above Libra. I want to preface this by saying this ranking of her being in my favorites is only based on her show experience, not anything. She says some shit now where I'm like, Shelly, like, it makes me upset because she was one of my favorite house guests and so is, like, on the show. And it's like, you're saying so many ignorant things now. It's like, damn, like, I had respect for you. I'd love for you. And now it's like, you're saying this shit. which I should put her lower for that, but like just based on her show, I just want to put her here because I feel like she doesn't get the credit she deserves for her show at time on Big Brother. She was strategic as fuck. I think she played one of the best games of Big Brother we have ever seen. That's why my gameplay ranking she was so high. But I also think she literally was so ridiculous and nuts on the show. She got into so many fights. One of my favorite fights ever, I think I said this already, was with Rachel and Portia when it was like the final three deal that she proposed with Rachel and Brendan. And then Rachel told Portia, I believe, and then Portia confronted Shelly, and then Shelly confronted Portia. And she was just in her fight in the back bedroom with like Rachel and Brendan. She was like, Rachel, you can do your squinting and gwinting at me. Like, you're not going to intimidate me. And it's like, what the fuck does squinting and gwinting mean? And also, when she said to Portia, she was like, you don't have a clue about my deals outside. It's like, she's just so dramatic and over the top. And even with her fights with Jeff and Jordan, it's like, she's great. She really is. Again, not based on anything she's like now, just based on the show. I just think she needs to get the credit she deserves. So I'm putting her in the highest tier. I do like her on the show, or liked her on the show. Kalia Booker, speaking of underrated, love Kalia Booker. I'm gonna put her right next to Brittany Haynes. Super underrated. She was fun. Her, Portia, and Danny ran the game. Well, more Danny. Um, I think she doesn't. I know a lot of people on Instagram, or at least in Big Brother Instagram in like 2014, 15, when I was on Big Brother Instagram, a lot of people did love Clea, but I feel like she's kind of fallen off. Not a lot of people talk about her, but she is very underrated. I think she's a very smart player, and I am ranking her higher because of her game. But she also wasn't afraid to speak her mind, like standing up against the veterans like Jeff and Brendan. She um infamously got in that fight with Jeff or with Brendan in the backyard that then led to the big house meeting. I loved it. I love Kalia. She's a great person. Adam Pock, banned from Big Brother Warrior World. Ugh. I'm gonna put him here just because he's not as bad as people under him. He's not problematic. But let me tell you something. Adam Pock, you did fucking nothing on your season. You are a fucking bitch. You are a pussy. You played all sides of the house, but you did it so badly where it's like he thinks he's this mastermind. It's like, no, you just coasted. And then, to top it all off, in the Big Brother 13 finale, when he was evicted, in his interview with Julie Chen, he had the audacity to say that he's going to come back for All Stars. The fuck told you that? You absolutely did nothing on your season. You weren't fun. You weren't entertaining. You weren't likable. So why do you think that you were going to be brought back on All Stars? And it's great that we had an All Star season where he was not brought back for. It's like Dustin. Who told you that you're allowed to be this confident? Because you should not be. Fuck you. I'm sorry. I hate Adam. Like, I really hate Adam. Um, Portia Briggs, I like her. I really do. I want to put her in love just because I think she's underrated, but I'm going to put her at the top of like. I think she honestly should have won Big Brother 13, and I feel comfortable saying that. Like, I don't care. I know it's going to be a little bit controversial, but I feel like now more and more people are giving her the respect she deserves and are coming around to her more. She's super underrated, kind of like an Erica Landon, if we're being honest, from Big Brother All Stars, the original All Stars. She flew under the radar, but then at the same time won competitions when she needed to, which, like, honestly, to me doesn't show that she played a good game, but like she played a compelling game or at least a strong game. And I liked her. At the same time, she only needed to win those competitions because of twists that saved people like the veterans, like Rachel and Brendan. And then the whole like Luan incident, I think she was screwed over by. So I feel like she would have been in a better position even if it wasn't for this twist. But even with the twist, I feel like she was in a good position and literally almost won the game and should have won the game. Wasn't it like a 4-3 vote? Like it was a super close vote too. Let me count. So Shelly, I believe, voted for Rachel. Adam voted for Portia. Brendan, Jordan, and Jeff voted for Rachel. And I think, yeah, Clea, Danielle, and Adam, I believe, voted for Portia. So yeah, 4-3. Love that. I knew that off the top of my head. Jody Rollins, dislike. And let me tell you why. Same thing for Dominic. Like, I'm so tired of people being like, Jody needs to come back. Jody for second chances. Jody for all stars. Which, like, we saw her for 5 minutes. Like, nobody knows how she would be as a player. Which, like, you guys could be right. She could be great. She could be fantastic. But why are we saying this? We don't know if she would be fun or not. We don't know if she would be a great character or not. We need to let the Jody Rollins hype die. I am saying that right now. Like, I hope if there's one comment I get on this video, I really hope that somebody comments that they agree with me that the Jody Rollins hype needs to die. Like, we need to let her go. Like, yes, she was screwed over and sucked for her, but come on. Like, what did she do? Nothing. She was evicted in 5 seconds. Sarah, I barely know who this is. Like, come on. Like, she was the model. She was Dan's player, got evicted. Don't know who that is. Like, Willie Hance, love Willie Hance. I'm gonna put him in the top of like to make fun of slash they're good TV. Honestly, not because I want to. I honestly want to put him in the love category or the Big Brother Boy approved category, but I feel like I'd get death threats if I did. But he is so off his rocker. Absolutely nuts. Like he had to have been on meds and then went cold turkey going in the house because his reaction and things were just not normal. The way he screamed at people, the way he banned the vets from the newbie meeting, the way he headbutted. Also, the way, real quick right here, like I love Willie, I'm done talking about him, but something that pisses me off about Big Brother, he was evicted for in or expelled for in quotes headbutting Chef Joe, which he didn't even. He like shoulder brushed him off, like it wasn't even a headbutt. But then Jordan Lloyd can literally do the same exact thing to Russell and be fine. Evil Dick can burn Jen Johnson with cigarettes and it's fine. Amanda Zuckerman can literally attempt to slam the door open on Alyssa and almost concussed her, and the only reason she didn't was because Alyssa moved and the timing was right. But yet, Willie Hans gets expelled for literally like shoulder brushing Chef Joe, and then everybody's like, he assaulted him and headbutted him. Like, that's not a fucking headbutt. Pissed me off because he was good TV. Anyway, JoJo Spadafora, underrated, but I'm gonna put her in meh. Like, she was funny, um, she was kinda dumb, and by kind of, I mean very, but, like, I like her personality. She also, like, many years ago, made videos, in quotes, exposing CBS production and Big Brother production, but, like, she really didn't say anything that we didn't know. Like, she's like, "Sometimes when you don't see our faces and they put in captions of things we're saying, we actually don't say it in that moment." It's like, okay, anybody with a brain that knows reality TV knows that. Like, we know how that works. And also, she's like, you see, in the premiere of Big Brother 14, where we all have to line up, we actually had to do that multiple times. And it's like, well, no fucking shit. That's how, like, any production works. Will Heiser. Why did I just go in on, what's her name? Jojo Spadafora for no reason. I like Will Heiser. Underrated. I want to see him come back. I love his Big Brother Saga videos. They're very funny, very entertaining. Well, sometimes. Sometimes they're cringy. Sometimes they're funny, but I like Will. I think he got, like, fucked over. Shayoko. Unfortunately, I know who this is, but I'm gonna put her and I barely know who this is. I'll put her, like, right here. I know she's another one that has, like, a cult of Ashley fans. And have fun, Hexy Me, cult of Ashley fans, but not for me. Don't know who that is. Like, she was irrelevant and just dumb. Frank Udy, hate. I'll put him right here next to Jeff. We'll put him above Bunky. Just the thing with season 18 with hitting Devon on her ass was very creepy. I also think he's just annoying, and I know there's a lot of people who love Frank, especially in season 14. People loved him, and I'm like, am I missing something? Like, yes, he's the underdog, but he's the underdog for a good reason. Like, he kind of just sucks at Big Brother, so obviously you're going to be the underdog, kind of like a Victor in season 18. It's like, is he an underdog or does he just suck? Because Big Brother Boy thinks he just sucks. Chef Joe, barely know who this is. Again, unfortunately, I know who he is. I'm going to put him there. He's very close for me disliking him, but he just talks so much. He's loud. He's annoying. He's like, I'm the chef. We heard you say you're the chef a million times. We get it. Jen City. Barely know who this is also. But, like, Jen's, like, funny, like, to make fun of. But, no, she's irrelevant. We'll put her above Mike Dutz. Oh, I called him Mike Dutz again. No, Mike Lubinsky. Why do I keep calling him Mike Dutz? Shane Meany. He's fine. I'm gonna put him meh. He's honestly next to Nathan's good placement. Like, just kind of like the boring jock. Didn't really do much. Got blindsided. Okay, anybody that hooks up with Danielle Murphy has something wrong with them. Danielle Murphy is banned from Big Brother Boy World. Honestly, we'll put her here. She's like fun to make fun of. Like, I really do like making fun of her. So like I wish I could copy and paste and add another Danielle picture and put her in like to make fun of. But she's also scary. Like, she's banned from my world for my own safety. Like, she's weird. She's a fucking psychotic person. Which, like, not to psychotic shame, because obviously you guys watch my videos, you know I'm psychotic, but her, need to protect myself from her. Ian Terry, I'm gonna put him in meh. I'm going my Ian Terry's feel real quick. I'm gonna put no, that's way too high. Put Ian like right after Pacer. Yeah, so season 14 didn't like him at all, mainly because of his behavior in the finale with Dan Giesling acting so flabbergasted, if you will. Can't believe I just used that word because of Dan lying to him when he found out that Dan was lying to him. and was just acting. His behavior was very inappropriate to me in that segment. Like you're a super fan of Big Brother, and you're mad that somebody lied to you, especially Dan, like who is arguably the most deceptive player of all time. So that pissed me off. I liked seeing him on the live feeds on season 22. I liked his conversations with Kaser. I think hearing them both talk, there's very intellectual individuals having a conversation, which is cool to see. Um, the thing I want to say when it comes to Ian, please stop. I kind of presented it before as controversial. Like, please stop when it comes to Ian. When there's any regards to Ian, calling him autistic or like bringing up his autism, which like yes he is. He talked about on the show, and it's good for him. Like it's a prideful thing. It's not something to be ashamed from or to hide or whatever, but he has stated himself that he hates when the fan base babies him and like bring it like that up. And I feel like during season 22, that's all we heard about him. Like there's so much more to Ian than his diagnosis, and we need to, as a community, work to be better and stop like stigmatizing that all he is autistic. Like he's not. And he like has gone on record saying that people need to stop doing that himself. So I don't know why we keep doing that. Like I feel bad for him. I really do. Like, imagine going online and you just see all you see is your time on Big Brother All Stars 2, people talking about how they think that anybody that said a bad word against you is ableist. Like, that would piss me off so much. And he even said he hates it and he hates when the fans baby him. Like, he's a grown man. Stop protecting him. Like, he doesn't need protection. He can and does speak up for himself. Like, I feel bad for you and Terry for that reason. Like, not because of anything other than how the fans weirdly baby him. Like it's you guys need to grow up. Like he's does not need that protection, which he has stated himself. David Gurton, I barely know who this is. I'm gonna put him like here. I'll put him here. I'll put him here. He's dumb in like a funny way, but like I barely know who he is. All he does is post nudes on Twitter now, which is very disturbing. His hair is way too long. He needs a haircut. I don't know why he's growing it out. It makes me uncomfortable. Anyway, Nick Uhas hate. I'm gonna put him here. A lot of people like Nick Uhas and say he should get a second chance, and I have no idea why. Like he thinks he's all that and a bag of chips. As who said that? Somebody from Big Brother Canada season 1 said that. Either Danielle or Topaz, I think, said that Tom Plant thinks he's all that in a bag of chips. I think it was Danielle Alexander, but that's what Nick is. He thinks he's so smart. He thinks he's so good at the game, but he was so bad. His reads were so bad. His moves were so bad. And then he was evicted second. Like, how do you fuck up that much and then you're evicted second? Like, how do you even have time to mess up that much? Hate him. I thought he was annoying too. He's like, I'm Spider Man, and it's like, no, you're not Spider Man. Trust me. Jeremy, banned from Big Brother Boy World. He's gross. He honestly he made racist comments too, which people don't talk about a lot. Like most of the Big Brother 15 casts have, but the show just edited it as being mostly Aaron and Gina Marie. But like Jeremy also said stuff. I think he said um something anti-Semitic too, and then he also rubbed McCray's hat on his ass. He talked down to all the women, made them cry. He was very condescending, just a nasty person overall. Banned from my world. Caitlin Barnaby, ugh, like I don't know. I'm gonna put her. Like I don't hate her, but it's just like I don't like her at all. Not only was she problematic, but she also was somebody like she apologized after the show, and she is somebody now that seems like she has learned from the experience and grown, which like does make me want to like her a little bit more. But at the same time, I don't. And like her thing with Jeremy, like her whole like ick on the show or storyline was not wanting to use the power veto on herself because then Jeremy was gonna go up. You knew him for 3 weeks. Like, shut up. What the fuck? Howard Overby, honestly, meh. Like, give or take, I genuinely feel bad for what he had to go through in that house with all the racist people. But it's hard. Like, he's somebody that would be higher just because he's a likable person, but he's lower based on his game. I don't want to put him that low, though. I'll put him, like, after Jen, I guess. I hated how he played in the sense of, like, I talked about this in his gameplay. It was so frustrating him not throwing the moving company under the bus. It's like, do you even know who the moving company is? Like, do you even talk to them besides Spencer? And, like, Helen literally asked him, and, like, he still lied about it. And it's like, you're so bad at this game. And, like, it honestly was frustrating to watch. Candace Stewart is next. We're putting her love. I love Candace Stewart. Honestly, I'm gonna put her here. She was fun. I thought she was entertaining. Do I think she was good at the game? No. I loved when she called out. I know I told her this is the reason that I gave for why she wasn't good at the game, but it's also a reason why I think she's so entertaining. First, her fight with Spencer when she goes, "I'm gonna need the real Spencer to stand up." Keep my name out of your mouth. I love that fight. Also, when she said that Spencer said that he hoped Amanda's boob would pop out and she would die, which Spencer like laughed it off and said I would never say that. And honestly, the house thought she was ridiculous for saying that, but she definitely did not make that up. Like that is so specific. Spencer definitely said that because he's a gross person. But her saying that was funny. Her also confronting Alyssa, McCrae, Amanda, and Helen in the kitchen, or I don't think McCrae was physically there for that, and saying like, "I know you guys have a Final Four deal. Like you're running things." It's like Candace, you know you're running things. Why are you calling them out? Like, shouldn't you want them to save you? It was funny. I think she's entertaining and she's very funny. Or calling Gina Marie out in her eviction. I could literally say that whole thing right now. Okay. Okay, well, I came here to play a game, and this week it became personal when Gina Marie said very defamatory and harsh comments against me. So give it up already. You called me a rat, and I'm talking. I don't know if where you live in New York at your mom's house at 33 years of age, rats look what they look like, but they look like you and not me because I'm fabulous. Thank you. I'll see you all at jury, and I love all of you. I'm obsessed with you, except for you and you. And yes, that's her eviction speech to Gina Marie. I've had it memorized since I was like 13. I loved it. And proof that I had it memorized is I literally have not cut and will not cut this portion of the video. So did that all based on memory. Yes, I'm a psychopath. I know. Love Candace. Jessie Kowalski. I'm gonna put her in hate. Yes, I am, and that's gonna be controversial. She's like a fun hate though. Like she honestly should be in like to make fun of, but she pissed me off so much. She's just somebody I don't even know how to say it, but she thinks she's a bigger deal than she really is. Also, the way she played the game is why she's this low too. Like how bad she plays is why she's here. But I also felt bad because she never like I don't think she had one solid ally that truly cared about her. I know for a fact she didn't. Like she didn't make friends loosely with like Andy, Helen, Alyssa, Candace, but none of them truly cared about her, or at least cared about her to help her in the game. And she just bothered me. I think she was annoying, very like insecure, which like I'm insecure too. And like I hate myself, so it evens out. Helen Fitzpatrick. I'm gonna do something a little bit controversial that I'm gonna even shock myself with. I'm gonna put her right here. I love Helen Fitzpatrick. She's amazing. Um, she ran the game with Amanda. Her and Amanda tag team Big Brother 15, and it was refreshing to see. I think she's fun. She also wasn't afraid to get into fights, and kind of just like a Nicole Scaffridge and Vanessa, she just like bulldozed her way through the house guests. Like she didn't really go behind the scenes. She just did it in front of people's faces and was like, "I'm fucking Helen, and you're gonna do what I say," and I love that. Next, we have Aaron. Ooh, okay. Banned from Big Brother Boy World. Ooh, I'll put her like right here because obviously she was racist, she was homophobic, she was a mean girl, and like for a time being, a lot of people were like, kind of like an Adam Jasinski. A lot of people were saying like, "Good for Aaron, she's changed." But no, if you still go on her social media, she still says problematic ass shit, which shows that she hasn't learned from the experience, doesn't care. And to me, it's like you're gross. You're a gross person. Like I don't even need to say why. Everybody knows why Aaron's gross and is banned from my world. Amanda Zuckerman, ugh, it sucks because I want to like Amanda so bad just because of how she played the game. Like a lot of respect for her for how she played. Um, where should I put her? I guess I'll put her at the bottom of dislike. She would be lower if it wasn't for how she played. Like she's super entertaining. She's the archetype that I love, like the mean girl that's like insane, nuts, start fights with almost every single house guest. But just the shit she said in the house, I can't place her higher. Like she was also very racist, which she said she was joking, which it's like a whole conversation in and of itself. But the reason that I don't have her higher is because she's still like Aaron just says ignorant ass shit on her like social media, and it's like, did you not learn? Like, I don't understand how like that just shows that all of your apologies were insincere, and it's like, how can you not grow as a person from this? Like, to me, it's like you have to just at that point, it's not ignorance. You're just turning a blind eye to things, and it's just gross. Like you're like uneducated, like not a good person. Alyssa Riley Slater, Big Brother boy approved. Love, love, love her. She'll go right in front of Shelly. She's great. Like, I'm honestly gonna say it, she's better than Rachel. She's funny. It's different because I don't love her for the same reason most fans do. A lot of people are like, Alyssa's a saint, and like, I don't think she's a saint at all. I think she got down with the Big Brother 15 house guests. Like, she got into fights. She said some like controversial things, not problematic, like not racist, like her other house guests. But I remember she said things about like Amanda's miscarriage or no abortion. I think like she got some below the belt comments in there, like the bathing suit, the one piece fringe bathing suit that Amanda got at Goodwill that she made fun of, and like body shamed Amanda for. I'm like, Alyssa, what are you doing? But she's like funny and like she's like dumb, but in like a fun way. And like I said with Rachel, like she's still a big part of the Big Brother community, always tweeting about it, always interacting with fans, which I respect. Love Alyssa. Judd, I like Judd. I don't like him that much. I'll put him above Justin. He's fun. I know he used to watch my old channel. He would like tweet at me and comment that he loves my videos. So shout out to Judd if he still watches this, but I doubt it. He is fine. He's a likable person, but he didn't do anything like too grand, except when he was nominated in the final five and like chucked something in the kitchen. Other than that, he was like, whatever. McCrae, I barely know who this is. Like, I really don't want to talk about McCrae at all, like really at all. Like all he did was like ride Amanda's coattails, and like he's an example, prime example of super fan that got on the show and just did nothing, which pisses me off so much. As I said a million times throughout this video, I would kill to be on the show and to see a super fan go on and do nothing. Just so disrespectful, like very. Spencer Clausen banned from Big Brother Boy World. We'll put him like right here. Again, racist comments, misogynistic comments, didn't I mean, I guess he's somebody that I think, as far as to my knowledge, actually has seemed to grown from the experience and learned from it. But at the same time, like I don't like he is somebody that if you go back, like there's a supercut of Big Brother 15 on the internet, and if you look at the comments he said, like very gross, like worse. I don't want to say worse than Aaron because that's like comparing racism, but like very nasty comments. Like Gina Marie, same thing. You can go next to your girlfriend. You can go right next to Aaron. I'm gonna put her here. Gina Marie is just dumb. Like I can't even hold on. Let me pull up my phone. So Gina Marie, obviously racist, problematic, and here's another thing about Gina Marie, like, people, she's fun to make fun of, she's, like, an easy target to make fun of just because she's a fucking idiot, but this is a video from Gina Marie's YouTube that I'm about to play for you. I have it on my phone because, obviously, I'm a Big Brother boy, I have Big Brother clips on my phone. She made this apology video after Big Brother 15 because in the video, she states that she hit a follow goal on Twitter, and that's the reason she's making this apology, and this is her apology for her time on Big Brother. So, here, let me turn this up.
Say I'm sorry. I'm gonna say no one's perfect, and made some mistakes. And the only thing that I can say is I learn from my mistakes and become a better person out of this whole thing. And I'm so sorry.
So that was a 20-second apology because she hit a follow goal on Twitter, and I think that speaks for itself. Moving on. Andy Herron. I like Andy a lot. I know a lot of people don't like Andy. I'll put him next to Janelle. I'm putting him in Big Brother Boy Approved. I loved his game. Obviously, I talked about this. I think he's played the best game ever, ever, ever. I think he's an intelligent person. I think if he gets brought back, which he won't, unfortunately, he will easily win again. He would have no problem winning again. Also, I think that BMI window died now. He's somebody that also, he didn't make any comments necessarily himself, but he was a bystander and he has apologized from that and he has definitely grown from it. Um, what was I going to say? A lot of people hate him on Twitter because they find him annoying, but I find him so fun on Twitter because he pokes at the fans and like the fans that hate him, and he just like makes fun of them and doesn't take them seriously, and they think he takes himself and the game really seriously, and he really just doesn't give a fuck. And like some Big Brother fans on Twitter are just oblivious to like the satire, and it's funny for me at least to watch from the outside perspective. Why are there still so many of these house guests left? Like we just did 15 seasons, and I feel like there's a million faces here. Um, Joey, don't know who this is. Like, she was weird. Very strange person. We'll put her here just because at least she tried to save herself doing that whole, like, Alex bit, but at the same time, who's that? Who's Joey? How about, like to make fun of slash they're good TV for sure. Where, though? Where, that's the question. Compare her above Natalie. Obviously, Zach saying she sucks at everything and she admitting that it was the truth was great. Also, her screaming at Devin was funny. Her and Brittany's fight in general at the veto ceremony was funny. Like Brittany, like she never goes without her glasses. Like real dramatic, and it's like why? But Pow Pow, she was fun. I like her. Wait, why can't I say her name? Paula Shay. Devin Shepard, amazing TV. Um, he was great. Like he should be on every Big Brother season, made for reality TV show. He's a dictator. He was nuts. He was like a Brian Hart, but like an entertaining Brian Hart, and I loved every second of it. He was just nuts, nuts person. Brittany, controversial. Don't know who this is. Like I know who it is, but I don't. Like what did she do? Name me one thing Brittany did. As I said like 30 seconds ago, what she did, calling out Pow Pow. But like we get it. You're a mom. You have kids. You miss your kids. You were recently divorced. That's all she had going for her. Like that's all she talked about. Amber, she's underrated, but I'm gonna put her meh. Like I know, I think she did get screwed over definitely because of the whole Caleb thing, and I would definitely like to see her play again. I'll put her like right next to JoJo. I would like to see her play again for sure, but at the same time, people overrate her. Like, yes, she got served a raw deal, but what did she do prior to that? Nothing really. Like she was just kind of there. Jocasta. Okay. I'm gonna put her here. She was banned from Big Brother Boy World. Again, I want to specify she's not as bad as people from like Jeremy to Robert. She's not like she's with these people and like they don't necessarily deserve to be banned because they're not controversial, but I cannot watch Acosta. Every single second, she was either talking about Jesus Christ or her fucking bow ties, and I had it with her. I did not have the patience. I was like, why? Costa, we get it. You're religious. You love God. You wear bow ties. Come up with something else, please. Like I got a migraine every single time I heard her talk. Hayden Voss. Um, like I want to put him. I barely know who this is. Honestly, I want to put the whole season 16 cast, and I barely know who this is. But I'll put him in meh. Like he was fine. I'll put him next to Shane. Like he was a showmance with Nicole. All they kind of did was make out. Whatever. Zach Rance. Ugh, dislike. I'll put him. Yeah, I'll put him right here in between Michelle and Kristen. He was whatever. He's like overrated. I definitely loved him at the time because season 16 was my first season. Unfortunately, I hate the cast overall. I hate the season overall. Like I did like him at the time, but like when I rewatch clips from season 16, I'm like, he's really not all that. Like he's fun, but he's like dramatic and he's just extra to be extra. Like he's just an attention whore. Donnie Thompson, see ya. I can't. I can't with Donnie Thompson. Like again, not as problematic as like the people in there, so maybe he shouldn't be here, whatever. Like people are definitely gonna comment that I have these people with like the racists, and it's like whatever. They're all banned from my world just for separate reasons. And Donnie's reason is because same thing as Jocasta, they need to stop with the gimmicks. We get it. You're a redneck hillbilly. You're a groundskeeper. You like Pop Tarts. I understand you look like you're from Duck Dynasty. We don't have to keep hammering that nail. I under fucking stand. And the other thing, he was friends with all like the girls, like the young girls, and it was like creepy to watch. Which like I know he was ostracized and kind of forced that hand, but at the same time it's still creepy to watch. And then my biggest thing, he was so nasty to Christine, which like Christine was mean. Like I'm not gonna lie, Christine was mean, but it's like you're a grown man and you're like obsessed with this woman. Like you're fucking weird. Anyway, Nicole Franzel, meh. Nicole would be lower, but number one, I respect her so much as a game player. I think she is a very great Big Brother player. So she's that high. In season 16, she didn't really do anything. She was irrelevant, to be honest. Just kind of cuddled up with Hayden. Season 18 and 22, she was like a villain, which was fun. She's also this high because my best friend in the entire world, Brendan, love him. He loves Nicole Franzel. It's his favorite player ever. So he pretty much forces me to like her, which is like fine. So like he would kill me if I had to. He's gonna kill me number one for having her enemies like Janelle ranked higher than her, but like whatever. Like Brendan, this is what you're getting. I know you're gonna comment and be like, "You're a coward." I'm worst video ever, but it's fine. Like, meh is good enough for Nicole. Christine Brecht, I love her. Honestly, I'm gonna put her bottom of Big Brother Boy approved. I think she's underrated. I don't think at all she deserved the boos that she got in season 16. Like, you guys need to grow up. The fans that booed her need to grow up. Because why? She talked shit on your favorite house guest. She backstabbed Nicole. Like, okay, it's Big Brother. Also like her Cody thing, she gets hate for like cuddling with him while she was married. It's like whatever. Like, who cares? Grow up. She's an adult, a consenting adult. He was a consenting adult. I know her husband at the time like said he didn't like it, but he's a fucking asshole. So I'm good that she could get away from him. I also love that she does OnlyFans now, and she's like super successful at it. She's having a kid too, so congrats to Christine. But I guess she's really rich from OnlyFans. So like Christine, if you're watching, please help me start an OnlyFans and teach me how to do that because I need money. Which not really, but like I need money to move out, and like I just want to buy a house. Anyway, Frankie Grande, honestly. eh, Like he's problematic kind of, but like he's problematic for being annoying, but like he was entertaining in a sense when he came out about being Ariana Grande's brother. Like that's his big coming out party, which was fun. Also, the guys all hated him, which was funny. So I guess he's whatever. Like he's just like meh. Caleb hate fan from Big Brother Boy World. I liked him when I first watched when I was a casual fan. But then I found out there was a video of him torturing and killing a pig, so now he's banned from my world. Animal abuse, racism, homophobia, sexism. We'll get you a spot down here in a second. Victoria Raffaelli. Again, there's a cult of people that like Victoria. Obviously, she's infamous for doing nothing on her season. So that's why she's going in. I barely know who this is. Gonna get hate for that. Don't care. Cody Calafiore. Ugh. Dislike. Dislike, dislike, dislike. Where do I put him? We'll put him here, and the reason I dislike him so much, honestly, a lot of people hate him and Derek because of like the pre-gaming thing, and to me, it's like I don't really care about the pre-gaming thing. The thing with pre-gaming, I'll go on a little rant here. If I was going on Big Brother for a second time and knew there was going to be alumni, I would pregame. If anybody with a brain knew they were going on Big Brother again, they would pregame. Like, it just makes sense. It's like a normal thing. Nobody's going to say, oh, I'm not going to help my chances to win $500,000 or $750,000 because it ruins the integrity of the show. And like, oh, maybe it'll make the show less entertaining for the fans. Like, nobody's going to do that. Anybody's going to hire their chances at winning money. Like, it just makes sense. So, like, whatever. But he is this low because he's the most boring house guest we've seen to ever play Big Brother. He's so dull. He's so dense. It's just, how did he get cast? And why was he brought back? No idea. Eric Lavasser, I'm going to put him top of like, and this is going to be controversial too. People hate him because of the pre-gaming thing. As I said, I don't. I just love listening to him talk. I love listening to him in interviews and podcasts relating to Big Brother. He has a very smart mind, and I respect that. I respect how smart of a game he played, and yes, that is why he's this high, mostly because of his game, because he is boring as fuck as well. Oh. Jason Goalie, banned. He is banned just because of how annoying he is. I can't. He operates on a 10. I'm a 0. I don't have the energy for somebody like Jace, so he has to be banned from here. Like, legit. Yvonne, I love her. I really do. She is absolutely not going in Big Brother Boy approved, and let me tell you why. Avon would be, I think, similar to Janelle. She was born to be on reality TV too. She was made for this show. She's super entertaining. I think she would kill it on any other show. I know she's on something right now, or she's on something up and coming. She's on The Challenge, and she's great. Everybody loves her. She's entertaining. Her personality is great. But she's this low because I cannot anymore with Devon on Big Brother. Like watching her play the game, like I love her to death. I really do. But she is so frustrating to watch. Like it's like everybody roots for her, but she like hurts her chances every single time because she just does stupid shit. So she's would be in Big Brother Roy approved, but she's this low because I like she's so hard to watch because she plays so bad. Jeff Weldon, barely know who this is. Infamously, there was a controversy in season 17. If you don't know what I'm talking about with Jeff, I don't want to talk about it too much in detail, but he was in bed with Julia, and it looked like he was touching himself and rubbed something on Julia, which ended up being debunked, but still creepy that he was touching her in bed. Don't like him. Barely know who it is, though. Like, I would put him in ban for Big Brother Boy World, but I feel like it's more disrespectful to say I barely know who he is, so I'm going to put him there just to disrespect him a little more. Audrey Middleton, love. Honestly, I want to put her in like to make fun of slash they're good TV, but I also like her outside of that. She started the game Sequester. If you don't know what Sequester is, it's a reality TV based online game. It's not on TV, but it streams, and she puts so much effort into it. It's very entertaining. It's honestly a really good show. I would love to go on it, but at the same time, I don't like to leave my room. But it's fun and it's very fun, and I love how she keeps up with Big Brother, sort of. She doesn't always tweet about it, but I like how she's started. She's inspired by Big Brother to start her own show. So good for her. Love her. And not to mention her time on Big Brother 17. She was nuts and so entertaining. Jason Roy, I like Jason. I honestly do. I'm going to put him in love. I like him more than Yeah, I'm gonna put him next to Devon. They were friends on 17, so they could go next to each other in the ranking. I liked him on Big Brother over the top two. I think he's entertaining. I know a lot of people hate him now just because they don't like how he treated a lot of the people on Big Brother over the top. But come on, we can't fault him for that and not fault every other person on that cast too. Like they were all nasty to each other. But he's funny, he's entertaining, and he's a Big Brother super fan. Clay Honeycutt, who? Literally fucking who? Um, put him. I'll put him. Hold on. I'm thinking. Oh, we can put him at the. Okay, we'll put him at the top if I barely know who this is, or at least next to Steve Daigle. Just because he did have that fight with James, which entertained me. Outside of that, though, he just made out with Shelly the whole time. And aside from that, don't know who he is. Speaking of legend, Shelly Poole. Shelly Poole, we're gonna put above Marcellus. I love her. I think she's underrated. She played horribly, or not great, to say the least. She was also nuts. She ran the game with Vanessa in the beginning. She was so condescending to even play, and it's like, that's your showmance. What are you doing? Her calling herself a cougar all the time was very uncomfortable, but so funny. She should be brought back for a second chance. Like, I'll say it. She was entertaining. Like, that's all I have to say about her. She was mean. She was like a mean girl. She was like an ice queen, but it worked. It really did work. I like Shelly a lot. She should be in the conversation of people that should come back, but she's not, and I really think she deserves to be. Um, Jackie. Meh. Like, I understand why people like her. Like, she's somebody that I'm like, if you want to say you like her, I'm not going to say you shouldn't like her. Just not for me. Like, she didn't do enough in the game for me to like her. Like, she was there. Didn't do anything great. Didn't do anything bad. Becky, I like Becky. She's like a little bit better of a Jackie. Like, both kind of irrelevant. But she at least did try. She had those fights with Vanessa that I did like, so maybe I'll move her up. Yeah, you know what? I'll move her up here. Eric's too high. Why is Eric this high? I'm gonna move Eric like here. Yeah, she had those fights. Becky had those fights with Vanessa where she called her out in the backyard. She's like, "You pointed your finger at me and said, 'Do I have your vote?'" And like for some reason that pissed her off. But for me, made entertaining TV. Meg Bailey, I like Meg, but like she's fine. Like I liked her a lot when I first watched season 17. She was my favorite. But then whenever I rewatch, I'm like, she really isn't all that. Like she was just kind of dumb and just kind of like was like, ha 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 ha, James, you're so silly. And that's all she did. Speaking of, same thing with James. Like her and Meg, same person. Or wait, I called James a her. Him and Meg, same person. Same person. Eh, yeah, I definitely like him less than Meg. Like he's fine though. Like I don't think he deserves the heat he gets. Like I get why people think he's annoying because he kind of is. But like I like him. Like I think he seems like a fun guy. But, like whatever. Julia, barely know who this is. Like, come on, we gotta be serious here. We'll put him above Ryan. Wait, why did I call Julia him? We'll put her above Ryan. She didn't really do anything aside from get snowed by Vanessa in the Power Veto competition. Austin, I like Austin. This is gonna be controversial. I'll put him right here. I think he was entertaining. Why is Cheryl there? We'll put Cheryl here. Austin, entertaining. I know he's like a villain, but like almost like a fun villain. Not with the whole Judas thing. That pissed me off. Like we get it. Like that's your wrestling character, which he is in another wrestling promotion doing really well. So good on him. I just thought he was a villain. Like he's like a fun villain who's not trying to be a villain. Like he was trying to be Judas, but I feel like people hated him just because he cheated on his girlfriend. It was like annoying, which I'm not saying I like him because he cheated on his girlfriend, but like no. Here's where Austin should be. Austin should be like and make fun of for sure. Like he's just fun to make fun of. To be honest, John McGuire. Ugh, I'm gonna put him hate. Honestly, I'll put him top of hate. He lives by me. He lives in Scranton, Pennsylvania. I've been to his dentist office, not inside, but my sister used to go to school there, and I drove past his dentist office. And my parents were like, "Do you want to like go and schedule an appointment?" I was like, "No, that's weird. Like, I don't even want to meet him. I just want to see where he works and be like, oh, I saw where he works." But he was annoying on the show. Too loud. Too like his voice bothered me. He sounded like a Muppet, which we all know, and like a lot of people love him for that reason. That's why I hate him. Vanessa Russo, love. Love, love, love. I'm gonna put her after Alyssa. Vanessa Russo, amazing. Like a Nicole Scaffrich, but better. Just steamrolled season 17, made those house guests her bitch, and it was just refreshing to see. It was great to see. It was very cool. We haven't seen a force as dominant as her, I feel like, in a while. I just love how she wasn't afraid to get into fights or start confrontation. I just hated that she cried. It's like, Vanessa, come on. Like, it's really not that big of a deal, not that sad. Like, you'll be fine. As she said, because of, like, getting her period or whatever, where it's like, okay, don't really know how to comment on that. Liz, she's like a better version of Julia. Like, I know who Liz is, don't know who Julia is. We'll put her meh. Like, I think she was funny. I'll put her after Ian. Like, she was, like, funny, kind of, but she's, like, more fun to make fun of, but at the same time, I don't think she's as good as the people in this category, entertainment-wise, so I'm not gonna put her there. She's just, like, whatever, like, give or take. Steve, hate. I'm gonna put him here. Yeah, I'll put him here. I can't. Like, I respect him as a winner, especially now, like, more than I used to, but he's just whiny and, like, annoying. But, like, he's a super fan that got on and he actually did shit. Like, a lot of people don't agree with that and say he just coasted with Vanessa, but, like, he purposely did that. He intentionally did that and worked closely with her because he knew she was the power player of the house and cut her. Like, I can't hate on him for it. I do like his game a lot. Not enough to rank him higher, though. He just cried and was like weird and awkward, which like yes, I'm shaming somebody for being weird and awkward, even though I am too. But like, I don't know. Joey Rodriguez, aka Glenn Garcia. If you don't know what Joey Rodriguez means, he um made fake Twitter after he was evicted and like replied to all his tweets with house guests saying that they should hook up. I guess hoping that he would get to hook up with house guests. I don't know. He's fun to make fun of, but he's also weird. So I'll put Glenn there. Also, barely know who he is. Was evicted in like 30 seconds. You know what? Fine. We'll put him there. Barely know who he is. Jose, great TV. Love to make fun of him. Amazing TV. I'm gonna have to put him high. Definitely high. Delusional. Insane. Thought he was running the house for whatever fucking reason. Attacked Nicole, who's the HOH. Who thought Devon was like in his pocket and Devon was his puppet, and it's like, why? Like, what made you think that? He's funny, and also thought he should host the Grammys after the show, which, like I said before in the gameplay ranking, when has a Big Brother host guest ever hosted the Grammys or done anything of remarkability, if that's a word? Bronte hate. And the reason I hate her is because she is annoying and her voice, and like she's somebody that the fans need to let the inside jokes die with her. Like, oh, she's a mathematician and didn't know what 9 times 9 is. We get it. Like, oh, how hysterical is that? Not at all. Her voice also pissed me off. But it's her too. She also made a controversial comment. She said that James needs to go back to Hong Kong, which is like you're fucking ignorant. Like, shut up. So don't like her at all. She's kind of irrelevant though, so like she's not as low as these people. Like, like she shouldn't do as many irritating things, but she's just annoying. Tiffany Russo. I liked Tiffany a lot when I first watched. Now I'm kind of like, eh. She just kind of cried. Like I understand why. Now, like now rewatching, I'm like, yeah, I kind of get why they were annoyed by her. I'll put her like here after Lori, I guess. She was fine. A much worse version of Vanessa. She's like a Vanessa that just cried without any strategic or social capabilities. So yeah. Zakia, who? Like literally who? I'll put her, I guess I know her a little bit more than like Ashley, I guess I'll feel comfortable putting her there. But like all she did was cry about Polly. And it's like, shut up. Like please. Like you're better than Polly. Bridget, I liked her. Put her at the bottom of like she's very close to being in the meh tier. Like she was just kind of there. In the beginning, I didn't like her at all. But then I liked when she screamed at Polly. Which I guess Zakiya did too, but then she got back with Polly, which pissed me off. But Bridget, yeah, she's fine. She's whatever. I like her. Polly Calafiore. Honestly, I want to put him in Big Brother Boy Approved. But I feel like he's the definition of he's fun to make fun of while simultaneously being good TV. Which, by the way, them being in this category doesn't mean they're both fun to make fun of and good TV. Like they can be one or the other. But Polly's the exception where he's both. Like he's like very great reality TV, like Davon, like he was made for reality TV. He should have been on Big Brother All Stars 2, not Cody. Like he will fight with anybody. He will fight with the closet door. He will fight with the producers in the diary room. Like he's nuts. Like there's actually something like mentally not stable with him, which like same, not shaming him for it, but like I like Paulie. I really do. Michelle Meyer. Ugh. Dislike. Um or hate. She was entertaining and like fun to make fun of, but at the same time, she cried way too much, and I hate when people cry. Which like I have Vanessa ranked so high, but like she was also amazing, so like she gets a pass. Michelle doesn't get a pass. Michelle's gonna go. I'll put Michelle there at the top of hate. She attacked Nicole all the time, which was fun because I'm not the biggest Nicole fan. But like again, she just cried and was just fucking annoying and thought she was like smart and like you're not smart. Natalie Negrotti. Love her. Top of love. I think she's underrated as fuck. She didn't necessarily get into fights, didn't start drama. Wasn't really the most entertaining person in the world, but she's just like Kiara. Like, I just know in her life if we ever met or talked, like, we would be besties. Like, we'd be best friends. I love her. I think if she was entertaining, started more fights, she would definitely be in Big Brother Boy approved, but she didn't. Victor, ugh. Hey, not even necessarily because of him or anything he does, just like how the fandom says like he's an underdog. I went on this rant already. He's not an underdog. He just sucks at Big Brother. Corey Brooks, who actually no, I know who he is. Corey Brooks is banned from Big Brother world, Big Brother boy world, because he literally talked on the live feeds about how he set a goat on fire with his roommates or something, or at least they. Okay, people like to say that's not what he said. Okay, he didn't say he did. He said his roommates did, and he thought it was funny. So like, how's that any better? Like, who lights goats on fire? You're fucking. That pisses me off. Like, how is and it's not more common knowledge. Like, why don't more people hate him? Paul, I'm conflicted because I love Paul to death outside of Big Brother. Okay, we'll put him at the bottom of love. I love Paul outside Big Brother. I think he's great. I like his tweets. I think he's fun. I think he seems like a really good person. But on the show, I hated him on season 18. Everybody loved him then. He was brought back for 19. And people were excited, and then they turned on him. And I was like, see, if people would listen to Big Brother Boy and not bring him back, we wouldn't be in this boat, and he'd be remembered as a great rather than somebody who ruined an entire season of a show. But like, I don't fault him for that. Like, what's he gonna do? Like, self evict to appease the fans? No. Um, Cameron Heard, who you were evicted in 5 seconds. That's all there is to say about you. Megan Louder, who you self evicted. No, absolutely not. She's going here after Donnie. Banned from Big Brother Boy World. You went on a show again. Would kill to be on the show, and you self evicted. If you said it was for PTSD, so I don't want to be too hard. Yes, like I'm not the most compassionate person in the world, but like it's frustrating. It's very frustrating from my point of view. And like also at the same time, I feel like I don't necessarily believe it 100%. Does she have PTSD? Maybe, probably. Do I think that's the reason she self-evicted? Nobody wants to say it. I'm going to say it. No. Because we saw she was not picking up any traction in the game. She was doing really bad. She had a lot of enemies in the house. And so I feel like it was similar to like a damage control thing with Zach and Big Brother Canada 11 recently, where he was just too embarrassed to get evicted. I think that's what happened with her. I'm going to say it. Nobody wants to say it. I said it. There. Be mad. I don't care. Jillian Hall? No, that's from WWE. What's her last name? Parker, I think. Who? Literally fucking who? Like, she got liposuction, or no. Wait, yeah. Liposuction in Tijuana. I just forgot if that was the right word for it or not, but yeah, liposuction is what it's called, like the procedure. Who? I mean, I guess her blind side was funny, so we'll put her here. Other than that, don't know who that is. Dominique Cooper. I love Dominique. I voted. I rarely ever vote in Big Brother for like powers or twists or anything. Or like America's Favorite House Guest. Like rarely do I. Like I voted for Taylor, obviously, and Tiffany. But one thing I did vote for was for her to get the Halting Hex, and she didn't fucking get it. She's super underrated. Again, another person that needs to be in the conversation of needing to come back on another season. She was in a really good spot, and then things just went really south for her when she did like I talked about already, her like interview podcast thing in the sunroom or whatever you want to call it, next to the bathroom. But she was entertaining, calling Paul the Tempter, which was really funny, entertaining, loved it. Want Dominique back. Ramses, ugh, just like him, another super fan who did nothing. Like, why are you on the show? I swear. Okay, this is why. Let's be real. Everybody likes to complain that Big Brother only casts like 4 house guests that were fans of the show and the rest are recruits, or at least in season 24, that's what happens. Like, yeah, it pisses me off too, but at the same time, I get it when you get super fans like McCrae and like Ramses and like Claire, who we'll talk about, that are super fans that go on the show and do nothing. Like, who wants to cast super fans when all they do is nothing? Not me. Not fucking me. I definitely don't want to watch them either. Jessica Graff, amazing TV. Um, Honestly, I'll put her in love. Everybody likes Jessica Graff, I feel like. Most people do. We'll put her like up for. I feel like she's somebody. I'll put her under Kevin. For me personally, I don't like her as much as the people above her, but she's great. Again, a reality TV personality. Like, she was made for it. She started fights. She is a courageous person. She doesn't give a fuck if the whole house. What was that? What the fuck was that? Did you guys hear that? I don't know what that was. I hope you didn't hear that, but it sounded like a key, like, or almost like a church bell mixed with the key. I don't know. Jessica Graff, great. She doesn't care if people are against her. She's gonna fight anybody. Cody Nixon, transphobic. So you're gonna go down here. We could put you next to Braden, transphobic, bigot. Also said something about like Flint, Michigan water. I don't really know. Something like problematic about that. Like in a way, I want to say I respect him just on Big Brother for what he had to endure. Like I do. And I like that he says whatever he feels, like not with the whole like Flint, Michigan and like being transphobic thing. I mean like against the other house guests like Jessica, like that they were all against him and he still didn't play bitch to them. But he says problematic shit that I don't agree with, so he is banned from my world. Elena Rabies, and yes, I know her last name's Davies. I like to call her Rabies. Um, hmm. I don't think she's big. No, no. We'll like to make fun of slash good TV, and she is definitely just the like to make fun of. Like people on Twitter too love to harass her and make fun of her just because she's fucking dumb and she says stupid shit. But like me, I get entertainment out of people making fun of her. So like that's very niche, and I feel like what should be its own tier. But I'm not about to add a whole tier for Elena Rabies of all people. Mark, he's fine. Like I liked him a lot when I first watched, but like whenever I see clips, I'm like he really wasn't that great. Like I'll put him under Parker or I'll put him under Brian. Like he's fine. Like he's the nice guy. Again, like nice isn't gonna cut it. Do something else. Matt Klein's who? Like literally fucking who? Um we'll put him here because at least he yelled at Jason Den, and I don't like Jason, so whatever. But all he did was eat cereal. Oh, speaking of Jason Den, banned from my world for sure. He literally made comments about Kevin, about R wording Kevin's wife and sister, and like having them tied up and making Kevin watch, and like what? Like what the fuck? Like that's nuts. And see, that's what I mean. So you have Willie fucking where is he? Willie Hance gets expelled for like barely touching fucking Chef Joe. Jason can say that about Kevin's daughter and wife, and he's fine. No repercussions. It's like what? Like I can't like ugh, I can't. Raven, love her. Big Brother Boy approved. I'm gonna place her. We'll place Raven. We'll place Raven like here. I love Raven. A lot of people are gonna say she should be in like to make fun of Slash or good TV, but I think she's so entertaining that it surpasses that. Like it's great. I think she's fucking like it's like where did they find her? Like honestly, where did they find her? I forget where she's from. Like probably somewhere in the South. Like just look at her. Like has to be from the South. She's just fucking nuts, but like she's honestly nice. Like outside of the game, she likes to post about her surgeries and procedures still, so obviously still insane. Like she's nice. I also bought a cameo from her, which I'll insert like right now.
Hey y'all, Raven from Big Brother here. Make sure you click the subscribe button to Big Brother Boy now. Why are you still watching me? Like, you should already click the button.
So yeah, love that. She's funny. She's like so entertaining. My favorite memory from Raven is when Jason found out that his wife was pregnant, and instead of congratulating him, she broke down because she said she can't have kids, and all of the house guests comforted her instead of congratulating Jason. She loves that attention, and honestly, good for her. She works for it. She's a hard worker. Alex Ow hate. We'll put her like above. We'll put her like right here. I just really don't like her whatsoever. I really don't. And I know there's a lot of people that think she deserves a second chance. I'm really are high on her, but I am not one of them. She's annoying. Like, oh, I'm a wiener girl. Like, I got a costume and I'm gonna make it my whole personality. Shut the fuck up. Moving on. Kevin. Hmm, well, yeah. You know what? Have fun. Have fun with Alex. I don't like Kevin. Like, why was he on the show? Like, and everybody loved him too, like all the fans, and I really don't understand it. Hold on, I need to take my shirt off. I'm hot because I'm in the front of my window. Well, I have an undershirt on, but it's like a crop top that I made, and like it was too cold at first for it, so I put another shirt on, but now I took my other shirt off. Anyway, Evan, all he did was wrap himself in saran wrap. Like, I really don't get the hype. I really don't. Like, I want to put him in, I don't know who, I barely know who this is, but everybody loving him makes me hate him. Christmas Abbott, banned. Banned. Like, right away. We'll put her. honestly, where do I put her? I guess I'll put her right there. Notice how all the season 19 casts are like so low, and I don't know who they are. I fucking hate the season 19 cast. Um, Christmas, hated her the first time around. Like, I fucking despise her. Like, I cannot express to you how much I hate her. Honestly, she should be lower. Like, I really do. I really do hate her. Like, even more than these people. Um, I can't with her. When I found out she was back, also, why is Robert Roman? Like, I hate Robert, but he shouldn't. I forgot that I'm supposed to be, like, subcategorically ranking them. Like, obviously, they have to be the lowest. Um, I hate Christmas. When she played the first time, not only was she a moron who did everything Paul said, but she was like entitled and condescending and thought she was greater than everybody. And it's like the Dustin thing from season 8. Who gave you this confidence? Who? Tell me who. Also, her foot thing. We get it. You have a broken foot. You have a scooter. Your name is Christmas. There's puns you can make. She's just like one big walking gimmick. I can't. When I found out she was gonna be on All Stars, I literally almost cried. Why? And she's like irrelevant too. Like, whose idea was it? I don't think a single person, like, when All Stars was announced, thought, oh, Christmas is a good person back. Like, what are the odds that she's back? Like, I swear the producers did it to spite me. Like, I swear to God. Like, there's no way. Like, what are the chances? Josh, fuck you. I hate Josh. I think I respect that he tries to be entertaining, but I can't. I can't do it. All he does is cry. Like, literally all he does is cry. And after attacking people, like, he attacked Jessica and Cody, and they called him fat, and then he cried. Like, okay. I don't agree with fat shaming people. I actually feel bad whenever people are fat shamed, like, genuinely. Like, which my friends always say, like, how I'm somebody that wishes death on people, like, all the time. Like, people I hate, I'm like, I really hope they die. And my friends are always like, how would you feel bad when people get body shamed, but you also wish death on people? I don't know. It's just something with me that I really don't like it. Like, I feel bad. And it's like with Josh though, oh, like, how are you going to attack people and then get mad at that? Like, I really do sympathize with fat thing being called fat, but at the same time, it's like you cannot attack these people and then get mad at that, like, and then cry at that. Like, grow the fuck up, pussy. Steve, Ariana, who, like, literally who? Don't know who that is. Who's around for like 1 week? Swaggy, controversial take here. Going and Big Brother Boy approved. I love him and I love Bailey and I love them together. I have a Swaggy C hoodie hanging in my closet. Fun fact, during season 20, I didn't have a job. And like I had $40 in my bank account, and the last $40 I spent on the Swaggy C hoodie and then had no money. Worth it. Literally worth it. I don't even care. I love him. I know he says a lot of problematic things, which I definitely don't agree with. But I just think he has a really big heart, him and Bailey together. Like literally they were doing shit after Big Brother. Like buying fans food, like literally Venmoing them, or not Venmoing them, but like DoorDashing it to their house and shit. And like doing charitable events, which I know he has that controversy with the Kevin thing, which we're not going to talk about. But what's the other thing? Oh yeah, him and Bailey both, like, even on my old channel when I first kickstarted it, like I asked them, like I just replied randomly to their tweet, like kind of joking, not thinking anything of it, like to check out my channel, and Bailey like literally quoted and was like, "Oh my gosh, of course! Like, what's your channel? Like, I'm watching right now. Like, I'm subscribed to you now. Like." And I love them. Like, I feel like they're giving people. They both have made comments I definitely don't agree with. But there are people that do apologize, and I feel like we'll grow from it. And I don't know. I like them a lot. I really do. Like, just personality types where in real life I'm like I feel connected to them, and I feel like we'd be really close in real life, and like I would love to meet them someday. Like, I really would. Winston, honestly, he was good TV. I'm gonna put him up here. Like, he was entertaining. I'm gonna put him under Annie. He was like nuts, and everybody thought he was gonna be so good at the game, and he was not. I remember he threatened Scotty like in the HOH room, stormed up there, and everybody's like, "Winston, what is wrong with you?" He also got in that fight with not Winston, with Swaggy in the storage room, which was great. Caitlin Herman, oh my gosh, she has to be in They're Good TV. Like, she has her time on the show, very problematic, very controversial. Don't agree with it. But, like, come on. Like, she carried an entire show solely on her back for the beginning of Big Brother 20. Like, and not even that, she has to be, like, I'm doing this tier list, I'm looking at who's left, and I honestly don't think there's a house guest as polarizing as Caitlin Herman. Like, there's a lot of people who love her, a lot of people that hate her, but she was the hot topic when it came to Big Brother 20, when it was airing, and even now, looking back, like, people still talk about Caitlin, people still remember her as, like, that crazy girl from Big Brother 20, which I know her mental health, like, was, like, fucked up, but, like, if I have to give people the same treatment, like, you know what you are signing up for going into Big Brother. So I don't like when people are like, oh, like they were like nasty on the show, but it's because they were mentally ill or like had mental health issues. It's like everybody, especially now, has mental health issues, and you know what you're signing up for. You know what I mean? And they do have psych evals, so like, and they have support. Like they have doctors. Like I don't know. I don't like when people use that as an excuse. Rachel, I really hate her, and the reason I hate Rachel, I'll say in a second. So honestly, I liked her on the show. I liked when she was evicted, but then when she got off the show, she said "fuck level 6," like on social media, and then she went back to liking level 6, like and like saying like "fuck Faute." But then she outed Winston or like Brett as being a misogynistic sexist, and was back to being like cool with the high Faute stands. And then on the Big Brother 20 finale, she was back to taking pictures with level 6 and like didn't even give Faute's side of things the time of day. So it's like good for Faute. Like I'm sure none of them care to fuck with Rachel anyway. But also she's so annoying on Twitter. Like she won't let her eviction go. Like we get it. What's wrong with Angela? Ha ha ha. That's so funny. We all remember it. We were all there. Like shut up. Like I'm tired of it. Bailey Dayton, love Bailey Dayton. She's going high. I think I have to put her here. Like just I cannot explain to you with Swaggy and Bailey, but like more so Bailey. The second I watched her on Big Brother 20, I'm like, she just reminds me of my friends in real life. Like, I know, like, I love her, and, like, I want to be friends with her in real life, which, like, maybe it's, like, a little crush on her. I don't even know, but, like, not even that. Like, we would be friends. Like, I know a 10-minute conversation, me and Bailey, we would be inseparable. Like, I love her. I think she's so fun. I think she's so entertaining. And here's the thing, like, a lot of people like her as being like the shit starter or like the firecracker in the house, and she so isn't. Like every time she got in a fight, she got in that house meeting with like Tyler, like that fight, but that was literally because of like Haley kind of called that, and she was literally pregnant. Don't forget, like in the Big Brother house, like I could not even imagine. I have so much respect for her for being able to do that. And then in the season 22 thing, that fight was literally started by Christmas. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that was something Christmas prompted and provoked, but yet people remember Bailey as being somebody that starts fights, which, like, is not the case. Like, will she fight if the opportunity is in front of her? Yeah, but she's not the one that goes out of her way to start the fight. So that's something that needs to, like, stop. Like, Bailey is not a confrontational person. If it comes to her, will she fight? Yeah, but she's not the one starting them. Rockstar, I like her. I do. I liked her more so when it aired. I feel like when I rewatch it, I'm like, I'm not like as big on her, but she's fun. She's fine. Like I thought she was entertaining. Like with the whole like Brett fight. Sassy, same thing. Like he was funny. Like more fun to make fun of. Yeah, I'll put him in fun to make fun of. Um, we'll put him like in between the twins and Annie. He's not like the most entertaining person in the world, but I remember he broke the sink. He also told Angela she's not all that in his eviction speech, which is like me telling the people that are overly confident, like Dustin and Christmas, that they're not all that. So like honestly, he's cool. He's fine. Scotty Salt and Hate, which I like him and I do respect him. I do want to say that like I don't hate him. Like okay, I'll put him in dislike. I'll put him at the top of dislike. I respect him a lot. And he's a super fan that went into the show and he had a giant set of fucking testicles. Like he made big moves, nominated Brett and Winston, didn't care, even when they were screaming at him, and like proposed a final three with him, like a fake one. He was like, okay, I don't care, like fuck you, and didn't take it. And I respect that. I think he played a strong game. I think his game was really ratty, which pissed me off, but like reflecting on it, I respect it a lot. Like I have a lot of respect for him, but I just didn't find him entertaining, didn't like him personally. Haley, I want to put her in our barrier, know who this is, but she's like the most meh person. Like we need to let Haley go. Like she's nice, she's cool. She's probably fun in real life, a very sweet person in real life, but like what did she do? She nominated Tyler as the hacker, but then like regretted it. It's like whatever. Like Haley, you're fine. Brett banned. I don't think he's as bad as some of these people. I just don't like how he played it all. I think again he thinks he's greater than he really is, which like he's somebody I get where the confidence comes from. Obviously he's a very attractive person, so people probably have been like spoon feeding him his whole life. But now it's just like he's in everything, like every Vice video. You know those videos on YouTube that's like, oh, people blind date based on somebody's body. He's in that. He's in like random influencer stories. I heard my friend shout out to Walty or Walter again. He told me he's on the circle. So like, why is he everywhere? It pisses me off. Didn't like him on season 22. Sam, oh lord. I guess I'll put her in like to make fun of slash good TV. But at the same time, I hated when she slut shamed Caitlyn and Haley for literally no reason. Like she said that she doesn't like how they treat the men, and one of the reasons she gave was that they wear or wore sweatshirts that were too big for them. Like what is that? But she was also nuts, which was like entertaining. Like definitely not a good person, but she was like good to make fun of, entertaining. Angela, ugh, I just like her, but like I appreciate what she brought to the show. Wait, why are these people need to go like here? Yeah, these people need to go here. Angela, we'll put like right here. Like, yes, she was irrelevant for a while, but then she was just kind of unnecessarily mean, and it's like, why are you doing this? Like, it didn't make sense, but it was kind of funny. But I definitely don't like her. Like, I really don't. JC banned. Oh my gosh. So none of his problematic behavior was shown on the show, but he did so much weird shit. Like, he touched Tyler in his sleep, kissed his armpit, and licked him in his sleep. He would open the door on Haley in the bathroom. He would, like, touch the girls' vaginas with an ice cream scooper, and sorry to be, like, descriptive or vulgar, but he did, and it was never shown. He also said the N word to Bailey, and then when she got mad, he got mad that she got mad. And then after he apologized, he later told Casey and Tyler that he didn't want to apologize at all and production made him. He's just a little fucking rat ass bastard. I hate him. I really do. Tyler, I'm gonna put him in meh. Like he's another one I respect his game as being like a strong game player. But like, yeah, I really don't like him. Like, I like his personality at least. Like, he's fine. But then in season 22, using the whole BLM movement as a strategy, or like not even used as a strategy, but like bringing it up, it felt very weird. And then he cried about not seeing Angela. And then Danny clocked him when she was evicted and said like he just cried about wanting to go home to see his girlfriend. And then Bailey got mad at that and called Danny Briones a hoe. Don't really know why she called Danny a hoe, but it was funny. One of my favorite tweets of all time. If I had access, I would pull it up on my phone and read it, but like I don't know where my camera roll it is, so I'd be scrolling aimlessly. Casey, she's a winner. Congratulations on being the first winner to go in. I barely know who this is. Like, obviously she won and I know who it is, but she's fucking irrelevant. She's boring. Why was she on Big Brother? She's like a female Cody. Took me off. Is she a winner? Let me see. Are there any other winners? No. But she deserves to be there. Moving on to 21. Wow, we're almost done. Except, like, I feel like there's still a lot. How long have I been recording for? I think only like a couple hours. Maybe like 2.5, almost 3. David, who? Literally who? No, I know who he is, and he's an awful Big Brother player. Why was he brought back for All Stars 2? Don't know. He was boring. He played badly the second time around. Like, honestly, in 21, I don't really want to judge him for. Like, if it was based on 21, he would be, and I barely know who this is because he was there for 5 seconds. But he's in dislike because of how bad he played in All Stars. Ovi, ugh, I like. I don't know. I liked him preseason. Then I kind of felt bad for him in 21, like when the Cam comeback thing happened, but he was also kind of annoying and like kind of kissed Jack's ass and like kept trying to get in good with him. And it's like, Jack is treating you poorly, like stop. I'll put him meh. I'll put him like the bottom of meh. Hemi, love. Love, love, love. She deserves a second chance. We're gonna place her. We'll place her like place her after Brendan, or I guess in front of Brendan. Um, I loved her fight with Bella. Again, like everybody was against her and she didn't care. She wasn't somebody that like cried and like cowered in a corner. She like was somebody that spoke up for herself against people, and I loved that. Especially even in the finale, calling people out. Like I would be terrified to do that, but like she did it flawlessly, like without stuttering it, without seeming nervous. Loved her. I also hated the treatment she received, all of the racism and microaggressions. Just another case of the black woman and Big Brother being isolated, like, and I say that with actual empathy. Like, it was hard to watch, and I felt very, very bad for her, and I want her to get a second chance. But even besides all that, she's not high because of her mistreatment. She's this high because I feel like she has a really good personality, and she was fun. And I liked her preseason in 21 before any of that even happened. I just think she deserves a second chance. Like, she really does. Isabella Wang, I keep, like, getting disgusted at these people, but, like, they're Big Brother house guests. Who doesn't get disgusted at them? We'll put her like here. She was fun TV, honestly. Um, it's like better than Austin. But like no, she's not better than Justin. I guess she's better than Pow Pow. Yeah, okay, we'll put her better than Pow Pow. But like, okay, no, she's fine. She's fine. So my thing with Bella is she's just like a pick me girl who wanted everybody to like her, and then when they didn't, she kind of like got upset, and then she attacked Nicole for no reason, who was her only ally, but like ahead of her time. To be honest. Sam Smith, hate. Like, I really don't like him. He's annoying. He says, send it, and it's like, shut up. You're annoying. That's all I have to say about him. Just annoying. Very annoying. Jack Matthews, obviously banned from Big Brother Boy World. I'll put him above Tall Boy, I guess. he at least had the audacity to try to apologize. Oh wait, but then there was that whole Big Brother 21 group chat where they literally made more racist comments and then Jessica Milagros exposed it. Whatever, I hate him. Everybody knows that Jack's an asshole. He's condescending to people like Ovi, to Kemi. He was racist, microaggressive. Don't like him. Pat Dunn, hate. Don't like her. I'm placing her here. She's not that bad. Put her here. That's a good placement next to David. They're both just so annoying. And like I liked her preseason and thought she would be serving like Mean Girl, but she really wasn't. She was just like kind of quirky, but like forced quirkiness, and it pissed me off. Like she just annoyed me. Annalise, honestly, like to make fun of slash good TV. Like she was funny. She's like obviously one of the dumbest house guests to ever play the game, and she would always the thing with her is she would always talk about going off on people, and then they would come into the room, and then she would never go off on them, and it's like come on, like you talk a big game, but like it would make for good TV, like funny TV. She's just an idiot, but like it was funny. It was very funny, like fun to make fun of. Easy target. Nick, man. Nick will put right here. We'll put him in between. We'll put him here. It will. I will never forget how he said he wanted to spit in between Kemi's eyes. Like that's one of the most disrespectful, degrading things you could say. I remember preseason, everybody loved Nick, and guess who? Big Brother was the one person who said that I got very problematic vibes from him. And yes, he's talking about sticking up for racism or speaking out against racism. I said in my, like some of you will remember this distinctly because like I went back and then reacted to my Big Brother 21, which this was on my old channel, by the way. You won't see it on this channel. I made a video reacting to my preseason rankings, and everybody's like, "That's creepy how like on point you were for all of these." And like the Nick one, I said he's saying this, but he comes off as somebody that's gonna be the one making the problematic comments, and that's what he did. He's just a nasty person. Obviously cheating on Bella too with Kat. He's just gross. Like I don't like him. Jessica Milagros. We're putting her Big Brother boy approved. I fucking love her. We'll put her honestly after Andy, to be honest with you. She gets a lot of hate for like coasting or whatever, but at the same time she didn't coast. Like she started two fights, like big fights, which she didn't really need to do, but it was very funny, very entertaining. I love that she has a podcast to talk about Big Brother now. She's so active in the community. She's just a nice person. Again, another person that like in real life I want to be best friends with, and I think we'd get along really, really well. I love Jessica. Christy. Oh no. Um, do I ban her? Should I ban her? Chat, comment down below. Should I ban her? Even though this isn't a live stream, I'm gonna like manifest your comments in my head. And like, I'm good with time. Like, honestly, there's been times where I've been convinced that I'm like a time traveler, which like, we'll get into that some other time. But honestly, like, let me try to like read the future and see what you guys are saying. Like, I feel like I'm getting the vibe that people are like, without a doubt, ban her. But I know there's also people that love her and are gonna say no. Like, there's a lot of people that think Christy's like best, like another Vanessa, but I'm gonna put her banned. She's annoying. Like, she was kind of problematic, but like more so, she like was good at the game. Honestly, if we're gonna keep it real, like she was good at the game, but she cried way too much. And like she's like a worse Vanessa, is what I'm trying to say. Like Vanessa cried and gets a pass. She cried, does not get a pass because she's fucking annoying. Tommy Bracco, dislike too. I don't. I don't fuck with him. I did like him when I first watched Big Brother 21 live feeds. Like, I really was grooving to him. But then he was just an attention whore, always choreographing dances with the house guests. And one of my biggest pet peeves is seeing the house guests get along and doing like weird dances. Like in season 23 with like, what was it called? The Big Blue Couch. Wait, Couch. Big Blue Couch. Where they were singing and dancing. I wanted to shoot myself. Like, I hate seeing them get along. And in 21, Tommy was the one that was always orchestrating that. Hated it. Cliff Hog. Absolutely fucking not. This another one. People don't remember how annoying and like gross he was. He like I don't even want to say he made comments, but I remember something he did that really pissed me off is he peed on the bathroom floor and framed it as David, where it's like you're a grown man, number one. Like you're literally like how's he 60 something and you're peeing on the floor to begin with, but then also to frame it on somebody else. Like that's not a strategic move. That is like borderline psychotic. And not even borderline. Like that is psychotic behavior. Like grow the fuck up. He also pandered to the camera so much to try to win America's Favorite House Guest, and which is so funny because then he never did. Like Nicole snagged that from him, which rightfully so. Nicole, I'm gonna put her like to make fun of. Because if you know me, one thing I'm gonna do, if I'm not gonna do anything, I'm gonna make fun of Nicole Anthony. In season 21, I genuinely did like her. In season 22, she was like weird. And then after season 22, she was even weirder on her like TikToks. Like she always make TikToks about like nerdy shit and like her boyfriend and how the fans hate her, and she's just like a big meme. Like she's just it's like what is this? Like a Lawan kind of. How do I interpret a Nicole Anthony? I don't know. I get she's like an easy target for me, like to make fun of. It's fun. I get a kick out of it. Holly is hard. So when Big Brother 21 aired, I liked Holly. Like I was the one person that was very high on her game. Like, and I want to put her in the love category. I don't know. But then she also was fucked with Jackson after the season, which I did not like at all. Like, how do you stick by a man like that? But then he like fucked her over and I guess was abusive to her, which I feel bad for her for. It's hard to rank her. Like, this is a tricky one. No, fuck it. I'll base it on the time on her show. Like, I feel like she is somebody that did try to play ball with Kemi, or at least didn't even play game, but at least would like talk to her and be nice to her face, which is more than most of them can say. I'll put Holly right here, and I do like her more just because she doesn't get the respect she deserves game wise. I think her game was really strong. I think she is played one of the best Big Brother games we've seen in recent memory, and she didn't even win the game. I think she should have. Like, go rewatch 21. Her game was so much better than Jackson's. Which, speaking of which, my least favorite house guest ever, ever, ever. Spoiler alert: no one in 23 or 24 is beating Jackson. I fucking hate him. He was racist. He was sexist. He was abusive to Holly and her mental health, both in the game, outside of the game. He talked about abusing dogs. He is the worst person I've ever seen in my entire life. I talked about this preseason. I said he seems like a serial killer, which everybody tells me I look like a serial killer and like talk like one sometimes, which like I get. Like, so I'm not like trying to serial killer shame him, but like he is. Like he's scary. He's a scary man. I just fucking hate him so much. Every bad adjective or controversial adjective you can be, he is, and I just fucking despise this man. Like I'm the OG Jackson hater, and like even in 21, I remember a lot of people in like the pre-jury section were like rooting for him to take out Christy. I'm like, why are you rooting for this person? He is not a nice man. Also, him crying and literally throwing a fit because Holly literally made a joke that he was gaining weight, and he freaked out about it. I don't know. He's very manipulative, but like personally manipulative, like not even in the game. Like in the game, he was too. He did make some good moves, but overall his game sucked. But like he was emotionally abusive, and I hated that too, along with everything else I said. Travis, who the fuck is this? Like honestly, who the fuck is this? I'm not even kidding. Like I talk about him, he's like the surfer Hawaiian dude, but like who is that? Like Frenchie? Ugh. Like I guess people say he made good TV, but he's like a Josh where like he tried to make good TV, but it just did not work for me, and it just like made me cringe and like made me want to rip my like ears out of my head, so I never had to hear another word out of his fucking irritating ass mouth. So he's in hate. My voice is killing me. It's been almost 3 hours without cuts. You know, I talked a lot, and like, oh my gosh, my head. How do I do this? I don't think anybody else in the world could do this. Like, I don't know. I think I'm talented. Whatever. Brent, don't like him. I thought he was creepy to Hannah. I don't think like he's borderline problematic. I don't know. He, like creeped on Hannah is what resonates with me with him, which is why I'm putting him in hate. Like that's my reason for him. And aside from that, he had nothing else going for him, no other redeeming qualities. So I feel good putting him in hate. Whitney, I like her. I really do. She made a controversial comment in the house about Derek Zhao Chow. How do I say his last name? It's like Xiao, I believe. I don't know how to say that. Um, I think it's Zhao. Right. She made a comment about him, a racist comment in the house, or like not even well, yeah, it was racist, like let's be real. But she's somebody that after the show, like she genuinely apologized to it. She genuinely had conversations with people, like talking it through, and that's like he's an incredible example of how you should be like, and that's what my thing is with the Big Brother community. Like everybody's like, oh, like it's cancel culture. Like that's not even the case. Like people will, if you get canceled, quote unquote, in the house, like when you come off on social media, like people are willing to have these conversations with you, and they're like nobody's coming on ready to be like hating you or cancel you. Like people are willing to give you the benefit of the doubt and have productive conversations with you, and that's what happened with Whitney. Like she wasn't somebody that just gave a fake apology or shut it down and said like you guys are crazy. Like she genuinely heard people out and listened and changed for the better. So I have a lot of respect for her. I'm gonna rank her higher. Like I really do. Even being like a mom, like a single mom, being like homeless with her kids for a while, like I really do have a lot of respect. She's just like a strong person, a really good person in general. So I do like Whitney. Um, Christian Birkenberger. I'm gonna put him dislike. Not even anything he did on in the house necessarily, but he like made a song about Alyssa and it creeped me out. So he's in dislike. Brittany D'Angelo, she annoyed me. Like, she did. And here's why. First, she just honestly thought she was like a badass with like her karate thing, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck that you're a black belt. Like, I hate that's the other thing with Big Brother in general. Like, when people look at the jocks and like they're a competition threat because they have muscles, and like the competitions are like true or false questions about a video of weird ass shit or like rolling a ball down a ramp. Like, that has nothing to do with anything. And like her being like, I'm gonna kill these competitions because I'm a karate black belt. Like, the house guys aren't gonna see me coming. Shut up. Like, shut up, Brittany. Like, it pissed me off. Derek X. Oh my gosh, my allergies are so bad. Why did nobody, wait, why did nobody remind me to take allergy medicine before making this video? Anyway, I'm gonna put Derek X. I used to be a lot lower on him, just because I think he's so overrated. Like, he's just a nice guy. And like, people are like, oh, we love him. He's like the best thing ever, like the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. And it's like, no, he's just nice. So that's why he's lower, but like, he's honestly not that bad. Like, I'm not gonna say I dislike him, but like he's like whatever. Like he's just kind of there. Like he's definitely overhyped for sure. Um and he played really badly. Like his game sucked. Well, not even really badly. Like socially he was good, but like strategically got cocky, and that pissed me off. Sarah Beth, I like her. I really do. She's cute. She's a cute girl. And like a cute player. I'm gonna put her in love, to be honest with you. I'll put her like above Jennifer. She was like a fun villain. Like she knew she was the villain and was playing it, but like it was so cute because she's like this little like anime cosplayer girl, and like she knows it and plays into that while simultaneously being like backstabbing cutthroat queen that everybody loves. Like it's like she's a fun character and like an interesting dynamic. So I like her a lot. Okay, making sure that nobody's home still. Okay, so Claire. Here we go. I'm gonna put Claire in dislike. I do have to say I want to rank her lower, but I'm not going to. I have a lot to say about Claire, FYI. She's just the epitome of the superfan that gets cast that does absolutely nothing. She was a recruit because Christy Valdsiri had COVID and couldn't go on the show or had like a false positive. And I get why she was an alternate. Her personality is boring as shit. That's the first thing. She is so dry. Like, she's just not entertaining. She also is the super fan, like I said, that just sits there and does nothing. And it makes me want to tear my hair out. Like, it's so infuriating. Me, Big Brother Boy. Also, that bee is definitely dead. I have no idea where it is. Um, she had this whole, like, Big Brother book that she said that she constructed before going into the house. And then she did nothing with it. Like, she just sat back and did nothing. The other thing that pissed me off is her conversation with Tiffany when Tiffany revealed the cookout and told her that she was being evicted. Like, I get being a good person and understanding the mission of the cookout. Like, I understand it. I get it. I respect it. But if I'm in the game, and I don't think this is going to be a hot take at all. Like, I feel like nobody really says this, but they should. But I don't think this is going to be viewed as controversial. Why the fuck did she still not at least try to get Tiffany to save her? Like, in that situation, if I was Claire, I would have been like, Tiffany, listen to me. I understand what you're doing. I understand the mission. But if you keep me in this house, you will be the one that's the first black winner of Big Brother. If you get rid of me, you're ensuring that it's one of these men that's going to be the first black winner of Big Brother. Like, keep me. And even if it didn't work, at least she can say she tried. But instead of trying, she was just like, okay, like, and cried, and then got evicted. Like, how do you not even try? Like, it's like Tommy in season 21. I know I made this comparison already, but when Tommy was evicted, he sat there while Holly, Jackson, Cliff, and Nicole all scrambled last minute. He just stood there and, like, took the eviction. Like, that's what Claire did. And it's like, try. At least try. Like, nobody's gonna fault you for trying. Like, maybe she was afraid that she would get canceled or would look bad if she, like, tried to fight against, like, the mission of the cookout, but it's not even doing that. It's, like, fighting for yourself. You know what I mean? And, like, it pissed me off so much. Alyssa Lopez, love. Mother. Love, love, love. Um, I'm gonna put her like after Davon and between Jason. She's underrated as fuck. On the show, she didn't really do much. She was just kind of there, but again, personality that I in real life, I would love her. She would be my best friend without a doubt. Like I would get along with her more than anybody in my entire life ever. Like I love Alyssa Lopez so much. She's so great. She's so fun. Why am I fat? Sorry, I'm like touching my stomach and I feel bad about myself. But I love her. She didn't do like enough to be in Big Brother Boy approved. Like she didn't start fights or anything. But just personality wise, I love her. Tiffany Mitchell, love her. Big Brother Boy approved. I'm gonna place her like after Jessica, I think, in between her and Raven. And I love her. Similar to Danielle, just checks every box. So social, so strategic, just so smart in general. And as she does a lot with Big Brother now, I think her and Derek F and Hannah Chada started a Big Brother podcast now. So good on them for staying in the community. I know she was working with Derek and Cody for a while on their podcast. So I love her. She's just so entertaining. And it's funny because she's not even one person to start fights. Like she's not confrontational, but her aura and just her presence and personality is just so entertaining. I love her, and I really wish she won the game. Unfortunately, she didn't. Hannah Chada, meh. Like, honestly, she's nice. Like, I like her. I don't think there's anything wrong with her. She's like Haley. She's literally just like a Haley. Like, she's just a young girl, and she's just, like, nice, but she doesn't make any, like, super big game moves in the game. She also didn't, like, start any memorable fights or anything. She wasn't too entertaining. She was kind of there. Like, I don't hate her. I definitely don't dislike her. Definitely don't like her, though. Kyland, he's entertaining. He's going into, like, to make fun of slash he's good TV. Is he my favorite person in the world? No. I'll put him after Michelle. But his eviction was pretty entertaining. Again, like Tiffany, like, kind of like he didn't start too many fights, but just his presence and his aura about him, he is just a very entertaining person. Like, I like listening to him talk. And he is condescending a lot of the time, and it was funny, and I liked it. So, Azza, eh, she's meh. Like, she's honestly meh. I'll put her, like, after or above Hayden. No, I'll put her, like, here. That's a good place for Azza. What makes me like Azza more is, like, the underappreciation she gets from the fan base. I feel like she deserves to be appreciated more, or at least her game. Like, she did play a very solid game, and I feel like it's overshadowed a lot by Xavier's game. People act like Xavier played so much better than her, which he really didn't. And in fact, I think they played kind of similar. And I feel like people need to stop acting like Azza did nothing. Like I feel like she was very good. So that's why. But like she wasn't entertaining. She didn't really do much, so that's why she's a meh. Derek F. Love Derek F. And a lot of people are gonna give me hate for this, but I don't care. I'm gonna put him like right here. The reason being is because he's delusional and it's in like a funny way, but also on Twitter, the fans attack him and he attacks them back, which is so refreshing. Because as you all know, Big Brother Twitter can be so toxic. Obviously, there's a lot of people on there that I love. Like I've made so many friends just from the Big Brother community through Twitter. But some people on Twitter are the worst and need to be put in their place, and Derek F does that. He doesn't give a fuck. Like he fights them back, and it's so refreshing to watch, and it's funny. Xavier Crather or Crather. I don't know how to say it. We're gonna put him. I like him a lot. Do I put him in like or do I put him in love? Honestly, I'm gonna put him in love. I'm gonna put him on the bottom of love. I think he played a really strong game. I think being the first black winner, I think he's a very good. I don't know if what's the word like candidate or like he's a really good. He's a good qualifier. Is that the word of being the first black winner of Big Brother? Like I think he played a strong game, and I feel like he's a good representation. That's the word for it. Um, I know a lot of people dislike him, and I don't really know why. He just seems like a really nice guy overall, and I just feel like I have a lot of respect for the game that he played. I feel like it was really well-rounded and solid, and I want to see him play again, especially in an all-winner season. He's somebody that will do really well again because he's not somebody you first think of when it comes to winners. Like who's like the mastermind, or who do we have to watch out for that's a big threat? It's like not Xavier. He's not the first one that comes to mind, but he should be. Like I feel like in the game he can do and does do a lot of damage in any given scenario. So I want to see him play again. I'd be very interested. I'm surprisingly very high on him because like I said, he's like a jock, like the typical jock that I don't like, but he's like fun. Okay, we're so good. I don't know. Okay, last season here, which I already ranked these people during summer, but we'll do it again. Paloma, again, I want to ban her from my world, but I don't want to give her that satisfaction. So I'm going to say who? Who's that? I've talked about her enough. Like, you guys know my thoughts on Paloma. Who the fuck are you? Hooch, dislike. He is going to go here, I guess. Like, he's like irrelevant and just kind of touched Joseph the whole time, which made me uncomfortable. Amira. Controversial take, and guess what? Don't care. Amira is going right after Alyssa. Here's my thing with Amira. I know there's a lot of people that hate her still because of how she treated Taylor, which I get. If you want to say you hate her because of that, that's valid. My thing is, Taylor's forgiven her. Like, they're friends and hang out now, and I like Amira. I think she's a strong woman, which I respect. She's a mean girl. Which another thing, I clocked that you can go back. It's still on my channel in the preseason interviews, or cast reveal. I said Amira came off as a mean girl to me, and like I couldn't put my finger on why. And a lot of people, at least my friends, were like, I really don't get that vibe at all. And then she was a mean girl in the house. So like me being psychic, like this is why I think I control time sometimes. Like I don't know, like I make a lot of right calls and like really specific reads with like no valid information that are like specifically accurate that come true, like in real life and in Big Brother. Anyway, sorry, weird tangent. I like Amira. I just don't understand why people will hate her but will like Indy and Jasmine now. Like people will say Jasmine and Indy have changed and have grown and Taylor's forgiven them so they like them. But it's the same thing with Amira, but people will still say they hate Amira. I don't understand. I really don't. But if you want to say you hate like Indy, Jasmine, and Amira, like all because how they treated Taylor, like that's fine. But you can't forgive one and not the other. You know what I mean? So I like her. I want to see her play again. Who's this? Just kidding. I have a whole rant video. I'm not wasting time. Like I literally hate these people. I'm not going to waste time on them. I have a whole video on my channel dedicated to why I hate Nicole and why I hate Daniel. So if you want to watch why they're banned from Big Brother Boy World, go scroll back on my channel and you can watch the whole rant video dedicated to those two. Indy, who's this? She's irrelevant. She was irrelevant the entire time on the show, did nothing. We'll put her right between Julia and Ryan. I don't know who that is. Just kidding, I do. But like she's not significant enough for me to want to waste time talking about. Jasmine, okay. Obviously, she's gonna go in between Paul and Caitlyn. She's insane. Like, where did they find her? Again, I have a whole video on my channel dedicated to talking about Jasmine, so I don't want to say too much here. Like, you can just go watch that. But she is literally insane. Like, I genuinely don't think she's a real person. I think she's either, if you know the reptilian conspiracy, I think she's like one of those reptile people that are coming to invade the human race, or she's a robot created by the government or CBS to go on Big Brother and make us all laugh. Like, she's nuts. However, I'm lower on her now than I was just because like, you know those house guests that when they're evicted and they won't give up their 15 minutes of fame? Like, that's kind of like Jasmine. Like, her and Turner both are like, muffin gate, like, ha ha ha. It's like, we get it. Jasmine had a muffin, Turner ate it, Jasmine got mad. We saw how it played out. Let it fucking go. Moving on. We have Joseph. I like Joseph. I want to say this, and why I'm angry, I'm going to put him at the top of meh. Here's my thing with Joseph. I think he seems like an amazing person in real life, like a really chill guy, like a really down to earth person, like with a like genuinely good soul. A lot of people get it twisted and always act like I dislike Joseph because I've called him boring on my show, or not my show, my channel, which I do agree with. I don't think like how Davon and Janelle are made for reality TV. Joseph's not. Like he just doesn't have the personality that's made for reality TV. He bored me. If a lot of people disagree with and say he wasn't boring, that's your opinion. This is mine. But I don't dislike him at all. People on Twitter have even attacked me and shit for like saying that shut the fuck up for saying to the people that are campaigning for him to win AFP over Taylor, shut the fuck up. But it's nothing against him. It's about in the event that Taylor didn't win the game or AFP, I would have been pissed because Taylor deserved to win something. Here's what I will say about Joseph. Something that makes me lower on him, or at least surrounding him, is the revisionist history and double standards when it comes to him, which I talked about this in the beginning when I was talking about Danny. So how come Joseph, a lot of people will say everybody was mean to Taylor or bullied Taylor except for Joseph, but if you rewatch the live feeds, while people were making fun of her, he was like gut laughing, like not even fake laughing, like gut laughing at the bullying and comments made about Taylor. So how come Joseph doesn't get any sort of repercussions for that or hate from the fan base for laughing at the mistreatment of Taylor? But if you remember, this is going to be controversial, I don't care, I'm going to be real, when Nicole and Danny laughed at Memphis making fun of Ian, people canceled them, people called their jobs, got their sponsorships taken away, and called them ableist. So how come they laugh at something and get canceled, but Joseph can laugh at the mistreatment of Taylor and gets a pass? Like, that's something that pisses me off so much. Obviously, him and Taylor are good now, and he apologized to her in the house, so, like, I understand that. But somebody like Danny and Nicole have both apologized to Ian and made amends with him. People still hate them for it and still call them ableist. Like, that's the double standards within the fan base that pisses me the fuck off. And I just had to say that. Had to get that off my chest. So, like, the revisionist history pisses me off with Joseph when people act like he didn't partake in the Taylor's mistreatment, because he really did. Like, let's not be dense. I'll have so many videos talking about him. We'll put him with his BB24 buddies and from Big Brother Boy World. But at the same time, I want to put him, and I barely know who this is, because, like, he's become synonymous with my channel almost, of like me being the person that like hates him. But like honestly, people need to understand I talked about him a lot because him and his whole controversies for a topic on the show and my channel is covering the show, like I'm not just gonna not talk about it. Like I really don't give a shit about him. Like I go to bed at night, go through my days not thinking about him. It's just I'm a Big Brother commentator. I'm gonna commentate on what he does in the house. Parents, oh lord. Oh. He, again, just with them, like I talked about him a lot, don't like Terrence. I think he made comments about domestic abuse that I didn't agree with. He made comments about Taylor calling her a hoe, which, like, I've called people hoe, like, mostly joking, obviously, but, like, it's just like, why? Like, in what context is Taylor a hoe? Like, he was obsessed with her the entire season. And it was, like, very weird. It's like, he had a weird obsession with her. I've talked about him enough. Like, I just don't like Terrence. He is not anywhere close to existing in my world. Michael Bruner, here's my thing. I'll put him meh. The reason I'm gonna okay, why is Joseph so high in meh? Didn't mean to do that. I'll put Joseph like right here. Where did Michael go? I'll put Michael here. No. I'll put him like here. So like again, a lot of people think I hate Michael, which I don't necessarily hate him. I don't like how he weaponized racism in the house as a game move. Like I don't think he did it with good intentions. Like I know he didn't because he knew about it for so long before bringing it up. He only waited till he was in trouble. He also played the game so badly. I don't think well not even so bad, but not great. Like everybody acts like he played like a flawless game and it's like where do you get that from? His game is not good. So I feel like he's overrated, which makes me dislike him. But I think he seems like a nice guy, like a chill guy in real life. So it's nothing against him, more just like as a character in the game. Like I just wasn't grooving to it. Alyssa, who? Literally fucking who? Have fun with Paloma. Like, who are you? Just fucking dumb. Like I talked about her enough. Like all of these Big Brother 24 house guests, I'm trying not to talk about it like too much because I literally spent a whole summer talking about them. But like most of you that are returning viewers know my opinion. But like a brief overview, don't know who that is. Who's calling me? Oh, somebody from my work's calling me. Okay, she's gonna have to wait. Sorry, Carmen. Um, Brittany Hoops. She's like fun to make fun of, but also like annoying. I'll put her in dislike. Like she's almost in the good TV slash fun to make fun of, but not. So I'm gonna put her right there. She played the game really poorly. Again, like Michael weaponized racism, which I didn't like. Aside from that, too, I honestly thought she was boring for a while until like those couple of weeks leading up to her eviction. She just like lost it and was just doing so many sporadic things where I was like, why are you doing this? It was weird. Oh, wait, that's the wrong tier. I'm gonna put her dislike tier, top of dislike. Turner, I'm gonna put him dislike as well. I'm gonna put him like right here. And just similar to Jasmine, he just needs to let his time on the show go, and I think he caters way too much to the fans after the show, where he plays all angles, like trying to appease the fans, where it's like, you cannot want to be hated, like, I understand that, like, you don't have to play, like, a completely villain personality on Twitter, but, like, you also don't have to, like, suck up and kiss ass to every single fan on Twitter, like, it's so annoying, and, like, it bothers me, like, you were on Big Brother, let it go, you're done. Monty, honestly, dislike mainly because of the shit with Taylor at the end, like, or I guess throughout the whole season, how he treated her just sat not well with me. I'll put him like after Caitlyn or before Caitlyn, after Ramses. Again, talked about it a lot. I think the way he talked to her, I did not enjoy. I think he blamed her for a bunch of shit that was not her fault. I think people don't talk about him enough in his game. Like, I think he did play mostly good game. However, he was like a Cody. He's like a better Cody Calafiore in season 16. Like they both played consistent, solid games, and then they both fucked up in the finale. Like Cody took Derek, Monty took Taylor, and it's like they were so obviously front runners to win the game. It's like, what are you doing? And finally, my actual mother, like, birthed me, Taylor motherfucking Hale. I spent the entire summer talking about her, and I'm gonna do it again. I don't know where I'm gonna put her. Honestly, my best friend Brendan always asks me like where I would rank Taylor and like if she's in my top tier. She's definitely my top tier. I don't know where I would put her. Honestly, I don't maybe in between Keisha and Helen, I feel like it's a good spot for her. But here's my thing with Taylor. I talked about her the whole summer. Everybody knows that I love her. And like I was thinking, what am I gonna say? What should I say that I haven't said? And I feel like in conclusion, in summary, my thing with Taylor, it comes down to one word, and that word is admiration. Like she is such an inspiring person. And she's everything that I am not. Like she's a caring and forgiving person. And that's like I don't even want to say I wish that I could be like that, but I'm kind of like the opposite. And like as somebody who's not like that at all, who's not forgiving, I do have so much respect and admiration for her and how she's able to put aside her differences and give people the benefit of the doubt, even if she doesn't necessarily forgive them. Like she doesn't wish ill will on them. And like me, obviously, I wish death on people. Like you guys know this, but she's somebody who doesn't. And I just have so much respect for her, everything she's overcome. But like, fuck the shit she's overcome. Like, that's irrelevant. Like, that shouldn't contribute to Taylor as a person, like her mistreatment, you know what I mean? Like, it sucks that she went through that, but she's so much more than that. And I just have so much love for her. I think she's entertaining. I think she's somebody in real life, like, I would kill just to go, like, shopping with her. Like, I love seeing her TikToks and her outfits, and I'm like, oh, she's killing this. And, like, I want her advice, her fashion advice. Like, I would be best friends with her in real life. I just love her so much. So much love and respect, like, genuine love for her as a person. I cannot say enough about Taylor. I had the entire summer, and I just did. And with that, it looks like we're concluding with the rankings. Here's the final ranking. I'll scroll through real quick. So here, obviously, first, favorite house guest Kiara, and then we go chronologically down. Love category, everybody. I didn't do this with the gameplay one. I forgot to, like, scroll through, but, like, oh well. Then we have the like to make fun of, or they're good TV, or both category. We have the like category. I like how the like's like very empty. The meh category. The I barely know who this is. The I barely know who this is has like a lot of people, which obviously I know who they all are, but they're all like irrelevant. The dislike category, and of course the hate and the ban from Big Brother Boy World. Is that the biggest category? The ban from Big Brother Boy World category? I think so. Yeah. So the surprise of nobody. I told you I typically hate Big Brother house guests, but thank you guys for watching. And now I just have to make an outro for this video. I promise it won't be too long.
I promise this is the last part of the video, and then I'm done running my mouth. It's been 9 hours cumulatively, so I feel like that's enough for a while. I just wanted to come on and say a couple of things real quick. Number one, thank you. Whether you watched 30 seconds of this video or the entire 9 hours, which I don't expect anybody to, but in the event you did, no matter how long of a watch you chose to view this for, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. It seriously means a lot to me. And honestly, you know, it's 9 hours, but Big Brother is now premiering. If you haven't heard, season 25 is officially premiering August 2nd. So, you know, you have June and July to watch the video. So go crazy with it. Do what you want. Honestly, this was made all in fun. Like, at the end of the day, do I lose sleep? Like I said throughout the video a million times, do I lose sleep over these people? No. Do I expect everyone to agree with my list? Absolutely not. I expect the majority of people who watch this to disagree with most of what I said. But feel free, like I said, to comment down below. Tell me what you disagree with. But let's keep it constructive. Let's have more conversations about it, because that's what I live for. Talking about Big Brother. It would be weird if everybody agreed with each other. That wouldn't be fun. So like I said, I would really appreciate it if you liked the video. Subscribe to my channel, because this video took a lot of work to make. Share it on social media, Big Brother Reddit, Twitter, Instagram, wherever. We can get more people talking, more opinions flowing throughout the ranking. And I honestly do really mean from the bottom of my heart, thank you, because without you guys, without the community that we have grown and built together since season 24, I would not be able to make this video. Like, I would be able to make it, but there would be no point in making a video. What the fuck was that? Talking about what? I know you guys just saw that right there. Who the fuck is outside my car? I wouldn't be making a video like this if I didn't have a community of people that watches my videos, that interacts with me and talks with me about Big Brother. So without you guys, this wouldn't be possible. So I really wanted to say thank you. It means more to me than you guys even know. Like, I know I don't go into it too much, but like, I don't know. In my fucked up head, obviously we know I'm fucked up. And like, just me, like, younger me was under the impression that I was going to go on Big Brother this year. Again, was not contacted by CBS or the casting people to go on, which is like a little upsetting. But at the same time, since making these videos, I've created a community with you guys together. And it's like, back then when I was a kid, I was like, I'm going to go on Big Brother and I'm going to befriend alumni, and those are going to be my new family, my new friends, because like, haven't always had the best track record with friends or family in my life. But like, now that that didn't happen, it's like I still have my YouTube channel. I have all of you guys, and you guys are always interacting with me, commenting on my videos, DMing me on Twitter. I've met like so many amazing people who are like genuine, real friends through the Big Brother community. So it's like, yes, I didn't like meet the criteria, or like I didn't live out how I thought I was gonna when I was younger, but at the same time, I found a different alternative and have grown and talked and got to know a lot of you, which means so much to me. You have no idea. Like, and doing it while talking about Big Brother, which is the only thing that matters in life to me as sad and pathetic as that sounds, but all I'm saying is I just want to say a huge thank you overall to all of you guys. It genuinely, like, I'm not good at expressing my feelings ever, as you guys know. Like, everybody comments, you're like a robot, or like you're like a serial killer, and it's like, we know, like, you're not wrong. But like, thank you, seriously, thank you. Also, if you want more Big Brother content, my friend Ryan actually just started a Big Brother YouTube channel, and he said he plans on covering Big Brother 25 when it airs all summer long. He made a video speculating the season 25 cast, assuming that it's returnees. He put together a list of people he would like to see back, and his video is honestly really, really good. It's very different from mine. So if you guys would go over, give his channel a like, a watch, subscription, comment on it, go review his channel. I promise it's a good video. Like, if my friend made a Big Brother video that sucked, I would tell them and be like, absolutely not, do not post this. But I watched his video and it's very different than my content. Like, he put a lot of work and editing into it. It's a different style. So I'm going to link that in the description of this video. So go check out Ryan's channel. Maybe rewatch this 9-hour video if you really don't have a life. I don't know, but just thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. This was really fun to make, and hopefully I'll talk to you guys in the comments below about any opinions that you disagree with or agree with. Let's just keep it fun. Like, this was fun to me. Also, I'll be back when there's any more Big Brother 25 news about twist, maybe house reveal, cast reveal. I'll be back, so be on the lookout for that. But seriously, thank you guys. I hope you all do well until the next time I see you.